Chapter 500, In the Depths of a Nightmare. After drinking her fill, Nephis sat silently on the edge of the pool for a while, staring into the distance. Her eyes, however, were moving, as if reading an invisible book that floated in the air above the calm waters. Some time later, a pale shadow of a smile touched her lips. That guy, he did something crazy again, didn't he? She closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. How is he so fast? In the past months, years, lifetimes, spent traversing the dream realm, surrounded by nothing except for pain and bloodshed, Nephis had started doubting the memories of her previous life. Sometimes, all of it seemed like something that she had simply imagined, a bittersweet dream she had invented to escape from the horrors of the real world. This world. The world of never-ending nightmares. The change of the runes describing Sunny was the only connection she had left to the actual reality. Perhaps it was the only thing keeping her sane. Even if the things she saw in the shimmering runes were sometimes hard to believe. The impossible lineage that should not have existed, the divine memory of the seventh rank, the strange essence of his soul, the true nature of the taciturn stone demon, and of course, of his flaw. It seemed that Sunny had much more secrets than Nephis had suspected. With that knowledge, many things made much more sense now, but at the same time, many others seemed much more incredible. Well, it was not like she didn't have secrets of her own. And anyway, it was all in the past. Everything was in the past. All that remained was the future. She did hope that he was doing well, though, out there in the real world, with Cassie. Looking up from the water, Nephis shifted her gaze to the ancient tree and saw two weathered skeletons cruelly nailed to its white bark. Both stared at her with empty eyes, their teeth bared in eternal grins. After some time, one of the skeletons said, "My, oh my, am I that pleasant to look at?" The other grated its teeth and let out a creaky growl, then strained, trying to wrestle free of the large silver nails impaling it to the tree. However, no matter how furiously it struggled, the nails held true. Nephis looked at the skeletons with a calm expression, no emotion reflecting in her cold, gray eyes. The first skeleton spoke again. Is that living blood I smell? Gods, what terrible sins have you committed, girl, to be cast into this hell alive? Even for a revolting Nephilim like you, this is too harsh of a punishment." Finally, she opened her mouth and said hoarsely, in a voice of a person who had almost forgotten how to speak, "What language do you use?" The skeleton laughed. "The only language there is in this place, of course. Why do you wish to learn it?" Nephis remained silent for a long time, and then said, "I seek a way back to the waking world. Do you know how to escape this place?" The skeleton stared at her with a grin. "The waking world, what is that?" The second skeleton suddenly spoke, his voice deep and full of rage. "Can't you smell the stench of a demon on this abominable thing? She is one of Weaver's, you fool." The first skeleton turned its skull a little, and then asked, "Is that so? My, oh my. In that case, you will not find guides better than the two of us. Just take us off this damned tree, and we will lead you to wherever you want." Nephis stared at them for a while, then turned away. "I don't need two guides. Which one should I pick?" The second skeleton strained to free himself again, and then roared. "I am Azarax the Mighty, the Plague of Steel, King of Kings, Conqueror of 100 thrones. Choose me, Nephilim. I will guide you to the shores of the underworld and through its dark expanse back to the world of the living. You will need a powerful guide if you wish to escape." She spared him a glance, then said to the other one, "What about you?" The first skeleton answered in an aloof tone, "Me, oh, I am no one, just a humble slave." Nephis lingered for a bit. Finally, she asked, "Why are the two of you nailed to this tree?" The skeleton who had called himself Azarax growled, "Don't you know where you are, abominable creature? I am here because I led my armies into the Great War, slaughtered a myriad of souls, and was punished for my strength and my pride." She shifted her gaze to the other one. The first skeleton answered succinctly, "I have angered the gods." Nephis tilted her head a little. "How?" The skeleton sighed with regret. "Well, if you must know, I slit a god's throat. My, oh my, one could say that it was a misunderstanding. Was there really a need to be so petty?" The sun was already falling behind the horizon, and chilling cold was spreading across the white desert. Nephis summoned her white cloak and wrapped herself in it, shivering. Soon night descended upon the world, revealing a myriad of bright stars. As it did, the sand moved, and slowly countless figures rose from beneath it. All of them were corpses with no flesh remaining of the perfectly black bones, some of creatures that resembled humans, some of towering giants, and some of beings who were too strange and terrifying to describe. In a clamor of rusted armor and a litany of howls, the hordes of abominations clashed against each other, continuing their terrible battle even in death. Nephis moved closer to the tree, which somehow remained an isle of calm in the sea of terror, and looked at the first skeleton. "You remind me of someone I knew. Come morning I will take you off the tree, to guide me though." The skeleton cackled. "Very well, vile creature. Even though you are revolting, I will keep my promise." Nephis grinned. "What do I call you then?" The skeleton remained silent for a bit. "A name, I used to have one of those before. What was it? Oh." He moved its jaw a little, and then said, Yuris of the Nine. Chapter 501, Step 2. As waves of summer heat assaulted the city, its concrete and alloy jungle had turned into a sweltering oven. The air filtration systems were running without pause to save the people from suffocating in the clouds of pollutants, and in poorer districts, water had to be rationed because of the draft. Luckily, none of that touched the peaceful terrace neighborhood. Here, people leisurely enjoyed the warm weather in the cool shade of the tall trees when they had free time, had unlimited access to fresh water and delightfully cold drinks, and lived their lives seemingly without a care in the world. Sonny was constantly surprised to find himself among these fortunate and prosperous people. For the past month, his life was very busy, but without any distress. He had been steadily working toward his various goals, slowly making progress toward each. His shadow fragments were nearing full saturation, and so were Saint's. He had returned to the dreamscape and participated in countless duels in the professional arenas, where the fighters were much more capable and gave him the opportunity to witness and comprehend many different battle styles. As the result, Sonny was able to further develop shadow dance, making his mastery of it much more solid. The prince of the underworld enchantment of the mantle was now also very different from how it had been before. Even if he wasn't going to reach the mark, 6,000 defeated opponents, anytime soon or even a third of it, he was still making consistent progress. The counter already showed 1579 6,000. The drawback, of course, was that with each day he went without losing a fight, Mongrel received more and more praise and attention. These days, each of his duels gathered an audience as large as that of the top Dreamscape broadcasters, especially because some sort of a yearly tournament seemed to be approaching. Mongrel's fans, however, were doomed to be bitterly disappointed. Sonny had no plans of participating in a foolish imaginary competition. He didn't care about fame and recognition, and was too busy to even spare it a thought. Apart from practicing shadow dance, he also continued training with Effie and Saint, slowly bringing his mastery of the spear close to that of his knowledge of the sword. He also had to run the brilliant Emporium, which was quickly blossoming into an actual enterprise thanks to Aiko's management and hard work. And of course, he had been training Rain. Come on, seriously. She was currently in his living room, staring at him with outrage. Sonny tilted his head a little. Sure, what seems to be the problem? Rain opened her mouth, then shook her head. Listen, Sonny, I understand that you are the teacher, I really do, but it has already been a month and all you taught me were wilderness survival lessons. And one, only one, strike, which I had repeated thousands of times already. When I asked you to train me, I thought. Sonny grinned. You thought what? That I will teach you how to decimate nightmare creatures and bring all your enemies to their knees. She coughed in embarrassment, then said in a small voice. Yes. He shrugged. But that is exactly what I am teaching you. Who do you think survives in the dream realm? The best swordsman? The strongest fighter? No, you need to be alive to fight a nightmare creature, and for that, you need to know how to find food, water, how to read tracks, and move through the environment without letting it kill you. And it will try to kill you, believe me. He paused, then added, Yes, they taught you the basics in school, but not nearly enough. You want to live long enough to become strong? Then this is step one. Rain let out a long sigh, and then looked at Effie for support. The huntress was currently balancing in her wheelchair with a bored expression on her face, waiting at the door for some snacks she had ordered to arrive. What? Listen to Sonny, kid. He might look like a wet weasel, but this guy knows his stuff. The things he lived through are simply beyond reason. Honestly, if he had any shame, he would be dead. Sonny spared her a dark glance and said, "Thanks, I guess." Rain frowned, accepting her defeat. A few moments later, she suddenly asked, "What's step 2? He raised an eyebrow. "What? You said that learning to navigate the environment without dying is step 1. What's step 2? Sonny looked at her for a few moments, then said, "It's about your mindset. You're not ready for step 2 yet, though. We'll get to it when the time is right." For someone like Rain, that step was going to be the hardest. She didn't really have an aptitude for violence yet because her life so far had been nice and soft. But she would have to not only come to terms with violence, but also adopt it into the very core of her being, make it one of the cornerstones of herself. That was the only way to survive the spell. Ironically, for Sonny, that step had been the easiest. In fact, he had made it long before his first nightmare, long before the spell even knew of his existence. Rain stared at him with disappointment, then sighed. "I just want to be strong like her." He blinked a couple of times. Like who?" Rain suddenly smiled. "The awakened who saved me. She is so amazing, so strong, so beautiful. A true warrior, not someone like you." Suddenly, a mortified expression replaced her wistful smile. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it like that. You are great too, Sonny, I'm sure, just, not on her level." Sonny stared at her for a bit, then said in a strange tone, "Sure, no offense taken. Not everyone is made to be a true warrior, that's right." He wanted to say something else, but at that moment his communicator suddenly rang, announcing an incoming call. Sonny frowned. Who might it be? Very few people ever called him. Looking at the screen, he suddenly felt a bit cold. It was the Sour Reaper herself, Ascended Jet. "What? Why is she calling me?" Sonny hesitated for a couple of moments, then answered the call. "Oh yes, Master Jet." The familiar voice, as relaxed as ever, came out of the speaker. "Oh, hey there, awakened sunless. Are you free right now?" "What does she want?" He glanced at Rain, thought for a bit, then said cautiously, "Sort of, why?" For a few moments, there was nothing but static, and the sound of a PTV moving coming out of the communicator. Then Master Jet asked, "Mind lending me a hand?" Chapter 502, Sudden Request. A strange expression appeared on Sonny's face. "Lend her a hand? Me? Why would a master need help from an awakened?" Meanwhile, Master Jet added, "You'll be generously rewarded, of course." "Well, I can't guarantee the generous part, really, but there will definitely be a reward." His eyes gleamed. "Really, what kind?" She chuckled. "A fair share of contribution points. Enough to exchange for a decent memory, at least. Plus, didn't you say that you owe me a favor?" That did not sound bad at all. Saint was on the verge of reaching the coveted 200-200 status, and was currently just a few shadow fragments away from it. However, Sonny couldn't really agree to the proposal without knowing what exactly she expected him to do. Or could he? Master Jet was one of the two Ascended he knew, and his only contact to the government. This was a relationship worth maintaining, which meant that it wasn't wise to refuse her request for assistance. Plus, Sonny quite liked her and also owed her a lot, even before she had saved him during the gate battle. They were both from the outskirts and had a rather good rapport. They had a connection. He lingered for a moment and then said, "All right, no problem, I'll do it." Master Jet answered with satisfaction in her voice. "Good, I'll come pick you up then." Sonny glanced around, evaluating how presentable his living room was. He was suddenly a bit nervous. "What the hell? What are you nervous for, fool?" He cleared his throat and then said, "Sure, oh wait, let me give you an address." Master Jet laughed. "Gee, Sonny, I work for the government, remember? I know your address." Before he could respond, the call was cut off. Sonny was left standing with a rather dumbfounded expression on his face. "She knows, well, of course she knows. I wonder what else she knows." Noticing the strange look on his face, Rain asked, "Did something bad happen?" Sonny sighed, then slowly shook his head. No, nothing bad. Just some business I have to deal with. Sorry, we'll have to continue the lesson next time. She stared at him for a moment, then shrugged. Well, all right, I'll practice back home then. With that, Rain picked up her training sword, said goodbye to Effie, and left. A couple of seconds after the door closed behind her, the former huntress gave him an amused look. That pupil of yours is a bit dense, isn't she? Sonny frowned, offended by her words. What do you mean? Effie giggled. Well, you've been tutoring her for a whole month, and she still has no idea who the two of us are. We're just two average, random awakened to her. I mean, it's not surprising that she didn't recognize you. But I am a very famous person, you know. Sonny smiled slightly. Yeah. Ah, yeah, your pride must be really hurt, venerable, raised by wolves. Please accept my sincere apologies. Not everyone, you see, is obsessed with the awakened. Rain, for example, is more interested in historical stuff, about or from before the spell. Plus, the government mostly uses your dream realm appearance to plaster all over the city, so... Effie waved a hand. I'm joking, you doofus. She's a good kid. She paused for a moment, and then added, That's why it hurts me to see her wasting money on a hack like you. At that moment, there was a sound of a PTV stopping nearby, and of light steps approaching their door. Effie's eyes shined. Turning her wheelchair, she opened the door and yelled. Finally! Master Jet stood on the porch in her usual deep blue uniform, with one hand raised to knock on the door. Her jacket, as always, was carelessly unbuttoned, revealing her slim waist and generous figure. Her short raven black hair was a bit messy, and there was a look of slight surprise in her icy blue eyes. Effie stared at the older woman for a few moments, disappointment clearly written on her face. Then she said dejectedly, Oh, you're not food delivery. A polite smile appeared on Master Jet's face. Ah, awakened Athena. It's an honor to meet the famous raised by wolves. I am Ascended Jet. Effie glanced at her, then at Sonny, then back at Master Jet. Then she smiled. Good job, doofus, I approve. Sonny gave her a murderous look, cursed inwardly, and turned to Master Jet. Do I need to prepare? She shook her head. Your usual memories should do. If everything goes well, you won't even need to use them. He hesitated and then asked, What if it doesn't go well? Master Jet grinned, making Sonny suddenly feel very uneasy for some reason. Well, then it'll go badly, won't it? We'll know when we know. With that, she looked at Effie and said, Please excuse us. Time is of the essence, so we will have to leave immediately. It was very nice to meet you, awakened Athena. Effie winked at her. Sure, it was nice to meet you too. Bring snacks next time. Sonny felt his ears turning red and promised himself to have a word with her when he got back. Or better yet, kill her. Yes, that would be much better. What next time? There won't be a next time. He quickly put on shoes and followed Master Jet outside, then got into the familiar PTV. As soon as the doors closed, she sent the vehicle moving at full speed, the acceleration pressing Sonny into the seat. The streets of the Terrace District flew by in a blur. Master Jet glanced at him, then said wistfully, That's a nice home you have there. Feels strange, right, to own one. I did the same thing after becoming an awakened, actually. Granted, it took me a bit longer to earn enough. You could have afforded a much better district, though. You know that, right? Sonny shrugged. Yeah, I know, but I like it here. It's quiet. She looked into the window and smiled. Can't deny that. Sonny waited for a few moments, then finally asked, Master Jet, sorry, but what exactly are we doing? She briefly glanced at the control screen of the PTV, sent it into a sharp turn, and answered calmly. We are going to hunt down a dangerous beast. He frowned. Beast? What kind of a beast? Master Jet remained silent for a few moments. Then she glanced at him and smiled darkly. The most dangerous beast there is, a human. Chapter 503, Harsh Reality. Sonny shifted in his seat, a bleak expression appearing on his face. A human? Why would a master be hunting down a human? There was police for that. Unless, of course, that human was an awakened. Sonny was aware that special government agents, carriers of the nightmare spell themselves, dealt with those awakened who broke the law, simply because police officers were often helpless against criminals that possessed inhuman strength and wielded bizarre or dangerous aspect abilities. It made sense that Master Jet would be involved in that side of government work, too. But honestly, he didn't know too much about how these things usually went. Glancing at her, Sonny asked, "Is it an awakened criminal?" Master Jet spared him a short glance. "A criminal, yes, you might say that." She remained quiet for a few moments, and then corrected herself. "No, actually do not. The man we must find is not a criminal. He is an animal, a rabid one." Sonny frowned. An interesting choice of words. Master Jet was concentrating on driving the PTV, so she didn't answer immediately. When she did, however, her voice was strangely calm. "You are not an inexperienced sleeper anymore, Sonny, so I will be straightforward. You, of all people, should be able to understand. The nightmares, the dream realm, they take a toll. Some people endure, some people break. Some people carry the nightmares back with them to the real world." A dark expression slowly appeared on her face. "From what I heard about the Forgotten Shore, you witnessed the worst of what the spell does to us. Yes, we awakened are at the top of the world, those who return alive, that is. We have all the privileges, all the money, all the power. But the mark it leaves on us never goes away. After all the pain, blood, and horror, after all the crap we the lucky few are forced to survive, many crack." Master Jet looked at the road, her icy eyes full of unimaginable coldness. "Some crack a little and some crack a lot. The government portrays us awakened as powerful and noble, the saviors of the world. But really, most of us are walking on the edge, just one little step away from madness. All that trauma can mess one up really good, you know? It's all a big, big mess. So when one of the awakened loses control up and makes that last step, what do you think happens?" Sonny remained silent for a while, thinking about the damage a deranged awakened could do in the mundane world. His expression became dark and heavy. He didn't even want to imagine. "When that happens, you receive a call." Master Jet glanced at him and smiled. "Smart, yes, when an awakened goes out of control, I or someone like me receives the call. Things like that usually don't get out because the government doesn't want them to. For obvious reasons. Everything is dealt with quietly, and so here we are." Sonny didn't speak for a bit. Then he asked, "So what exactly is going to happen? We find this guy, talk him down or overpower him, and then put him in cuffs, arrest him." What a funny thought that was. Him making an arrest. Sonny had been on the other side of this equation a few times in the past, and never in his life had he imagined putting handcuffs on someone and not the other way around. Master Jet gave him a complicated look. There was almost pity. "No, we are not going to arrest him." Sonny blinked a couple of times. "Will he be free to walk around as if nothing happened until the trial?" Of course, there was another, much darker answer. As if reading his thoughts, Jet slowly shook her head. "No, no, he won't be walking around." Sonny looked into the window. Master Jet sighed. "If they summon me, then things are already beyond that. Think about it. If a mundane human needs to be contained, you can put them in prison. But we are awakened. Realistically, there is no prison that can be built to hold us, not with every aspect being unique and demanding unique means of containment. So there will be no arrest, and there will be no trial." She accelerated the PTV even further, and then said evenly, "There will only be an execution." Sonny looked out the window, not sure how he felt about that. Yes, what Master Jet said made sense. Awakened were too powerful and too dangerous. If one of them lost control, then they needed to be dealt with somehow. In a perfect world, they would go through the same process that mundane humans went through. They would be arrested, tried, and either locked in a cell or receive proper help in a mental institution. But this was not a perfect world. So instead, they would just be hunted down and executed, and the whole thing would be swept under the rug to preserve the spotless reputation the awakened enjoyed. Although harsh, this was the somber reality. He wasn't against the idea itself. He just didn't know how to feel about the fact that this time, he was going to be the executioner. Finally turning to Master Jet, Sonny lingered for a few moments and then asked, "So why me of all people? Why ask me for help?" Master Jet glanced at him, then grinned. "3 reasons, really." She blew through an intersection, almost crashing into a heavy cargo vehicle, and then dodged it at the last second. First, I know you. There are many people who could have helped, but very few whom I would trust to have my back. Sunny nodded, strangely pleased to hear that. Second, from the initial information I received, the suspect might have an aspect that is somewhat similar to yours. High affinity to shadows. So you'll be helpful when we're tracking him down, and if things go south, he won't be able to escape easily. Another shadow user interesting. She gave him a calm look and added, and lastly, there are a lot of people working for the government, but very few who are suited for this kind of work. Unlike you and I. Sunny considered her words. After a while, he asked, because I am from the outskirts, just like you. Master Jet remained silent for a bit, and then gave him a bright smile. No, because you are a killer, just like me. Chapter 504, The Right People. Sunny wanted to deny her words, but in the end, simply turned away to look at the city streets flying by. Master Jet knew, of course. She had long known that he had the capacity to be a killer because of the cruel past the two of them shared. And more than that, she had access to the records about the events of the Forgotten Shore that the government agents had compiled. Out there, Sunny had killed his fair share of people. He had not been the most active participant in the civil war for the throne of the Bright Castle, but his hands were covered. And blood, too. There were very few survivors of the Dark City who, like Aiko, managed to go through that morbid ordeal without staining themselves with human blood. And then there were other lives that almost no one knew that he had ended. Castor Harris, the hunters who had kept Kai locked in the dark well, and Harper. Even before that, he had killed the old slaver, Shifty, Scholar, and Oro of the Nine without batting an eye. Honestly, it was not a big deal. Except for maybe Harper, Sunny never lost sleep over any of the humans that had died by his hand. If he was honest with himself, he had to admit that some of them he even enjoyed killing, a little. And it was precisely the fact that he didn't think of it as a big deal that proved Master Jet's words. Sunny was a killer, and not in the sense that he had killed before or had been taught how to. He had an innate aptitude for that sort of thing, and there were not a lot of people who did. In fact, he only knew 3. The first one was himself. The second was Nephis. She was the one who had taught him about murder, after all. Maybe that was one of the reasons why Changing Star had chosen to impart her family battle style to Sunny. Maybe she had recognized that the two of them were similar, that both of them had seen and known the truth of this world, that he would be able to understand. The third one was Master Jet. Sunny suddenly realized that he didn't know much about her, apart from her rank, her past as a kid from the outskirts, and her role as a government operative. Everything that he thought he knew about Master Jet had come from what others told him about her, painting an intimidating and imposing picture of the fearsome Soul Reaper. That picture, however, did not reveal the real human hidden behind the loud nickname. In fact, it only served to obscure her more. What nightmares Jet herself had survived on her path to becoming a master? What were her hopes, her convictions? What were her goals? He had no idea. Thinking about it, Sunny hesitated for a while and then said, Master Jet, can I ask you a question? She glanced at him briefly and smiled. Sure. Sunny carefully chose his words before formulating a question. In the end, he asked simply, why are you not a saint? Master Jet laughed, her voice full of amusement. What a peculiar question. You say it as though becoming a saint is something that just anyone can do. He shook his head, not willing to let it go. But you are not just anyone. Sure, you might be younger than most masters out there, but very few of them can compare to you in terms of talent and power. The fact that you chose to challenge the second nightmare proves that you have ambition. So why stop? She spared him another glance and asked with an easy smile. Why, what have you heard? Sunny shifted uncomfortably. Crap. I've been told that no one wants to go into a nightmare with you because of your problematic personality. Murderous savage and psychopathic killer, these were the precise words they used. Sorry. Her smile turned whiter. Really, haven't heard those before. I like it, but what do you yourself think? He remained silent for a bit, and then said with a bit of doubt. I don't think I buy it. I just took it at face value as an inexperienced sleeper, but after the Forgotten Shore, that statement doesn't seem to make sense. Sure, it is important to trust those who you enter the nightmare with, but at the end of the day, strength is strength, and you are very strong. You also work for the government, which proves your ability to be an adequate part of a larger collective, to work in a team, so I simply don't understand. Master Jet did not speak for a while, concentrating on the road. Eventually, she answered, a hint of darkness finding its way into her voice. That is because you don't know enough. You're young and haven't had to deal with the awakened affairs a lot. Plus, some of these things people only learn after reaching a certain stage. You're not at that stage yet, but since you asked, I'll answer. She looked at him, the smile disappearing from her face. It is very simple, really. Basically, you need the right people to help you become a master. But to become a saint, you need for the right people to not obstruct you. Take it as you will. She didn't say anything else, and Sonny did now ask, a deep frown appearing on his face. For the right people to not obstruct you. He understood what Master Jet was hinting at, of course. He knew enough to come to the right conclusion. What she just told him was that to become a saint, one had to receive permission. And it wasn't too hard to realize who had to give that permission. The sovereigns. Who else but them? The three supremes who ruled the most powerful awakened, the legacy clans from the shadows. Come to think of it, such an arrangement made a lot of sense. There were just a few dozen saints in the world, and each of them possessed unbelievable Mindibi. Ogling powers. Would the sovereigns have allowed for such powerful individuals to exist outside of their control? From everything that Sonny knew about the vile nature of power and how the world worked, the answer was obvious no. So, did every saint out there actually belong to one of the sovereigns? It seemed that they did. Even Sky Tide of the White Feather clan, who gave Sonny an impression of being a reclusive and fiercely independent woman, was beholden to a great clan, and therefore to Anvil of Valor, Vale of Aster, Song, and Vale, the sovereign of that clan. What about people like Master Jet, then? Someone capable enough to become a saint, but either labeled as undesirable or simply unwilling to submit to one of the Supremes. What was the obstruction she had spoken about? Was it a simple lack of support, or would the sovereigns go much further to prevent an independent saint from appearing in the world? If they had no problem with sending assassins to kill the 6-year-old daughter of their former comrade and companion, then they would surely have none with making someone like Jet meet an unfortunate end, should she act out of line. He lowered his head and briefly covered his eyes with a hand. It's absolutely the same crap as what Gunlog had done in the Bright Castle. Gods, how unoriginal. But that was the thing about vile things. People loved to romanticize evil and those who committed it, creating countless alluring characters to act as compelling and brilliant villains. But in reality, human evil was almost always banal. It always followed the same disgusting, predictable paths and led to the same hateful end. No wonder Nephis wanted to destroy them so much. Sonny's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the PTV coming to an abrupt stop. Looking out the window, he saw that they had arrived at a dark and narrow alley, which was currently blocked off by a police cordon. Blinking lights of several armored police vehicles drowned it in an unsettling glow, and there were many officers on the scene, their faces pale and tense. Master Jet yawned, stretched, and gave him a crooked grin. Rise and shine, awakened sunless. We've arrived. Chapter 505, The Slaughterhouse. Sonny get out of the PTV, somewhat apprehensive of what he was about to see. The police officers present at the scene looked very relieved to see Master Jet and him appear. Their tense faces cleared, and the darkness hiding in their eyes seemed to dissipate a little. This was not at all how these types of situations were usually portrayed in popular media. In the crime mystery shows, whenever a plucky mundane detective encountered a cold and by-the-book awakened agent, their relationship always started very confrontationally, with mutual disdain and debates over who was supposed to handle the case, only to end as an entertaining team-up, of course. Once again, reality turned out to be very different from how storytellers liked to portray it. There was no conflict over jurisdiction or negativity expressed by the police officers. Instead, they were genuinely happy to see the awakened specialists arrive. Well, of course they were. It was just as the old policeman had once told, right before Sonny faced the first nightmare. If he died there and no awakened was near, they would have to fight the nightmare creature his body had turned into themselves. And that was not something mundane humans ever wished to do. Master Jet walked over to one of the policemen and greeted him with a short nod. Despite the fact that he was much older than her, not to mention Sonny himself, the officer treated them with the utmost respect. "Nice to see you again, ma'am. Greetings, sir. Let me show you the way." He led them deeper into the alley, toward a heavy metal door that hid in the deep shadows. It was wide open, and there were strange flashes of intense white light coming out of it, mixing with the red glow of the police sirens. The whole situation seemed a little surreal to Sonny, as though he was in the midst of a strange dream. "I mean, where else would I be addressed as sir by a police officer? Life sure is funny sometimes." Slightly amused by this thought, he turned to Master Jet and asked, "What is this place?" She hesitated for a few moments, then said in an unexpectedly dark tone, "It's a club of sorts, called the Slaughterhouse, one of the few such establishments in the city." Sonny stared at the door, which had no sign or any indication that there was a club on the other side of it. Was this a marketing ploy to create a feeling of mystique and exclusivity, or were there things going on inside that needed to be hidden? A peculiar name for a nightclub. Master Jet smiled with a corner of her mouth. "It is meant for a very specific clientele. The ground floor is your usual dance club, but beneath it there is a VIP area with an underground arena. There is nothing illegal going on there, just things that are in poor taste." She paused and then added somberly, "They send echoes, usually dormant beasts, to fight against mundane fighters there. The fighters are paid generously, of course, and the club profits from the rich assholes who enjoy watching this sort of thing enough to recoup losses if one of the echoes is accidentally destroyed. Everyone wins, I guess." Sonny frowned. He knew that wealthy people were big fans of wasteful forms of entertainment, and that there were arenas where precious echoes were made to fight each other just for the spectacle of it. Hiring mundane humans to battle them, though, wasn't it a bit too much? Did I suddenly become a child after the awakening? Of course, nothing was ever too much. Sonny knew all about how vice worked from his childhood in the outskirts. His current surprise was just because he lacked knowledge of what forms it took among the more affluent layers of society. "So what happened in that slaughterhouse?" Master Jet shrugged. "That's what we have to find out. All I know is that everyone inside is dead. Kind of ironic, actually." The police officer guiding them spared her a glance, and then said hoarsely, "It's a proper mess there, ma'am. Not for people with weak stomachs, and also not something that a mundane human would have been able to do." Charming. Inside, the air was filled with the smell of blood. Sonny found himself in a vast hall flooded by flashing lights, blinding white mixing with short moments of absolute darkness to create a strange and invasive atmosphere. It was hard to perceive anything in this strobe light hell. Master Jet frowned. "What's with the light show?" The policeman looked down in embarrassment. "Sorry, ma'am. We figured out how to turn off the music, but the lights are giving us some trouble." She gave him an unamused look. "Well, get on with it." The officer turned around and walked away, shouting at his colleagues. A few moments later, the hall suddenly became enveloped in darkness, and then the regular illumination kicked in. Without the constantly flashing strobe lights, the club looked smaller and more worn down than Sonny had expected. He did not pay too much attention to the design of the interior, the raised stage, or the bar with hundreds of expensive-looking bottles standing on the shelves behind it. With a gloomy expression on his face, Sonny was looking at the bodies. There were more than a dozen of them, all broken and terribly disfigured, as if chewed and spewed out by a tornado. But of course, a natural disaster had nothing to do with what had happened in the seedy club. The result only looked like it. This was the work of an awakened. Suddenly, he remembered Master Jet's question, seeing it in a new light. When an awakened loses control, what do you think happens? The answer was right in front of him. Terribly battered human bodies were lying on the floor, drowning in pools of blood. Indeed, this was not a sight for those who had weak stomachs, but, for better or worse, Sonny had seen enough horrors to not be moved too much by such a scene. It left a deep impression even on him, though. Sonny didn't have to look too closely to realize what had transpired. The position of the bodies, the nature of their wounds, the murderer had not used some powerful memory or let an echo loose on these people. No, it was much simpler. They just did it with their hands. Back during the gate battle, Sunny had thrown a heavy vehicle at the advancing horde of nightmare creatures, carving a bloody path in their ranks. That was the strength of an awakened. Even if he had been augmented by a shadow, his own strength was still vastly superior to that of a mundane human. A frenzied awakened could tear through a dozen humans in a matter of seconds, and none of them would be able to do anything to stop it. In front of a spell carrier, mundane humans were like paper dolls. It only took a little effort to destroy them. That bastard. Sunny remembered how he had doubted whether or not he wanted to play the role of an executioner on the way to the crime scene. Rain could have been one of the victims. He could have been one, too, before becoming an awakened. As he was looking at the broken bodies, all his doubts disappeared. Chapter 506, Silent Witnesses. As Sunny studied the bodies, Master Jet went away to talk to the police officers, and then returned with one of them. There was a disappointed expression on her face. No usable recordings left. Figures, places like this one only exist because they value the privacy of their clients, and the few cameras they did have shown nothing but darkness. Sunny looked at her, then sighed. Not much to tell from the victims, too. The murderer just used their fists. She shrugged. That's how it usually goes, in situations like this. The most likely scenario is that the murderer was one of the clients, who went on a rampage because of either alcohol or stimulants, and a momentary failure to hold on to their sanity. So I doubt that this mess was premeditated. Master Jet remained silent for a moment, and then added. He was lucid enough to use his aspect to obscure the cameras, though, so dealing with him won't be too simple. With that, she turned to the police officer and asked, "Any survivors? Do we have witnesses?" He hesitated for a bit, then gave her a strange look. That yes, actually, there are a few, but... The officer didn't finish the sentence, and just stared at them with an uneasy expression. Sunny raised an eyebrow. But what, are they refusing to talk? The policeman shook his head slowly. No, they're not refusing. I don't know, something is wrong with them. They just don't speak or even react, really. I've seen a lot of people in shock, and sometimes they can seem almost catatonic. But this is something else. Gave us all the creeps, to be honest. Sunny and Master Jet glanced at each other, and then one of them said, "Lead the way." The officer sighed, then escorted them to the back of the club, where an inconspicuous door led to the service rooms. The witnesses were gathered in a small office, standing there motionlessly, with nervous paramedics trying to determine the reason for their condition. There were 5 of them, all sharing the same blank, strangely peaceful expression on their faces. They were completely silent, motionless, and still. They did not react to the arrival of new people at all. Their eyes were calm and empty. Sunny paled. How is this possible? It only took him a second to recognize what was wrong with the survivors, of course. In fact, they weren't survivors at all. These people were dead. To be more precise, they were hollow. How can a mundane human be hollow? Suddenly, he felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Looking at Master Jet, he saw that she had a deep frown on her face, too. The massacre in the dance hall was bad enough, but this just made the whole situation frightening and eerie. If before Sunny was just disgusted, now he was starting to get concerned. What the hell? Master Jet stared at the 5 hollows for a few moments, then turned to the paramedics. Go take a break, guys. Let these people be. They are already dead. One of the paramedics, a mature woman with short blonde hair and gentle eyes, looked at her with confusion. I'm sorry, ma'am, but they're fine. We need to. Jet let out a heavy sigh. Their souls are destroyed. There is nothing you can do to help them. Something else will take care of the rest. The paramedic looked at her for a while, then glanced at the ground and silently walked away. Her colleagues followed, expressions of regret, anger, and horror clearly written on their faces. The police officer stayed, but made a point of standing as far away from the hollows as he could. Master Jet stood silently for a few moments, her scowls growing deeper, then turned to Sunny. Answering your question, I don't know. He hesitated for a bit, then asked, but how can a mundane human become a hollow? It's only supposed to happen to those who die in the dream realm, right? She glanced at him, then silently shook her head. Eventually, Master Jet said, Wrong, there is a very small chance of a powerful soul attack creating a hollow. But beings capable of dealing direct soul damage are very rare, so it doesn't happen too often. Almost never, really. Sunny walked closer to the 5 empty humans and studied them. Can you do something like this? Master Jet lingered for a bit, then answered simply. If I am really precise. Something was very wrong with these people, and not just the fact that they were hollow. There was something else, something that almost made Sunny's hair stand on end. A feeling of subtle but profound wrongness. He reached out with shadow sense and flinched. Master Jet did not miss that sudden reaction. What, did you discover something? Sunny gritted his teeth, then nodded. They're shadows, they're dead. She stared at him with a raised eyebrow. How does this work? I don't know much about shadow affinity, sorry. It's a very rare type of aspect. Does damage to a shadow correlate to soul damage? Sunny thought for a bit, then shrugged. I am not so sure myself. There's no manual for it, after all. But only 2 things ever managed to damage my shadow. One was another shadow, and the other was a soul attack. Sunny wasn't sure that he was comfortable providing Master Jet, a person specializing in exactly such a type of attack, with this information, but decided to share it nevertheless. He trusted her that much, at least. So, since shadows are susceptible to soul damage, it is not too much of a leap to assume that they share a deep connection to the soul, or are tied to it somehow at least. She nodded and remained silent for a while, thinking. Then, Master Jet echoed his recent question. Can you do something like this? Sunny shook his head. No, my aspect doesn't have means of dealing damage to someone's shadow, at least not yet. His shadow sense, meanwhile, spread throughout the whole club, owing him to perceive it as a whole. And there, deeper underground, he noticed something strange. Sunny lingered for a few moments, and then turned to the police officer. Gather your colleagues and leave. Don't come inside again until either Master Jet or I tell you to. The policeman opened his mouth, wishing to say something, then simply nodded and hurriedly walked away. Master Jet glanced at Sunny with a question in her eyes. What was that all about? Sunny gave her a dark look. That's how do I say this. I think the killer is still inside. Chapter 507, LN the Spotlight. Chapter 507, LN the Spotlight. Master Jet remained silent for a second, then asked calmly. Are you sure? This place has been swept multiple times before we arrived. Sunny nodded. He is here underground. She looked down, her face slowly turning somber. Well, I guess we should go and say hi. Sunny nodded and made a step toward the door of the small office. However, she suddenly stopped him. Wait. He looked at her with a bit of confusion. Yes. Master Jet hesitated for a few moments. There was a complicated expression on her face. Finally, she said, there are very few people with a shadow affinity aspect in the world, and even fewer who frequent places such as this. Sunny frowned. What are you trying to say? She looked at him darkly. I'm saying that I might know this guy. In fact, when I heard that there was an incident in the slaughterhouse, I already had a suspicion of who was responsible. He blinked a couple of times. You know the murderer. Master Jet shrugged. There are hundreds of thousands of awakened in the world. That seems like a big number, but in fact, it is not. If you live long enough, sooner or later, you will know of everyone who is worth knowing, more or less. It's a small world. She paused for a moment, and then added, Point is, if I am right, then this will be dangerous. This guy is not someone who has spent his whole life behind a citadel wall. He was the real deal, a specialist. Sunny glanced at the 5 hollows, then frowned slightly. A specialist, what a peculiar word. But he understood what Master Jet had meant. Most of the awakened were thrust into the spell and tried desperately to survive, striving to return to a semblance of a normal life. A much smaller amount, for whatever reason, embraced their new nightmarish reality and adapted to it, even thrived in it. They shaped their lives to suit the deadly challenge of the nightmare spell, and not the other way around. Sunny was one of these specialists himself, after all. If he is such a specialist, then how did this mess happen? Master Jet shook her head. Who do you think are the most compromised awakened? Folks who spent as little time as possible in the dream realm and then returned to their actual lives. No, it's people like us, the professionals. He thought on it for a bit, then said with confusion, I don't get it, even if he is a seasoned fighter, so what? You are an ascended. Surely dealing with him will be easy. Master Jet shook her head. Nothing is ever easy, Sonny. That is a mindset that will get you killed. No matter how powerful you are, one mistake is all it takes. Raw power doesn't always decide the outcome of the fight. You should know this already. Every aspect has a flaw and every power has a counter, so keep your guard up. Sonny had to agree that she was right. His own experience served as the perfect proof. Horace had died by his hand because Sonny's aspect was a perfect counter to his formidable ability, and Castor had been undone by his flaw. He remained silent for a few moments, and then said, When we confront this guy, pay attention to your shadow. Don't let him get anywhere near it. Master Jet frowned, and then gave him a simple nod. Together, they returned to the dance hall, and then found another heavy metal door. Behind it, a narrow staircase led further down to the underground arena. The arena itself was larger than Sonny had imagined, and looked more like a luxurious theater than a fighting pit. The rows of seats were furnished with red velvet, and there were private boxes for the most affluent of the visitors. The arena itself resembled a stage and was surrounded by a protective barrier fashioned out of transparent alloy. The whole space was sparsely illuminated, with deep shadows nesting between the areas of light. Still, one could more or less see everything. Master Jet studied the interior of the arena, then said quietly, There's no one here. Sonny lingered for a moment, then walked over to a control panel hidden in one of the boxes and moved several switches. A moment later, bright spotlights ignited on the ceiling, flooding the arena with a bright radiance. The wave of light chased away the shadows, and suddenly a figure of a man could be seen in the very center of the stage, sitting on the floor with his face buried in his hands. Previously, that place had seemed to be utterly empty. The man grimaced and then raised his head to stare at the lights with a dark expression. A hoarse voice resounded in the silence of the underground theater. Bastards, why can't they just leave me alone? The murderer was around 30, with a gaunt, unshaven face and bloodshot eyes. There were several used stimulant packs lying on the floor around him, as well as shards of a broken liquor bottle. His clothes, hands, and face were covered with blood, but the man didn't seem to mind. Blocking the light with one hand, he lowered his gaze and slowly focused it on Master Jet and Sonny. A hint of recognition slowly appeared in his eyes, which was then replaced with contempt. Is that you, Soul Reaper? Hell, they sent the attack dog herself after me. Ha, what an honor. Sonny sighed inwardly. What was it with people and calling others dogs? He really didn't get it. Dogs were marvelous creatures from what he knew. Of course, only the rich could afford to have one. Dogs were the rich man's best friend. Jet took a step forward, piercing the man with a cold, cold gaze. The murderer shivered. Hi there, Kurt. Long time no see. After hearing her voice, the man called Kurt suddenly grinned. Yeah, long time indeed. You got really full of yourself lately, haven't you, Jet? Funny that a government lapdog like you finds it beneath herself to associate with upstanding people like me. Back in the day, you at least knew how to show respect, bitch. Ignoring his insult, she smiled too. Do you even understand what you have done, Kurt? The grin disappeared from his face. As Sonny and Jet slowly walked toward the arena, he furtively looked away. What, that mess upstairs? Ah, shit, who cares? They were just cattle anyway. Mundanes only exist to produce more of us, right? So what's the big deal? Sonny's eye twitched. He's a proper bastard, isn't he? Master Jet, meanwhile, stopped smiling. I care, Kurt, I care. He suddenly laughed. Wait, you're being serious. You're really going to do the whole thing? I'm getting the full parade. Fuck, that's hilarious. Suddenly, an ugly expression appeared on his face. Have you forgotten who you are, Jet? Gods, did becoming a master give you that big of a head? Come on, we all know who you work for and who I work for. You'll still be a master when I am a saint, wench. He glanced at Sonny, and then added in a mocking tone. Look, you even had to bring a kid to help you out. I guess no adult is willing to get your stench on them. Then Kurt got a bit serious and stared at Jet darkly, deep shadows slowly gathering around him. Look, I get it. I fucked up, so let's have it. Give me a slap on the hand on be on your merry way, all right? I'm having a really hard day as it is we all know that you won't dare to do more anyway. Master Jet tilted her head a little, and then said with amusement, "Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Kurt. I do dare. Yeah, we both know who I work for and who your sorry ass works for. But the thing is, I don't give a damn." She chuckled and outstretched one hand, as if ready to summon her weapon. Kurt laughed again. This time, however, his laugh was a bit desperate. Then he looked down and whispered, "Ah, well, not like it matters anyway. You know about the obel scale, so why even bother? Nothing will change." He remained still for a moment, and then suddenly exploded with movement. After that, everything happened very fast. Chapter 508, Battle of the Shadows. Chapter 508, Battle of the Shadows. Kurt moved with terrible speed, covering the distance between the center of the arena and the first row of the seats, where Sunny and Master Jet were, in a split second. Just from the way he moved, it was easy to tell that his soul core had been fully saturated a long time ago. He was indeed a powerful awakened. Still, it wasn't enough time to summon a memory. The white sparks that were supposed to form into a glaive were just starting to manifest themselves around Jet's hand, but he was already upon her. One of Kurt's hands shot forward, a knife forged out of a strange, lusterless alloy appearing in it as if out of nowhere. There was no magic involved in its sudden appearance, though. The knife had just been hidden in a secret sheath on his forearm. Of course, Master Jet was much faster. She blocked the strike before it could ever reach her flesh. At the last moment, however, Kurt twisted his wrist and let go of the handle, sending the knife flying past her. Right at Sunny. He had barely any time to react. The cruel sight was still in the process of being summoned, so Sunny used his other hand to try and swat the knife away. It jerked up, but then froze. No, wronged. A fraction of a second too late, Sunny realized that the knife was not aimed at his body. It was aimed at his shadow. And since he had wasted precious time being mistaken about the killer's intentions, it was too late to move his body away to make the shadow shift out of harm's way. Luckily, Sunny's shadow could move on its own. It suddenly went out of the sync with his movements and emped away, letting the knife bury itself in the floor and send a net of cracks through the sturdy synthwood boards. Shaken, Sunny belatedly jumped back. What is this? Any other awakened would have been killed by that devious attack, most likely. To Kurt's misfortune, though, he had met a fighter well-versed in all things shadow. A few steps away, Master Jet was already turning her block into an attack. Her fist seemed to teleport forward, tearing through the air so fast that it sent a small shockwave rolling through the underground arena. Kurt had long disengaged, though. As soon as he threw the knife, he saturated his body with essence and lunged back, smashing through the velvet seats and momentarily appearing a dozen meters away. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he was already moving again, dashing sideways. At the same time, more knives flew at terrible speed toward Master Jet and Sunny. Their purpose was not to kill or wound them, but just to slow them down. One was meant for the Ascended, one for Sunny, and the last one for his shadow. Sunny dodged the knife and summoned the shadow to wrap itself around his body, feeling his strength and speed become even more enhanced. He dashed forward and finally felt the cool wooden surface of the cruel sight's hilt appear in his hand. Not too bad. Jet's voice tore this thought to shreds. Be careful, he's planning something. Before she could finish the thought, a dark smile appeared on Kurt's face. In the next moment, something massive broke through the floorboards and struck her, or at least tried to. Soul Reaper easily sidestepped the attack and jumped back, then suddenly twisted, making her shadow grow smaller. A fourth knife appeared out of nowhere and pierced the floor where it had been just a moment ago. Kurt clicked his tongue. So annoying. Sunny, meanwhile, was staring at the thing that crawled from under the floor. It looked like a mound of worn rags, with two long arms that had one too many joints growing out of it, each ending in 3 terrifying curved claws. The towering thing was vaguely humanoid in shape, with broad shoulders and a small head covered by a tattered hood. He felt angry at his own stupidity. An echo curses, of course he has an echo. Why else would the bastard frequent the slaughterhouse and its underground arena? Something didn't add up, though. Whatever that thing was, it didn't look like any kind of a dormant beast Sonny had ever seen. If he had to guess, he would be willing to bet that the creature was at least of the fallen rank and had at least 3 soul cores hiding in its raggedy carcass. Maybe more. Weren't the arena meant for dormant echoes? As a vicious-looking curved sword appeared in Kurt's hands, Sonny got his answer. 3 more nightmare creatures suddenly appeared out of the shadows. These seemed not to be fallen, at least. He wasn't sure if they were beasts or monsters, though, just that they looked rather menacing. One was covered in black chitin and had a long tail that ended in a jagged blade, drops of poison falling from it and leaving smoldering holes on the floor. The other was like a repulsive mix of a human and a pale centipede, its limbs numerous and thin as bone needles. The last one resembled a marionette with sharp knives sewn to its wrists. The 4 echoes surrounded Master Jet. If it was anybody else, Sonny might have been worried. Soul Reaper, though, seemed unperturbed. She simply raised her glaive and smiled darkly. The air in the underground arena suddenly felt bitterly cold. She was probably capable of handling the echoes without too much trouble, even if one of them was a fallen demon or worse. Would she be able to do so while also paying attention to her shadow, though? That was not something people intuitively knew how to do. As the nightmare creatures attacked, Kurt surrounded himself with dancing shadows and dashed forward, while Sonny simply took a step back and suddenly appeared in his way. The more shadows the bastard used, the easier it was for Sonny to get to him after all. He noticed a hint of surprise in the killer's eyes and brought the cruel sight down. The somber memory was in the form of a short sword right now, so the almost non-existent distance between the two of them was not an issue. Somehow Kurt managed to dodge the silver blade and swiped at Sonny with his curved sword. Although he was incredibly fast, Sonny was much, much faster. He moved the cruel sight and blocked the strike without too much effort. Easy. Simultaneously, Master Jet's words echoed in his mind. One mistake is all it takes. Yeah, Sonny knew it all too well. Usually, he was the beneficiary of this deadly truth and exploited the mistakes of his enemies to bring them down. This time, however, the situation was reversed. As something broke with a deafening crash and a roar full of agony resounded behind their backs, a triumphant spark appeared in Kurt's eyes. At the same time, his shad suddenly moved. Even though the curved sword was already blocked, its black reflection held in the shadow's hand continued to swiftly approach Sonny's flesh. Before it could cut him down, though, the blade of the cruel sight suddenly ignited with blinding radiance, summoning pure sunlight into the underground arena. Sonny had activated the Light Eater enchantment, which could absorb and expel light. Because it shined much brighter than the lamps illuminating the theater, Kurt's shadow was suddenly thrown away, appearing behind him and far away from Sonny. An expression of shock twisted the killer's gaunt face, and he swiftly jumped back, creating distance between himself and the radiant short sword, which was already flying toward his heart. The hilt of the cruel sight, however, suddenly elongated, turning into the shaft of a spear. Before Kurt could do anything, the silver blade pierced his armor and buried itself deep in his chest. He opened his mouth, eyes full of disbelief. Before any words could escape it, though, the spearhead turned furiously incandescent, and suddenly the killer's body became enveloped with white flames. In mere seconds, he had turned into ash. Sonny sighed. You have slain an awakened human, Kurt. Your shadow grows stronger. What a pity, I hope to receive more than a single fragment from a fellow shadow user. The spell wasn't done talking, though. You have received an echo. Chapter 509, Ghastly Reward. In the deadly silence that settled over the underground arena after the spell had spoken its last sentence, Sonny stared motionlessly at the flakes of ash swirling in the air. An echo. He was now in possession of a new echo. A human echo. Of course, it was only logical that an awakened could leave one behind. Sonny had received his first-ever memory after killing a human, after all, and those were not too different. However, somehow, he had never considered commanding an echo left behind by a dead man. One that he had killed with his own 2 hands, no less. Wasn't it a little bit too ghastly? He imagined the soulless, empty copy of Kurt staring at him with lifeless eyes, and shivered a little. The situation was only made more morbid by the fact that a softly glowing soul shard was left in the pile of ash that the killer had turned into. Just like with nightmare creatures, the strange nature of Sunny's aspect left the crystal intact despite absorbing the shadow fragment. If an ordinary awakened was in his place, the shard would have formed empty and cracked. Sunny had never dug into the corpses of his human victims to retrieve one, so this was his first time seeing a soul shard left behind by one of his own kind. Before Master Jet could see it, too, Sunny bent down, picked up the luminescent crystal, and hid it in his sleeve. His face twitched slightly. Just as he did, an amused voice resounded from behind him. "Well, I'll be damned, that was fast." He hesitated for a moment and then turned around. Master Jet was surrounded by a scene of devastation, the interior of the underground theater in her vicinity completely destroyed. She was casually leaning on her glaive, and there was an amused expression on her face. Kurt's echoes, of course, had disappeared after his death. However, Sunny didn't know how many of them she had killed before that happened. In any case, there were no wounds on her body. Master Jet whistled. "You actually put down the bastard all by yourself. That's nicely done, Sunny." From her voice, it was clear that she was pleasantly surprised. And why wouldn't she be? Kurt had been an awakened with at least 10 years of experience under his belt, with a fully saturated soul core and an insidious, deadly aspect. While Sunny had become an awakened less than a year ago. He was never formally trained and had no clan or organization supporting his growth. Not bad for a kid from the outskirts. He shrugged. He was overly reliant on the unique nature of his powers. A little knowledge of the shadows was all it took, really. She slowly shook her head. "Maybe you're right. Still, Kurt had quite a reputation back in the day. But hey, why am I surprised? They gave you the SS designation for a reason." With that, Master Jet sighed and looked at the pile of ash with a complicated expression. After a few moments of silence, she added, "You know, he was a promising young awakened, too, once. One of the few who didn't treat me like a walking corpse back in the academy." Sunny glanced at the ashes, trying to imagine Kurt as young and promising. It wasn't too hard, however. Thinking about a person he had killed this way made him uncomfortable. It was better to remember him as he had been at the end, a depraved, demented murderer. More of a rabid beast, really, than an actual human. Sunny scratched the back of his head. So then what happened to him? Master Jet lingered for a bit, and then shrugged. "Life, I guess. Not everyone is cut out for the kind of life we live. In fact, very few are." Sunny dismissed the cruel sight, thought for a few moments, and then asked the question he really wanted to ask. "So, that stuff he told about having a powerful protector, what was that all about? Are you going to be in trouble? Wait, am I?" Jet smiled. "What, did you believe that fool? Don't worry, he was just being delusional. Sure, he had rather powerful masters, but these people, they're not going to make a fuss about someone like him. Kurt became of no use to them the moment he lost control. What's more, he turned into a liability, so if anything, we did them a favor by taking care of the mess ourselves." Her smile suddenly grew wider, but also darker. "And if they decide otherwise, I'm not so easy to deal with, Sunny, and they would have to go through me first to get to you." He frowned a little, then nodded, accepting her reasoning. It all made sense, after all. Powerful people were also practical sort. They wouldn't hesitate to discard a broken tool, and that was what people like Kurt were, tools to be used and discarded once they couldn't be used anymore. Good thing I didn't join a legacy clan. I guess that is what I would have become if I did. Master Jet warned me against it for a reason. Then something else came to his mind. The strange words Kurt had said right before launching his suicidal attack. "Not like it matters anyway. You know about the obel scale, so why even bother? Nothing will change." What did he mean? It almost seemed as though the knowledge of this mysterious obel scale was the real reason for why he allowed himself to lose control. Of why he had lost hope. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then asked cautiously, "Oh, by the way, what was that nonsense Kurt went on about? The obel scale, what is that?" Master Jet gave him a long, somewhat strange look. Then she simply shook her head. "Don't worry about it. It's not some secret anyway. You can find the information on the network. Obel was the name of a scientist who developed the spelltech system the government uses to detect signs of a manifesting gate." The infrastructure of that thing is getting old, though, so the readings have become less reliable lately. Nothing that some thorough calibrations can't fix. Sonny tilted his head a little. Why was he so fixated on it, though? She looked at him with amusement. How would I know what went on in that crazy head of his? The bastard massacred 20 people and thought that I would let him go after a stern reprimand. He was obviously not all there at the end. He frowned and decided to let it go. Either Jet knew or she didn't. Either way, it didn't seem like she was going to tell him. Instead, Sonny asked, so what now? Master Jet dismissed her glaive and massaged her shoulders. Now, nothing much. Give me 20 minutes to settle things down with the police, and then we'll go get you your reward. She looked at him and added with a smile, by the way, thanks, this would have been much messier without your help. With that, Master Jet walked toward the exit from the arena, leaving Sonny alone. He stood silently for a while, and then sighed heavily. It was time to see about his new echo, and decide whether he was going to keep the ghastly thing or not. Chapter 510, Human Echo. Chapter 510, Human Echo. Sonny looked around the destroyed theater, then found an intact seat and sat down. Relaxing on the soft velvet cushions, he crossed his legs and looked at the broken stage with a complicated expression. The shards of glass and empty stimulant packs attracted his attention for a moment. Sonny had expected the stimulants to be of the pleasure-inducing variety, but to his surprise, they were more or less the same as the ones he had used to stay awake for an entire week after returning from the forgotten shore. A slight frown appeared on his. Don't tell me, was this guy afraid of going to the dream realm? Kurt might have been even more broken than he had suspected. From how Master Jet had described her former acquaintance, the man had once been a dedicated combatant, a specialist, but what kind of a specialist was scared of his specialty? With a sign, Sonny stared into the distance and summoned the runes. And there it was, written in the ancient symbols in the air in front of him. Echo Shadow Blade Kurt. Echo-type beast. All humans were considered to be beasts by the spell, since they only had one soul core, so this was not surprising. Well, all humans except for Sonny and Nephis. As the thought of becoming a demon drifted into his mind, Sonny read further. Echo Rank Awakened. Echo Attribute Swift Hand, Shadow Sworn Mark of Death. Swift Hand Attribute Description, your blade strikes fast and true. Shadow Sworn Attribute Description, you are known to shadows. Mark of Death Attribute Description, you bear a mark of death. As just like death, you were created to be a weapon. Sonny tilted his head a little. So an attribute that increased perception and agility, an attribute that gifted Kurt Af. Innate to shadows, although to a much lesser extent than his own, and a third attribute that, actually, Sonny had no idea what the third attribute did. Its description, though, was very interesting. He knew that death had been created by Shadow God, and now he learned that it had been created as a weapon, but against whom? What kind of enemy could have demanded the creation of such a terrible thing? Someone immortal, perhaps. No, that didn't make sense. If there had been a time before death was invented, then everything back then was immortal, eternal, and endless. Right. Sonny wasn't sure that he understood the concept of a world without death. What he did know, though, was that something as harrowing as death would not have been invented without a reason. He frowned, then turned his attention back to the runes. Echo Abilities Shadow Manipulation, Shadow Strike Awakened. Shadow Manipulation Ability Description, you can affect the movement of shadows and walk through them unseen. Shadow Strike Ability Description, you can strike at the shadows, and your shadow can strike at the living things. As expected, Sonny had more or less surmised what Kurt's aspect abilities had been. They were different, but at the same time similar to his own. Both were much less versatile and powerful than what he was capable of himself, though even if the ability to deal direct damage to and through his shadows was something Sonny would have loved to have access to. Shadow manipulation, especially, was almost no more than a slightly different version of his passive attribute, Child of Shadows. Still, having a shadow like Kurt could add a new layer to his battle prowess. There was also the last ability. Awakened Ability Description, this echo has the innate abilities of a carrier of the spell. So using memories, that was a nice ability to have. Even Saint herself was limited to only using weapons and charms. Full of thought, Sunny looked at the last string of runes. Echo description, I have entrusted you with a beautiful blade, but all you created was a hideous nightmare. He blinked a couple of times. What's up with that description? Oh my, am I imagining things, or does the spell sound bitter? What a funny thought that was. Sunny reclined in the chair and waited for a bit, then grimaced and dove into the soul sea. Let's take a look. He walked past the rows of silent shadows, noticing the dark figure of Shadow Blade Kurt standing among them motionlessly. Sparing him a glance, Sunny approached the spot between the black suns of his shadow cores, found a large sphere of light that orbited one of them, and summoned the echo down. The sphere floated to the surface of still waters and slowly dimmed, revealing a gaunt, naked man standing inside. Sunny felt his skin crawling. In front of him was a human, or rather, a soulless copy of a human. Echo Kurt looked almost like a person, but the lifeless emptiness in his eyes screamed of a profound, abhorrent wrongness. It was incredibly unnerving. The echo was very much like the hollow victims of its original, only even more vacant and devoid of the undefinable spark that all living things possessed. It was an artificial copy of a man that lacked the very thing that made him human. A ghastly effigy. The thing was incredibly creepy. Sunny hesitated, then tried to think about things logically. The echo was more or less useless to him in its current state, but thanks to its awakened ability, it would possess the innate capacity to use memories, which meant that Sunny could provide Echo Kurt with an armor and a weapon. That question was, did he want to? On the surface, that question was rather simple. Who wouldn't want to have a creature equal to a powerful awakened in their service? But really, things were more complicated. Sunny frowned, then raised a hand and poked the ghastly creature in the shoulder. A new string of runes appeared near it. Transform Echo into a shadow. He froze, thinking. Having a human shadow certainly had its benefits, but having any shadow also demanded a tremendous investment of resources. Nurturing Saint was very hard on Sunny, and especially on his pocket. Less importantly, but still somewhat pressing, was the need to spend 100 shadow fragments to complete the transformation. Sunny had spent so much time and effort to get close to creating a third core, and the idea of being suddenly pushed back by a whole 100 fragments did not seem too alluring. The point was, he felt reluctant to turn just any echo into a shadow. So was Kurt a worthy echo? Even though Sunny was very curious to see what would happen if one of the silent shadows was placed into a human echo, the answer was no. Sunny wasn't sure that he was. There were two reasons. The first one was rather simple, but also not too convincing. Master Jet had said that all of them, seasoned awakened, were walking one step away from the madness. Sunny felt like dragging around a reanimated copy of a man he killed would bring him closer to making that step. His humanity and sanity, to be honest, were already on thin ice. However, that wasn't the main reason. The second reason, and the most important one, was the nature of the shadows. Shadows weren't soulless, empty copies of their originals. They possessed a semblance of a consciousness and a distinct personality. Saint was living proof. Yes, she was created from a powerful nightmare creature, but her attributes and abilities were not what made her strong. Saint was strong because she was Saint. Her will, intellect, and unbreakable resolve were what made her such a deadly presence on the battlefield and a valued companion for Sunny. And that was why he didn't want to create a shadow of Kurt. Yes, Kurt possessed powerful abilities that shared the affinity with Sunny's aspect. But Kurt himself was weak. His weakness was the cause of why he had drowned himself in alcohol and distasteful hobbies, and why he had eventually surrendered to the burden of the nightmare spell and massacred defenseless humans in a fit of demented frenzy. No matter how powerful, Sunny didn't want to possess a shadow of an unstable butcher, but more than anything, he didn't want to possess a shadow of someone who was weak. How could he rely on someone like that? On the path he was taking, there was no place for weakness, at least not for the weakness of that kind. With a sigh, he summoned Saint, and watched her appear near the naked figure of Kurt in a whirlpool of black flames. The taciturn demon stared at him with her indifferent ruby eyes, not paying any attention to the human echo. Seeing them side by side only made Sunny more sure of his decision. He remained silent for a few moments, and then gestured at Kurt. "Do you maybe want to eat him?" Saint remained motionless for a few moments, then silently turned to the echo and raised one hand. Her gauntlet easily pierced the chest of the dead killer, and a few moments later, his body disintegrated into a flood of white sparks. Those sparks formed into 3 brilliant streams and entered into the darkness that hid inside the shadow, then flowed into her 3 core remnants. "Your echo has been destroyed." Sunny felt a wave of bitterness wash over his heart, but very soon it disappeared. He was watching the shadow fragment counter in the runes describing Saint. Apparently, feeding on echoes was much more nourishing for a shadow. She received much more fragments than she would have from an awakened memory of the first tier. Right now, the counter was showing a simple number. Shadow fragments 200. A triumphant smile appeared on Sunny's lips. Chapter 511, Ascension. Finally, how long had it been since he created Saint and saw the dreadful 0200 written in her runes? A year, no less. That was how long it had taken Sunny to gather enough memories to saturate the dark embers that burned in the black depths of his shadow. What was going to happen now? The last time Saint had evolved, her transformation took a very long time. Was she going to retreat into the chrysalis of his shadow core again? Or was reaching 200 fragments completely different from what had happened to her after the killing of the Black Knight? A few moments later, Sunny received the answer. Bathed in the lightlessness of his soul sea, Saint suddenly shuddered. The darkness hiding in her body surged, and the 3 embers hidden within it, one in her chest, one in her abdomen, and the last one in her head, shined with black radiance. It was very different, but also very similar to the process he himself had gone through twice, once after the first nightmare, and once after going through the gateway in the Crimson Spire. Is he ascending to a new rank? The thought filled Sunny with a jubilant thrill. Meanwhile, Saint was in the throes of her transformation. The still waters around her were now restless, as though assaulted by invisible winds. Wisps of dancing black flame suddenly appeared around her body, and it rose above the surface of the water, becoming partially obscured. Sunny took a step back and silently watched the strange and beautiful process, his heart beating wildly. After a few minutes, it was over. The invisible winds disappeared, and so did the black flames. The water turned tranquil and still once again. Saint landed on her feet and straightened, her graceful figure brimming with new power. The glow of her ruby eyes seemed to have become brighter. Unlike the previous time, the taciturn demon had not changed outwardly. Her onyx armor was still composed of polished, stone-like metal. Sunny knew that beneath it, her skin was still smooth and white as alabaster. On the inside, though, the changes were nothing short of profound. The darkness hiding in the body of the living statue now seemed much, much deeper, and the 3 embers seemed to have become substantially larger. More than that, they appeared to be more complete somehow. Not yet whole, but also not as broken and fragmented as they had been before. Sunny hesitated, then summoned the runes. Shadow Marble Saint. Her name didn't change. The next string of runes, however, was vastly different. Shadow rank ascended. He froze. I'll be damned. Ascended Saint was now ascended. Indeed, she had achieved a new rank, the same rank, in fact, as that of Master Jet, as well as the Black Knight, Mirror Beast, and Mordant Mimic. An ascended human was called a Master, while nightmare creatures of the same rank were called Fallen. Saint was now somewhere in between, a creature possessing multiple cores, but following the path of ascension as opposed to the path of corruption. Like Sunny himself. Of course, she was much more powerful than him now. Sunny was torn between being mad with joy and slightly bitter. Back when he had created Saint, she was stronger than him for a long, long time. After becoming an awakened, he had finally caught up to her. But now, she was the stronger one once more. He sighed, then looked at his demon with a wide smile. Good job, Saint. Who's going to stop us now, huh? The taciturn demon did not answer, and just tilted her head a little. Then, however, she silently raised her hand, made a fist, and lightly struck the left side of her breastplate twice. Sunny stared, not accustomed to his shadow being so chatty. Yeah, exactly. Feeling a little awkward, he lingered for a moment, and then looked back to the runes. Saint's class, attributes, and abilities did not change. At the very end of the plane of runes, however, he was met with an unexpected surprise. What? The last string of runes read, Shadow Fragments 39,200. He stared at the number for a few moments, then rubbed his eyes. No, he wasn't mistaken. It was indeed 39 out of 200. Pleasantly confused, Sonny narrowed his eyes. But how does it make sense? Before Saint had consumed Kurt, the runes showed 179,200. How many fragments exactly had Eating the Echo given her? With a sudden suspicion, Sonny turned around and looked at the rows of silent shadows. The shadow of Kurt was gone. So she consumed it too. He was starting to understand what had happened. Most likely, a larger share of the fragments came not from the echo, but from the shadow of its original. Kurt had been an experienced awakened, one in possession of a fully saturated core. By absorbing his shadow, Saint must have inherited a portion of all the soul fragments he had accumulated over his life, just like a human would after slaying another human. That amount was enough to bridge the gap to the next rank, and then some. Of course, since his shadow was now an ascended, she required shadow fragments of similar quality to grow one tune. Those that came from Kurt were only awakened, though. So in fact, the current number would have been 78,200 if Saint's rank had not changed. That meant that she received almost 100 shadow fragments by consuming the echo of Shadow Blade Kurt, an utterly insane number, considering that it had taken Sonny somewhere around half a year to feed her that much before. Suddenly, the regret he felt over sacrificing such a valuable echo disappeared. That's a windfall, a crazy windfall. Today, luck was truly on his side. And an ascended demon was now by his side, which instantly propelled Sonny to a completely new level of capability. Together with the newly transformed Saint, he would be able to do much more, challenge much more powerful nightmare creatures, and therefore accelerate his own growth even further. Even better, this change could not have come at a better time, because it was nearly time for him to return to the shipwreck island and challenge the terrifying being that dwelled in the ancient wreck. Having an ascended shadow by his side would be of enormous help. Sonny only noticed that a wide, stupid smile appeared on his face when Master Jet returned to the underground arena. He hurriedly erased it and stood up. All done. She gave him a relaxed nod, then yawned. Yeah, we are free to go, a little paperwork, and the contribution points I promised will be yours to spend. We can grab a bite first if you want. Sonny smiled. Oh yes, there is also the reward from the government. Now that he didn't need to spend all the contribution points on bringing Saint to full saturation as soon as possible, what else would he be able to get? Chapter 512, Unburdened. Sitting on the very edge of the sanctuary island with his feet dangling above the abyss of the sky below, Sonny was enjoying the view of the clear streams falling down into the darkness and turning into clouds of water dust. After a while, he lowered his eyes and looked at the item laying on his palm with a bit of confusion. So that's it. This was one of the 2 memories he had exchanged for the contribution points given to him for helping Master Jet deal with Shadow Blade Kurt. It looked like a long, narrow needle forged out of black S. Teal with gold wire wrapped around one of its ends, sort of like an antique acupuncture needle, but much sturdier. The needle's name was Heavenly Burden, a very ironic name for a memory here on the Chained Isles. He had just received it this morning, and this was his first opportunity to properly study the thing. Very curious, Sonny summoned the runes. Memory Heavenly Burden. Memory rank awakened. Memory tier III. Memory type tool. Memory description: to be free of a burden, one has to let go of all attachments they hold in their heart. Only those who untethered themselves from everything can become truly free. Sounds wonderful. At first glance, the memory wasn't too outstanding. Its rank wasn't high, and neither was its tier. With the amount of money Sonny was making, he could probably buy something like this after a week or 2 of collecting soul shards in the dream realm. But that was why contribution points were more valuable than credits. The government had access to things that were exceedingly rare or simply impossible to get on the market. Heavenly Burden was one such thing, and it was due to the enchantment the needle possessed. Memory enchantments unburdened. Enchantment description: those pierced with this needle will rise to the skies. Indeed, it was a memory that could allow him to fly. Sort of. Flight enchantments were extremely rare and tremendously valued. In all honesty, Sonny had no business being able to get his hands on a memory such as this. He was already incredibly lucky to have the dark wing, which, while not capable of true flight, was pretty close to it. Usually only masters or saints were able to purchase decent flight memories. That was why Kai was so lucky, but Master Jet pulled some string, and as the result, Sonny was currently holding the heavenly burden in his hands. Well, from what he understood about the Black Needle, calling it a decent flight memory was a bit of a stretch. Still, it was indeed capable of gifting him the ability to fly. He grimaced a little, then thrust the needle into his forearm. However, nothing happened. Well, of course it didn't. The thing failed to pierce the soft but adamantine fabric of the puppeteer's shroud. Sonny thought for a bit, and then enhanced the heavenly burden with one of his shadows. This time the needle went through and buried itself in his flesh. Ouch! The pain was sharp but not too bad. More than that, Sonny had no time to think about it, and that was because as soon as the heavenly burden pierced his skin, his body floated up. And continued doing so. Sonny was steadily rising into the sky, be it at a slow speed. It was as though he had suddenly turned into a balloon. The feeling would have been rather funny if it wasn't so terrifying, mostly because a sudden gust of wind threw him slightly to the side, and now there was nothing but the darkness of the sky beneath him. Both amused and slightly tense, Sonny summoned the dark wing. He also summoned the prowling thorn just to be on the safer side. After both memories manifested themselves, he hesitated for a moment, and then wrapped the black needle in his second shadow, too. Immediately, the speed with which he was rising into the air increased. Sonny allowed himself to float upward for a few moments, and then commanded the dark wing to activate. With its help, he changed the direction of his flight and slowly moved back toward the island. Making sure that there was solid ground under him, he then dismissed the heavenly burden and smoothly glided down. Not bad. Now he had two memories to deal with what Cassie had seen in the vision of their supposed death. One memory could only move him upward, while the other allowed him to glide in any direction except up. Together, they gave him the ability of true flight. Even if it was slow and not nearly as effective as what Kai could do, it was still flying. The point was, he was not going to fall endlessly into the sky below again, not unless he wanted to. Sonny returned to the edge of the sanctuary, sat down, and stared at one of the chains leading to a neighboring island. It was early morning, and he was waiting for someone. They're still not here. With a sigh, he looked down and summoned the second memory he received from the government. A piece of beautiful ember that looked like solidified flame appeared on his palm, inlaid in a frame made out of dull metal. He summoned the runes. Memory of fire. Memory rank ascended. Memory tier I. Memory type charm. Memory description, and then there was nothing but flame. Short and sweet. Memory enchantment scorching heat. Enchantment description: this charm provides the wearer with moderate resistance to fire. And that was that. With these two memories, Sonny felt more or less ready to plunge into the dark abyss below the chained isles once more when the time came. With dark wing and the heavenly burden allowing him to fly, or rather, float, and the underworld. Armament of the mantle, enhancing the protective effect of the memory of fire. His next trip to the Ebony Tower would be less perilous. Hopefully. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Looking at the chain, he noticed a row of black dots moving across it, far in the distance. Straining his vision, Sonny sighed. They're here. Chapter 513, War Council. Soon, he was able to make out the silhouettes of 7 people walking across the chain. They were led by a delicate beauty in a light polished armor, her pale blonde hair dancing in the wind. Cassie walked with her eyes covered by the silver half-mask, her hand resting on the hilt of the quiet dancer. If Sonny didn't know that she was blind, he would have not suspected it. The fire keepers had returned from their lengthy expedition to the desecrated grove. In the end, it took them almost 2 months to find whatever they had been searching for on that remote and ghastly island. And now, it was time for Sonny to join them in the assault on the ancient shipwreck. He grimaced. After 2 months spent without returning to the real world, members of Cassie's cohort looked weathered and exhausted. They were covered in dirt and dust, and their armor bore marks of countless battles. However, these young men and women seemed to be healthy and in good mood. There was a spring to their steps, and as they got closer, Sonny could see smiles on their lips. Two of them were carefully carrying a large box fashioned out of crude wooden boards. He assumed that it contained the thing Cassie had spent 2 months looking for. Sonny tilted his head, curious. What might it be, I wonder? Eventually, they noticed him, too. Cassie slowed down a little, and in the next moment, the fire keeper walking behind her gently touched her on the shoulder and said something. Then, he gestured towards Sonny and waved a hand. Sonny sighed and dismissed the memory of fire. People. In the 6 months spent on the chained isles, he had gotten accustomed to only dealing with other awakened in small doses. Knowing that he was going to have to be in the company of relative strangers for a while and fight with them side by side did not make Sonny happy. In that regard, Mordred had been a perfect companion. He only appeared once every few days for a short while, helped Sonny with advice, and then disappeared without a trace, not asking for anything in return. If only all relationships could be so simple. Sadly, the mysterious prince was still nowhere to be found. Sonny had not heard from him ever since returning from the ivory tower, almost making him think that he had simply imagined the whole thing. The mirror shard he kept in the covetous coffer reminded him that he had not, though. Sonny forced a smile to appear on his face and waved at the fire keepers in return. Welcome back, guys. It's good to see you, sort of. After the fire keepers had time to clean themselves up and fill their stomachs, they gathered in a spacious room provided to them by the White Feather clan. Sonny looked around the room and sighed inwardly. Why were his own quarters so tiny? Even if his true name remained a secret, Sonny was still an SS-class awakened. Where was his preferential treatment, huh? The large wooden box was placed in a corner, and the 7 awakened gathered around a table. He hesitated a little, then joined them. Hey, Sonny, how have you been? Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then said in a neutral tone. Busy, really busy. The young man who had asked him the question smiled. Really, what's keeping you busy? Sonny summoned his runes and glanced at a particular string. It read, Shadow Fragments 1936-2000. He sighed. All kinds of things, haven't you heard? I am the most indispensable shopkeeper on the Chained Isles. By the way, if any of you want to purchase something, just let me know. Toothpaste, spices, underpants, we have it all. The firekeepers gave him strange looks, then laughed. What's so funny? That's a legitimate business, you fools. Shaking his head, he glanced at the table, where a map of the Chained Isles was placed, with possible routes to the shipwreck island marked on it. From the look of it, they were well thought out and as safe as could be. A somber expression appeared on his face. So you were really serious. We are actually planning to attack a corrupted monster in its lair. Cassie gave him a nod. Indeed. He sighed. Let me ask you this, are you CR? However, then, Sonny fell silent without finishing the question, and suddenly cleared his throat in embarrassment. The blind girl frowned. Are you all right? Sonny waved a hand. Yes, don't mind me. Oh right, you haven't been back to the real world in a couple of months. One of the firekeepers raised an eyebrow and asked with confusion. Sure, why is that important? Sonny looked at him with an unreadable expression. It's not, don't worry about it. No, really anyway, let's get back to the corrupted monster. How much do you guys key in? How about that thing? Cassie lingered for a few moments, then said. We know its rank and class, the general characteristics, and a few details that the White Feather clan had shared with us. Master Roan had thought the thing in the past, but only briefly. Sonny looked at her, then shook his head. Well, I don't know what he told you, but I've seen that monstrosity in action with my own 2 eyes. So let me paint you the picture. He pointed to the shipwreck island on the map and said in a dark tone. The wreck is situated in the center of the island, and the creature itself made a nest in its main cargo hold. Don't think that you'll be safe before we reach the ship, though. Actually, its vines stretch beneath the ground throughout the whole island. He paused and then added, Since it's a corrupted monster, most of you won't even be able to cut the vines, let alone sever them. You don't have the Dawn Shard augmenting your memories anymore, after all. However, if you do manage to cut the vines, each cut will produce a cloud of poisonous mist. There will be poison in the air whether you cut them or not, though, especially inside the wreck. There, breathing is almost impossible. With each word he said, the fire keepers grew more and more serious. However, they were still in too good of a mood. What is wrong with these idiots? Sonny cleared his throat. Oh, and by the way, there are other nightmare creatures on the island, too. Big nasty fallen beasts called sailor dolls. He hesitated and then said, well, if there is one good about the whole situation, it's that the creature in the wreck usually slumbers until one of its vines is disturbed. Cassie told me that it is weak to fire, so my suggestion would be to just burn the whole ship down and the scary bastard with it. The fire keepers glanced at each other with strange expressions. Cassie remained silent for a bit and then said awkwardly, no, we can't burn the ship. Sonny blinked a couple of times. And why, pray tell, is that? She turned her head to the large wooden box in the corner, lingered for a moment, and then answered. Because we are going to repair it. Chapter 514, Hidden Blade. Sonny was at a loss for words. Had he even heard it right? You are going to repair the ancient, broken, monster-infected ship. Well, it made a lot of sense, actually. Cassie nodded. Yes, we are going to cleanse, repair, and make it fly again. Oh, so it was a flying ship, too. Perfect. Honestly, Sonny shouldn't have been surprised. All the clues had been there for a long time. He had already known that the ship depicted on the miraculous coins was most likely the very same that lay broken on the shipwreck island. The connection was pretty easy to make, considering that they looked alike and that the coins had come from its treasury in the first place. Sonny had also asked himself the question of what a sailing ship was doing in the middle of chained isles, which had no sea and no rivers for it to sail on. The thought that it had actually been designed to fly through the skies had crossed his mind, among other things. And finally, on the coins, the ancient ship was shown as having a beautiful tree wrapped around its mast. It had also belonged to the enigmatic person called Noctis. Wasn't it too much of a coincidence, then, that Cassie had come to the sanctuary of Noctis and ventured on a long expedition to a desecrated grove? The word desecrated implied that the burned grove had been sacred once. After all, only sacred things could be desecrated, and a sacred tree sounded exactly like something capable of making a massive ship fly. Right. Sonny stared at the large wooden box with a ponderous expression. After a while, he asked, so what's in the box? Cassie walked over and gently put a hand on its lid. A sapling. We spent 2 months searching for a living root in that ghastly place. And finally, deep underground, we found the only one that remained. The wondrous tree which kept the ancient ship afloat in the sky had come from that grove once. The sapling will grow into a new one. She sighed and then turned to the fire keepers. Shakti and Kaor were artisans back in the bright castle. Shakti is gifted with an aspect that helps plants thrive and was Kaido's apprentice. Kaor is an awakened carpenter. We have more people on the way to the chained isles, too, to help with the reconstruction. Sonny remained silent for a while. So she had been planning to commandeer the ancient wreck for a long time. From before he had come to invite her to challenge the second nightmare with him. Was it a coincidence? They were going to have to brave the sky below to get to the seed, after all, and here was Cassie, conveniently planning to claim and repair a flying ship. How much did she really know? As if hearing his thoughts, Cassie turned to him. Her face suddenly turned somber. With this ship, we might be able to cross the Hollow Mountains. At least that is our hope. The fire keepers grew. After a while, the familiar girl Shakti said in a dark tone. We have to try no matter what. Going there on foot is suicide. Maybe flying will be different. They were all really resolute in their desire to find Nephis, it seemed. And what about Sonny himself? Well, things were complicated. He sighed. All right, that answers the question of why you want the ship and how you might be able to repair it. But how are we going to defeat its current tenant without using fire? No offense, guys, but I really don't think that you can handle that fight. Maybe you can hold on for a while outside the wreck, but inside, it's a death trap. The firekeepers looked at each other again. Finally, their mood turned dark. Cassie hesitated for a few moments and then said, "We are going to kill it the old-fashioned way. Use someone as bait and strike the monster down while it's distracted." Sonny rubbed his face. "Let me guess, I am the bait." The blind girl smiled, then shook her head. "No, we are the bait. You are the blade that will pierce the creature's heart from the shadows." That sounded solemn and sort of grand, but she immediately ruined the moment by adding in an awkward tone, "I mean, if it has a heart. If it doesn't then, well, you know, kill it some other way." Not exactly the icon of eloquence, are we? Sonny frowned. He did like the idea of not being the bait for once. Well, to be honest, Neph was usually the bait. Actually, this plan sort of made sense. He already knew that he could survive in the poisonous miasma inside the ship, and that with enough augmentations, the cruel sight could damage the vines. And that had happened even before he infused the dark mirror enchantment with divine flame. Yes, Sonny couldn't burn the ship itself, but that didn't mean that he couldn't deliver once surgical, immolating strike to the main body of the monster. The bastard was weak to fire, so the result would probably be nothing short of spectacular. The problem was, would the fire keepers be able to keep the monster preoccupied long enough for Sonny to achieve his objective? He looked at them gravely and asked, "Why are you all so sure that I can kill that thing?" One of the fire keepers shrugged. "You were in Lady Changing Star's cohort, were you not? She wouldn't trust just anybody to have her back. If she trusted in you, then so do we. No 1 week survived the Forgotten Shore anyway." Sonny barely suppressed a laugh. Wouldn't trust just anybody to have her back. Oh, the irony. He almost wanted to tell them about how Neph made the person literally sent into the dream realm to kill her the second in command. But of course he did not. "Yes, I suppose I was in her cohort." Another firekeeper smiled. "Plus, Cassie thinks that you'll be able to do it. She is rarely wrong, you know." "Do I ever?" Sonny scowled. She wasn't wrong this time, however. In fact, her plan to deal with the thing that dwelled in the wreck was simple, but ingenious. Mostly because it relied on the only awakened capable of delivering a fatal blow to such a creature him. Without Sonny, it would have been really impossible. What a fortunate thing that he needed her help with something else. He thought for a bit and finally asked, "Are you guys certain that you can survive drawing the monster's attention, even after everything I told you?" The young man who Cassie described as an awakened carpenter, Kaor, chuckled. "Pretty certain. As much as one can be certain about anything in the dream realm, I guess. All of us survived the siege, so we're aware of what we are signing up for. We have a good combination of aspects and know how to work together. We even have a healer which should help against the poison. Point is, we are as ready as we ever going to be." Sonny stared at him for a while, then looked down at the map and sighed. "All right then, let's kill a corrupted monster." Chapter 515, Traveling Together. The next day, Sonny left the sanctuary in the company of the firekeepers. Traveling across the chained aisles with Cassie and her cohort proved to be somewhat inconvenient. After all, they couldn't all turn into shadows and swiftly glide across heavenly chains as he could, but also a much more safe and pleasant experience than he was used to. In fact, this was probably the most relaxed and serene journey Sonny had ever undertaken in the dream realm. Even if the party moved slower, it was also much more battle-ready and capable than any solitary awakened could ever dream to be. Each of the firekeepers was a talented fighter with years of experience under their belt, and more than that, they fought together like a singular, finely tuned battle machine. Even though Sonny didn't want to admit it, he had to give Cassie credit. Under her leadership, the cohort had become a beautifully cohesive battle unit in less than a year. She must have learned well from how Nephis had built her cohort, and then her army, back in the Dark City. The fact that these young men and women shared a common past and had gone through a harrowing hell together must have helped a lot, too. Whenever the party encountered nightmare creatures, Sonny felt a very strange and unfamiliar sensation. It was almost as if he didn't have to do anything. He could literally remain still, and nothing would happen to him. His temporary companions were more than capable of dealing with the abominations themselves. Of course, that was only because the route they were taking had been carefully chosen to avoid the really dangerous places. There was another reason for why this expedition was going so smoothly: Cassie herself. Traveling with a powerful oracle was a very convenient thing, indeed. Not only was she able to steer the cohort clear of anything they were not equipped to deal with, she also had a supernatural intuition when it came to predicting which islands were going to enter into a descent, and which were going to rise instead. Thanks to that, they were able to avoid being caught by the crushing and having to either endure it or scramble to escape to the nearest isle, which could have landed them into the hunting territory of extremely powerful nightmare creatures. Just like before, Sunny and she worked together to make sure that nothing unexpected happened. With Cassie's intuition and his shadows scouting ahead, the cohort always had plenty of time to avoid a confrontation with dangerous abominations or thoroughly prepare for it. It was almost like the good old times. The fact that Sunny, unlike the fire keepers, who had spent most of their time on the chained isles up north, knew this part of the region pretty well also helped. On the way, they had passed through many islands that he had explored and hunted on before. Plus, he had the covetous coffer now, which made their rest stops and meals much more enjoyable. So as far as traversing the dream realm went, this journey was almost enjoyable. After a calm and comparatively uneventful week, they finally reached the shipwreck island. This close to the tier, the nightmare creatures were much more dangerous and vile. Sunny and the fire keepers were currently on the island he had visited before, the one with dozens of stone towers laying in ruins, overgrown by moss and monstrous worms hiding underground. They had just fought off a swarm of them and were now approaching the edge of the isle. Soon, the sight of the gargantuan chain stretching into the distance opened to them, and they heard the sound of rusty metal scraping against ancient iron on the wind. The fire keepers froze and stared at the distant shipwreck island and the corpse of the metal giant that was entangled in the remnants of a broken chain, swaying slowly above the dark abyss of the sky below. They were as stunned by this forlorn visage as Sunny had been when he first saw the mangled remains of the steel colossus. After a while, one of them said, "That wound in his chest, what kind of force could have shattered such a creature? And his arm, we saw it already, didn't we?" Sunny didn't respond, since the question wasn't directed at him, and thus his flaw remained silent. Another firekeeper lingered, then asked in a curious tone, "Maybe we should climb down and investigate after taking control of the island." Sunny glanced at her, then shook her head. "I wouldn't recommend that." The young woman raised an eyebrow. "Why?" A dark smile found its way onto his face. "You think the monster in the wreck is bad. The being that dwells on the dark side of the island is much, much worse. Believe me, and that giant is well within its reach. In fact, I think that it uses him as bait to feed on the chain worms. Those are fallen demons, by the way, and of a very nasty variety. They're just candy to that thing, though." The firekeepers turned their attention to the underside of the shipwreck island, which was shrouded in darkness. Their faces turned solemn, and after a while one of them asked, "But what is it?" Sunny shrugged. "I have no idea. I only saw the tip of its root. That is why I am still alive, most likely. If I saw the whole thing, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now." After that, everyone remained silent. Sunny used that time to take another look at the two tall pillars that rose into the sky from the ancient stone structure on the other end of the chain. Now that he knew that the ancient ship had been a flying one, the purpose of these pillars became clear, too. They were wharves, or rather, mooring masts. The flying ship had to dock to something, after all, when it was not braving the vast expanse of the sky. That made him think there were several such pillars on the island, which suggested that Noctis had not been the only one in possession of a sky vessel in the ancient past. Maybe flying ships were how all the inhabitants of the chained isles traveled across the chasms of the sky below. That made sense, really. The chains themselves were not exactly convenient roads, it's just that the awakened used them for that purpose. But how had the captains of the flying ships dealt with the crushing? Or had there been no such curse on the chained isles before hope escaped from its bonds? His thoughts were interrupted by the loud rattling of the heavenly chain. The shipwreck island was descending. The fire keepers looked at each other. Their faces turned grim. Cassie gripped the hilt of the quiet dancer and then said, her voice calm and steady, "Get ready, you all know the plan, so I won't waste time repeating it. Stay strong, stay together, and stay alive. Today we will be victorious. Sonny stretched his neck, then summoned the cruel sight. Let's hope your intuition is right this time, too. Chapter 516, Legacy of Ruin. Returning to the shipwreck island felt strange. It was almost exactly the same, but also different. They followed the remains of the ancient road and crested the hill to see the desolate valley below. The wreck of the once graceful ship was at its center, the dead tree wrapped around its mast. Thick vines were growing out of the breaches in its hull and spreading outward, some laying on the ground, some buried beneath it. Here and there, piles of wooden debris could be seen. Those were the sailor dolls, which had yet to assume their humanoid form after shape-shifting to withstand the crushing. What had changed, however, was that there was no chain on the other side of the valley anymore. The twisted rock had been destroyed and crumbled into the sky below, and now, the shipwreck island directly bordered the tier. Sonny felt as if the air itself was slightly different as the result. He gestured at the wooden debris and said, "Those are the sailor dolls. In a few minutes they will assume their usual form, and after one notices us, the others will know of our presence, too. They'll swarm you pretty fast." The firekeepers had already summoned their weapons and were prepared for a fight. The faces were calm, cold concentration burning in their eyes. Cassie nodded. "This is it, then. We will see you on the other side." Sonny hesitated for a moment, then glanced at the members of the cohort. Out of habit, he had wanted to tell her to be careful, but then remembered who she was, and who he was, what they had been through together, and how it all ended. The corner of his mouth twitched. "Give them hell." The firekeepers smiled. One of them laughed. "I'm pretty sure that this place is already enough of a hell. You stay safe too, Sonny." He sighed, then took a step back and disappeared into the shadows. Safely hidden in their dark embrace, Sonny observed as the firekeepers moved forward in a flexible battle formation. A few seconds later, he followed behind them unseen. Soon, the piles of debris shuddered and started assembling into tall, menacing wooden humanoids, their arms ending with jagged blades. The firekeepers did not wait for the first one to lunge at them, and launched an attack themselves. Shakti, the former artisan with an aspect revolving around plants, drew a heavy bow and sent an arrow flying. It hit the nearest abomination in the head and suddenly exploded into shards, creating a cloud of icy mist. The creature swayed, then turned to face them, one side of its body in shambled. As it moved toward the humans, a thin crust of ice formed on its limbs, slowing the doll down. Before it could strike with its blades, another firekeeper dashed forward and brought the blade of a heavy axe on its shoulder, severing one of the abomination's arms completely. Another appeared by his side, receiving a retaliatory strike on his shield. The young man grunted but held his ground. A moment later, the sailor doll was dead, hacked into pieces by the rest of the cohort. Not a bad start. But that was just the beginning. Soon, the 8 humans were surrounded by a dozen more fallen beasts, all towering above them with menacing, bloodthirsty determination. Things were about to turn bad for the firekeepers, but at that moment, Kaor, the artisan specializing in carpentry, froze for a moment and narrowed his eyes. Immediately, a subtle change happened to the wooden creatures. While not really rendered weak, they did, however, become a bit sluggish and slow. That made it possible for the members of the cohort to hold against the onslaught of the nightmare creatures, a whole rank above their own. It was not easy, though. The firekeepers held their formation, but only just barely. The young man armed with the heavy axe was now using his aspect ability, which made the blade of his weapon shine with an angry red glow. It bit into the wooden flesh of the abomination he was fighting, penetrating much deeper than it should have been able to. His partner was like a wall, refusing to take even a step back. He blocked strike after strike with his heavy shield, lashing out from behind it with a short spear from time to time to keep the enemies from simply overwhelming him with their size and mass. This was the healer of the cohort, so his fortitude and grit came from his physical prowess alone, not from any kind of ability. There was another firekeeper that used a shield, a young woman with dirty blonde hair and an aspect that allowed her to exert vicious strength with each strike of her sword. She fought in tandem with a young man who wielded 2 great swords in his forehands. The second pair appeared when he activated his own aspect ability. These two were quite devastating together. Shakti continued to fire her bow, switching between memory arrows and mundane ones, which were crafted by Kaor. Her bow was powerful enough and her aim precise enough to deal heavy damage to the advancing sailor dolls. The carpenter himself was sustaining the strange hex he put on the abominations and covering her with a wooden staff in his hands, his face grim and full of resolve. Another fire keeper possessed an aspect that allowed him to gift his companions with an augmentation to stamina and endurance, as well as making one of them much more resilient. He wielded a curved sword and covering Cassie's back. And then there was Cassie herself, who had turned out to be perhaps the most deadly of them all. She wielded the quiet dancer in one hand and a long dagger in the other, using it to deflect blows and launch an unexpected, quick attack from time to time. The delicate girl wasn't the strongest, nor was she the fastest of the fire keepers. However, she fought with confident grace and deadly insight resembling that of a true master. If it was anybody else, Sunny would have assumed that they had long reached the pinnacle of skill and were now able to not only flawlessly follow, but also control the flow of battle. It reminded him of how Nephis fought, of how deeply attuned she was to the underlying laws that governed combat. Of course, the difference was that while Changing Star was able to predict and manipulate the cadence of battle due to her knowledge, talent, and skill, Cassie could actually perceive a few moments into the future, which made her a frightening presence on the battlefield. As Sunny watched, a towering sailor doll raised one of its blades and brought it down on the blind girl, aiming to cut her body in half. However, Cassie simply moved slightly to the side a split second before the blade would have sliced her apart and lashed out with her dagger. At the same time, the quiet dancer suddenly flew out of her hand and shot through the air. The dagger pierced the creature's chest, while the rapier threw its second blade a few centimeters, of course, then continued forward and tore through another abomination's neck. In the span of a second, two fallen beasts were heavily wounded and soon fell dead to the ground. Still, Sunny recognized the truth of it behind the superficial appearance. Yes, Cassie had an incredible advantage due to her unique and powerful aspect, but not just anyone would have been able to make use of it. In fact, almost no one could have done what she did. In the havoc of a battle, especially a battle between awakened and nightmare creatures, where a fraction of a second could mean the difference between life and death, it was already immensely hard to perceive, comprehend, and react to the enemy's actions in time. It must have been so much harder, then, to perceive both the present and the future, to comprehend not one but two states of the battle, and swiftly act in response to achieve the result, not to mention that Cassie was doing all that while being blind. The mental strain and burden of it all, Sunny couldn't even imagine it. What he did know, however, was that it was impossible to perform such a feat without one crucial thing: clarity. It seemed that Cassie had not listened to the lessons Nephis had taught them for nothing. She was Changing Star's other pupil, after all. Soon, the fire keepers had dealt with the first wave of the sailor dolls, but the second, larger one was already approaching. Before it could reach them, though, Cassie grabbed the quiet dancer from the air, turned to her cohort, and yelled, "Prepare." Then she covered her mouth and nose with a hand, turned the rapier down, and thrust it deep into the earth. A moment later, the ground shook. Chapter 517, Baiting the Monster. Suddenly, the whole of the valley seemed to be moving. The ground shook and seethed, and slowly green and brown vines started rising from beneath it like vile snakes. The hulking sailor dolls that were about to descend upon the fire keepers froze, as if consumed by fear. Then they turned around and stumbled away. Some simply crumbled into piles of debris, pretending to be dead. Even these fallen beasts were terrified of the being that dwelled in the heart of the ancient wreck. Cassie and her cohort, however, remained unperturbed. Moving with swift determination, they made their preparations. Just a moment after the blind oracle thrust her rapier into the ground, the fire keepers had strips of cloth wrapped around their mouths and noses. The corpses of the slain sailor dolls were dragged to form a circle around them and set aflame. Soon the cohort was surrounded by a ring of tall bonfires, the 8 awakened bathed in the waves of heat. They stood back to back, their weapons drawn and their faces full of grim resolve. Only Shakti was on one knee, her hand pressed to the ground. After a moment, she screamed something. Sunny was still observing from the shadows, his emotions in turmoil. Although he would no go so far as to call these young people friends, he had grown somewhat attached to them after going through the ordeal of the Civil War in the Bright Castle and traveling together. These fire-keepers were a likable sort. He didn't want to watch them die while doing nothing. But that was his role in this fight. He had to remain safely hidden until the corrupted monster's attention was fully concentrated on Cassie's cohort, and then deliver one decisive strike, ending it all. That time had not come yet. Consumed by dark discontent, Sunny continued to watch. Reacting to Shakti's scream, one of the fire-keepers suddenly dashed to the side. A fraction of a second later, the moss beneath his feet was pierced by a stem of a brown vine. It thrashed blindly, failing to catch anyone in its deadly embrace, but then seemed to have sensed the presence of life and shot toward the nearest human. The vine was as thick as a man's arm, and there were black thorns protruding from its glistening surface. One of the fire-keepers sliced at it with her sword, but the sharp blade just bounced off of the vine without leaving even a scratch on its surface. Two others simply fell on it, pressing the thing down with their shields. That gave enough time for the young man whose aspect allowed him to enhance his weapon-type memories to bring his glowing axe down, severing the vine. As soon as he did, a cloud of poisonous mist shot out from the cut, enveloping the young man. Luckily, he knew to hold his breath and immediately jumped back. Cassie, who had sheathed her rapier and was now holding a familiar wooden staff, pointed it forward and summoned the wind. The cloud of poison was blown toward the bonfires and devoured by flame. That axe is an ascended memory. Indeed, it was. In fact, all of the fire-keepers seemed to be equipped rather well, and several of them wielded weapons above their rank. Quiet Dancer was also not the only echo in their possession. Just as another vine appeared from the flames, its stem singed and damaged, a familiar shape suddenly weaved itself from sparks of light just beyond the ring of bonfires and pounced on it. It was a creature that looked like a giant praying mantis, its flesh composed of glass and blood-red clay. Sunny remembered seeing these creatures during the siege of the Crimson Spire. Two scythes came down on the vine and bit deep into it. A moment later, the mantis dashed away with incredible speed, avoiding being entangled and shredded to pieces by the jagged black thorns. Despite this efficient start, more and more vines were crawling toward the circle of fire, and several more appeared from beneath the ground inside it. With each moment that passed, the size of the vines attacking the fire-keepers was bound to increase, too. The further from the wreck, the thinner and weaker the vines were. But closer to the ancient ship, truly monstrous ones were already in motion, spreading outward with murderous intent. It was as though the monster was slowly unfurling its long limbs, which both spelled doom for the cohort of awakened, and was their intent. Only when the primary vines were too far away from the main body of the creature to return at once could Sunny make his move. After that, he was either going to succeed and end the whole battle, preventing the fire-keepers from perishing in the flood of vines, or they were all going to die together. That moment of truth was swiftly approaching. Faced with more and more vines, Cassie and her cohort did their best to resist. They cut apart those that were damaged by the fire enough for their weapons to become effective, and concentrated the efforts of several members on those which did not. But no matter how hard they fought, soon, the scales started to tilt in the favor of the corrupted monster. Their formation was on the verge of being broken, and their actions, perfectly coordinated at first, were slowly turning desperate and hectic. Despite its terrifying speed, the echo of the blood-red mantis was finally caught by the vines. Its glass body was immediately shredded, and the creature was only saved from being completely destroyed by the swift reaction of its master, who dismissed it just in time. That was the moment when the primary vines finally reached the ring of bonfires. Sunny threw one last glance at the desperately fighting fire-keepers. His gaze lingered on Cassie, who wielded her long dagger at the head of the cohort, foe. A few moments. Then he turned away and stepped through the shadows. A second later, Sunny emerged from the gloomy shadow on the hull of the ancient ship, far away from the mayhem of battle, and very close to the terrifying creature that was the source of all that horror. Summoning the cruel sight, Sunny held his breath and jumped into the darkness, nesting in a jagged breach in the hull. It was time for him to play his role. Chapter 518, Cargo Hold. Landing into the poisonous miasma of the ancient wreck, Sonny immediately turned into a shadow and glided over the ancient wooden boards, which were long ago overgrown with brown moss and bulging, thorned vines. To be honest, he would have preferred to move through the ship as a human. Sonny knew that he was going to inhale at least some of the poison while fighting the being that dwelled in the cargo hold, so having some time to get accustomed to the debilitating effect of the toxin was better than going through that process in the middle of the battle. But he couldn't risk getting noticed too soon. The whole battle was supposed to be over in just a few moments. Anyway, alas, Sonny had little hope that everything was going to go as planned. His previous experiences had taught him that very few things ever did. Remembering the path he had taken during the hunt for Nocti's coins, Sonny glided through the narrow corridors. This time, they were vastly different from how they had been before. After all, the monster was wide awake now. The vines sprawling through the ancient wreck were pulsating and moving, spouting clouds of deadly mist. The air was murky and full of disturbing sounds of something slithering beyond the wooden bulkheads. It was as though Sonny was inside a giant, living organism. A virus cell that invaded the ancient wreck to kill its host. Luckily, these were mostly just the roots of the vile vines. The parts that were really mobile and dangerous were far away, currently killing the cohort of fire keepers. Suddenly grim, Sonny increased his speed, and soon reached the gates of the cargo hold, which were bent outward, as if straining to contain something pressing on them from the other side. He could feel the vast space beyond the gate, and a massive shadow of the creature in its center, its form rhythmically expanding and contracting, as if breathing. With each contraction, a wave of warm wind blew through the remnants of the flying ship. He lingered for a fraction of a second, and then gathered his resolve. There was no time to waste. Spending a small fraction of his essence to step through the shadows once more, Sonny appeared in the cargo hold and froze, slightly stunned by the terrible visage of the corrupted monster. What the hell is that? The cargo hold was very large, and filled almost entirely with thick brown vines that snaked outward and disappeared in the breaches in the ancient wood. They all originated from a single source, a vast, pulsating mass of moss in its center. In the very heart of the mass, however, there was a shape of a human, their body twisted in a terrible convulsion. Sonny couldn't tell if the human was a man or a woman, alive or dead, but he was sure of one thing: the vines sprawling through the entire island all came from within the flesh of that creature. They grew from the mouth of the abhorrent corpse, from their ears, piercing their chest and abdomen, snaking from beneath the skin of their arms and legs. The sight of it was both terrifying and repulsive, but most of all it was ghoulishly wrong. It was as though the vines had once exploded from the body of the ancient human, killing them, but also somehow keeping them alive and breathing. And as long as the human breathed, the vines would continue to exist and grow, too, slowly absorbing the ancient ship, the valley beyond, all of the shipwreck island, and then, one day, who knew? That is the thing I need to kill. Sonny had seen many horrors in his life, and killed his fair share of them, but no matter how experienced and powerful he became, there were things that humans were just not meant to be able to behold calmly. Staring at the ghastly being trapped in the cargo hold of the flying ship, Sonny didn't lose his composure or resolve, but he couldn't help but feel a deep, cold sense of fear. Fear, however, was a welcomed guest. Fear told him that he was still sane and had some measure of humanity left in his soul. As long as Sonny did not surrender to fear, it was all right to feel it from time to time. One strike, get close, exit the shadows, and thrust the cruel sight into its chest. The divine flame is going to do the rest. Steeling himself, he began to glide forward, trying to traverse the vast cargo hold as quickly as possible. The plan, however, went wrong just a moment later. Because as soon as Sonny moved, and long before he was able to get anywhere near the terrible creature, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes. Those eyes were empty, dead and as dark as the abyss of the sky below. And they were staring directly at him, as if the creature could easily pierce the veil of darkness and separate the intruding shadow from all the rest. Sonny was caught. And no way. He froze for a fraction of a second, stunned by the fact that the incredible stealth augmentation of his aspect was broken with such ease. And then all hell broke loose. Sonny's first thought was to retreat and run as fast as he could. After all, he was currently a shadow, and as far as he knew, thorny vines and poison were not capable of harming a shadow. But if he did so, the fire keepers were going to die. And more than that, he was determined to kill this thing. He wanted its shadow fragments, its memory, if there were to be one, and its secrets. The terrible creature had to die for his plans to go smoothly, for his challenge of the second nightmare to have as high a chance of success as possible. So he didn't run. Instead, Sonny dashed forward, flying toward the pulsating mass of brown moss and vines with as much speed as he could muster. It was only going to take him a second to reach the ghastly corpse, as long as simply stepping through the shadows would. However, the host of the ancient wreck did not remain idle. Countless vines sprawling on the floor and the walls of the cargo hold suddenly surged, spewing clouds of poison, and more emerged from the mangled flesh of the ancient being. These vines, however, did not shoot at Sonny in a futile attempt to catch a shadow. Instead, they flew upward, tearing the hull of the ship apart. Bright sunlight flooded through the wide breach, and as it banished the shadows populating the cargo hold, Sonny was suddenly expelled from their safe embrace, rolling on the floor while the sharp thorns of the vines bit into his flesh through the fabric of the puppeteer's shroud. His thoughts were in a state of momentary panic. Not good. Chapter 519 Trapped. Sonny rolled over his shoulder and jumped to his feet, the blade of the cruel sight slicing through a vine that was flying through the air to ensnare him. Blood was streaming down his back, and poison was entering his lungs. What's worse, a concentrated dose of it must have been infused into his bloodstream by the black thorns. Sonny suddenly felt feverish and weak, and a sense of cold paralysis was spreading through the left side of his body, which took the most damage. He was still able to move, and blood weave was already working to contain and devour the toxin. But before it prevailed, Sonny was in a dire situation. Gritting his teeth, he dashed to the side, hoping to escape the sunlight and use shadow step to reach the abominable creature in the center of the cargo hold. Before he could dive into the saving darkness of the shadows, however, a massive vine crushed into the floorboards, shattering them and barring his way. Sonny froze for a fraction of a second, realizing that there was nowhere to escape. Dozens of vines were already moving in his direction, glistening in the sunlight as clouds of murky mist escaped from the pores on their surface. Even though the root section of the vines was not very mobile, the sheer amount of them made it almost impossible to survive the onslaught. What's worse, the vines were contracting, pulling more and more of their length into the cargo hold. He cursed. At least the pressure on the fire keepers should have diminished. Sonny was 1 moment away from being killed. He was not going to be able to reach the monster without the help of the shadows, but bathed in the merciless sunlight, he also had no chance of diving into their embrace. All he could do was use his own. Commanding one of the shadows to unwrap itself from his body, Sonny sent it toward the ghastly corpse and staggered as the strength and resilience provided by it disappeared. The second shadow slid from the cruel sight and attached itself to his feet, meant to serve as a threshold through which he was going to step. Now, all he had to do was to survive the short second it was going to take the first shadow to reach its goal. That was easier said than done. Straining the flexibility of his body to its limit, Sonny felt his joint groan and his tendons tremble on the verge of tearing apart. Twisting at an almost impossible angle, he dodged one of the vines, placed his hand on the spongy carpet of the brown moss, and performed a bizarre spin, narrowly sliding between 2 more. If not for the torturous training he had put himself through to accommodate the inhuman demands of shadow dance, this would have been impossible. Feeling the skin of his palm burn, as though submerged in stomach acid, he retrieved his hand from the brown moss and immediately jumped backward to save himself from being entangled in the slithering vines. He was swift enough to avoid being caught, but not swift enough to escape unscathed. The black thorns tore into his right side, and more blood flowed down his body, while more poison entered his bloodstream. Arg! Sonny ducked, dashed desperately to the side, then rolled and threw himself upward from an impossible position, feeling his ligaments rip. Dodging the swarm of vines was like being a fly surrounded by a contracting mass of spiderwebs. Luckily, he only had to survive in their lethal, moving maze for a second. Before the vines could turn into an impenetrable barrier all around him, Sonny dove into his shadow and emerged right in front of the vile mass of brown moss. and the remains of the human encased within it. The cruel sight flashed with pure light, and in one fluid motion he thrust its incandescent blade into the chest of the monster. "Got you!" And then, nothing happened. The corpse didn't react to receiving a mortal wound at all. Its ghastly face remained unmoving, its eyes full of terrifying emptiness, its body a harrowing mess of torn flesh and slithering brown vines. The mass of moss continued to contract and expand, and the vines themselves continued to pursue the invader. Even the divine flame seemed to have no effect on the corrupted monster. Sonny paled. "Crap." He twisted the cruel sight, hoping that it would have some effect, but all was in vain. The corrupted monster simply refused to die for whatever reason, and the ancient remains that were its source appeared to be immune to flame, even if the vines themselves were susceptible to it. The information Cassie shared with him came from Master Roan, who had fought the vines once. But he had never entered the wreck, so of course, the dashing griffin rider couldn't have known that the creature itself did not share the weaknesses of its sprawling, thorned limbs. Damn, now what? The vines were already upon him. Before they could ensnare Sonny, though, two ruby eyes ignited in his shadow, and a graceful figure of the demonic knight lunged forward out of it. The blade of her stone-like sword flashed through the air, easily severing several vines, and then her shield crashed into the slithering vernicose wall, pushing it away and making the whole cargo hold shudder. Now that saint was ascended and augmented by one of his shadows, her strength was truly frightening. The taciturn demon spun in the mass of vines, cutting them down like a demented gardener. For a moment, none of them could reach her. Sonny wrapped the second shadow around himself and retrieved the cruel sight, thinking feverishly. What the hell, how do I kill this thing? He could try to place the broken oath near it and retreat, but no, that wouldn't work. Unlike the mordant mimic who had been paralyzed by the crushing, the being trapped in the cargo hold of the ancient ship could simply move the charm away with one of its vines or crush it. And if Sonny tried to prevent it from doing so, he would succumb to the soul damage first. Even with the help of the mantle of the underworld, he would still be just an awakened. A corrupted monster's soul was much, much more vast and resilient. Leaving Saint to fend for herself was also not an option, since even with her newfound might, she had no chance of surviving in a battle against this powerful creature alone. Not all corrupted monsters were created equal, and the two foe them had the misfortune of stumbling on an especially dreadful one. So what else was there? Sonny couldn't damage the abhorrent abomination itself, but he could damage the vines. That would buy him some time to come up with a solution, at least. Jumping back, he sliced at the root of a thick vine growing out of the ancient human's forearm, severing it. As a side effect of this attack, the corpse seemed to retrieve some control of its hand, which slowly rose and stretched toward Sonny. Damn! Suddenly feeling a sickening, cold sensation in his heart, he hurried to create as much distance between himself and the corpse as he could. However, the abomination didn't seem to be launching an attack. Its hands strained to rise, held down by the mass of vines growing from it. Struggling against this terrible burden, it twitched and moved slightly, then froze. One of its fingers trembled. The creature seemed to be pointing at something. And for the first time, the expression in its empty eyes changed, betraying that there was still a hint of consciousness trapped in this mangled body. Those terrible eyes were not burning with bloodlust, hunger, or wrath. Instead, they were full of harrowing agony and pleading. Chapter 520, Deliverance. Sonny almost stumbled because of the terrible realization. Was the mutilated body inside the nest of moss still alive? How could that be? Thousands of years must have passed since the flying ship crashed on this desolate island. How long had this poor soul suffered this harrowing torture? What sin had they committed, and who had doomed them for an eternity of ghastly suffering? How had the vines ended up growing from their flesh, and why? But most importantly, how the hell was T? Hat mangled thing not dead. Even divine flame was powerless to end its grisly, gruesome existence. If Sonny could find the answer, maybe he would be able to kill the corrupted monster after all. Using the momentary lull in the onslaught of the vines that Saint's appearance had bought him, he faced away from the fight and tried to understand what the host of the abominable growth was pointing at. He desperately hoped that the ancient human was, indeed, trying to point at something, and not just convulsing in terrible pain. Where is it? What is it? His gaze flew to a certain point on the wall of the cargo hold and lingered on it. At first glance, there was nothing different about it. That section of the bulkhead was just like all the rest, ancient and overgrown with brown moss. But as he looked closer, he noticed a small gap in the layer of moss, as well as a strange bend to the vines growing on that particular wall. It was as though they, too, wanted to avoid something lodged into the wooden boards. That had to be it. However, Sonny didn't see anything in the small circular gap, just a splinter of wood sticking out of it at a sharp angle. His heart was beating like a wild beast in a cage, consumed equally by hope and despair. Throwing a glance at Saint, who was slowly drowning in the flood of slithering vines, he hesitated for a moment, and then rushed toward the wall instead of joining her in the fight. There has to be something, there has to be. He was certain that the ancient human pointed at that section of the wall for a reason, or rather, he hoped that they had. Jumping over an attacking vine and staggering sideways to avoid another one, Sonny slashed, hacked, and tore his way through the cargo hold, feeling more wounds appearing on his body and more poison flowing through his bloodstream. At this point, even Blood Weave was having trouble resisting the deadly toxin. Well, it was miraculous enough that he could withstand it at all, considering that the poison came from a creature 2 whole ranks above Sonny. Weaver's lineage was, indeed, a terrifying thing. Maybe there was a reason for why it was described as forbidden. Finally, Sonny sliced through the last vine in his way, leaving it broken and singed, and crashed into the overgrown bulkhead near the small gap in the brown moss. Drawing in a hoarse breath, he stared at it with enough intensity to melt stones. Wait, is it? His eyes widened slightly. The thing that he had thought to be a splinter turned out to be something else. Out there on the wall of the cargo hold, thrust deeply into it by someone's hand, was a rather simple-looking knife. Its shape, however, was very familiar to Sonny. It was exactly the same as the knife that lay on the white altar of the sanctuary of Noctis, except for the fact that this one wasn't cut from a single piece of obsidian. However, it also wasn't cut from ivory. Instead, it seemed to be made entirely of wood, as if a tree branch had somehow grown in the shape of a knife, and was then broken off to become one. What does it mean? Sonny allowed himself to remain confused and perplexed for a split second, and then decisively grabbed the handle of the knife. Act now, think later. Damn it all, please don't tell me that I need 1,000 coins to lift this one, too. Luckily, this time, there was no need for an offering. Although it took some effort, a moment later, the wooden blade slid from where it was thrust into the wall, and Sonny found himself holding the cruel sight in one hand and the strange wooden knife in the other. Something else happened, though. As soon as he laid his hands on the wooden handle, all the vines in the cargo hold surged in his direction with frenzied fury, utterly forgetting about Saint and her vicious sword. Sonny paled. Crap! Before the mass of slithering vines could crush him, he abandoned all attempts to escape and thrust his hand forward instead. The wooden knife slipped from his grip, cut a sharp arc in the air, and was nimbly caught by Saint. Without wasting the opportunity that the sudden shift in the corrupted monster's behavior gave her, the taciturn demon immediately dashed toward the pulsating mass of brown moss and thrust the wooden knife right into one of the ancient human's empty eyes. In the next moment, the whole wreck shuddered. The mass of moss violently contracted, throwing Saint away. The vines suddenly lost any semblance of cohesion and thrashed violently, forcing Sonny to retreat as close to the wall as he could. Still, the sea of black thorns was mere centimeters away from his face, raging in a storm of chaotic movements. Even the brown moss he was pressed against seemed to be convulsing, as if overwhelmed by unbearable pain. Despite all that, the only thing Sonny saw was the one remaining eyes of the terribly malformed ancient human. It stared at him for a few moments, the emptiness and darkness slowly giving way to something else, a feeling of relief so vast, since that it was almost beyond the concept of emotion. Then that look of deliverance was gone, too. The terrible eye was empty once again, now truly and forever. The head of the ancient human lifelessly rolled back. And as soon as it did, the vines suddenly fell to the ground, too, dead and motionless. Suddenly weak, Sunny powerlessly slid to the floor. The voice of the spell whispered into his ear. You have slain a corrupted monster, Wormvein. You have slain a transcendent human, Solvein. Your shadow grows stronger. Chapter 521, Undying Chain. Sitting on the floor of the cargo hold, with his back against the soft and spongy layer of rotting brown moss, Sunny bent down and spat a mouthful of blood. Breathing hoarsely, he stared at it for a moment, and then tiredly leaned back. He did not feel too well. Your shadow grows stronger. A bitter smile appeared on his face. What is that all? After all that had just happened, Sunny felt that he really deserved more. This time his hopes were not for naught. The spell remained silent for a bit, as though to torture him, and then added, You have received a memory. Better. After that he groaned and coughed some more blood. All around Sunny, the brown moss was rotting, withering, and turning into dust. The same thing was happening to the vile mass of vines, albeit at a slower rate. Now that both the corrupted monster and its host were dead, the ancient wreck seemed to be cleansing itself. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these changes, though, and was fully concentrated on his own miserable state. Even though the whole battle took less than a minute, Sunny had sustained a lot of damage. His body was pierced and torn by the black thorns, and he had too much poison running through his veins. One of his ligaments seemed to be seriously torn, too, which brought him a lot of pain now that the adrenaline was starting to dissipate. The puppeteer's shroud was a wonderful armor, and accompanied him on his misadventures from almost the very start of it all. But Sunny had to reluctantly admit that with the caliber of enemies he was facing these days, its protective qualities left a lot to be desired. Sadly, even such a powerful memory could not keep up with the progress of its master. If there was one good thing about his condition, though, it was that the effects of the poison did not seem to be growing stronger. Blood Weave had the situation under control, and he was bound to feel better soon. In any case, the battle was over. The plan worked in the end, even if killing the Wormvein had turned out to be much more complicated than anyone would have thought. Still, somehow, Sunny had managed to achieve his goal. The Fire Keepers, if they were still alive, were going to have to clean up the remaining sailor dolls should the beasts regain their courage after the corrupted monster's death. But he couldn't muster enough energy to care at the moment. Saint stared at the quickly disintegrating corpse of the person who had once been called Solvein for a bit, then walked over and stood above him silently, looking away in her usual indifferent manner. Sunny rested for a while, not even summoning the runes to take a look at his new memory. Slowly, his exhaustion diminished, and he could think clearly once again. As that happened, numerous questions inevitably assaulted his mind. What had happened in the cargo hold of the ancient ship was just too peculiar. Who was Solvein, and how had they ended up as the host of the Wormvein? How had they survived for thousands of years? Why was Solvein immune to divine flame and couldn't be harmed by the cruel sight, but succumbed to one strike of the wooden knife? Where had that knife come from in the first place? And why was it so similar to the obsidian one that lay on the altar in the sanctuary of Noctis? As Sunny considered all these questions and found no answers, one thought gradually encompassed all the others. A saint, I killed a saint. The spell had described Solvein as a transcendent human, which was what saints were really called. Sunny knew it to be true, but still couldn't quite believe it. He was not someone to sell himself short, but not even in his wildest dreams had Sunny ever considered being able to kill a saint, at least not at his current rank. Saints were simply creatures of another plane, unrivaled demigods with enough power to level entire cities. Technically, a corrupted monster was of the same rank as a saint, and even possessed one more soul core, but there was no comparison. Due to their aspects and nature, transcendent humans were much more of a force to be reckoned with than any beast or monster could ever hope to be. Only a devil of the same rank, or maybe a powerful demon, could stand a chance in a battle against them. And yet Sunny had killed one. He had also killed a corrupted monster with the same strike. Well, technically it was Saint who had delivered the strike, but it didn't matter. The result was T. He same. Now that is definitely something that no one is going to believe, huh? Sunny chuckled, then grimaced from pain and finally summoned the runes. The first thing he did was check his fragments. The number was just as he expected. Shadow Fragments 1958-2000. He had managed to kill a few nightmare creatures on the way to the shipwreck island, and killing a human and a monster 2 ranks above him gave 12 more fragments, 4 from the Saint, and 8 from the Wormvine. Sonny sighed, lamenting the unfairness of his aspect for the 1000th time, and looked at the list of his memories. New runes appeared at the end of the list. He held his breath and read. Memory Undying Chain. Memory Rank Transcendent. His heart started to beat faster. At long last. This was the first transcendent memory he had acquired, which was a very pleasant milestone. Granted, an awakened like him was not even supposed to have ascended memories, let alone something one whole rank higher. But then, an average awakened rarely had to fight things above their rank, too. Pleased, Sonny continued to read. Memory Tier I. How was this possible? The memory could have either come from the Wormvine, in which case it was supposed to be of the 2nd tier, or from Solvane, in which case it was supposed to be of the 1st. However, it seemed as though the Undying Chain had actually come from both of his kills, maybe because Solvane and the parasitic Wormvine were irrevocably connected. As such, it ended up being of the 3rd tier. Sonny had not even known that something like that was possible. Even more pleased, he grinned in satisfaction and returned his attention to the runes. Memory Type Armor. His eyes glistened. Now that's what I'm talking about. Chapter 522, El Invincible. Sonny was really beyond himself. A good armor was exactly what he needed, and what could be better than a transcendent one? Most of the enemies he fought would not even be able to scratch it, let alone pierce it. His smile turned a little bitter when he remembered receiving the puppeteer's shroud, and imagining how he would be nearly invincible to all the dormant creatures trying to attack him come winter solstice. Who knew that he would end up in a place where there was not even a single dormant bastard around, not counting Sonny himself and all the other misfortunate sleepers on the forgotten shore, of course. Still, he would have died 100 times if it hadn't been for the puppeteer's shroud. The Undying Chain was an undeniable improvement, so he had high hopes for it. Moving his gaze lower, he read the armor's description. Memory description in a beautiful tower at the end of the world, Desire was bound by 7 brilliant shackles. She was meant to be chained there forever, and so her shackles were made eternal. Yet in the end, Desire was unleashed upon the world. Her shackles were destroyed, and the will of the gods was broken. Sonny stared at the shimmering runes, wondering. He knew that the spell, for whatever reason, behaved strangely when speaking about demons. In fact, he had never seen or heard it use that term, as though the word itself was somehow forbidden. Sonny only learned it from the writings left behind by the prisoner of the hidden cell beneath the ruined cathedral in the Dark City. The closest the spell had ever come to mentioning the word demon was calling the prince of the underworld a prideful demon. Yet there was no doubt that the Desire it spoke about here was a demon, the demon of hope, who had been once chained in the ivory tower. Sonny had seen the place where she had been imprisoned himself, as well as the seed of nightmare growing from her broken shackles. At first glance, the meaning of the description was rather obvious, or at least it was to him with how much he already knew. But something told Sonny that it wasn't. The thing that didn't seem to add up was the fact that he had received the Undying Chain for killing Solvane, or the Wormvine, both of whom had seemingly nothing to do with the description. Unless he was thinking about it all wrong. Wormvine was susceptible to fire, as well as other means of dealing damage powerful enough to wound the abomination's flesh. But Solvane was not so simple. The saint from whose flesh the terrible monster had been born seemed immune to any form of harm, including the immolating divine flame. Almost as if Solvane was immortal. That would certainly explain how the poor saint had survived thousands of years of harrowing torture after becoming Wormvine's host, and why the memory Sonny received from their death had the epithet of undying. Was there a second, less literal meaning to the 7 brilliant shackles mentioned in the description of the Undying Chain, which apparently were made eternal? Just like Solvane had been. Sonny frowned. This is just too weird. Even if his tentative theory was technically not impossible, the existence of the wooden knife went against it. What was that knife, and why had it killed Solvane when nothing else seemed to have been able to? The knives, perhaps, were an even greater mystery. In any case, he didn't have enough information yet to try and glean the truth. With a sigh, Sonny returned to the ruins. Learning what his new armor could do was much more interesting than trying to guess at the ancient mysteries with no clues anyway. Memory enchantments, chains of longing, brilliant will, undying. Chains of longing enchantments description. This armor provides the wearer with high protection against mind attacks. Sonny blinked. What are the chances? Resistance to mind attacks was the second rarest form of protection, right after resistance to soul damage. And yet, this was the third armor-type memory he had received that boasted it. His luck was incredibly good. Or maybe his tendency to run into especially terrible monsters was incredibly bad. In any case, this enchantment made sense. If this memory was connected to the imprisonment of hope, whose powers had been most likely tied to mind manipulation, then having protection against such attacks was logical. The fact that the undying chain had only 3 enchantments, as opposed to 5 of the mantle of the underworld, was also to be expected. The tier of a memory seemed to dictate how many enchantments it could accommodate, and the mantle, despite being of a lower rank, was higher by a few tiers. The second enchantment of the undying chain was very interesting. Brilliant will enchantment's description. This armor becomes stronger when worn by those of divinity. Sonny grinned. Even without looking at the undying chain and its spellweave, he could tell how this enchantment worked. It was an overall enhancement based on how high the wearer's divine affinity was, which meant that a random awakened would not receive any augmentation to the resilience of their armor, while someone with the mark of divinity attribute would receive a decent amount. Sonny, though, with his ember of divinity, the augmentation would be enhanced threefold. It was a very solid enchantment. This is great. When his eyes fell on the third enchantment, though, he forgot all about his previous joy, intense as it was. His eyes widened slightly. The runes read, Undying enchantment description, the wearer cannot die. Sonny tilted his head. What? Being unable to die surely sounded great, even if he had just seen what terrible fate had befallen Solvin. However, Sonny quickly realized the limitations of this seemingly breathtaking enchantment. Unlike chains of longing and radiant will, undying was an active one, and he was willing to bet that sustaining it required an ocean of soul's essence. Considering that Sonny was just an awakened, his reserves would probably only amount to 1 moment of immortality. Still, 1 moment of immortality was more than fantastic. If used wisely, Sonny could imagine a lot of situations where this enchantment could save his life, but even more where using it would only amount to postponing his death by a fraction of a second. It was an amazing but very dangerous tool. Full of thought but extremely satisfied, Sonny stood up. Gunlog, too, had possessed a transcendent armor. However, his golden echo now felt inferior to the undying chain. The Bright Lord seemed so invincible and terrifying once, but Sonny had long surpassed him, and now his arsenal did as well. It was a strange feeling. With a sigh, Sonny dismissed the torn and bloodied puppeteer's shroud, then summoned the undying chain. Immediately, a slender metal armor weaved itself from nothingness around his body. It was forged out of lusterless, bleak steel, which looked very similar to the iron from which the heavenly chains themselves were made. The armor covered his body almost entirely, and the few gaps left between the fitted plates of steel showed a layer of thin, but incredibly strong chain mail underneath. His face became hidden behind a helmet that looked like a featureless mask, with only several vertical lines cut into it to provide a decent level of visibility. Shadow nested in the slits of the visor, creating a dark and ominous visage. There was a piece of black cloth wrapped around his waist, held in place by a wide belt fashioned out of dark leather, as well as a hood that provided additional protection to his head and neck. Surprisingly, the armor didn't seem very heavy, and neither did it restrict his mobility by much. The design was so intricate, and the steel plates fitted so perfectly to his body and to each other that it felt like a second layer of skin, if that skin was cast of impenetrable steel. Of course, the undying chain wasn't as light as the puppeteer's shroud, but Sonny could move freely while wearing it, all the while not producing almost any sound. In exchange, it provided a vastly larger amount of protection. Standing in the cargo hold of the ancient ship, clad in his new transcendent armor, Sonny couldn't help be. Feel invincible. Disabuse yourself of that thought, fool. He smiled darkly, then looked at Saint. Well, what do you think? The taciturn demon didn't answer, of course. However, Sonny could swear that the glow of her ruby eyes, which were hidden behind the visor of a similarly closed helmet, became a bit approving. His smile widened, but then slowly disappeared. A steel armor. Suddenly grim, Sonny dismissed his helmet and turned in the direction where the fire keepers were supposed to be. After a few moments, he said quietly, I see. Chapter 523, Made Eternal. Bloodweave was slowly devouring the toxin, but Sonny still felt weak and feverish. Dismissing Saint, he walked around the cargo hold, getting used to the feel of the undying chain and looking around to see if there was something interesting laying around. Like another chest full of Noctis coins, for example. Sadly, he didn't find anything. Even if the cargo hold had once stored ancient curios and treasures, everything was destroyed by the vines and the brown moss over thousands of years. However, he was pleasantly surprised to realize that the lusterless steel armor was not constricting his movements at all. It was really like a second layer of skin, perhaps. If Sonny wasn't augmented by the shadow, the undying chain would have been cumbersome. But he was, and on top of that, there were almost 2,000 shadow fragments stored in his two cores. Even if an awakened wasn't supposed to be able to wear the transcendent armor effortlessly, Sonny had no such problem. Sweet. Finally, he limped over to the pile of dust that remained of solvent and knelt beside it, then reached inside the ashes and retrieved the wooden knife. Of course, Sonny had not forgotten about it. To his disappointment, though, what he was holding in his hand was just the handle. The blade had splintered and broken off, and the wood seemed lifeless and dead. It was already starting to rot, and even when Sonny looked beneath the surface of the strange knife, he didn't see anything. No spellweave, no brilliant radiance of a sea of soul essence, and no string of fate folding endlessly on itself in a perfect circle. The wooden knife was truly and utterly broken, almost as if it was created for a singular purpose and had no reason to exist after fulfilling it. Sonny looked at the knife with a thoughtful frown. Interesting. Was the wooden knife created specifically to bring death to the immortal Solving? If so, were the obsidian knife in the sanctuary of Noctis and the ivory knife in the Night Temple meant to end the lives of two other immortals? Suddenly, he shivered. A single string of fate, folded on itself and creating a perfect circle. If he had looked into the wooden knife before it was destroyed, would he have seen the same thing? A tentative hint of understanding appeared in his mind. Somehow, Sonny felt that he would. He also suspected that the string of fate would not have been just a random one. No, it would have been Solving's fate. A string that was somehow torn out of the tapestry of fate and tied in an endless circle. Would something like that make a person immortal? And so the shackles were made eternal. Who could have done such a terrifying thing? Well, the answer was rather obvious. The Lord of Light, Sun God, who had destroyed Hope's kingdom and imprisoned her in the ivory tower, certainly could. After all, he was not only the deity of flame and light, but also of passion, creation, and destruction. Looking at the remains of the wooden knife that were rotting and turning to dust in his hand, Sonny couldn't help but shudder. If he was right, then he was holding a weapon created by a god. And he had used that weapon to kill an immortal created by a god. For the first time since Sonny had learned about the divinities of the dream realm, he suddenly felt really glad that they were dead. Sometime later, he jumped through the breach created by the wormvine and climbed onto the ancient ship's hull. Hissing from pain, Sonny staggered a little, then limped toward where the wreck ended. Since the ship was laying on its side, the wooden surface beneath his feet was inclined down and uneven. Almost inevitably, he lost his balance and rolled the last stretch of the way, landing on the ground in a graceless heap. Ouch! Sonny remained motionless for a while, then sighed and picked himself off the ground. Standing up, he studied the desolate valley and then headed to where he had seen the fire keepers last. The landscape of the shipwreck island was changed. The ground was overturned and scarred by deep trenches, looking like a battlefield of an ancient war. Some of the trenches were empty, some were filled with massive stems of dead vines that protruded from the soil like rotting serpents. The air was filled with dust, ash, and smoke. Using the cruel sight as a staff to support his weight, Sonny limped forward and soon found the ring of bonfires. A pale smile appeared on his face. Well, what would you know, they actually survived. Indeed, the fire keepers seemed to be all there. Granted, they looked incredibly exhausted, battered, and injured all over. All of them were covered in blood, dirt, and soot, their armor torn. Some were sitting with tired expressions on their faces, others lay on the ground, with only the movement of their chests betraying that they were alive. Only the steadfast young man who had wielded a short spear and a heavy shield in battle, the healer of the cohort, was up and about, tending to his companions. Sonny walked between two of the bonfires and stopped, leaning on the cruel sight. His eyes darted around, lingered on the delicate figure of a young woman with pale blonde hair for a moment, and then turned away. Sonny. He glanced at Shakti, the artisan girl who was resting on the ground a few steps away from him. The young woman looked more or less like a corpse. Her armor was almost destroyed, revealing deep lacerations on her tanned skin, and her face was dirty and pale from blood loss. What's worse, her right arm was torn away, ending in a bloodied bandage near the elbow. Such a wound was not permanent, since it was dealt to her spirit body and not the actual one, but still quite severe. Nevertheless, there was a wide grin on the artisan's face. Looking him over, she whistled and said, "New armor, looking good." She tried to laugh, but then bent over in a fit of violent coughing. It seemed that all of them were still suffering from the effects of the wormbine's poison, even if the healer had used his aspect to make it less lethal. The others looked in their direction, alerted to his arrival by Shakti's voice. Their eyes brightened. "Thank the gods, Sonny, you're alive. Good work out there. Crazy bastard, you actually did it." Sonny couldn't help but smile. Obviously, why wouldn't I? It was just a corrupted monster. His smile widened. Actually, I also went and killed an immortal saint that happened to be nearby. One strike for the both of them to not waste any time. All it took was a minute. The fire keepers stared at him for a bit, then rolled their eyes. Shakti shook her head. "Sure, Sonny, if you say so, but really, I just don't get you. Killing a corrupted monster is already an incredible thing. Why do you even have to invent some ridiculous story?" Sonny blinked a couple of times with an innocent look. "What do you mean, invent a story? It's the truth. I'm a very honest person. The most honest person in two worlds, really." Chapter 524-42. Sonny slumped on the ground, summoned the endless spring, and greedily drank some water. Since his injuries were light, well, at least compared to those received by the fire keepers, it was some time before the healer got to them. But eventually, it was his turn to receive treatment. The healer, a young man named Shim, was pale and exhausted, his soul essence clearly almost entirely depleted. Still, he managed to repair the ligaments Sonny had torn while dodging the vines to a large extent. It hurt like hell, though. Of course, this healing ability couldn't compare to Neph's purifying white flames. But then, it was hard for anyone to compare to Neph. Sonny knew it better than anyone. With a dark expression, he summoned the runes and glanced at the painfully familiar string of them. Shadow Fragments 1958-2000. He was only 4-2 fragments away from evolving into a demon. This transformation was not only going to allow him to reinforce his body and reserves of shadow essence even further, but also reward Sonny with a third shadow. Having another invaluable helper would increase his power tremendously, making him capable of stacking 3 augmentations on top of each other, or spreading them over between his body, his memories, and saint. He was almost to 2,000 fragments. To accumulate so many in only 7 months, that was an achievement worth celebrating. Very few awakened ever fully saturated their cores, and those who did usually spent long years slowly collecting soul shards of the nightmare creatures they killed. Decades, even, and that was for only 1 core. Sonny could be proud of himself. And yet he didn't feel happy. Looking lower, he concentrated on another, much shorter cluster of runes. Master Changing Star. As soon as he did, new runes ignited in the air. Rank Dreamer. Class Devil. Soul Cores 47. Soul Fragments 399, 4,000. 7 months ago, the gap between them had nearly reached 5,000 fragments. Today, it was much smaller. But that was only thanks to the Noctis coins he had sacrificed to the altar. The truth of the matter was that Sunny had been slowly shortening the gap for a long time, but now it had started growing once more. Not too long ago, something had happened to Neph in the dream realm, and as the result, the speed with which she gained soul fragments began increasing with each day. Sunny didn't know what changing star was doing, why she had suddenly become so much stronger, and even how she was still alive, but he knew that he was being slowly left in the dust once again. Dismissing the runes, he gritted his teeth and looked darkly at the desolate, hellish landscape of the shipwreck island. I have to get to that seed, that is the only way. Compared to all other awakened and their rate of growth, Sunny might have been a monster. But Neph was not even human. She was the devil himself. He didn't know what else to do to surpass her. To become stronger. His heavy thoughts were interrupted by the light sound of approaching steps. Looking up, Sunny saw Cassie walking over to him. Great, just what I need. She stopped a couple of steps away and lowered her head slightly. Are you all right? Sunny grimaced, then looked away. What do you care? I'll live. He scowled and then added in a slightly acrid tone. Your information was wrong, by the way. That thing was not weak to fire. She tilted her head slightly. How did you kill it then? Sunny smiled crookedly. With a piece of wood. Cassie remained silent for a while, prompting him to speak. So now what? She sighed and turned toward the distant wreck. All of us are tired and wounded, and there is a crushing approaching. We will return to the sanctuary to rest and regroup, and then come back to establish 2 camps, one here and another one on a neighboring island. Then we will start repairing the ship. He nodded. Good plan, I guess. Do you really think that you can make that thing fly again, though? The blind girl hesitated. Eventually, she said without too much emotion. We have to try, at least. Sunny studied the silhouette of the ancient ship, its hull full of breaches, its bow shattered and broken, the tree growing around its mast dead and resembling a black, twisted skeleton. Then he shook his head. How long do you think it will take you? Cassie hesitated. 2, maybe 3 months. We will be done before autumn is over, if that is what you want to know. He chuckled. You remember our deal then? Good. She frowned. Of course, I remember. Sunny looked at the ground, then asked her coldly. When are we leaving for the night temple, then? Cassie lingered for a few moments, a troubled expression suddenly finding its way onto her face. Finally, she said, When do you want to go? Sunny thought about it. There were several things he still needed to do. After a while, he shrugged. End of September. Everything should be ready by then. The journey to the northern edge of the Chained Isles and back shouldn't take us longer than a month. We'll be back just in time to see your flying ship rise into the air, and use it to reach the Nightmare Seed. He lingered for a second, and then asked, Why do you look so uneasy, though? Cassie slowly shook her head. It's nothing, just the Night Temple. It's a very strange place. Sunny frowned. What is that supposed to mean? How so? She shivered. I'll explain it to you later. Right now we need to move. This island is about to enter the ascent phase. Which meant that the crushing was not too far ahead as well. Sunny sighed, then stood up. He didn't have to limp anymore, at least. As for why Cassie had said that the second human citadel on the Chained Isles was a weird place, he could wait for the answer. He had no need for this information right now anyway. Sunny was a very patient man, at least when he needed to be. Besides, he had something else on his mind. 42 shadow fragments, it's not that much. Looking south and slightly to the east, he gripped the shaft of the cruel sight and stared toward the horizon with a dark expression. I'll be a demon before we're back to the sanctuary. Chapter 525, Vengeful Ghosts. 6 days later, the cohort had almost reached the safe haven of the citadel. The speed with which they traveled reduced significantly due to the heavy wounds the fire keepers had sustained, so all things considered, it was a very good result. As days went by, their healer had continued tending to his companions, so by now, most had already recovered, except for those like Shakti with especially grave injuries, of course. Those would only be healed after they had returned to the real world and then came back. Even then, their physical bodies were going to sustain serious internal damage and require a prolonged period of treatment. As the sun disappeared in the sky below, the cohort reluctantly made camp. From where they were now, only a handful of islands separated them from the sanctuary. However, some of those islands were populated by nightmare creatures too dangerous to attempt traversing their hunting grounds, so the fire keepers were going to have to make a big detour. Since traveling in the darkness was a big risk, they had no choice but to spend another night in the wilderness and continue their journey tomorrow. Sunny didn't mind. When everyone fell asleep, he quietly turned into a shadow and slid unseen between the lookouts. The darkness of the night might have been a threat to them, but to him it was an ally. For Sunny, it was time to hunt. He had been venturing alone into the deadly expanse of the Chained Isles for the past 5 nights, and this one was not an exception. During that time, Sunny had taken more risks than he usually would, challenging nightmare creatures that he had studied before and those that he knew almost nothing about. Hunting the latter ones was a deadly endeavor, but with Saint's help, he managed to emerge victorious from each battle without sustaining too many wounds. The undying chain had also played a big part in his success, since even when Sunny received damage, it blocked most of it. Nothing had been able to pierce the bleak steel of his new armor yet. Gliding across the heavenly chain, Sunny approached a neighboring island and soared into the sky, then crushed heavily to the ground. The silver blade of the cruel sight gleamed, reflecting starlight as it manifested in his hand. Sunny rose to his feet and grunted, then walked forward with a dark expression. The island he just reached was descending, but still high enough for him to feel the remnant effects of the crushing. Still, Sunny didn't care. Tonight, nothing was going to stop him. He was just one step away from fully saturating his cores. Sunny walked between tall, jagged stones, approaching a large ruin that stood forlornly near the center of the island. He had been to this place and explored it before, so he knew what kind of abominations made their nest in the ancient structure. The ruin might have been beautiful once, but now it was warped and misshapen, its walls full of cracks and on the verge of collapsing. Sunny didn't know what purpose it had once served and how it was destroyed, but had concluded many months ago that a terrible battle must have taken place inside the ruin once. The clues were in the central hall of the shattered building, where the stones were damaged and looked like melted wax. Its walls had collapsed outward, which told him that whatever force had devastated the structure had come from within, as opposed to from the outside. Regardless of any of that, he had fought the dwellers of the ruin before. There were 2 types of nightmare creatures inhabiting the island of jagged rocks. The first ones were of the awakened rank and resembled stone gargoyles. They had lived near the edges of the island, and Sunny had already killed most of them, if not all, during his first months on the Chained Isles. The gargoyles never went near the ruin itself, because there were much more powerful creatures dwelling inside the ancient building. Those were of the fallen rank and looked like beautiful specters. Beneath their eerie beauty, though, hid an ocean of madness, evil, and bloodlust. The first time Sunny had encountered these wraiths, he barely escaped alive. Luckily, the wraiths only appeared at night. And now that he was much stronger and had the cruel sight, which had the ability to harm incorporeal enemies, this night was going to be their last. Summoning his helmet, Sunny looked at the ruin through the narrow slits of his visor and walked into the darkness that reigned between the ancient stone walls. "Your shadow grows stronger," Sunny growled, jumping back from the ghostly form of a beautiful young woman he had just pierced with the incandescent blade of his spear. Or rather, she had seemed beautiful before showing her true face, a twisted, terrifying max of inhuman hatred and corruption, ancient madness burning in the dark, bottomless pits of her eyes. Fighting phantoms had turned out to be much harder than he had anticipated, even if the ghost blade enchantment of the cruel sight allowed him to strike them down. Not only because their movements were fast and unpredictable, defying the logic of combat he was familiar with, but also because their attacks seemed to be able to deal soul damage as well. In fact, the claws of the wraiths of the ruin were able to bypass armor completely. The undying chain mitigated some damage due to its higher rank, but not enough to make the battle even remotely easy. Currently, Sunny felt weakened and in the throes of terrible pain, as if he had spent too much time in the vicinity of the broken oath. Curses! This just went to show that one could never feel safe in the dream realm. After receiving a transcendent armor, Sonny had allowed himself to become too complacent. He should have known better than to forget that, no matter how powerful a person was, all it took to die was one mistake. Every power had a flaw, after all. But still, he wasn't going to retreat now. As an ear-piercing scream echoed from the stone walls, growing closer and closer, Sonny gritted his teeth and summoned the runes. Shadow Fragments 1994-2000. He raised the cruel sight and faced the direction of the eerie shriek with a grim smile. One more to go. Chapter 526, Demon. Before the wrathful specter had time to appear, Sonny attacked first. Stepping through the shadows, he passed through the stone wall in front of him and entered a vast, ruined hall. It was illuminated by the pale rays of moonlight that fell through the broken roof, but also full of deep darkness. That darkness was cut by the bright radiance emanated by the incandescent blade of the cruel sight. Jumping over a pile of rubble, Sonny brought his spear down on the howling wraith and then spun, sending an unexpected thrust in the direction where any enemy would have retreated. Sadly, the apparition was suddenly somewhere else. Curses! The wraiths moved through space as if they were suspended between two worlds, as well as between the ground and the night sky. Their feet, if they had any, never touched the stone floor, and as such, Sonny couldn't observe their footwork to judge their next move. What's worse, sometimes they simply disappeared and then appeared some distance away, as if phasing between different states of existence. It was a bit like fighting Sonny himself, when he used Shadow Step to zip around the battlefield. So annoying. Dashing forward, he barely avoided the ghostly claws and rolled over his shoulder on the floor. The steel of the undying chain scraped against the shattered stones, producing a dull sound. Considering how narrow the slits of the featureless mask that served as the visor of his helmet were, Sonny had a surprisingly wide and unobstructed field of view, almost as if he wasn't wearing any at all. Jumping back to his feet, he was finally able to take a good look at the hall he had entered. So that's where she was coming from. It was the central chamber of the ruin, where, as he suspected, a fierce confrontation had taken place in the ancient past. The stone slabs of the floor were cracked and misshapen, the pattern of destruction suggesting that something had detonated with tremendous force in the center of the hall once. The pillars supporting the roof were long toppled, and the walls themselves had mostly collapsed. In the center of the room lay the remains of something resembling a massive stone chalice, now broken and almost unrecognizable. And there were human bones littering the floor. Some skeletons were scattered entirely, and some were still whole. A few even wore the rotten remains of red silken garments that strongly resembled those of the deadly specters. Sonny had no doubt that these were the remains of people from whose souls the ghastly wraiths had been born. He had no idea how they had died, why their souls had turned into vengeful specters instead of dissipating into the void, and what drove them to madly attack anyone who approached the ruins. All he knew was that the wraiths were very hard to destroy and full of seething hatred toward the living. Or maybe they just really hated him in particular, for whatever reason. He grinned and then brought his armored boot on one of the skulls, crushing it into dust. That caused the damnable specter to let out another chilling shriek and lunge at him with murderous fury, as if she had lost all reason, if the creature had any reason, that is, to begin with. Which was precisely what Sonny was hoping for. His body, conditioned by the endless hours of practice with Effie and Saint, reacted almost on its own. Shifting his weight to his right foot, Sonny burst with motion and threw his hand up. The polished shaft of the cruel sight slid between his fingers, suddenly extending forward to its full length. He only caught it near the very end. The reach of this strike was truly incredible, compared to how far a tack-eye like the Midnight Shard could effectively cut. The incandescent blade caught the wraith in the chest, sending tongues of white flame dancing on her spectral figure. Divine flames could burn even souls, after all. However, even engulfed in flames, the creature continued its attack. Since it was impossible to recover from performing such a strike quickly, Sonny would have been in trouble, luckily. The cruel sight was a very special weapon. Its shaft started shortening at the same speed as the wraith was advancing, continuing to burn it without a pause. In the end, Sonny found himself face to face with the hateful apparition, gripping the hilt of a short sword. Without wasting any time, he pulled it upward, slicing through the incorporeal body of the enemy and reaching her neck. White flames suddenly tore through the darkness of the creature's eyes, and before her ghostly claw could reach his flesh. Just like that, the wraith was destroyed. As her figure shimmered and started to disappear, Sunny let out a shaky breath, then summoned Saint from the shadows and threw the cruel sight to her. "Guard me. You have slain a fallen demon, Chalice Maiden." The taciturn demon calmly caught the sword, weighted it in her hand, and then assumed her usual indifferent pose. "Your shadow grows stronger." Sunny gritted his teeth. "Ah, this is going to suck." The voice of the spell resounded once more, echoing in the darkness of the R. "You and Hall, your shadow is overflowing with power." He screamed and fell to his knees, feeling as though his very soul was on fire, as though something was rising from its dark depths, ripping it apart. "Your shadow is taking shape." Damn it all, why does it have to hurt so much?" Sunny groaned and clawed at the floor, tears streaming from his eyes. The fingers of his armored gauntlet left deep grooves in the stone. The pain he was experiencing was not the worst he had ever felt, but really up there. "Argy." He slammed his fist down, sending cracks through the slab of ancient stone, then did it again and again, pulverizing it into tiny shards. Eventually, those shards turned into dust, and only then did his agony finally begin receding. The spell whispered into his ear, "Your shadow is complete." Released from the paralyzing pain, Sunny fell down and sprawled on the floor. Breathing raggedly, he remained motionless for a few minutes, and then summoned the runes. Familiar symbols shimmered in the air. Name sunless. True name lost from light. Rank awakened. Class demon. Shadow cores 3-7. Shadow fragments 0-3000. Sunny smiled weakly. After a while, he said, "Back to 0, I guess." Chapter 527, The Nuga. Chapter 527, The Nuga. Now that Sunny had experienced moving up a class without simultaneously rising to a new rank, he understood the difference between the two more clearly. Ascending to a new rank was a much more profound change. It elevated the quality of his shadow cores and essence, gifted him with new abilities, and allowed for a deeper access to his aspect. The resulting jump in power was nothing short of tremendous. Reaching a new class, on the contrary, primarily affected the quantity of his shadow essence, and as such, the increase in power was much more gradual. Sunny didn't feel much stronger than he had a few hours ago, but that was because he had already been enjoying the extra strength and essence capacity for a long time. In fact, the main benefit of having several cores had been aiding him ever since Sunny passed the 1,000 mark on the counter of shadow fragments. Unlike all other awakened, excluding Nephis, there was no limit to his capacity to store essence and reinforce his body. Or rather, that limit was so high that it might have as well not been there. However, that was not to say that Sunny didn't get other, incredibly potent benefits from manifesting a third shadow core. Standing up with a groan, he allowed the moonlight to bathe his slender figure and looked down at the three dark silhouettes sprawled on the ancient stones in front of him. One shadow looked like it was suffering from a toothache, the other was beyond itself and jubilant, and the third one. Ugh. The third shadow was just standing there motionlessly and staring at him, its dark figure not betraying any hint of emotion. Under its silent and unnerving gaze, he suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. For some reason, Sunny shivered slightly. Is it just me, or is this guy a bit, creepy? The creepy shadow didn't react at all to this thoughts, and just continued staring at him without moving. Sunny hesitated, then cleared his throat. Well, welcome to the team. Meet the other two, your elder siblings." The new shadow lingered for a few moments, and then slowly turned its head to look at his other ones. Immediately, the happy shadow made an energetic move to welcome it, but then stumbled mid-step, shivered a little, and slowly backed away, somehow ending up hiding behind the gloomy one. The gloomy shadow sighed with contempt, then faced the new guy and glared at him, clearly unimpressed. Amused, Sunny watched the two stare at each for several minutes straight. In the end, the creepy shadow glanced at him, then silently walked over to one of the ancient skeletons and studied the skull with disturbing fascination. It was trying to act cool, but Sunny could tell that the new guy was a bit flustered. He smiled. That's right, that gloomy one is a real menace. Even I'm afraid of him a little. The gloomy shadow looked at both of them with disdain, shook its head, and indifferently turned away. Sunny chuckled. All right, time to experiment a little. After that, he summoned all three shadows and wrapped them around his body. Immediately, he felt explosive might course through his veins, his skin turning hard as stone, his speed increasing tremendously. It was as though he grew 4 times more powerful than he had been a couple of seconds ago. A dark grin found its way onto his face. So that is how it feels to be a demon. Sunny dashed to the wall of the vast chamber, then ran back, raising a gale of wind in his wake. Then he brought his fist down on a piece of rubble, making it explode into a cloud of shards. Finally, he saturated his muscles with essence and jumped up, easily flying a dozen meters into the air and climbing onto the roof of the ruin through the breach in the dome of its central hall. His heart was beating, fast in triumphant exhilaration. Incredible, this is amazing. Sitting down, he glanced at Saint, who was far below him now, and laughed. Sunny was more powerful now than any awakened was supposed to be. In fact, in terms of pure physical ability, he was much closer to masters, perhaps even at the same level as those of them who had just reached their rank and had no time to reinforce their cores yet. That was not to say that he had a good chance of prevailing in a fight against an ascended. Physical ability was not what made them so deadly, after all. Remembering the ease with which Master Jet had severed the arm of a fallen tyrant, Sunny sighed wistfully. What's more, he now had the ability to augment 3 things at the same time. If Saint wasn't with him, Sunny could enhance his body, his armor, and his weapons simultaneously. Depending on the situation, he could also stack augmentations either on the cruel sight or the undying chain, which gave him much more choices during a battle with especially tough or dangerous opponents. And there was one other thing. Sunny summoned the runes and glanced at a particular string. Shadow Soul Serpent. Shadow Rank Dormant. Shadow Class Demon. Aha, just as I thought. Before, the Soul Serpent was a mere monster. Sunny had long thought that the Shadow's rank depended on the level of Shadow Dance comprehension he was able to achieve, while its class depended on his own. Now, he had proof. Looking down, Sunny noticed new runes shimmering in the darkness. Shadow Attributes Shadow Guide, Soul Weapon. Shadow Abilities Serpentine Steel. The ability was new. Excited, he read its description. Serpentine Steel Ability Description, Shadow Serpent's Soul Weapon Form, can assume the shape of any weapon. A crooked smile appeared on his face. Commanding the serpent to slither forth and assume the shape of the dark Odachi, he studied the great sword for a few moments, and then gave another command. The lusterless blade suddenly flowed like black mercury, and a few moments later he was holding a long spear in his hand. Almost unseen on the dark wood, the scales of a long, coiling body were engraved on its shaft, the spearhead shaped to resemble that of a serpent. Sunny drew in a deep breath. This is perfect. This is just what I needed. Dismissing the predatory spear and allowing the shadow to slither back onto his body, he looked east, where a pale lilac line had already appeared over the horizon, and smiled. I should be getting back. The new day was coming, and Sunny couldn't wait to return to the real world. With only a few months left until it was time to challenge the Seed of Nightmare, he had a lot of things to do. Chapter 528, Personal Style. A few days later, Sunny was in his living room, watching as Rain performed the same strike over and over again, her eyes full of stubborn determination. The practice sword rose and fell, over and over again, cutting the air with a whistling sound. Actually, her form wasn't bad. Effie was currently traveling between citadels, so she had not come out of her sleeping pod for a while now. Sunny and Rain were alone, which made the training session much less lively. Finally, some peace and quiet. Despite thinking that, Sunny couldn't help but feel that his home seemed a little bit empty these days. He sighed. There were other things on his mind, too. Now that his part of the deal with Cassie was complete, the journey into the nightmare was drawing close. No matter how aloof about the whole thing Sunny wanted to remain, he was aware that there was a real possibility that he would not return from that trial alive. Even if he did, there was no telling how long conquering the nightmare would take. which meant that his remaining time with Rain was limited, and he couldn't waste it. He had to accelerate her training and teach her some actual battle skills. Observing the teenage girl, who continued to swing her practice sword while drops of sweat rolled down her face, Sunny was in deep thought. What style was he going to teach her? Rain was his sister, so his first instinct was to share his legacy, shadow dance, with her, almost as if they were members of an actual clan. However, that wasn't a very good idea. Not only was her mentality poorly suited for his shapeless and insidious battle art, but she was also physically incapable of learning it. Since everyone received extensive combat training in school, there weren't really a lot of weak people in the waking world. But shadow dance was simply not meant to be practiced by mundane humans. It demanded a physical constitution of an awakened, at least. Sunny was only able to master the first step as a sleeper because of his unique aspect. Hundreds upon hundreds of shadow fragments he had absorbed on the Forgotten Shore, and the fact that this style was tailor-made for him by him. What then? The flowing and unpredictable battle art that Nephis had taught him obviously came to mind. It was designed to be a perfect foundational style, after all. However, Sunny didn't like the idea of teaching it to Rain, not only because he felt that he didn't have the right, but also because it came from the immortal Flame clan. Sunny suspected that this ingeniously adaptable battle art had been created by the martial genius, Broken Sword himself. He also had an idea of who Broken Sword's killers were, who could tell what problems knowing this style could drag along. By now, Sunny had also learned a plethora of various battle styles in the dreamscape. However, none of them impressed him too much. That meant that there was only one choice left. Coincidentally, he felt that it was the most fitting. Saint's solid, grounded battle style. It seemed to suit Rain's quiet, thoughtful, and meticulous personality very well. It was also the most precise and methodical technique Sunny knew, and one that provided the best defense. His goal was to ensure that Rain survives for as long as possible, and having a flawless defense went a long way if one wanted to not die. More than that, his sister seemed to share a connection with Saint. If she was such a big fan of the graceful demon, perhaps there was a reason for that. In any case, learning the style of her idol would not be the worst thing in the world. Noticing that he was staring at her with a dark expression, Rain stopped and gave Sunny a questioning look. "What did I mess up?" He slowly shook his head. "No, actually, your form was perfect for the last 100 strikes." A wide, incredibly bright smile suddenly appeared on the teenage girl's usually calm and collected face. "Aha, see, I practiced every day while you were gone on your trip. All my classmates think that I lost my mind. What do those fools even know?" The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. Since when does she refer to people as fools? She was such a polite girl before meeting me. Rain blinked a couple of times, then asked, "But if I was doing it right, why were you staring at me with that curses and damnation expression of yours?" What now? I don't have a." Sunny cleared his throat. I think that you're ready to learn more than one strike." Rain beamed. "Yes, finally." She looked around the living room and then said, "So are you going to show me some real battle techniques? Effie said that you are decent with the sword. At least I think that was what she meant. Are you?" Sunny hesitated, then shrugged and stood up. "Yeah, I do know my way around a sword. Actually, this place is too cramped. Follow me." Turning around, he went toward the hallway and pressed on a certain wall panel, which then moved aside, revealing the doors of an elevator. Rain stared at all that with a funny expression. You have a secret door in your house." Sunny smiled. "Sure, actually I have two, one for the stairs and one for the elevator." The girl thought for a second, and then gave him an understanding nod. You have an underground shelter. That's smart. We don't have one in our home since building it is very expensive." He gave her a strange look. "Aren't your parents rich?" Rain laughed. "For a wildly successful young entrepreneur, you don't know a lot about money, do you, Sunny? Sure, our family is not poor, but there's rich, and then there's rich. And we're not that kind of rich." Sunny tilted his head, trying to make sense of what he had just heard. "What the hell is that nonsense? Rich is rich, isn't it?" He frowned. "I know lots about money, kid. I know to make it and how to spend it. What else is there to know? Rain stared at him for a few moments, and then silently shook her head. Together, they entered the elevator and descended into the underground dojo. Chapter 529, Secret Lair. The dojo was rather large and submerged in absolute darkness. Sunny gave the home a command, and immediately, bright light chased the darkness away, revealing the floor, walls, and ceiling that were covered by heavy plates of armored ceramic alloy. Some of the plates already had cracks in them, which Sunny was painfully aware of. After all, those cracks had appeared as the result of Saint repeatedly slamming him against the floor. Simply looking at them made Sunny ache all over. I'm going to have to replace a few soon. He exited the elevator and walked over to a stand where various practice weapons were kept. These weapons were made out of reinforced synthetic materials to withstand the intensity of awakened training, and had cost him a fortune. Sadly, Sunny had never even touched them, since training with the real deal was far more effective. HM. Behind him, Rain walked into the dojo and looked around with curiosity. This space looked dark and mysterious, like a lair of a mythical monster. Do you come here a lot? Sunny gave her a short look. Of course I do. This is where I sleep. She was slightly surprised, but then seemed to understand the meaning of his answer. For mundane humans, such a shelter would only be useful if a gate open. Ed nearby, but awakened were more or less defenseless while in the dream realm. They needed the protection an underground bunker could provide much more, since their empty bodies could be easily destroyed when the spirit wandered away. Her gaze traveled to the steel sarcophagus of the sleeping pod and then moved past it. Suddenly, Rain's eyes brightened. Wow, is that a dreamscape pod? Sunny hesitated, surprised by her strong reaction. Sure, why? My super expensive sleeping pod is much more impressive. Why is she so fascinated by that silly thing? The teenage girl walked over to the alcove with the two machines and studied one of them with excited curiosity. The luxurious, state-of-the-art sarcophagus received zero attention. Do you play often? He rolled his eyes, then shrugged. From time to time, I guess. When I have time, dueling other awakened helps with my own training. Rain sighed with envy. That's cool. Some of my classmates have personal dreamscape pods, too. They play the version for mundane humans, of course, but it still sounds amazing. Sunny smiled. What do you want to play? Rain looked at the pod for a few moments, then slowly shook her head. When she spoke, her voice sounded too mature for her age. No, not really. It's only fun with friends. He frowned a little, then asked in a neutral tone. Why don't you have any friends? The teenage girl sighed, then turned away from the capsule. No, I used to have a lot in my previous school, but after Dad got me a spot in this one, I just study and go home. People there are not very friendly. That's one way to put it. Sunny looked at her, then smiled widely. Well, friends are overrated anyway. I never had any growing up, and look at me. Have I not turned out just fine? She did look at him, doubt clearly written on her face. Yeah, but... Sunny raised an eyebrow. But what? Rain lingered for a few moments, then asked curiously. Don't you have a girlfriend? Sunny blinked. Huh? Wait, what? What girlfriend? Don't tell me that you think that Effie and I. Rain giggled. Actually, I did think that at the start. So I asked Effie, and she told me that you already have a girlfriend. Sunny's eye twitched. Damn Effie, I'm really going to kill her. Better yet, I'll make Saint kill her. How many times will she repeat that stupid joke about us before realizing that it isn't funny? It wasn't funny the first time, and it's certainly not funny the 100th. He opened his mouth to retort angrily. However, Rain's next word made him fall silent. She said that you bring her flowers every week and even visit her mom from time to time. I think it's very sweet. Sunny froze, staring at the teenage girl with a heavy expression. Feeling that his reaction was a bit strange, Rain frowned. Did I say something wrong? He lingered for a few moments, then turned away. No, Effie just likes to run her mouth sometimes. She shouldn't have told you that. Not quite understanding what was happening, but feeling dark undertones in his voice, the teenage girl awkwardly smiled. Oh, did I just get Effie in trouble? Staring at the practice weapons, Sunny sighed. No, it's just that. There is indeed a girl I bring flowers to when I can, but she isn't my girlfriend. Rain glanced at him in confusion. But why do you bring her flowers then? Sunny turned around and looked at her darkly. Rain suddenly shivered, realizing that she had never seen Sunny acting this cold. A few moments later, he said evenly, "It's because I made it out of the dream realm and she did not. Do you understand?" The teenage girl thought for a few moments, then paled a little and nodded. Sunny shook his head. "I don't think you do, and hopefully you never will." With that, he took a round shield and a straight practice sword off the wall, closed his eye for a moment, and then forced an easygoing smile to appear on his face. "Anyway, here's what you'll be training with from now on. They might be a bit heavy for you, but the weight will help you condition your body. What do you think?" Still feeling a bit awkward, Rain took the weapons, weighed them in her hands, and cleared her throat. Actually, I prefer ranged weapons. That's what I've been mostly using in school." Sunny shook his head. "Ranged weapons are wonderful, and you should definitely know how to use them. But they stop being wonderful as soon as a nightmare creature gets close to you, and believe me, they will. So you should learn melee combat first." Rain looked at him with a bit of stubbornness. "But Knight from Nightingale is an archer, and he is a hero who has a true name." "Oh gods, don't tell me that my little sister is his fangirl too. Damned Kai, just you wait." Sunny stared at the teenage girl for a few moments, his expression unreadable. After a while, he said in a strange tone, "Knight from Nightingale can fly, can you? In any case, learn how to use a sword first. If you do, I'll get him to personally teach you how to shoot a bow. How about that?" Rain laughed. "Ed." "Yeah, sure. Why don't you invite him for dinner as well while you're at it?" After that, she covered her mouth with a palm and laughed even louder. Sunny sighed heavily, then shook his head. "This child, she's hopeless, isn't she?" He waited until Rain stopped laughing, and then said sternly, "Before we start, though, I am going to ask you a question." She looked at him, turning back into her serious, studious self. "Yeah." Sunny lingered for a few moments, and then asked, "What do you think the essence of combat is?" Chapter 530, Something Better. Rain looked at him with a serious expression, thinking. Inwardly, Sunny sighed. He still didn't know how to change her mentality and make her vicious enough to survive the dream realm. He didn't even know if he wanted to, and if that was the right thing to do. At least she seemed to understand a little bit more about the truth of the world after surviving the gate opening. For now, that was going to have to be enough. And this conversation was his attempt to make the lesson stick. After a while, Rain said with uncertainty, "Survival." Sunny raised an eyebrow, looking at her with surprise. What were the chances that, despite their different life experiences, his sister would answer the question the same way he had, all that time ago in the desolate hell of the Forgotten Shore? He remained silent for a while, remembering those terrible, wonderful days. Then he shook his head. "No, the essence of combat is murder." Rain shivered slightly. Murdered." Sunny nodded. "Of course, what else would it be? You have to kill your enemy or die. Either way, someone ends up murdered and someone ends up as the murderer. So the purpose of combat training is to make sure that you're the murderer. It is really that simple." He paused and then added, "Survival is important, of course, but that can't be your primary goal. Such a goal is a terrible one to have. Even in life, it is not enough. You have to survive to continue living, but if you only live to survive, then what is even the point? More than that, if you don't strive for something bigger, something better, then you will only ever do what is required and nothing else, which will make you weaker than those who want and dare to do more, and that weakness will cost you your life." His voice trailed off, and Sunny suddenly fell silent. Rain looked at him in confusion. Sunny." He blinked a couple of times. "Yeah, sorry, so." "Well, what do you know? I guess it's true what they say, the best way to learn is to teach." While trying to impart some wisdom, little as he had, on his attentive student, Sunny had accidentally stumbled on a truth about his own desperate desire to grow stronger. Everything Sunny had told Rain could be applied to himself. He had long ago abandoned his singular desire to survive at all cost, and now wanted much more. But was his desire to live free, and with dignity really comparable to Neph's passionate, immolating obsession? Would he really be able to surpass her while being driven by such a mundane goal? That gave Sunny a lot to think about. He glanced at Rain and then continued. Mastery of combat can be divided into two aspects: mastery of the body and mastery of the mind. Your body can be trained through exercise, but your mind is much more tricky. If you can understand the true essence of combat, however, truly grasp it with your very core, then you will have enough clarity to master the mind. Sunny spent some time explaining the fundamental laws of combat, at least to the extent that he himself understood them, to Rain. In the end, he wasn't sure that she really grasped the knowledge he wanted to share with her, but it was at least a start. Thinking back to his own tumultuous education, Sunny couldn't really blame her. It was hard, or maybe even impossible, to really understand battle without experiencing it. He had met Nephis after surviving the first nightmare and several days of fighting for his life on the Forgotten Shore. Even then, it had taken being nearly killed by a carapace centurion for him to reach the state of clarity. There were no carapace centurions around, and Sunny certainly wasn't going to run her through with a sword. So for now, this was going to have to do. After the verbal lesson, Sunny showed Rain a few basic stances and katas of Saint's style, and watched her struggle to replicate them. The progress was slow, but she was really a talented kid. For now, what held her back the most was her weak body. But that was okay. One couldn't expect a teenage girl to be as strong as an awakened. Her body could be trained, of course. Rain was never going to be as strong and resilient as a burly, able-bodied man. But then, neither was Sunny. Due to his low stature and lean build, he couldn't compete with people like Castor or Master Roan in terms of physical might. However, this could be mitigated by aspect abilities, absorbing fragments, and mastering precise essence control. What's more sharp, pawns were the great equalizer. The purpose of a weapon was to reduce the amount of force one needed to apply to deliver a lethal blow. Unless one planned to beat their enemy to death with their fists, technique and skill were much more important than pure strength. And Saint's battle style could make that inherent disadvantage even slimmer. After a while, Sunny judged that Rain had enough. The girl seemed to be sufficiently exhausted, and pushing further would not do her any good. He gestured for her to stop and place the practice weapons back on the stand, then summoned the endless spring and offered it to the tired girl. Rain was breathing heavily, her pale face glistening with sweat. Noticing the beautiful glass bottle, she smiled with excitement. Wow, is that a memory? Sunny tilted his head a little. Sure, why are you asking? The girl grabbed the endless spring and studied it from all sides, then cautiously took a few sips. You don't get it, I've never seen a real memory up close before. It feels so real. He stared at her in bewilderment. It is real, what are you talking about? Rain glanced at him with scorn, drank the water greedily, and then handed the endless spring back with a bit of reluctance. Did you get it after defeating some terrible monster, or bought it? Sunny frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then said darkly, It was a gift, actually. She blinked a couple of times. Oh, from that friend of yours? He grimaced. No, not from a friend. Then Sunny dismissed the endless spring and headed toward the elevator. Anyway, it's time for you to go, otherwise your parents might think that I have kidnapped you. Oh. He thought for a bit before saying, I have some ice cream in the fridge. We can eat it before you go, if you want. Unless Effie had already devoured everything, of course. Rain giggled, then followed him with a very pleased expression. Before entering the elevator, she threw one last glance at the Dreamscape pod, and then suddenly asked, By the way, the Dream Tournament is in a few days. Are you participating? Sunny scoffed and pressed the button, sending the elevator up. Do I look like I have time to play with kids in a playground? I have real things to do, you know. Rain glanced at him and sighed. Yeah, I get it. What a pity, though. I hear that the main prize this year are especially amazing. You wouldn't be able to win it, of course, but there are many smaller rewards. Sunny's expression subtly changed. As the doors opened, he looked at Rain, remained silent for a moment, and then asked in a very, very disinterested voice. Oh, really? There are prizes? How curious. What kind of prizes are we talking about exactly? Chapter 530, One Dream Tournament. Sometime later, Sunny saw Rain out, watched as she walked away, and then calmly closed the door. As soon as she did, however, his placid expression evaporated. "What the hell? How come I didn't know about this?" Hastily taking out his communicator, he accessed the network and searched for information about the dream tournament. A few minutes later, he sat down on a chair, a little stunned. What is this insanity? Sonny knew, of course, that dreamscape duels were a popular form of entertainment, both among the awakened, who participated in them, and among the mundane humans, who followed their favorite duelists and created boisterous fan clubs. However, he had no idea that even the great clans paid attention to the illusory game. Apparently, the creator of the dreamscape held a big tournament each year, and each year, one of the great clans, either Valor, Song, or Night, sponsored the prize pool. Participants who managed to achieve good results were able to receive cash prizes, memories, and even echoes. The rewards for the finalists were especially generous and came directly from the great clan's armory. They were also of the ascended rank. Sonny trembled, his eyes burning with avarice. No, think about it rationally. The great clans were obviously after a straightforward goal: keep an eye on the rising talents among the unaffiliated awakened. But did it matter? Sonny had already failed to keep his fake persona under the radar. Anyone who paid attention to Dreamscape had at least heard about Mongrel. What was there to even think about? Free goodies, that's what it is. Completely forgetting about his previous disdain for the tournament, Sonny got completely absorbed by the prospect of receiving memories free of charge. He was almost drooling. And if free memories weren't enough, there was another reason for why this tournament now seemed very alluring to him. For the past months, Sonny had participated in hundreds of duels in various arenas. His goal was to absorb as many styles as possible, to reinforce the foundation of shadow dance and make it more efficient. This way, he hoped to achieve the next level of mastery over his elusive battle art. Not all battle styles were made the same. Some were simple and straightforward, while others were complex and unique. The more unique a style was, the harder it was for Sonny to gain insight into its principles. It was not like he had a magical ability to peer into the very essence of a style. This ability of his was more or less mundane, based on his own talent, mastery, and sensitivity to shadows. So he had been working diligently to create a sizable library of simpler styles, which would in turn improve his capacity to discern the patterns of more complicated ones with sufficient speed. After all styles were constructed out of the same basic elements. The more basic patterns he knew, the easier it was to understand various styles on the fly. However, the quality of his opponents in the Dreamscape arenas was not that high for obvious reasons. True talents had better things to do than play games. Most of them also belonged to legacy clans, who lived by a different set of rules. In the world of legacies, strength and talent were not something to boast about. Renown only served to make the enemy aware of your weaknesses. In that regard, hidden tigers of the legacy clans were very much like Sonny, remaining in the shadows until it was time to deliver a lethal strike. That was why his progress had stalled lately. These days, the only worthy opponents he could find were a few rare eccentrics and a rare gem here and there, not nearly enough to satiate Mongrel's hunger for a variety of distinct battle styles. What's more, at the highest levels of awakened battle skill, styles were not only about physical movements and mindset anymore. They weaved unique patterns of essence control into the technique, too, which Sonny couldn't perceive and was only able to infer from indirect clues. Sadly, he wasn't exposed to a lot of opponents practicing such styles in the arenas. The tournament was going to change that, however. With the valuable prizes added into the mix, people who would usually not waste time in the dreamscape were bound to show up, lured by the scent of rare memories and echoes. Even people from lesser legacy clans would, without a doubt, be tempted to participate. A powerful ascended weapon or armor could change their lives, too. So Sonny could kill two birds with one stone, compete for these prizes, and enrich his library of styles at the same time. Forget it, I'd be a fool to miss this chance. Even knowing what a headache it would be to bring even more exposure to Mongrel, Sonny couldn't let such an opportunity go. Plus, he had some free time while Effie and Kai were traveling to the Chained Isles. Scrolling through the feed, he started reading everything he could find about the upcoming tournament. Several days later, Sonny locked the door of his house, descended into the basement, and approached the dreamscape pod. As soon as he entered the fake black void, the familiar pleasant voice greeted him. "Welcome back to the dreamscape, Challenger Mongrel." Sonny didn't pay attention to it and briefly looked at his status. Mongrels. Victories 813. Defeats 0. With a quiet sneer, he turned to several images floating in the boundless darkness in front of him. These were the arenas he had access to, and by now there were significantly more of them than had been there at the start. Today, however, the list looked different. The images of the arenas were pushed to the sides, and a new one appeared in the very middle. It was completely white, with a golden shape of an olive wreath depicted beneath two shining words. Dream Tournament. Sonny lingered for a moment, summoned the mantle of the underworld and Weaver's mask, and then stepped toward the image. Chapter 532, Ancient Forest. The golden wreath disappeared, and Sonny found himself facing two new images. On one, a knight in a suit of polished armor was depicted holding a bloodied sword. On the other, a warrior in an archaic armor was shown standing back to back with the knight, a slender huntress drawing her bow behind them. The pleasant voice announced, "Challenger, select your dream." Several words appeared above the images. Dream of glory, dream of camaraderie. What's with the bells and whistles? Sonny rolled his eyes. The choice was very simple. One image was going to send him into the individual competition, while the other was meant for cohorts. The Dream Tournament was basically two separate tournaments happening at the same time. This way, those awakened who didn't have combat aspects could also participate and earn rewards. It was a good system. Sonny had no intention of searching for a cohort, so he simply chose the image of the lonely knight and closed his eyes. Unlike the usual dreamscape duels, the tournament included various battle modes. They were also broadcasted and happened at a schedule, so he had to wait for the first qualifier round to start. Standing in the darkness, Sonny couldn't help but feel a little excited. "Challenger, draw your weapon and prepare. Only the best will survive." A bright light shone from above, and he found himself in the middle of a lush forest. All around him, ancient trees swayed lightly, their leaves rustling in the gentle wind. Some distance away, a tranquil lake glistened in the sunlight, and from its clear waters, a breathtakingly beautiful castle rose into the sky. The castle was built out of gray stone and was as large as a city, its ancient walls scarred by 1,000 sieges that it had withstood. Still, those scars could not diminish the ethereal beauty of the great fortress. The arena was vast and encompassed all of the forest. There was no other awakened near Sonny, and for a good reason. The qualifying rounds of the Dream Tournament were held in the form of a grand battle royale. 1,000 challengers were sent into a large environment, and only the last one standing would be allowed to move on. Depending on their performance, a few more people could also gain entry into the tournament, but the only concrete method to qualify was to be the sole survivor. This was a necessary measure implemented in the last few years because of the sheer amount of participants. Arranging and broadcasting so many individual duels was not very practical or profitable, especially considering that most of these awakened were not very skilled. The battle royale was meant to weed out the weak and create an exciting show for the viewers. Sonny knew this, of course, because he had done some research in the past couple of days. He didn't need the research to recognize where he was, though. Wow, it's even more beautiful in real life. Who didn't know Bastion? This year, Clan Valor sponsored the tournament, so the arena was designed to resemble the seat of their power, Great Bastion, one of the 3 most populous human citadels in the Dream Realm. Sonny had never been to the ancient castle, but its image was ubiquitous in popular culture. He recognized it instantly. So this must be the Lake of Bones, then. And all around him was the ancient, cursed forest that Anvil of Valor had destroyed. These days, of course, the landscape surrounding Bastion was very different. Instead of a lush forest, it was surrounded by a sea of ash and charred remains of the dreaded Titan, with human forts built here and there to repel powerful nightmare creatures from wandering close to the citadel. But thanks to the dreamscape, Sonny got to enjoy the way this place had looked before, vibrant and pristine. The only difference was that there was no harrowing darkness hiding behind the veil of false tranquility. Oh, how nice. Compared to the chained aisles, it was a nice change of pace. Just as he thought that, the voice of the dreamscape suddenly announced. Challenger Mongrel 19 was eliminated. Sonny tilted his head. Well, that was fast. Also, what's up with that alias? Shaking his head, he commanded the Soul Serpent to assume the form of the Odachi and calmly headed deeper into the forest. It was time to start hunting. On the official broadcast channel, the image of an eliminated player was shown briefly. Then, a rather light-hearted voice spoke. What a kill, just a few seconds after the start, and we already have a casualty. Let's all wish Mongrel 19 better luck next year. An avatar of an exquisitely handsome young man appeared in the corner of the broadcast. Glancing at the camera with a bright smile, he continued. And so the 5th annual Dream Tournament has begun. Yes, it's me, Sickless, your favorite commentator and nightmare creature expert. Hold the applause, hee-hee. Guys, I have a big surprise for you. Guess who decided to join me in the commentator booth today? The young man paused, and then gestured to the other side of the screen, where an older man with sharp features, deep eyes, and a short beard appeared. That's right, you're not hallucinating. It's Dimmy, the great loremaster and former Dream Champion. Give him a warm welcome. As a deluge of messages flooded the chat, the older man smiled. Hey, everyone. Sickless, meanwhile, spoke again. We have a couple of minutes before the real action starts, since challengers need some time to find each other in this beautiful arena. So, while we wait, I have a couple of questions for Dimmy. He glanced at the broadcast, which switched between various awakened traveling through the forest. Some of them were well-equipped and looked skilled, while others less so. First of all, this year we had a record number of fighters signing up for the tournament. What are your thoughts on that as a veteran Dreamscape duelist, Dimmy? The older man smiled. It's nice to see more awakened taking up the illusory sword. Some of them might even know how to use one. Of course, I have to give a lot of credit to the generosity of the great clan Valor. They have really outdone themselves with the prizes this year. No, I am not salty. Not at all. Sickless laughed, and then threw a mischievous glance at his colleague. All right, then I'll ask you the question that I am sure is on everyone's min. D, as an expert, who do you think will win the tournament and why is it Mongrel? Chapter 533 Battle Royale. As soon as the commentator mentioned Mongrel, the feed changed to the image of a menacing figure in black armor calmly walking through the forest, the blade of the infamous Odachi resting on its shoulder. The lightless pits of the demonic mask's eyes stared directly into the camera, as if there was nothing but darkness beneath it. As soon as Mongrel appeared on the screens, the chat exploded. Yes, it's Mongrel. Hail to the Lord. Huh, who is Mongrel? You mean hail to the lady? Dimmy laughed. Ah, yes, this guy. Well, Mongrel is a really impressive fighter, but the results may not be as predictable as everyone thinks. Every year, the same thing happens at the later stages of the tournament. Two distinct groups clash. One is the Dreamscape elites, and the other is newcomers attracted by the rewards. Historically, the newcomers tend to do better. He sighed and shook his head. Plus, we don't really know a lot about Mongrel. Sure, he has a very impressive track record, but most of his wins were achieved against random opponents. Who knows what will happen when he faces the best of the best? If I were to bet, my money is still on Queen Bee. If anyone has a chance against the newcomers, it should be her. Sickless nodded a few times, expressing his enthusiastic agreement. Sure, but still, returning to Mongrel. Everyone is dying to know who he really is under that scary mask. And if anyone knows anything about you, Dimmy, they'll know that you must have your guesses. The older man smiled, his eyes suddenly gleaming with excitement. Funny you should ask. Actually, I do have a theory. Challenger Lord Corvus was eliminated. Challenger Fry was eliminated. Challenger Irax was eliminated. Sonny stared at the three corpses at his feet, which were already turning into a flood of white sparks. These three awakened attacked him as a group, and while their skill was not bad and even admirable, he had no problem dispatching the trio in the span of a minute. The fact that they had managed to remain alive for more than several seconds was already an excellent result, considering who their enemy was. Flourishing the Odachi in the air, Sonny shook the drops of blood off its blade and continued walking. Technically, he didn't have to clean his blade, since the blood was bound to turn into sparks of light and disappear, too. But that was already a habit of his, not to mention being extremely cool. Truth be told, that short skirmish was not as easy as he had made it look. The Awakened were dangerous enemies, since each of them possessed a unique aspect. They were cunning, resourceful, and unpredictable. That was why he had to act swiftly, making the fight appear much more brutal than it should have been. Currently, Sonny wasn't using any of his shadows to augment himself. He had decided against it a long time ago, since being able to crush his opponents with brute force was detrimental to his main goal, polishing his battle technique and learning various styles. So the gloomy shadow was currently behaving like any normal shadow would, while the other two were wrapped around the autumn leaf. The memory he used to change the color of his hair. Since it had no other purpose, the augmentation did not give him any advantage. His hair must have looked gorgeous, though. Snickering under the mask, Sonny jogged forward. He was in a rush to eliminate as many other players as he could before the first leaderboard announcement was made. Meeting the group of 3 allied Awakened reminded him of the inherent problem with the Battle Royale format of the qualifying rounds. As soon as true powerhouses revealed themselves, weaker participants were bound to band together and start hunting them down. Very soon, there could be a dozen fighters launching a coordinated attack on him, or even more. Sonny was confident of his skill, but not to that degree. Even for a battle-hardened veteran like him, someone who had spent hundreds of days fighting for his life in the darkest depths of the Dream Realm, such a fight would not be easy. This Battle Royale is going to be much more intense than I have expected. Before Sonny could finish this thought, an ancient tree next to him suddenly exploded into a cloud of splinters, and something sharp shot at him with incredible speed. Cursing, he dashed to the side and barely dodged out of the way. The next moment, a giant arrow whistled past him and embedded itself into the trunk of another tree, its trembling shaft as long as he was tall. Sonny rolled over his shoulder and glanced at the arrow, then lunged into a sprint. Curses, a sniper! A second later, another giant arrow fell from the sky, almost skewering him to the ground. Sonny gritted his teeth and continued running. On the countless screen, an image of a broad-shouldered young man was shown, drawing the string of an oversized bow. His mighty muscles struck. And when he released the string, a thunderous sound rolled down the slopes of a tall hill the archer was standing on. Meanwhile, the 2 commentators were not paying him attention. And so I can say without a shadow of a doubt that Mongrel is not, in fact, one of the Forgotten Shore survivors, but actually the son of the secret child of the legendary Nightwalker, the founder of the House of Night. Well, this is my theory anyway. Sickles glanced at Dimmy with a wide smile, and then turned the conversation back to the skirmishes in the ancient forest, which were starting to happen more frequently and grow in intensity. Is that so? Well, that secret grandchild seems to be in big trouble. Despite Mongrel's savage victory over the 3 other challengers, now he seems to be in the crosshairs of one of the newcomers you spoke about earlier. Let's take a look. The feed changed to the image of Mongrel running swiftly through the woods, dodging one giant arrow after another. His movements seemed steady and precise, as though he had a second pair of eyes at the back of his head. Sickles glanced at the indifferent black mask and involuntarily shivered. Wow, look at that. What a commendable feat to maintain calm and composure in such a tricky situation. It is almost as if Mongrel is not afraid of anything, not even being bombarded by a rain of enchanted arrows, each of them powerful enough to pierce a fallen monster through. Truly, that man has nerves of steel. I wonder what he is thinking about right now. What the hell, how is this fair? Crap, this is bad, this is so bad, I don't want to die so soon. What the spell am I even supposed to do? Panicking and sweating under the mask, Sonny dodged one arrow after another and cursed non-stop. He had no idea who was shooting him, how they were able to aim through the thick canopy of the ancient trees, and where they were. All he could do was run, dodge, and pray to the dead gods that he survives this devastating barrage. Luckily, a few moments later, he noticed a rock outcropping not too far away, with a deep ravine hiding behind it. Dashing forward, he evaded another giant arrow and slid down the slope of the ravine. Reaching its bottom, he waded through the thick carpet of fallen leaves and pressed his back against the rocks, finally safe from the relentless sniper. Only then could Sonny finally catch his breath and look around. However, as soon as he did, a dark grimace appeared on his face. Damnation! As fate would have it, he was not alone in the ravine. Growling in frustration, Sonny gripped the hilt of the Odachi and once again dodged. A few moments later, the pleasant voice resounded over the ancient forest. Challenger Ajik was eliminated. Chapter 534, Demonic Swordsman. Sonny remained in the ravine for a few minutes, considering his options and hoping that the unknown archer would have to shift to another target. He had already revealed his ability to teleport during the gate battle, but the quality of the recording hid the details of how he was able to do it. With the crystal-clear picture of the Dream Tournament broadcast, though, Sonny couldn't risk using Shadow Step again, even if he really wanted to. Neither could he send his shadow to scout the position of the archer, which left him in a bind. The best option would have been to stay hidden for a while, but luck was really not on his side today. Shortly after he had defeated the other awakened taking shelter in the ravine, the sound of the rustling leaves subtly changed, and an ominous darkness suddenly moved between the roots of the ancient trees. As more and more people were eliminated, the remaining challengers were bound to start having trouble finding new opponents in the vast arena. So, the arena was designed to grow smaller as time went by. This year, it seemed, the players would be forced to move toward the center by the fact that the beautiful forest was slowly turning back to its true nature, that of a giant, abominable, flesh-devouring titan. Great, this is just goddamn great. Pushing off of the rocks, Sonny cursed and started climbing up the slope. Sometime later, full of annoyance and with sparks of light falling off his armor, he walked out of the cover of trees and entered a small clearing. There, an awakened in a lustrous brass armor stood above the disintegrating corpses of two others, holding a heavy war hammer in his hands. A few steps away from him, another was bandaging a shallow cut on her forearm. The man threw one glance at Sonny and rolled his eyes. Great, another mongrel impersonat. Before he could finish speaking, though, the blade of the Odachi pierced his throat, sliding precisely between the lip of the brass breastplate and the bottom edge of the helmet. As the body of the awakened hit the ground, his partner looked at Sonny with wide eyes. A battle axe fell from her hands. "Oh crap, you're actually him." The girl turned around and tried to run, but before she could, Sonny was already upon her, ending her participation in the battle royale with one swift strike. Challenger Abel was eliminated. Challenger Win was eliminated. Sonny sighed and remained motionless for a bit, resting. He was more than a little bit tired. But the worst was still to come. Suddenly, the sound of trumpets rolled across the ancient forest, and the pleasant voice of the Dreamskpi announced, "Only 500 challengers remain. Bravest warriors are Dar of the Maharana clan, 78 kills, Fireshing, 33 kills, Mongrel, 27 kills." Sonny stared at the sky, the black mask hiding a grim expression on his face. 78 kills, gee, who is this monster? He had a hunch that he already knew. Defeating his own 27 opponents had not been exactly time-consuming, but looking for them was. Who wouldn't need to waste precious minutes prowling the woods in search of enemies to kill, though? A damned archer with a strange ability to sense his targets across vast distances, and through any obstacle, perhaps. I need to step up my game, I guess. It wouldn't do for Lord Mongrel to lag behind some legacy prince. As if to answer his thoughts, a dozen figures suddenly appeared from behind the trees, surrounding him. These awakened were armed with all kinds of weapons, looking at him with satisfied expressions. It seemed that they had planned this ambush really well. Sonny had nowhere to retreat and no chance to escape. And since the midway results had been announced just a few seconds ago, it was obvious that there was at least one person with some sort of clairvoyant ability among them. Otherwise, no one was supposed to be able to pinpoint his location this early into the battle. What else did this bastard know? Sonny sighed. One of the ambushers took a step forward and smiled. "Sorry, Mongrel, all of us here really respect you, especially after you risked your life to hold that gate. But those valor weapons are just too sweet, and we need to think about ourselves. No hard feelings, right?" The menacing figure in black armor stared at the young man for a few moments, and then an elusive, but strangely familiar voice resounded from beneath the fearsome mask. None whatsoever. Inwardly, though, Sonny was not at all calm. Bastards, lowlifes, scoundrels, 12 against 1. Where is your shame, thugs? Come here then, you damned cowards. I'm gonna kill you and then your grandmas. Just a moment later, the ambushers obliged. All kinds of aspect abilities activated at once, turning the small clearing into a furious storm of deadly elements and steel. Oh crap. Oh no, it seems like Mongrel is in trouble. Sickles glanced at the sea of outraged comments, and then back to the broadcast. Both he and Dimmy were glued to the screen, even forgetting to do their job and fill the silence with informative or entertaining chatter. The scene in front of them was just too terrifying. Just a moment ago, they saw a lone figure in black armor standing motionlessly in the center of a bright clearing, staring at the 12 ambushers surrounding him with cold indifference. Mongrel's voice sounded from the speakers, strangely dark and ethereal. None whatsoever. And then everything exploded in a brutal symphony of violence. The ambushers attacked without wasting even a second, their assault deadly and well-coordinated. Sickles held his breath. Come on, Mongrel, use your spatial aspect. From what he could see, this was the only chance the demonic swordsman had to escape. However, as a fan himself, Sickles knew that Mongrel never used his aspect in the dreamscape, as if it was somehow beneath him. Mongrel only ever relied on his sword, his skill, and unadulterated technique. Such dignity. And this time, too, the mysterious warrior refused to compromise his unassailable, noble principles. Instead of activating his ability, he simply lunged at the enemies without fear or doubt. Then something strange happened. His infamous Odachi suddenly turned into a stream of impenetrably dark, liquid metal and flowed onto his arm, soon turning into a round shield. With that shield, Mongrel deflected an incoming javelin, then twisted his body, dodging a hail of razor-sharp wind blades, and dove into an immolating stream of fire that one of the awakened breathed out of her mouth. Miraculously, he emerged on the other side unscathed, like an infernal monster that could not be burned even in the flames of hell. The black armor reflected the crimson flames, somehow becoming even more menacing. In the next second, Mongrel's spiked gauntlet connected with the face of one of the ambushers. It was as if the poor man was hit by a mountain. His skull caved and then exploded, the lifeless body folding as it flew to the side and turned into a rain of sparks. What happened next could only be described as pure carnage. The black figure pounced on the ambushers, using both his gauntleted fist and his round shield to sow devastation. Among their ranks, Mongrel moved with terrifying speed and devious cunning, using the bodies of his enemies to block or prevent attacks from their comrades. Sickles wasn't sure, but he thought that he saw a couple of them die from friendly fire. The rest fell to the demonic butcher himself, though. Every move Mongrel made was precise, calculated, and deadly, but also brutal and utterly cruel. He danced among his enemies like a grim reaper, killing them one after another without showing any sign of even knowing what mercy or hesitation were. Blood, screams, and flashes of light filled the clearing for a good couple of minutes. And when it was all over, the lone black figure was left standing alone amidst the bodies, covered in blood from head to toe. A moment later, that blood turned into sparks of light, too, and awash in light, Mongrel stepped forward, his armor as black as pristine as ever. Sickles remained silent for a few moments, and then said hoarsely, "Hey, Dimmy, did Mongrel just slaughtered 12 awakened solo?" The older man cleared his throat. "That, I might rethink my bet. Actually, my money is on that man." His colleague blinked a couple of times. After that, he glanced at the comments and forced out a smile. Is he even a man, though? Meanwhile, Sonny was on the verge of collapsing onto the ground. Arg, everything hurts. What the hell, why is this stupid battle royale so intense? I almost sullied my pants. That battle, hell, it was too close. He barely managed to survive and had only prevailed because the 12 awakened were clearly not a real cohort. They were experienced enough to coordinate their physical attacks, but when varied and unique aspect abilities had come into play, all their cohesion turned into pure havoc. He had used that confusion to quickly get rid of the most dangerous opponents, and then somehow cleaned up the rest. The mantle of the underworld still took several solid hits. The armor itself held, but his body beneath was bruised and battered. Are these damn rewards even worth it? Damn, they'd better be. Suppressing a pained groan, he willed the soul serpent to turn back into an Odachi and headed away from the clearing. Just 488 left. This is going to be a long day. Chapter 535, No Hard Feelings. A triumphant sound of trumpets resounded above the ancient forest. Only 3 challengers remain. These brave heroes are Mongrel, 111 kills, Fireshing, 87 kills, Kim Sato, 59 kills. Dream of glory awaits heroes. Sunny dragged his tired body out of the forest, feeling the ground under his feet shift and tremble. At this point, the Titan was almost fully awake, and no part of the arena was safe. With the exception of the narrow strip of sand between the dark woods and the lake that he had just reached, of course. Sunny walked into the shallow water and stopped, using the soul serpent to support himself. His breath was ragged and hoarse, and there were several dents on the onyx surface of the mantle of the underworld. Almost at the same time, 2 more figures emerged from the darkness of the hungry forest. One was an attractive young woman with broad shoulders and an athletic build, her long auburn hair gathered in a ponytail. She was wearing a modest red tunic, her torso protected by a leather cuirass, and wielded a light spear. Her blue eyes were tired but clear, full of intensity and focus. The other was a man in heavy armor, carrying a greatsword with its blade inscribed by a complicated weave of runes. His face was hidden behind the visor of a helmet, with only calm, cold eyes visible in the narrow slit. His steps were confident, but a little unsteady, betraying a dire level of exhaustion. This must be Fireshing and Sato. The mighty archer had not made it. Sunny could only guess what had happened to him, but the most likely scenario was pretty obvious. The powerful legacy must have run into an ambush similar to those Sunny himself had encountered, only with a much less happy result. Well, that was life. Dar of the Maharana clan had paid the price for daring to stand out too much without having enough power to answer for such audacity. On one hand, it was not very fair as far as tournaments went. On the other hand, when was anything ever fair? Sunny much preferred to stay in the shadows, even if this damned persona of his had somewhat failed to help him in that regard. Coincidentally, none of those who had conspired to form a group had made it this far as well. And with a good reason, the type of person who would resort to such methods did not have what it took to win this battle, to begin with. So Sunny was not going to underestimate his last 2 opponents. They had already proven how formidable they were. The 3 awakened stood apart, looking at each other warily. The clear water of the tranquil lake splashed against their shins. The magnificent castle loomed in the distance. Its ancient walls bathed in the bright sunlight. The vista was beautiful and peaceful, but the air was practically crackling with tension. After a while, the man in a suit of heavy plate armor turned to the fiery young woman and said hoarsely, "Let's deal with that demon together. We can decide who wins between the 2 of us after that thing is eliminated." Sunny rolled his eyes. Wow, how unexpected. He gripped the hilt of the soul serpent, preparing himself for a tough fight. To his surprise, though, the young woman shook her head and said simply, a clear expression of disdain appearing on her freckled face. "No." He raised his eyebrows. Such nobility, gods, what an idiot, what a fool." The man called Sato laughed, and then glanced at Mongrel. "How about it, Mongrel? Same offer. Let's take care of the girl first and then have a proper duel, you and I, or is it beneath you?" Sunny gritted his teeth, but had no choice but to say, "It is." "Arg, curse it." Sato shook his head. "Young people these days, so naive. Have the dream realm taught you nothing?" Sunny raised the Odachi and grinned. "It taught me everything." With that, he shifted his weight and prepared to dash forward. The time for words was over. The other 2 also understood that, and in the next moment, the calmness of the clear lake was instantly no more. "What the—" As soon as Sunny moved, a powerful explosion thundered, and he was thrown into the air by the devastating shockwave. Landing in a roll, he hurriedly slotted the memory of fire into the mantle and rose just in time to see a massive fireball dissipate into the air. His body felt even more damaged than it had been a moment ago. Kim Sato, however, took the brunt of the explosion. His heavy armor was mangled and torn, patches of burned skin visible through the tears. Just as Fireshing lunged at him, tongues of flame appearing on the blade of her spear, he suddenly moved with unexpected agility, thrusting his sword forward. He wasn't aiming at the girl, though. Bad. Sunny noticed the rows of runes ignite with a menacing purple light, and then hastily threw his body sideways. In the next moment, a phantom figure of an armored giant appeared in the air and slashed downward, cutting the air where he had just stood with the identical copy of the same greatsword. What a powerful memory! Since both of his enemies seemed to possess deadly means of range attack, he had no choice but to close the distance. Luckily, Sato was already entangled with Fireshing, who rained a barrage of lightning-fast but precise and deadly strikes on him. It was as if the young woman was dancing, her auburn hair and red tunic flying through the air like tongues of wild flame. Interesting style, I should leave her for last. The man, meanwhile, didn't try to evade the burning spear and instead turned his body swiftly, making sure that it struck the undamaged parts of his armor. Despite being mangled by the explosion, the heavy armor held, betraying the fact that it, too, was a memory of considerable power. It didn't matter, though. A moment later, Sunny was upon them and joined the fight. The dark Odachi united with the flaming spear and a runic greatsword to sing the Song of Steel. A few minutes later, the voice of the dreamscape spoke again. Challenger Kim Sato was eliminated. Challenger Fireshing was eliminated. Challenger Mongrel is victorious. Glory to the victor. As blood turned into a flood of sparks, and the waters of the tranquil lake became clear once more, triumphant music thundered from all sides. Hidden behind the black mask, Sunny grimaced and suppressed the desire to plug his ears. What's with this terrible noise, Arg? That was way too hard. Unbeknownst to him, the network was already exploding with countless articles, all titled more or less the same. No hard feelings, Lord Mongrel easily defeats 1,000 awakened. Chapter 536, El Khan of Chivalry. What a chore! Sunny dragged himself out of the dreamscape pod and sighed. Even though the battle royale happened inside an illusion and his body wasn't tired or bruised, the mental exhaustion was real. The qualifier round had turned out to be much more demanding than Sunny had thought. Of course, he could have used the 3 shadows to augment himself and devastate the entire arena, but that would have defeated the purpose. Sunny had managed fine with just his own strength. This way, he was also polishing his technique and enriching his comprehension of shadow dance, which was not a small matter. Putting on some clothes, he returned upstairs, sprawled on the sofa, and then looked at his communicator. Currently, hundreds of similar illusory battles were being broadcasted for people to see. Some were already close to a conclusion, some were in the thick of bloodshed, and some were only just starting. However, not every broadcast received the same amount of attention. Those arenas where renowned duelists or especially powerful newcomers were fighting pulled teeth. Most of it. Sadly, due to Mongrel's infamy, the one Sunny had just finished was among the more popular broadcasts. It was also one of the earliest to end, so clips of the most exciting moments were already circulating on the network. Sunny groaned. Perfect, just perfect another damned viral clip. His final fight against Fireshing and Sato received a lot of views, but nowhere near as many as the clip of his brutal confrontation with the 12 ambushers. The comments were exploding. Hell yeah, our Lord taught these thugs a lesson. Only 12. These guys are idiots, they should have gathered at least 100. No hard feelings, none whatsoever. Gods, how can anyone be so cool? Did you see his Odachi shapeshift? I was not hallucinating, right? Is it just me, or does Mongrel's hair look extra gorgeous today? He grimaced, then looked at the comments under the other video. That Sato guy, why did he even ask? Doesn't he know that Mongrel is an icon of chivalry? Of course it is beneath Lord Mongrel. He is so noble. What are you fools talking about? Mongrel is not noble. He is a wild beast. He only said that teaming up is beneath him because a beast like him doesn't need anyone's help to kill everyone. Gee, so many edgelords in the comments today. I miss the early days when only true experts knew about Mongrel. His technique was way better back then, too. Sunny stared at the screen for a while, then shook his head. What's wrong with these people? Since when was I an icon of chivalry? Wait, what does chivalry even mean? He shook his head again, then switched to the official feed and looked up the results of his match. Sonny, of course, qualified for the tournament the moment he had won the battle royale. However, other participants also had a chance to move on to the next stage. That depended on their performance and individual score, so there was no set number of people who would be allowed to continue. As it turned out of the 1,000 awakened who had fought in his battle royale, 2 more qualified to participate in the tournament. One of them was Fireshing, the young woman whom he had faced last, and Dar of the Maharana clan, the archer who had almost skewered Sonny with his giant arrows. The bastard squeezed through after all. Losing interest, Sonny turned off the communicator and yawned. Tomorrow, the real tournament was going to begin. Around 1,000 fighters, those who proved their mettle in the qualifying rounds, were going to face each other in proper duels, and after several days of intense competition, one victor was going to emerge to reap the best reward. I better rest well. He went back into the underground dojo, climbed into the sleeping pod, and closed his eyes. Soon, the familiar sight of the sanctuary appeared in front of him. Without wasting any time, Sonny left the altar island, went to his room, crashed on the narrow cot, and almost instantly fell asleep. Who said that there was no rest for the wicked? The next morning, Rain appeared at his doorstep for the training session, punctual as ever. Luckily, the tournament was not going to start until noon, so Sonny didn't have to find an excuse to cancel their lesson. Not that he would. This was much more important than some stupid tournament. He could get powerful memories elsewhere, but every day that passed was one less day for him to increase his sister's chances of survival. So, tutoring Rain took precedence. The girl repeated the movements and katas he had shown her the last time. Her form was as horrible as he had expected, but Rain was nothing if not diligent. She was improving with every set, slowly correcting the mistakes he pointed to her and absorbing the technique into her bones. For a complete novice, she was doing rather great. Runs in the blood, I guess. Making sure that she couldn't see, Sonny faced away and grinned. At that exact moment, his communicator received a message. After looking at it, his mood improved even further. The message was from Eiko, informing him that the soul shards he had retrieved from the Wormben were finally sold. Transcendent shards were infinitely more rare and precious than those of lesser ranks, not only because they stored more essence, but also because there were aspect abilities and spelltech applications that depended on the quality of the raw materials used. So Sonny just became considerably richer. He had not dared to sell Solvain's soul shard, though. There were certainly awakened out there who could determine the nature and source of a shard. If anyone learned that he was in possession of one coming from a human saint, Sonny would have to answer too many uncomfortable questions. So he had just given it to Kai instead. Strengthening the members of his cohort was, in a sense, the same as strengthening himself. So Sonny didn't feel that aggrieved because of the loss of potential profit. It was still incredibly sad, though. After the training session was over, he made a tasty breakfast for himself and Rain. The girl was hungry as a wolf, so she destroyed the contents of her plate in record time. When she was almost done, Sonny glanced at her with an incredulous expression and asked neutrally, "Has that tournament of yours started?" Rain swallowed the last bite and smiled. The dream tournament? Yes, the qualifying rounds were yesterday. He took a sip of tea, acting indifferent. "Oh, really? Right, I think I saw some clips on the network. Did you?" She nodded. "Yeah." Sonny lingered for a bit, then mentioned as if he just happened to think about it. "I hear that mongrel guy is quite good." Rain scoffed. "Sure, I guess, but I don't like him." Sonny almost choked on his tea. "What, why?" It took a lot of effort to keep his voice calm and conversational. "Why don't you like Mongrel? Mongrel is awesome. He defeated 12 Awakened solo, you know." The girl simply shrugged. "I don't know, he just seems pompous. And who does he think he is, going around teaching people how to live? Plus, what's up with that mask? A good person wouldn't have to hide behind a mask, that's what I think." Sonny glared at her with a bit of resentment, then forced out a smile. "Well, I don't know. The mask is a powerful memory, for sure. And he probably doesn't even want to teach people anything, at least that is my impression." Rain frowned. Plus, he caused so many problems for Knight. If he had the tiniest bit of conscience, he would have come forward and refuted those ridiculous rumors. But I bet that he doesn't. Sunny's eye twitched. Aha, so this is the root of all this. Just you wait, Kai, I'll repay you for this one day. He slowly took another sip of tea and asked, hiding his outrage. You seem to know a lot about that tournament, huh? I thought you weren't very interested in that kind of stuff. Rain sighed. I am not. I just thought that maybe I'll see that awakened again, the woman who saved me. But she's not participating. Sunny wanted to say something, but before she could, the girl added. Well, of course, a true awakened like her would never waste time on something frivolous like this. She is probably busy doing something important, exploring the dream realm to help humanity, protecting people from the nightmare creatures. Stuff like that, you know. Sunny smiled. That is certainly a possibility. Wait, what do you mean? A true awakened wouldn't waste. Didn't you suggest that I participate in that tournament? Rain looked at him as though he was stupid. That's you and that's her. What kind of question is that? By the way, what time it is, oh goodness, I have to run. With that, she hurriedly waved Sunny goodbye and dashed to the door, leaving him completely stunned. What the hell is that supposed to mean? That's me and that's her. He remained motionless for a while, then slowly closed his mouth and looked at the time. As it turned out, he had to hurry too. The tournament duels were about to begin. Walking toward the elevator, Sunny was seething with anger. That's me, well, of course that's me. I'll show her, hell, I'll show all of them. I mean, mongrel will curses. Chapter 537, Learning Curve. The opening ceremony of the tournament was supposed to be a spectacular event, with thousands of challengers, each of them a talented awakened fighter, gathered in the magnificent central courtyard of the illusory bastion. Slightly more than 1,000 of them were those participating in the individual competition, and the rest were members of competing cohorts. The representative of the great clan Valor welcomed them and gave a short speech, after which an androgynous person of undetermined age in exquisite silk garments, the eccentric saint responsible for creating the dreamscape, followed suit. This transcendent had a hypnotically beautiful face that was, for some reason, plastered with an unreasonable amount of makeup, and a genteel, almost effeminate bearing. If Sunny was there, he would recognize their pleasant voice as the one that read all the announcements in the dreamscape. But he wasn't. Why would he waste time on these theatrics? He skipped the speeches, the performances, the incredible montage of the most exciting moments from the battles of the previous day, and even the event that everyone had been waiting for with bated breath, the formation of the tournament bracket that would determine who would face whom and in what order. Sunny didn't care who was going to fight him. He just wanted to kill somebody as soon as possible. With each round of duels, half of the participants were going to be eliminated. That meant that he had to win 10 consecutive fights to receive the best reward. Of course, it wasn't an easy task. By now, there were no amateurs remaining in the tournament. Every single one of the 1,000 challengers was a formidable warrior, and by the end of it, only true talents would remain. It was also a perfect chance for him to try and learn their polished battle. Styles. Sunny waited until the bracket was almost complete and finally dove into the dreamscape. The menacing black figure of Mongrel appeared among the crowd of challengers, causing a bit of a stir. Immediately, those closest to him began to whisper. Hey, it's him. Man, the bastard is even scarier in real life. That scene from the montage gods, I'm so glad we chose to enter the tournament as a cohort. Tui, what's the big deal? I hope I draw him as an opponent. Crushing this wannabe should be fun. Ignoring the whispers, Sunny looked around with curiosity. He wasn't interested in the people gathered around him, but in the courtyard itself. This was his first time inside Bastion, well, an illusory version of it. Still, he couldn't help but feel a bit of awe. This was a legendary place, one of the earliest citadels conquered by humans, their greatest foothold in the dream realm, the seat of a great clan's power. And the former stronghold of one of the demons. It was like he was part of history. Sunny's curiosity didn't last long, however, quickly drowned by anger and annoyance. That girl, what does she even know? His hands were itching to slaughter someone. Finally, the bracket was complete. Sunny didn't bother to study it and just prepared himself for the battle. A few seconds later, his vision darkened for a moment, and then he found himself in the courtyard again. Only this time, the crowd of challengers was gone, leaving only him and his opponent standing opposite each other. There were flags streaming in the air, and thousands of excited spectators looking down from the stands. They were chanting, screaming, and waving their hands. His opponent was a young man in a striking blood-red armor, wielding a long espadon. His looked vaguely familiar. As soon as the young man saw the black mask, his face paled. "I knew this would happen. Crap, not Agay." Sonny growled and dashed forward, raising the soul serpent. A few moments later, a human head flew into the air. The audience exploded with cheers, and the pleasant voice announced, "Challenger Paradise in red was eliminated." Sickles was in the middle of a light-hearted discussion with Dimmy when the producer of the broadcast addressed him through the earpiece, forcing the young man to blink a couple of times and mask his surprise with a smile. Sorry to interrupt you, Dimmy, but it seems we already have a win. Wow, that was fast." The feed changed to a replay of a swift and brutal duel that ended before the voice of the dreamscape could even introduce the fighters. That was a first in his memory. Of course it was Mongrel, who else?" His colleague laughed. "Such bad luck for his opponent. I hope that he is not disheartened. There is no shame in losing to such a fearsome enemy. Everyone who made it through the qualifying rounds already deserves our respect. Back in my day, getting into the tournament was much easier." Sickles agreed, glanced at the figure in black armor standing motionlessly above the corpse of his opponent, and couldn't help but shiver. Was it just him, or did Mongrel look especially ferocious today? Maybe he really is a nightmare creature. After that first unexpected win, several other heated duels were shown. Sickles and Dimmy switched from commentating on them to commercial breaks, to sometimes joining the other commentators to spectate the most exciting cohort battles. After a while, it was Mongrel's turn to fight again. This time, the producers switched the feed to his duel beforehand, expecting another fast and brutal kill. However, they were left disappointed. In that duel, and during a couple of next ones as well, the enigmatic swordsman seemed to lose all his edge, and engaged in protracted, slow, exhausting battles with his opponents, only managing to dispatch them after long and arduous fights. Sickles, who was somewhat of a Mongrel fan, but not a diehard follower, was a bit confused by the sudden change. Luckily, he had an expert partner. "Hey, Dimmy, why does it seem that Mongrel is struggling all of a sudden? After his performance yesterday, I was sure that we will see pure carnage again." The older man chuckled. I see that you did not do your homework. That is what Mongrel does and what makes him so dangerous. Yes, it might seem as though he is struggling, but in fact he is not. He is learning." Sickles glanced at the chat, then laughed. "No, I am sure that Dimmy didn't mean learning to suck. But what exactly did you mean, Dimmy?" The resident expert smiled. "Mongrel is known as a genius fighter not because he is strong and skilled. There's plenty of such people among the duelists, but because he has an uncanny ability to absorb and mirror his opponent's battle style. So what you see is not him losing, it's him trying to comprehend the enemy's technique through being on the receiving end of it. It is truly remarkable, and a bit terrifying." Sickles stared at the feed and finally noticed that, indeed, Mongrel's style seemed to change with every duel, closely resembling that of his opponent's. His strange weapon also shifted and changed to mirror theirs. "So cool." He turned to the camera with a wide, delighted smile. "Well, there you have it, folks. So don't dismiss Mongrel yet. Who knows, maybe he will shock us all yet." Soon, it was time for Sonny's last duel of the day. Once again, he appeared in the courtyard and glanced at his opponent, excited to learn what style they were going to use. When he saw the enemy, though, a dark smile appeared on his face. "What a nice surprise, so we meet again. Or rather, for the first time. Yesterday, we didn't have a chance to get properly acquainted, you bastard." Opposite him stood a tall young man with broad shoulders and an incredibly muscular physique. He looked mighty and confident, like a statue of an ancient deity come to life. It was the damned archer, who had almost sniped him from across the arena during the battle royale. Dar of the Maharana clan, was it? Well, let me introduce myself. Chapter 538, Devouring Styles. This was the fifth and final duel that Sonny had to fight today. His previous three opponents all practiced unique and interesting styles, so he had taken his sweet time trying to learn from them. He succeeded twice and failed once. The first opponent was called Straw Hat and used a curved sword, his technique relying on extreme speed and flexibility. Even Sonny, who had himself trained to make his body as malleable as possible, struggled to keep up with this unpredictable opponent. The alias of the second one, the other fool, was a bit familiar, but the style he used was not. Sonny spent a lot of time trying to understand the strange pattern of essence expenditure the fighter used, all the while dodging unpredictable attacks of his exquisite halberd. In the end, he learned a lot from this fight. However, it was the third opponent that had really tested him. This Awakened, whose alias was Blue Vash, wielded a slender rapier and practiced a deceptively simple battle style. What separated him from the rest was that each of his movements was utterly perfect, and every one of Sonny's mistakes had been instantly punished. It was as though the man had a supernatural ability to see even the tiniest flaw in his enemy's technique, and was able to immediately exploit it. No matter how hard Sonny had tried to comprehend the essence of the style Blue Vash was using, he couldn't grasp it. In the end, he was forced to overwhelm and kill the astute fencer just to survive. However, despite that failure, he learned from this fight even more. Regardless, after several duels against such talented fighters, Sonny felt that his mastery of shadow dance, which had stayed stagnant for a while, was finally progressing again. He was slowly approaching a precipice. That was why he was so glad to see Dar of the Maharana clan. To some, facing a legacy might have seemed like a tough break, but for Sonny, legacies were like gift boxes. They hid all kinds of goodies, his for the taking. The problem was that, just like the covetous coffer, this box in particular could potentially bite off his greedy hand. The young legacy fighter wasn't using a bow anymore, of course, which wasn't a surprise. Legacies were trained to be proficient with a multitude of weapons, and a duel was not a place for arrows. Instead, he was holding a menacing great mace, its round head brimming with sharp spikes. What made this guy so dangerous was not his bow, in any case. It was his strange ability to zero in on the enemy and somehow perceive their every move, or whatever it was that had allowed him to barrage Sonny with arrows from afar with frighteningly high precision. While Sonny was staring at the mighty Dar, he was looking back at Mongrel. The Scion's gaze traveled across the mantle of the underworld, making Sonny shiver for some reason, and then reached Weaver's mask. Suddenly, the muscular young man frowned. Strange, an ascended armor and an echo for a weapon. Even if it is just dormant, you've done well for yourself, but that mask, where did you get it? The corner of Sonny's mouth twitched. Chatty enemies, they were the worst, especially ones with such a keen vision. Took it off a random corpse. He paused and then added with calm indifference. Shall we start, or do you need time to run to the other side of the arena, hide, and summon your bow? Sonny was trying to antagonize the young on purpose, hoping that he would forget this line of questioning. Luckily, his strategy worked. Dar of the Maharana clan grinned. No need. Who knows, maybe I'll take it off your corpse one day, too. With that, he raised his heavy weapon and suddenly lunged forward with a speed that no one his size was supposed to possess. The spiked mace whistled through the air, and in the next moment, the sound of clashing steel rang across the arena. Strong. Sonny was thrown back by the force of the impact. His block held, Indeed, the soul serpent held, too. However, he failed to adjust the weight of the mantle of the underworld enough, so his body was pushed back. How the hell is he so strong? I have 3 soul cores, damn it. Dar didn't care. He was much taller, had much more muscle mass, a much longer reach, not to mention that as a legacy, he could have had many charms and memory enchantments feeding him strength, agility, and resilience. This fight wasn't going to be easy. Before Sonny could even properly land, the mace was flying at his head again. He pivoted on one leg, dodged the spikes, and dashed forward, hoping to close distance and get up close to the opponent, where his small stature and the shorter weapon would give him an advantage. The soul serpent lashed out, aimed at the enemy's heart. Dar was wearing a light leather cuirass that left his shoulders and arms exposed, so Sonny hoped to pierce it with one blow. However, to his surprise, the tip of the Odachi slid off the light leather armor as if it was forged from adamantine steel instead. Damn legacies. The legacy in question spun his mace, forcing Sonny to retreat, then glanced down at the spot where a tiny scratch was left on his cuirass. When he looked up again, his eyes were full of dark amusement. "Not bad." Sonny gritted his teeth. Still running his mouth, "Let's see if you have any breath to waste in a couple of minutes." The two of them clashed again, exchanging dozens of blows. Both were strong, fast, and skilled. Neither could easily overwhelm the opponent. This was the second time Sonny had to fight a legacy, third if he counted Nephis. The difference was incredibly obvious. His previous opponents were talented and experienced, but none of them could compare to Dar. This young man was a deadly battle machine crafted to reign on any battlefield, trained from the moment he had taken his first step to wield weapons of war and destroy his enemies. He was no match for Castor, however, but Castor had never gotten the chance to become an awakened. Once a legacy learned to control the flow of soul essence, their power grew exponentially, which was what Sonny was currently experiencing. Raw power shaped into a deadly weapon by long years of relentless practice and superb skill. And yet he wasn't worried. Dar was powerful, skilled, and experienced, but he lacked something that people like Sonny had: the memory of fear and bitter defeats, knowledge of death, and a vicious will to persevere. Sonny didn't doubt that the legacy had spent a lot of time in the dream realm, battling nightmare creatures, but he did doubt that Dar had ever found himself in absolute despair, having to claw his way back to life. His experience was that of fighting down and not fighting up. As Master Jet would say, he wasn't a killer. But Sonny was, and so, the legacy had already lost this fight, even if he didn't know it yet. He was only alive because his enemy was interested in learning sophisticated battle styles. And there was a lot of sophistication in Dar's aggressive and domineering battle style. Legacies were truly in a league of their own. This was not something that Sonny could learn in a heartbeat. He needed time. And so their violent duel had turned into a slow, but terrifyingly intense battle of attrition. A minute passed, then another. The two fighters were still entangled in a ferocious melee. The spectators were at the edge of their seats, holding their breaths as they watched the incredible spectacle. The direct feed of the duel was gathering more and more viewers. "Bastard, how are doing this, how?" Sonny was trying to peer into the core of Dar's style, but failed to understand its essence over and over again. Until he didn't. "I see, so this is how. It was so obvious." By that point, both of them were exhausted and wounded, their reserves of essence running dry. Sonny had much more left, of course, even though continuously enhancing his physical prowess and using the Feather of Truth enchantment of the mantle was hungrily eating through shadow essence. He had 3 times the capacity. He also had much better control of it, it seemed. All the time Sonny had spent meditating in the sky below was not for nothing, after all. Feeling the foundation of shadow dance grow stronger, Sonny grinned behind the mask and suddenly changed his entire attitude. His movements turned sharper and more aggressive, his demeanor bold and overbearing. The soul serpent turned into liquid darkness and then shaped itself into a spiked mace. Dar was thrown off by the sudden change, but only for a moment. However, that moment was all Sonny needed. Dodging the enemy's attack before it could even fully manifest, as if reading the legacy's thoughts, he dove under the strike and delivered a crushing blow of his own. His enemy's leather armor still held, but the bones beneath it did not. Dar's ribcage caved, and he spat a stream of blood. In the next second, another hit connected with his jaw, turning the young man's face into a bloody mess. He fell to his knees and raised a hand, desperately trying to block the finishing blow. The demon in black armor knew no mercy, though. Calmly raising the mace, he brutally brought it down. The crowd let out a collective scream. In the silence that followed, a pleasant voice announced, "Dar of the Maharana clan was eliminated." Chapter 539 out of reach. Sonny climbed out of the pod and stretched, lamenting the fact that dreamscape capsules weren't as sophisticated as the sleeping pods used to enter the actual dream realm. Due to his luxurious metal sarcophagus, he had almost forgotten the rusty feeling of spending too much time inside one of these things. Despite the fact that the duels themselves had not lasted too long, an entire day already passed. Sonny was somewhat tired, but instead of resting, he commanded the soul serpent to shape itself into a weapon and walked to the middle of the dojo. He was impatient to cement the knowledge of the battle styles he had absorbed today. Sonny started to perform various katas, executing each one slowly at first, and then quicker and quicker and quicker still. Soon, he moved with incredible speed, his lithe and flexible body almost leaving afterimages behind. Lean muscles were rolling under his pale skin, which soon glistened with sweat. Sunny fluidly shifted from one style to another, his movements simultaneously firm and flowing, sharp and gentle, clear and unpredictable. The soul serpent flowed from one form to another, too, as insidious and shapeless as the person who wielded it. It was as though Sunny was performing a strange, graceful, viciously complicated dance. His three shadows danced with him, moving swiftly on the ceramic plates of the armored floor. If Sunny could look at himself right now, he would be surprised to see that his movements were eerily similar to the dance that the young slave girl had once performed in his dream. But while her movements were beautiful and smooth, his were deadly and sharp. Hers were flawless, while his were slightly crude, as if he had not mastered his art yet. I can feel it, the second step. I can feel it, but why can't I reach it? Something is missing. After a long time, Sunny tiredly fell on the cold ceramic floor and remained motionless for several minutes, his chest moving heavily. There was a tired but determined expression on his face. More, I need more and better. In the morning, Sunny had some free time before he had to enter the dreamscape again. Making himself a cup of tea, he relaxed in a comfortable chair and took out his communicator. After yesterday, the number of duelists remaining in the tournament had drastically reduced. Now, there were only 32 of them left. Each one was a formidable opponent, so Sunny decided to study their previous fights a bit. Luckily, all the recordings were readily available on the network. His were too. Now I am even more sure that Mongrel is a legacy, or an actual demon. Who else could have defeated that monster, Dar? Mongrel knew that this guy was an archer, so he even offered to give him time to get away. He's so cordial, so noble, what an inspiration. You mean an actual demoness, right? Sunny shivered, and not even trying to look at the comments, hurriedly scrolled past these videos to start doing his research. Maybe one of these guys will help me advance to the next level of shadow dance. Out of curiosity, he also glanced at the cohort competition leaderboard. The team that was currently in the first place was called Librarians and, weirdly, consisted of only 2 people. Their aliases were Unorganized Laundry and Izza, which didn't tell him anything. But considering that these 2 were currently dominating much larger cohorts, they must have been a truly fearsome duo. Initially, Sunny had only joined the Dream Tournament to reap the alluring rewards, so he had not thought much of it. But now, he was starting to suspect that it was going to be a humbling experience. He had already faced several troublesome opponents that earned his reluctant acknowledgement, and things would only get exponentially harder from here. Due to his recent progress, Sunny had allowed himself to become a little vain. He was stronger and more experienced than most of the awakened he met, so he had almost forgotten to always expect the worst. Seeing these powerful awakened helped him remember how dangerous it was to underestimate the enemy. And these weren't even the true elites. Real powerhouses of the awakened world would never reveal their might in a public tournament. Sunny was one of these hidden tigers himself, after all, so he would know. With a dark expression, he shook his head and concentrated on the screen of the communicator. Very soon, he was back in the arena. Sunny had skipped all the theatrics again and only entered the dreamscape at the last minute, hoping to avoid any situation that could lead to him being asked questions. Sadly, he couldn't avoid his opponents, and if they wanted to talk, he had to answer. Currently, he was facing a man wearing a peculiar armor made out of rusted metal, their face grim and full of dark apprehension. He was in his early 30s and looked like someone who had led a rough life. Challenger Mongrel has joined the fight. Challenger what? No, wait, has joined the fight. Hidden behind the mask, Sunny raised his eyebrows. What's up with that alias? Wait, why does it sound familiar? While he was trying to remember where he had heard this bizarre name, the man summoned a shield and an arming sword, glanced at him darkly, and asked, "You're the new guy everyone is talking about." Sunny sighed, knowing what would follow. No. His opponent frowned. Why are you lying? Sunny rolled his eyes, exasperated by all the talk. However, he didn't want to attack the older man recklessly. His opponent had to be quite powerful to get this far. I am not lying. The man sneered. That's exactly what a liar would say. Do you think I'm an idiot? Gods, can you just attack already? He took a step forward and said, Yes. The older man stared at him for a few moments, his face full of anger and confusion. After a while, he hissed, Brat, you must be courting death. Chapter 540, Blood Feud. The peculiar man had an excellent technique, but it seemed as though anger was clouding his judgment. Sonny spent several minutes dodging and blocking his attacks, carefully observing both the enemy and the enemy's shadow. It wasn't long before he was able to grasp the essence of the enemy's style. There, I understand now. After more than 900 duels in the dreamscape, his ability to comprehend different battle styles had considerably improved. And this guy wasn't using anything he had never seen before. His technique was polished, but unoriginal. Not that there was anything wrong with that, except that it was also too straightforward and inflexible. How did he even get so far? Since there was nothing else for Sonny to learn, he switched from defense to attack and delivered a swift strike, leaving a shallow wound on the opponent's shoulder. A few drops of blood landed on the mantle of the underworld, and in the next moment, Sonny learned just how the man was able to climb so high on the tournament ladder. Suddenly, the blood shone with menacing crimson light and exploded, throwing Sonny back and tearing the soul serpent from his hand. At the same time, his enemy's wound ignited with dim red radiance, and in the next second, his movements became much faster, his blow carrying much more weight. What the hell? Sonny barely dodged a devastating downward slash, rolled away, and grabbed the hilt of the odachi, just in time to block another strike and be thrown back a few steps again. How is he suddenly so strong? He struggled desperately to keep up with the man in rusted armor, who had somehow instantly become utterly overbearing. In the process, another drop of blood landed on him. Crap! The mantle withstood another explosion. Its surface did not crack, but Sonny could tell that the armor was weakened. Jumping back to his feet, he gritted his teeth and continued to fight. Pretty soon, his suspicion was confirmed. The enemy seemed to possess an aspect related to blood. His first ability allowed him to ignite it, and the second increased his strength and speed the more he bled. So every time Sonny managed to perform a successful attack, the man grew much more formidable, while Sonny himself had to either dodge the drops of blood or somehow survive another explosion. But he wasn't worried. By now, Sonny had realized that there were 4 types of challengers who tended to do well in this tournament. The first type relied on skill, the second type relied on a powerful aspect, and the third type relied on excellent memories. While the latter two were tricky to deal with, only the first type was really dangerous. The fourth type, of course, was the most deadly. These were fighters who had both formidable skill and powerful aspects, as well as an arsenal of fearsome memories at their disposal. Luckily, there weren't many such people around. This guy was obviously an opponent of the second type, and relied too much on his bizarre aspect. To defeat him, Sonny just had to think of a counter, and in this case, the counter was pretty obvious. Since every wound made his enemy stronger, he just had to finish the bastard off in one strike. And since the warrior in rusted armor neglected to truly develop his technique, that was not that hard to do. After another explosion, Sonny increased the weight of the mantle of the underworld and withstood the shockwave, then made it as light a feather and dashed forward. He understood the essence of the enemy's style already, so it wasn't hard to predict his next move. In fact, Sonny had manipulated the man into doing exactly what he wanted. Once his opponent raised his sword to block a vicious slash, Sonny shifted his weight and suddenly changed the direction of the attack, sidestepping as he pushed his sword forward. The soul serpent scraped against the enemy's sword and slid effortlessly into the visor slit of the rusted helmet. Immediately, Sonny dismissed the shadow and jumped as far back as he could. He was just in time. The body of the man in rusted armor shuddered, and then violently exploded, causing the whole courtyard to tremble. If Sonny was just a tiny bit slower, he would have been pulverized by the explosion, too, and his enemy would have avenged himself from beyond the grave. Well, from beyond being eliminated from the tournament, in this case. What kind of an aspect is that? Few, I guess this is why Awakened are so dangerous. You just never know what kind of weird crap they are capable of. As the crowd exploded with applause, the voice of the dreamscape announced, "Challenger what? No, wait, was eliminated." Sunny, however, didn't pay it any attention, because almost at the same time, the spell whispered into his ear, "You have received a memory." A few moments later, Sunny was back in the black void, staring at the fake pattern of radiant strings with a perplexed expression. "Oh, that's crazy." He knew, of course, that it was possible to exchange memories in the dreamscape. This illusion was a mystical space created by a saint's aspect ability, after all, and not an artificial VR simulation. What he had not known, however, was that one could just receive a memory out of nowhere, without the usual requirement of being in physical contact, even if that contact was illusory, with its master. However, if the saint in question was responsible for delivering the rewards, then it sort of made sense. More importantly, though, he had received a memory. His eyes gleamed. Sunny was already eligible for several smaller prizes, most of them in the form of credits or soul shards. He wasn't going to bother receiving them, though even if there was a way to do so without leaving a paper trail, Sunny didn't know of one. The memories, however, that was an entirely different situation. Summoning the runes, he quickly read, Memory of ice. Wait, that sounds familiar. Don't I have a memory of fire charm already?" Indeed, the memory he received was eerily similar. It was another protective charm. Memory rank ascended. Memory tier I. Memory type charm. Memory description. Even when the sun returned, they shivered and remembered the never-ending winter. Memory enchantments bitter cold. Enchantment description. This charm provides the wearer with moderate resistance to cold. A wide smile appeared on his face, hidden behind the black mask. Now that is what I am talking about. Chapter 540, One Battle of Two Demons. An incredible win by by Mongrel. Looking at the cloud of blood rising above the arena, Sickless couldn't contain his enthusiasm. Today, there were no simultaneous duels, as there were only 32 contenders left. Each battle was intense and exciting, and received the full attention of the commentators. Looking at the cheering audience, Dimmy laughed. Indeed, Mongrel did very well against no weight. That aspect of his is a real menace, believe me. I've been on the receiving end of those explosions way too many times. Dimmy had been one of the first renowned duelists of the dreamscape, back when it had been just growing popular 10 or so years ago, so he was talking from experience. Sickless glanced at the chat, knowing that it was a good time to involve the viewers in the discussion. Coincidentally, he noticed a comment concerning something that he himself was curious about. "Yeah, very devious. But Dimmy, don't you feel like Mongrel behaved a bit out of character today? I mean, he practically called a respected dreamscape veteran an idiot, with how noble, dignified, and chivalrous Mongrel usually is." Dimmy thought for a bit, then shook his head. "You see, Sickless, I respected Mongrel before, but now I truly admire him. It takes a very talented fighter to quickly recognize a battle style, true. Mongrel is talented, but he is also wise." He smiled, because it takes a very wise man to quickly recognize an idiot. And make no mistake, this guy is a complete buffoon. Believe me, I have the misfortune of knowing him pretty well. I mean, only an idiot would end up with an alias like what? No, wait, right. Instantly, a deluge of comments flooded the chat. True, Mongrel is so wise. Wise, deadly, and handsome. How do you know that he's handsome, fool? He never takes off that creepy mask. You mean she is handsome? Wait, that doesn't sound right. Can someone ban that troll already? Dimmy is right. Only a complete idiot would end up with that alias. Why would an idiot like that even try to fight someone as wise as Lord Mongrel? Tooey. Oh, I remember where I've seen that weird alias. Sunny was preparing for his next duel, when he suddenly remembered how he had entered the dreamscape for the fur. Since time, back then he had almost ended up with that exact name after accidentally saying the words out loud. Luckily, it had already been taken. Otherwise, Sunny could have been called what? No, wait, himself. So that's the guy, poor fellow. Not that being called Mongrel was much better. Slightly amused, he sat down and circulated his essence through the coils of the soul serpent, aiming to replenish it completely before the next fight. He had a feeling that it wasn't going to be easy. He was right. None of his next 3 duels were easy, although for very different reasons. The second opponent he faced today was called Loaf. It was a young man with shoulder-length hair who wore a light armor, wielding a round shield and a spear. His technique was impeccable, but the most dangerous thing about him was his speed. Loaf was fast, very fast, so fast, in fact, that Sonny could barely see some of his movements. The worst part was that this speed did not come from an aspect ability, but simply from skill, training, and incredibly precise essence control. Unlike Castor, who could move with insane speed constantly, the young man seemed deceptively slow until he chose to attack, at which point his weapons almost teleported from one place to another. Sonny only managed to resist because his enemy skillfully masked the movements of his body, but didn't think to mask the movements of his shadow. The smart thing to do was to kill the deadly opponent as fast as possible, but Sonny was utterly fascinated by the way Loaf used his soul essence, so he lingered, trying to infer details of this technique from how the young man fought. That was why Loaf ended up being the first human to make Mongrel bleed. At some point, his spear slid between the breastplate of the mantle and one of the spaulders, sinking deep into Sonny's armpit. The pain was blinding. Twisting the blade and then retreating to save himself from a retaliatory strike, Loaf glanced at the vibrant crimson liquid on his spear and smiled. "So you're human, after all." Sonny suppressed the pain and tilted his head slightly. "Am I?" Then he dashed forward and went all out, aiming to end the fight as soon as possible, not because he was done learning Loaf's style, but because even with blood weave, he wasn't sure that he would last long, considering how serious his wound was. Thanks to his brutal battle with Castor, Sonny already knew how to deal with fast enemies. So, in the end, neither speed nor incredible mastery of essence managed to save the young man from his blade. The deep wound disappeared as soon as Sonny returned to the black void. Interesting, very interesting. I have ways to go as far as controlling essence goes, it seems. The next duel could have been really, really tough, but ended up being only slightly torturous. His enemy this time was named Everane and possessed a powerful sorceress aspect centered around gravity manipulation. As soon as the fight started, it felt as though a mountain fell on his shoulders. Sonny was barely able to move, while his enemy masterfully weaved the effects of aspect abilities into an already swift and lethal combat technique, making for a truly deadly combination. Luckily, Sonny had Feather of Truth, which diminished the burden a little. More importantly, he had a rich experience dealing with the crushing, even though Everane was able to make him sweat by manipulating gravity with admirable ingenuity. He was victorious in the end. The third duel, however, made him rethink a lot of things. This time, his enemy was a friendly-looking guy with a funny alias, Dionyzer. Weirdly, he wore simple garments instead of an armor and wielded no weapons. At first, Sonny thought that this was another sorcerer, however. He couldn't have been more wrong. As soon as the voice of the dreamscape announced the start of the duel, his opponent changed. His muscles suddenly ballooned and shifted, ripping through the simple clothes. His skin glistened, becoming covered by metallic scales. His nails grew into terrifying talons, and his teeth turned into long, sharp fangs. In just a few moments, what faced Sonny was not a human, but a frightening hybrid creature that resembled a predatory humanoid lizard. A split second later, the creature was already upon him in a furious whirlwind of claws and teeth. However, while it looked like a nightmare creature and was as strong and fearsome as one, the hybrid fought with a measured technique of an experienced, cunning, battle-hardened brawler. The effect was nothing short of terrifying. The ability humans received after conquering the third nightmare and becoming transcendent was called a transformation ability, but not all transformation-type abilities were meant only for Saint. While extremely rare, some aspects manifested similar powers at earlier stages. Song Sation possessed an aspect like that as well. However, while Sonny knew that such awakened existed, this was his first time facing one in battle, and what a battle it was. It was really worthy of being the penultimate spectacle of the whole tournament. It was also the first fight where Sonny felt that he really might lose. The enemy was just too strong, ferocious, and overbearing, while also being skilled, intelligent, and subtle. Fighting him was like fighting a devil, or a demon at least. In fact, while Sonny had no idea, this was what their duel was being called on the network, the Battle of Two Demons. And one of these demons was bound to fall. Under the stunned gazes of numerous spectators, both those in the dreamscape and those watching the broadcast on the screens of their communicators. Mongrel was pushed back by the rampaging monster, his dark Odachi sliding off the steel scales without leaving even a scratch on them. Nothing he did seemed to have an effect. But then something changed. At some point, the demonic swordsman dismissed his great blade and lunged into a violent, terrifyingly brutal hand-to-hand combat with the towering creature, using his fists, legs, and even the horns of his mask to attack the enemy. His style changed, turning savage and vicious, insidiously deadly and utterly ruthless. Those who followed Mongrel for a while and knew a fair share about combat were stunned to recognize that it was the same primal, devastating way of fighting the Barrow Wraiths had used during the recent gate disaster. So Mongrel was able to learn from nightmare creatures as well. What a terrifying thought. The uncompromisingly cruel brawl lasted for a dreadfully long time. In the end, both fighters were bloodied and broken, their bodies battered, but their murderous wills as sharp and unshaken as ever. Mongrel's onyx armor had cracked in several places under the unrelenting assault of adamantine talons, but the hybrid scales were also shattered and torn, his movements slowing down more and more. And then, unexpectedly, it was all over. Mongrel had caught his enemy into an arm lock, and then bent, straining with all his might. A loud crack could be heard in the deathly silence that had settled over the arena a while back, and the creature's neck suddenly twisted at an unnatural angle. At first, people couldn't believe their eyes. Only when the massive body of the hybrid reptile shuddered, and then turned into a flood of white sparks did they open their eyes wide, and started screaming with shock, joy, and admiration. Swaying lightly, Sonny looked at the disappearing torrent sparks and grinned. One more left. Gee, I wonder what I'll get this time. Chapter 542, Polite, Reasonable Online Discussion. Sonny had received generous rewards for these 3 duels. Well, for 2 of them at least. One was an ascended memory of the 2nd tier, which was an arrow. The second was an ascended shield of the 2nd tier. Both had pretty great enchantments, but he had no time to study them in detail. All he had determined was that the memories were good enough to not be fed to Saint. The third reward, though, was a bitter disappointment. It would have been rather amazing, actually, for anyone else, 100 soul shards, no less. In the waking world, this was a precious resource. Even lesser legacy clans would not scoff at that amount. But since Sonny couldn't claim it, he was left with nothing. Curses! His disappointment didn't last long, however. In the end, it didn't really matter. The real boon was the prizes those in 2nd and 1st place would receive, and Sonny had already cemented his position in the final duel. The winner and the runner-up were going to receive memories from Clan Valor's personal armory. And this was something every awakened desired, because the great clan was renowned not only for its knights. It was also famous for its forgers. Members of the Valor family often received aspects tied to forging and creation. Some of them could even create memories, tailor-made for destroying nightmare creatures and conquering the dangerous expanses of the dream realm. Sonny doubted that they would put something really unique as a prize for a public tournament, but anything from their vault was going to be precious. What's more, he had already enriched his mastery of Shadow Dance a lot. The last 3 duels especially had pushed him even closer to grasping its 2nd step. Now, he felt as though it was almost within his reach. So, participating in the tournament was a pretty good idea, after all. I should really thank Rain. No, wait, she doesn't know that I am participating. Also, I am not participating in the tournament, Mongrel is. Damn, why is everything so convoluted? I should really rest for a bit. After the battle with Dinizer, he wasn't in the best shape. That fight was nothing short of brutal. Even Sonny, who usually thrived in brutality, was a bit stunned by how violent it ended up being. His wounds had disappeared as soon as the duel ended, but mental exhaustion remained. His essence was also really spent, since that was how the dreamscape functioned. Luckily, the organizers of the tournament were smart enough to not schedule the final fight anytime soon. First, there would be the duel for the 3rd and 4th place, as well as some entertainment. He had hours to rest and recuperate. With a tired sigh, Sonny left the dreamscape, climbed out of the pod, and went to make himself a tasty dinner. While eating, Sonny studied his opponent. This year, the final duel was going to be a bit unusual, because both challengers were not powerful newcomers who entered the dreamscape to win the tournament rewards, but habitual duelists. Well, if Mongrel could be considered one. He had heard about the woman he was going to face, too, but not much. Her alias was Queen Bee, and she was almost as enigmatic as Sunny himself. Unlike other popular duelists, she didn't broadcast or promote her fights, preferring instead to remain anonymous and under the radar. It seemed as though she was only interested in dueling itself and nothing else. From what he knew, Queen Bee had never lost a duel. She was an undefeated champion of the arenas. Why would someone that powerful hang out in an illusory game? He had no idea. But Sunny wasn't one to judge, since he was also wasting his time there despite having better things to do. He had his reasons, so maybe she did too. Or maybe it was just a fun hobby. In any case, the network was full of theories about who Queen Bee might be. There was even a rumor that she was not human at all, but instead an artificial construct created to keep the players from reaching the top spot and to remind them to always strive for greater mastery. Which was complete idiocy, of course, considering that Dreamscape was not capable of emulating actual intelligence. If it was, Awakened wouldn't waste time fighting each other and train against simulated nightmare creatures instead. But people believed what they wanted to believe. And people were also insane. What the hell? Sunny stared at the communicator with a weird expression. To no surprise whatsoever, Queen Bee had her own army of unreasonable fans, even though she didn't want any. And currently, that army was engaged in an all-out war with Mongrel's own unwanted horde of followers. The network was bursting with venom and vitriol produced by both sides. Lord Mongrel, that loser, Tui, come back when he's King Mongrel, you tasteless dimwits. You fool, Mongrel never claimed to be a lord, and he would not want to be a king. Mongrel is one of us common people. Want to follow a tyrannical monarch, do it privately, you sheep. Who are you calling sheep, you sheep? That shady Mongrel guy has literal horns, so think before you bleat. Guys, can we all calm down? Why are we arguing? Isn't it obvious that Mongrel is Queen Bee? They're the same person, there won't be a duel. That guy is insane. Mongrel can't compare to our noble queen's left pinky. That guy is whack. That pathetic wannabe princess can't compare to Honorable Lord Mongrel. Ridiculous. Well, at least we can agree that the previous commenter is an idiot. You're an idiot? I guess not. Sunny stared at the screen, his eye twitching. After a while, turned away. Humanity is a mistake. Maybe it's time to give someone else a chance. I hear mushrooms are a pretty neat species. Turning off the communicator, Sunny concentrated on devouring his food, even though all that nonsense had almost killed his appetite. Sunny's appetite, however, was as resilient as he himself was, maybe even more. It was more or less impossible to kill. A few hours later, Sunny returned to the arena. It was time to end this spectacle and reap his rewards. However, first, he had to defeat the strongest opponent yet. It's gonna be fine. I'll get a sweet memory either way. But winning would be much better. As soon as he appeared, the crowd cheered. Chapter 543 Finale. Hearing the thunderous cheer, Sunny almost flinched. The last duel of the tournament was different from all the rest. The courtyard had changed slightly, somehow becoming even more magnificent. The grandstands were extended, with dozens of thousands of spectators crowding the stone seats. Their cheers blended into a deafening, excited roar that rose and fell rhythmically, like the sound of a turbulent sea. Rose petals were raining from above, covering the arena in a beautiful carpet. No matter how cynical Sunny wanted to be about the whole thing, it was hard not to feel his blood boil at this scene. He turned his head slightly, taking in the sight of the chanting crowd. Then, his sight lingered for a few moments on a tall tribune that loomed above the arena, decorated with the vibrant vermilion banners of the great clan Valor. Since this was the final duel, very special people were going to spectate it in person. Sunny easily recognized the creator of the dreamscape, who was dressed in ridiculously colorful silken robes and looked like a parrot that had taken a bath in a tub of face powder. He still couldn't believe that this gaudy clown was an actual saint. The person near him had to be the representative of Valor then. Sunny couldn't see much, and just noted that it was a young woman with dark, wavy hair and alabaster skin. She wore an intricate suit of lusterless, black armor and a red cape, which was the same color as the banner of her clan. Her sharp and austere appearance was in stark contrast with the saint of Dreamscape. The Tribune was too far away to see any details, but Sonny wasn't inclined to stare at a legacy from a great clan anyway. He was already uncomfortable knowing that she would be observing him fight. On the other hand, I better put up a good show. Who knows, maybe if that girl likes it, I'll receive an extra good memory. Throwing these thoughts out of his mind, Sonny finally lowered his gaze and studied his opponent. Since Sonny knew some of the best fighters of his generation, he had entertained the idea that he might have met the formidable Queen Bee outside of the dreamscape already. But no, she didn't seem familiar. The famous duelist was seemingly in her 30s, and even though the lower half of her face was hidden behind an elegant half-mask, he was sure that he had never seen her before. She stood calmly in the center of the arena, as if not affected by the cheering crowd and the esteemed guests in the audience at all. From just one glance, Sonny knew that he was looking at a combat master. Everything about the regal woman spoke of skill, grace, and resolve. She wore a light metal armor and wielded a slender estoc, its blade long and sharp. There was a strange serenity about her that somehow seemed simultaneously alien and familiar. Clarity, this is the same vibe Neph sometimes gave off. Indeed, it was the same type of clarity that Nephis and Sonny himself possessed. But while Changing Star was sharp and inevitable like a striking sword, Queen Bee was not. On the contrary, she seemed deceptively placid. What a weird contradiction. The woman studied him too, allowing Sonny to look her in the eyes. They weren't blue, gray, green, or even purple, and instead seemed to shift from one color to another as if reflecting her mood. The strangest thing about them, though, was that those weren't the eyes of a killer. Sonny knew how to recognize one because he was a killer himself. He suppressed the desire to scratch the back of his head. Huh, combat master, but not a killer. Don't tell me that this is really just her hobby. What kind of a hobby was that? In any case, this was going to make things a little easier for him. Sure, Queen Bee might have been a prodigal duelist. She wouldn't have gotten to the finale of the tournament otherwise. But without the killing instinct, defeating someone like Sonny would be nearly impossible. For him, combat was not something interesting or engaging. It was not something he did for fun or even his profession. It was simply his life. God of War was not called the God of Life for nothing. Life was a constant, brutal struggle, and Sonny knew it better than most. That was why he was such a vicious and cruel fighter, never missing out on the tiny's chance to destroy his enemy. That was not to say that the duel was going to be easy. Killer or not, Queen Bee was still a fearsome opponent. With a sigh, he summoned the black odachi, put its blade on his shoulder, and walked forward. The trumpets sang, and the voice of the dreamscape announced the names of the fighters, lunging into a solemn speech afterward. Sonny didn't listen to it and simply approached the middle of the arena, then hesitated and performed a small, awkward bow toward the graceful woman. He wasn't a courteous person, but in this situation, bowing seemed somehow appropriate. Queen Bee looked at him calmly and nodded lightly. Then she raised her estoc into position. This is going to be tricky. He sighed, gripped the hilt of the soul serpent, and lunged into a lightning-fast attack. What was the point of wasting time? Sonny was trying to overwhelm his opponent in one fell swoop, but of course, he failed. The long blade of the slender estoc flew with incredible speed, preventing him from approaching Queen Bee to deliver even a single strike. For a few seconds, nothing but the ringing of steel could be heard above the arena. Even the audience grew quiet, looking at the incredible fight with bated breath. Unlike the previous duels, there was nothing flashy or particularly spectacular about this one. It wasn't as brutal as the battle between mongrel and fearsome shapeshifter Dionyzer, nor was as strange and exciting as his fight against the gravity sorcerer Everrain. There were no fascinating aspect abilities flying around, and instead, it was all about skill, steel, and technique. However, people who knew even a little bit about combat couldn't take their eyes off the intense confrontation. Every strike, every block, every step the fighters took was full of flawless precision. On insight and clear resolve. This was a battle of two masters, and thus it was much more thrilling and breathtaking than anything else they had seen in this tournament. Sonny, however, was having much less fun than the audience. In fact, he wasn't having any. What the hell, what is going on? Chapter 544, Glory to the Victor. Something was very, very wrong with this duel. He had noticed it almost instantly, but couldn't do anything to prevent the whole fight from going sideways. In fact, although it seemed as though he was holding his own and even advancing on the regal queen, Sunny was actually scrambling to save his life every second. This woman was just too weird. There was something wrong with her shadow, not the harrowing, unnatural kind of wrong that he had felt before in the dream realm, but a very mundane kind of wrong which, nevertheless, threw him for a loop. It was as though there was a slight disconnect between how the shadow moved and how the woman casting it moved. More than that, although Sunny watched Queen Bee's movements and footwork carefully to predict her next attacks and react to them, each time he was ending up being slightly mistaken. Even if he misplaced his sword by a centimeter, it was already enough to mess up the whole cadence of the fight and allow his enemy to bypass his defenses. How is she doing this? He had to find the answer very soon, because every second that passed could potentially lead to his loss. Sunny tried to deflect an incoming thrust, but missed by a few millimeters once again. As the result, the swift estoc slid past the blade of the soul serpent and stung him in the chest, sending a tremor running through his entire body. The mantle of the underworld protected him, but Sunny wasn't deceived. Queen Bee was just measuring him, learning his patterns just like he was learning hers. When she achieved a sufficient level of understanding, the next attack would pierce his neck instead of ricocheting off his armor. Like hell. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly changed his style, summoning the domineering technique of Dar of the Maharana clan and applying it to the Odachi. He was already losing to the slender estoc in speed, so turning the soul serpent into a heavy great mace was not the best choice. So Sunny just made adjustments to the battle style on the fly. But just as he shifted to another style, Queen Bee did the same, suddenly transforming her technique into a completely new one. Damn! They continued to fight, moving swiftly across the arena as their swords clashed against each other. Sunny was still at a disadvantage, which was only growing larger and larger as the seconds passed. Both fighters were proficient in various styles and could switch from one to another almost instantly, which made the duel especially thrilling. The audience was going crazy. Sunny was going crazy too, but for an entirely different reason. Think. Facing an enemy like this was a golden opportunity to enhance his comprehension of the shadow dance. But to do that, he first had to understand what exactly Queen Bee was doing. Why was her shadow behaving so strangely? Why was he always mistaken when judging the precise placement of her attacks? At some point, Sunny almost slid on the damn rose petals that littered the arena and only barely managed to keep his balance, dodging the tip of the estoc at the last second. Curses, damned things, whose bright idea was it to fill the damned arena with trash? In fact, it was a miracle that neither of the two duelists had suffered from this treacherous footing already. A miracle, wait, a miracle. Dodging another lethal strike, he shifted from balanced technique to defense and glanced at Queen Bee's feet again. From start to finish, she had not been bothered by the rose petals once. And now that he paid attention to it, his eyes widened. Am I seeing things? No, he wasn't. Not only did his graceful opponent avoid losing her footing on the slippery petals, but none of them were also crushed under her armored boots. It was almost as if she was always hovering a few millimeters above the ground, without actually touching it. No, not almost. That was exactly what was happening. Such a small difference was very hard to notice, but it explained why the angle of how Queen Bee's shadow hit the ground was ever so slightly wrong, and why Sunny was always misjudging her attacks a tiny bit. A few millimeters was a very minuscule amount, but in a battle as precise and calculated as theirs, it made for a huge difference. Hell, was he right? There was only one way to find out. Sunny continued to fight for a few seconds, thinking carefully. He didn't correct his mistake, knowing that giving away his new understanding of Queen Bee's aspect ability, if it was an ability, would be a wrong move. Instead, he had to construct a trap and end the fight with it. But trapping someone as skilled and talented as his current opponent was not easy. In fa. CT, deceiving someone who had clarity was a very tall task. Luckily, Sunny was a skilled fighter himself, but better yet, he was an even more talented deceiver. So, he continued to pretend and prepare his ambush, all the while greedily absorbing his enemy's technique. Now that he knew the secret, he could see it much more clearly. At some point in the duel, Mongrel seemed to finally make a mistake. He once again misjudged Queen Bee's intention and threw his blade too low, allowing the estoc to slide above it and flash toward his throat. However, it never hit its mark. Instead of piercing Mongrel's neck, the slender blade simply left a deep cut on his skin because at the last moment, the demonic swordsman moved ever so slightly to his left, and then almost instantly dashed forward. The dark Odachi hissed as it cut the air, and the figure in black armor moved past the graceful woman in light armor, stopping a couple of steps behind her. Feeling a stinging pain radiating from the shallow wound on his neck, Sunny sighed and lowered the soul serpent. Behind him, Queen Bee swayed lightly and then fell into a torrent of white sparks. For a couple of seconds, the magnificent courtyard was silent. And then it became filled with deafening cheers from the crowd. Sunny looked at the celebrating spectators, breathing heavily. Did I really do it? Did I win? As if to answer his thought, the voice of the Dreamscape announced. Challenger Queen Bee was eliminated. Glory to the victor. The champion of the annual Dream Tournament is. However, the pleasant voice was drowned by the chanting of the crowd. Mongrel, Mongrel, Mongrel. Chapter 545, Mongrel Victorious. Sunny swayed slightly and thrust the soul serpent into the ground, leaning on it for support. His breath was labored and ragged. The wound on his neck had already disappeared, but drops of crimson blood remained on the onyx surface of his fearsome armor. All around him, the crowd was going crazy. Mongrel, Mongrel, Mongrel. The fight against the noble queen had not been as savage and bloody as some of his previous ones, but it had been incomparably harder. Even though each of the fighters had only managed to land one strike, the mental strain and physical effort the duel had required of them was nothing short of tremendous. Facing a true battle master was a tough trial. Sunny was completely spent, but more than that, he was also bitter and full of fury. Damnation, I almost had it. Not paying the crowd any attention, he closed his eyes and tried to concentrate on the dissipating sensation he had felt during the last seconds of the intense battle against the undefeated champion of the Dreamscape. During their fight, after grasping the secret of the elusive queen, he had come close to making a breakthrough in his mastery of the shadow dance. It had been so close that Sunny could practically see it, but in the end, he failed to make the last step. There was an invisible obstacle in his way that had pushed him back, one that he didn't know how to overcome. Something was still missing. All the styles he had absorbed created a vast and solid foundation, but it was not enough. At this point, he knew that the problem was not quantity. He had already done the groundwork. Then what? What did he need to do to bring this stage of shadow dance to completion? Find a unifying element? Face even more formidable opponents? Sunny didn't know, which made him extremely frustrated. However, he didn't receive any time to savor his frustration or consider the issue deeper, because a thundering voice suddenly drowned out the roar of the crowd. Up on the central tribune, the saint of the Dreamscape had risen from their seat and was now looking down with a brilliant smile, already in the middle of an excited speech. Right, I won. I am about to receive my reward. Sunny grinned behind the mask and straightened, lifting the Odachi and putting it back on his shoulder. The reward, wasn't this why he had entered the tournament in the first place? And now it was finally time to reap it. The saint was going on and on, showering Sunny with praise. Glory, marvelous, duty of the awakened, true warrior, bravery, courage, future of humanity. Gods, can you just get to the point? Sunny didn't care about all that nonsense. He just wanted to receive his prize and disappear. However, he had to stand in the middle of the arena like the world's most fearsome scarecrow and endure the endless barrage of flowery words flying out of the grandiloquent saint's mouth for a while. This guy, a woman. This person really likes the sound of their voice, huh? At least it gave him a chance to recover. After something that felt like an eternity, the saint was finally finished with their long speech and gestured at the representative of valor. Personally, reward the winner. As the crowd applauded, the young woman in black armor stood up and approached the parapet of the tribune, then smiled at the audience and oaked down at Sunny. Suddenly, he felt a small shiver run down his spine. The young woman was smiling in a friendly manner, but her eyes were as cold as the sharpest of swords. They were also of a strange, vibrant color, bright red. the same as her full lips and vermilion cape. With her alabaster skin and raven-black hair, she looked both beautiful and daunting, like a lethal blade. The pressure she exerted could be felt even from where Sunny stood. "A master," the young woman spoke, her raspy voice easily reaching all across the arena. It sounded friendly enough as well as strangely familiar for some reason. "I am Ascended Morgan of Clan Valor. Congratulations, warrior. Ah, what a splendid duel it was. You truly are a worthy winner." Sunny stared at her for a moment, then bowed his head slightly, expressing his respect, well pretending to. Smiling in response, Morgan of Valor continued. "And you are truly worthy of wielding a memory forged by the smiths of the great clan Valor. In fact, your remarkable skill brought me so much joy that I have decided to gift you one of my personal armaments." Jackpot! The thing Sunny had hoped would happen did, indeed, happen. Ascended Morgan seemed to be in a very good mood. Whatever it was that a master of one of the great clans had in her arsenal was bound to be good. The young woman waited for the excited cheers of the crowd to quiet down and looked at him with a curious smile. "Tell me, what do you wish to receive? A weapon?" "Yes, a weapon would be great." Sunny started to smile, but then suddenly his eyes widened. "Crap." And before he could think of a crafty lie, the flaw forced an answer out of his mouth. "No. Crap, 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 curse it." Morgan of Valor tilted her head a little. "A suit of armor, then, or maybe a powerful charm?" "Yes, yes, both would be good." Sunny gritted his teeth, but the result was inevitable. He had no choice but to answer in a hollow voice. "Neither." The young woman laughed. "Really? Maybe you want to receive an echo, then?" "Oh, no." Mongrel remained silent for several seconds, and then answered. "I do not." Sunny was on the verge of shedding bloody tears. How had it all gone so wrong so fast? Master Morgan studied him for a bit, then leaned on the parapet and asked in an amused voice. "Really, what do you want, then?" Sunny panicked. He obviously wanted to receive one of the rewards she had mentioned, but it was precisely because he did that weaver's mask would not allow him to say it. He scrambled to salvage the situation and get at least something out of this disaster. Suddenly, a crazy idea appeared in his mind. And then, in front of countless thousands of people, Mongrel said something shocking. "You Ascended Morgan, I want to duel you." Chapter 546, Morgan of Valor. A stunned silence settled over the resplendent arena. A sea of spectators was staring at Sunny with wide eyes, not sure if they had heard it right. Even the saint seemed shocked and uncertain about what to do. Surely Mongrel had not just challenged a master of the great clan Valor to a fight. In that silence, a bright laughter suddenly rang, rolling over the vast courtyard. It was Morgan. She was laughing with a delighted expression on her face, her striking vermilion eyes full of mirth and amusement. A few moments later, she looked down and asked, her raspy voice relaxed and steady. "Oh, really? You want to fight me?" Sunny stared at her from below and nodded. "Yes." But of course, he didn't. He might have been a little bit crazy, but not nearly crazy enough to wish to fight an Ascended serving one of the sovereigns. Hell, that Morgan girl could have been Anvil's own daughter, for all Sunny knew. However, the fact that he would rather avoid such a confrontation didn't mean that fighting Morgan would be of no benefit to him. In fact, Sunny felt that it could push him to finally mastering the second step of Shadow Dance. A member of a great clan had to have a lot to teach him. Plus, who knows? If I win, she might give me the reward anyway. Anything else would just look petty. So even if Sunny was against the idea, it was the best bad idea he had managed to come up with. As for how he was supposed to win against a master, that depended on Morgan herself. If Sunny was right, she would not unleash her full power on him, be it out of pride, a sense of fairness, or simply to save face. The young woman, meanwhile, was still looking at him from above. Her scarlet lips were curved into a slight smile. Such an audacious wish. She leaned back, and in the next moment the crowd gasped. Morgan of Valor easily jumped over the parapet and plunged down, soon landing on the floor of the arena dozens of meters below. A whirlwind of rose petals rose into the air from the force of the impact, but the young woman herself seemed unperturbed. She simply straightened and walked towards Sunny with the same easy smile. He instantly tensed. Curses she actually accepted, Until then, Sunny still had hoped that Morgan would refuse his daring request. But she seemed pleased by it instead. Stopping opposite Sunny, the young woman studied him for a bit and then glanced back at the tribune. "Venerable Thane, if you would." The bewildered saint remained silent for a few moments and then cleared their throat. Yes, of course." Almost immediately, the pleasant voice announced, "Challenger Morgan has entered the arena. Morgan has challenged Mongrel." She smiled, then turned back to Sunny. "That's better." Morgan studied him for a moment and then shook her head. "No, that won't work. As an Ascended, I can't expect an Awakened, even one as skilled and distinguished as you, to really have a chance in a duel against me. What shall we do?" She thought for a bit and then smiled again. "Oh, I have an idea." With that, her dark armor and vermilion cape suddenly disintegrated into a torrent of scarlet sparks. The young woman was left standing in a simple black tunic, her feet bare. She then proceeded to hide one hand behind her back and summoned an unremarkable straight sword into the other. "I will only use one hand and a dormant weapon. 1 minute. If you survive against me for 1 minute, the win will be yours. That should be fair." Sunny scowled behind the mask. Isn't she too full of herself? What an arrogant and pretty, what an arrogant woman. No matter how he felt about it, Morgan's offer was exactly what Sunny had wanted. This way, he really stood a chance. Even better, there was no need to augment himself with shadows and reveal more of his strength. He just had to fight for 60 seconds and try to learn as much as he could in that short time. And if he happens to win, maybe the prize would still be his. Lowering the soul serpent, Sunny stared at his ascended opponent and calmly asked, "Shall we start?" Her smile widened. "You wish is my command, my Lord Mongrel. Although, a piece of advice for the future, you should really be careful what you wish for." Just a moment later, Sunny realized that 60 seconds were going to be an eternity. What the hell, is she even Huma crap? Sunny didn't have words to describe how monstrous Morgan was. It was obvious that she held back and did not use all of her strength, but even then, he was instantly overwhelmed. The young woman in a simple black tunic was just too swift, nimble, and skilled. She read his movements as if he was an open book and easily demolished his defense, raining a barrage of strikes on the onyx surface of the mantle of the underworld. Even though her sword was too weak to break the adamantine armor, each blow carried enough might behind it to make Sunny shudder, and for flashes of sharp pain to radiate through his entire body. He was certain that his bones would have already cracked if it wasn't for the bone weave. He tasted blood. What's worse, Morgan of Valor had no blemishes on her mentality, as Dar of the Maharana clan or Queen Bee had. She was as vicious and ruthless as he himself was, maybe even more so. A born killer. And while Sunny barely had a couple of years of battle experience, she was an older and much more terrifying beast. She was tempered, her skill was forged and sharpened by thousands of bloody battles. That much was obvious. Just a few seconds later, he was already barely staying alive. Curse it, how I am supposed to survive that? Chapter 547, Forged by Battle. Feeling his flesh break apart and his heart grow cold, Sunny scrambled to defend himself, but to no avail. Morgan easily crushed his attempts to resist and delivered another series of devastating strikes, moving with terrifying precision and speed. Her movements were fluid and natural, as if wielding a weapon was as innate to her as breathing. As if battle was her native environment instead of peace. Her swordsmanship was unlike anything Sunny had ever seen, too. It wasn't even as though the sword served as an extension of Morgan's arm. It was as though she herself was the sword, and so every motion she made was the purest expression of cold, merciless killing intent. He had never thought that he would meet a more terrifying swordsman than Nephis, but compared to this knight of valor, the daughter of the immortal Flame clan almost seemed like a novice. Sunny was instantly overwhelmed, and there was nothing he could do to maintain even a sliver of control. The situation was utterly hopeless. This feeling of absolute bitter powerlessness, he had not experienced it in a long time. Attain a breakthrough to the second step of Shadow Dance. Sunny wasn't even sure that he would be able to stay alive for another couple of seconds. He had to think of something fast. Following a mental command, the mantle of the underworld received one of his charms. Immediately, the familiar but strongly enhanced pain of his soul being torn apart flooded his whole being with agony. Sonny didn't hope that the broken oath would help him defeat Morgan. After all, as an ascended, she had a more powerful soul. All he wanted was a second of respite. Morgan suddenly slowed down, allowing him to disengage and take several steps back. For a moment, there was a slight grimace on her face, but it was quickly replaced by the same relaxed, amused smile. A nice trick. Sonny bent slightly and vomited a mouthful of blood, thin streams of crimson flowing through the fangs of the black mask. The sight of it was both frightening and striking. When he straightened, something about him changed. Well, of course it did. He had commanded two shadows resting on the autumn lead to wrap themselves around his body, after all. Instantly, his strength, speed, and resilience tripled. Sonny had not wanted to augment himself before, but faced with the devastating onslaught of the terrifying battle master, he had no other choice. If he wished to learn anything from this fight, he had to make it last more than just a few seconds. Morgan noticed the subtle shift in his posture and tilted her head slightly. Her smile suddenly widened. Good, this is much better. Sonny dismissed the broken oath, but before the charm even had time to disappear, the young woman was already upon him once again in a whirlwind of ruthless steel. However, this time, things were different. Or rather, slightly different. What the actual hell? Sonny was still hopelessly outmatched, barely managing to survive under the merciless barrage of lightning-fast, cruel attacks. Previously, he had judged that his peak physical might would be on par with a newly ascended master. Even though Sonny wasn't currently using the third shadow, it had to remain on the ground to keep his secrets. The gap between Morgan and him was not supposed to remain that vast. But there was a mistake in his reasoning. He had compared himself to an average master. However, Morgan of Valor was not average in any way. She hailed from one of the three great clans and was possibly even a member of its core family. Among the awakened, she was a being at the absolute apex of might. Come on. And yet he was able to do something now, at least. Even though Morgan was still dominating the fight and delivering one devastating blow after another, Sonny could perceive her movements and react. He dodged one strike, then deflected another. A third one still connected with his elbow, sending a blinding flash of pain through his body, but it was already an incredible achievement. Morgan seemed pleased by this new development. Her crimson lips curved, revealing pearly white teeth. Yes, finally, you are supposed to be a genius, aren't you? Show me, come on, fight. What the hell is wrong with this girl? Sonny gritted his teeth and fought, barely staying alive. No matter how much he pushed himself, how much he struggled to keep up with the fearsome master, all he could achieve was not being instantly obliterated. But that was it. Even with two shadows augmenting his body, Sonny saw no hope of winning, despite the fact that Morgan was holding back her strength. She was simply a monster. No, she was something much more terrible. He had faced and killed many monsters, many demons, and many devils, but none of them could compare to this beautiful, horrifying young woman. However, even if he was going to lose, it was all not in vain. With every blow he suffered, every strike he somehow defended against, Sonny was learning. Morgan's battle style was too elevated for him to grasp, but every glimpse of it he saw was fueling something inside of him. It was as though he had laid a solid foundation by absorbing numerous styles, and now they were being forged into something different, something whole by the insane pressure fighting this monstrous creature exerted on him. His body felt as if it was on the verge of breaking apart, and his vision was slowly becoming blurred. But Sonny felt. He felt as though he was on the verge of a revelation. And when it came, it was as though a floodgate was opened in his mind. Suddenly, all the disparate fragments of knowledge he had absorbed formed into a cohesive tapestry, allowing him to see the shared logic between the various styles he had learned. He was able to perceive these styles from a new perspective, understanding not only their purpose, but also much of the reasoning behind each technique and movement much deeper. Yes, this is it. And due to this new level of insight, Sonny was also able to see a flaw in Morgan's assault, her one and only weakness. Yes, the young woman herself was too powerful and skilled for him to destroy, but her sword, that was a different matter. It was just a dormant memory after all. Instantly, a plan formed in his mind. As time seemed to slow down, Sonny deflected another blow, shifted his body slightly, and then suddenly took a step toward the flashing sword, catching its blade between his left arm and his torso, and then bringing his right fist on it. He put all of his strength behind it, increasing the W. Ate of his gauntlet as much as he could at the last moment, all his muscles strained, on the verge of exploding. After numerous clashes against the adamantine surface of the mantle of the underworld, the sword was weakened already. So when Sonny's fist connected with it, the steel blade simply shattered, exploding into numerous sharp splinters. "Got you!" Burning with dark excitement, Sonny continued his movement, aiming to bring the soul serpent down on now defenseless Morgan before she had time to process what had happened and adjust. But before he could, terrible pain suddenly exploded in his chest, and all strength left his hands. The hilt of the odachi slid from his fingers, and the dark sword silently fell to the ground. Sonny swayed and then looked down in confusion. What happened? What he saw didn't make any sense. Morgan's pale, slender hand was protruding from his armor, blood streaming down the smooth onyx surface. She had pierced the mantle of the underworld with her bare hand, her fingers plunging through flesh and bone to tear his heart apart. Sonny had made a mistake. How is this possible? Ascended memory, 6th tier. He looked up, darkness shrouding his vision. Is this what it feels like to die? Everything was dark, and all he could see now were two beautiful vermilion eyes, staring at him with regret and disappointment. Morgan sighed. 36 seconds. Well done, you fought well. The last thing Sonny felt before slipping into nothingness was a spark of energy traveling from her hand into his body. And then he found himself in the black void of the dreamscape. His pain disappeared, as did his wounds. He felt healthy and whole. The duel was over. As he stared into the darkness, the spell whispered quietly, "You have received a memory." But he didn't react, looking into the void with a heavy frown on his face. Somewhere above, near the set of images representing different arenas, a string of words floated. Mongrel, victories 923. Defeats 1. Chapter 548, the road so far. 548, the road so far. Sonny shut down the illusion. The underground dojo was silent and submerged in darkness, almost like the lightless expanse of his soul. Crawling out of the dreamscape pod, he glanced at it, and then walked to the middle of the hall. There, he sat down on the cold ceramic plates of the floor, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes. Back in the illusory world created by the will of an eccentric saint, the tournament was coming to an end. There were spectacles, festivities, and accolades being given to the winners, but he didn't care. He didn't care about the legend of Mongrel, either. Sonny had no doubt that his inexplicable refusal of the final reward and daring challenge had created quite a stir. Were people praising Mongrel for his resolve and ambition, or mocking his defeat and calling him a fool? In any case, the network must have been boiling right now. Sonny couldn't be bothered to check. He had much more important concerns. There was the final reward he had received, given to him by Morgan of Valor despite his failure. As well as previous rewards, he had no time to study well. And there was Shadow Dance. This was what he had to concentrate on now. Sitting in the darkness with his eyes closed, Sonny thought back to the revelation he had received during the battle with the monstrous master and started to slowly digest it. He had the key now. All that remained was to absorb it, turn it from a fleeting feeling into an inseparable part of his mind, body, and soul. That was going to take some time. Fragments of Morgan's battle will help him find unity in the discordant collection of battle styles he had amassed. His comprehension of the fundamental, governing principles of battle techniques was vastly elevated, allowing him to understand them on a deeper level. This enlightenment was going to help Sonny grasp various styles much faster, as well as mirror more complex and sophisticated battle arts with ease. At this level, he needed to be able to recognize patterns of essence control from how the enemies moved, breathed, and attacked. The new understanding was going to help with that, too. He just had to assimilate it all. Time slowly passed. Sonny continued to meditate, making slow progress toward his goal. After a while, his thought began to wander. The dream tournament gave Sonny much more than he had expected. Yes, there were powerful memories and a breakthrough in his comprehension of shadow dance, but there was also something else. Different, but no less valuable. Fighting the best of the best that the dreamscape had to offer had helped him to put his own prowess into perspective. Facing formidable champions one after another showed Sonny just how much more powerful and experienced than them he was. Sonny was always comparing himself to Nephis and inevitably finding himself falling short. He chased after her with desperate resolve, but was never able to catch up. Mongrel might H. Ave been only defeated once, but Sonny had been defeated countless times. He lived in the shadow of constant failure. But it was exactly because he had been chasing after changing star without rest that he had left everyone else in the dust without even noticing. Now that he had a chance to look back, Sonny finally saw just how wide the gap between himself and all the rest of the awakened had become. It was so wide that he had been able to cut the best of them down while barely using a quarter of his power. Back on the forgotten shore, Sonny had learned a simple truth. If one wanted to better themselves, they had to challenge those who were stronger than them. Nothing was more beneficial to one's growth than fighting against a superior opponent. That was why and how he had transformed himself into a lethal killer in the span of a single year. And even though Sonny had not understood it before, using Nephis as a reference point achieved the same result. Even if the goal of surpassing her often seemed bitterly unattainable, he had come far by struggling to do so against all odds. So far. He saw it clearly now, but he also saw how much further he had to walk. Just as fighting the participants of the Dream Tournament had shown him his strength, fighting Morgan had shown him his weakness. Yes, Sonny was incredibly powerful for an awakened of his age, but there were other giants out there, no less terrifying than him. They were older, stronger, and had years of battle experience and vast resources that he lacked. In front of them, Sonny was like an ant. A subtle smile appeared on his face. Or maybe like a cockroach. Morgan was a master of the great clan valor, and as such, she was a peak existence among those below the level of a saint. She was kin to one of the sovereigns, so he could use her as a benchmark to know what was the worst he could expect. Another reference point to strive for, one more superior opponent to temper himself against. One day in the future, they might have to cross swords again, and when that happened, he knew that her vermilion eyes would not end up full of disappointment again. Instead, they would be full of fear. All these thoughts traveled idly at the edges of his consciousness, while most of his mind was occupied by absorbing the key to the second step of shadow dance. And just as that last thought disappeared, he finally felt that the process was complete. A moment later, the silence of the underground dojo was suddenly destroyed by the voice of the spell. Sonny flinched, not accustomed to hearing it in the real world, let alone inside his home. The spell said, "Your aspect legacy mastery level has increased. You have received the right to claim a legacy relic. Your shadow has evolved." Chapter 549, Soul Beast. Sonny waited for a few moments and then hurriedly stood up while summoning the runes. This was it, the moment he had been waiting for. After so much time, all the sweat and blood, his effort had finally paid off. He had made another step toward becoming a true battle master. All it took was... Sonny thought for a second, then glanced at the runes describing the mantle of the underworld first. Under the description of the Prince of the Underworld enchantment, a runic counter glowed. Vanquished foes 2332 6000. All it took was killing 1,200 enemies with his own 2 hands, and dying by a master's hand once. Around 900 of those kills had happened in the dreamscape, 1 in the waking world, and the rest in the wild reaches of the Chained Isles. Sadly, creatures slain by Saint did not count toward the requirement of the strange enchantment, or the number would have been any higher. Still, it was good progress. Turning away, Sonny found the string of runes he wanted to see the most. Shadow's Marble Saint, Soul Serpent. He concentrated on the latter and read. Shadow Soul Serpent. Shadow rank awakened. A wide grin appeared on his face. Sonny closed his eyes and listened to his soul, then circulated shadow essence through the coils of the serpent. He could feel that it was flowing even faster than before. The rate of essence expenditure and regeneration was also improved. Perfect. He had expected the process of evolving to a new rank to take a long time, like it had happened with Saint back on the Forgotten Shore. But Soul Serpent had awakened instantly after he had reached the second level of mastery over the Shadow Dance, maybe due to its unique nature as an Aspect Legacy relic. What else changed, I wonder? Sonny opened his eyes and looked back to the runes. He had already noticed that there were new ones in the description of the shadow. Shadow attributes, Shadow Guide, Soul Weapon, Soul Beast. The Soul Beast wasn't there before. He concentrated on the new attribute and read. Attribute description, Soul Serpent, can assume the form of a beast. Sonny blinked a couple of times. What? He looked down at his bare chest and stared at the intricate tattoo of a black serp that coiled around his torso and arms. Then, Sonny carefully raised one hand and gave the shadow a mental command. Immediately, the tattoo moved, slithering onto his palm and moving down his fingers. However, instead of the tip of a sharp blade, a triangular head of a massive snake appeared in the air instead. Enveloped in streaming darkness, the serpent crawled forward, leaving Sonny's skin and manifesting itself into existence. Its jet-black scales rustled quietly as they touched the armored plates of the floor, and soon, petrified Sonny was looking at a giant snake, at least 6 meters in length, its body as wide as a large man's arm and strong enough to crush granite into dust. The Stygian creature coiled its long body and stretched into the air, its head slowly rising and soon reaching as high as Sonny was tall. A forked tongue flashed for a moment, and then the serpent looked him right in the eyes. Then it opened its maw and hissed, revealing long, terrifying onyx fangs. Sonny gulped. The serpent's eyes were as black as its mighty body and shone with dark radiance. They seemed as deep as the lightless expanse of an ocean of shadows and were full of strange, alien intelligence. Luckily, there was no aggression or ill will in them. Instead, there was simply recognition. The shadow serpent was greeting its master. Sonny slowly looked away and studied the dark creature's body. Then, he sent the creepy shadow forward, and it swiftly wrapped itself around the serpent. Immediately, flowing patterns that were somehow even darker than the lusterless, obsidian scales revealed themselves, and the pressure that the shadow beast exerted instantly became much, much more frightening. Its body had turned ghostly, enveloped in wisps of impenetrable, moving darkness. Sonny hesitated for a moment and then grinned. What a good buy you are. Very satisfied, he glanced at the giant snake and then patted it on the head with a delighted expression on his face. Now it was the mighty beast's turn to blink, if it had any eyelids. Was Sonny imagining things, or did the obsidian serpent seem a bit startled by such treatment? With a shrug, he glanced back at the runes and lowered his gaze. There was one last surprise left for him to discover. At the very bottom, several new runes appeared. Shadow abilities, Serpentine Steel, Soul Reaver. Soul Reaver ability description, a portion of the soul essence of those slain by the shadow serpent in its soul weapon or soul beast form, is absorbed and transferred to its master. Sonny's smile widened. Excellent, that will help with the fact that I can't use the serpent to regenerate essence while it is not on my body. In fact, as long as it continues to kill something, my essence might never run dry. He glanced at the shadow with gleaming eyes. You and I are going to do great things together, buddy. You'll have plenty of tasty souls to eat, don't worry. Saying that, Sonny opened his palm and commanded the serpent to crawl back onto his skin. A few seconds later, the shadow had already turned back into a tattoo and coiled itself around his body. It was as though there had never been a terrifying creature in the underground dojo in the first place. Now let's take a look at that relic. Sonny looked at the runes and found the right cluster. Aspect Legacy Shadow Dance. Shadow Dance Mastery Level 27. First relic claimed. Second relic claim. Third relic unearned. Concentrating on the second relic, Sonny said confidently. Claim. For a second, nothing happened. Sonny waited, full of anticipation. What could it be? Another shadow, a weapon, an armor, maybe a charm or a tool or something more unexpected, a new attribute perhaps. And then, answering his call, the spell spoke from the darkness. You have claimed an Aspect Legacy relic. You have received a memory. Sonny hurriedly glanced at the runes describing his memories, searching for a new one. A moment later, when he saw it, His heart skipped a beat, and he momentarily forgot how to breathe. Out there in the darkness of the underground dojo, several familiar runes shone with ethereal light. They read, Memory Drop of Ichor, Chapter 550 Tournament Rewards. Sunny held his breath, staring at the runes intensely. He knew what that memory was. Another drop of divine blood. And knowing where the shadow slave aspect had come from, and to which deity it was connected, it wasn't hard to guess whose blood it was. Shadow God, this memory was of a drop of Shadow God's blood. And in that drop was his lineage. Can't be. But it was. Sunny had just received a second lineage memory. More than that, that lineage was a complete one, like the fire that Neph had inherited from Sun God. Not a fragment of a forbidden bloodline that he had inherited from Weaver, the demon of fate. Sunny studied the runes for a while, then slowly turned away. He wasn't ready to summon the drop of Ichor yet, not because of the pain that consuming a lineage memory would bring. Huke knew maybe there wasn't going to be any this time. After all, this one was not forbidden. He simply had to prepare himself mentally. Sunny paced for a bit, then sat down and meditated for some time. Then he decided to study the memories he had received in the tournament to distract himself. He had already studied the memory of ice in detail, so 3 more remained. The arrow, the shield, and the final reward he had received from Morgan, the memory created in the forge of the great clan Valor. The real reason he had joined the dream tournament in the first place. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then looked at the list of his memories. Memories Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Midnight Shard, Ordinary Rock, Prowling Thorn, Endless Spring, Blood Blossom, Dark Wing, Moonlight Shard, Mantle of the Underworld, Weaver's Mask, Broken Oath, Blackhorn Bow, Full Quiver, Autumn Leaf, Cruel Sight, Covetous Coffer, Undying Chain, Heavenly Burden, Memory of Fire, Memory of Ice, Strike of Thunder, Patient Avenger, Morgan's Warbow, Drop of Ichor. So it's a bow, but what's up with that name? Well, it made sense, actually. If this was really a custom memory created for a specific user, then why wouldn't its name fit theirs? Sunny concentrated on the arrow first. Memory Strike of Thunder. Memory Rank Ascended. Memory Tier II. Memory Type Weapon. Memory Description: a powerful spirit was once trapped in a glass bottle for 1,000 years. This lightning is a manifestation of his rage. Memory Enchantment's Caged Lightning. Enchantment Description: this arrow strikes as fast as a bolt of lightning, and chains its devastating damage to several nearby creatures. He grunted. So, lightning in a bottle, huh? Even though the arrow's single enchantment was an active one and required a lot of essence to access, which meant that it couldn't be used often, the effect was very good. It was able to deal damage to groups of enemies, which could come in handy in many situations. Satisfied, he shifted his gaze to the shield. Memory Patient Avenger. Memory Rank Ascended. Memory Tier III. Memory Type Weapon. Memory Description: aflame with hatred, she waited and watched. When the time came, her vengeance was colder than ice. Memory Enchantments: Tenacious, Burning Heart, Cold Steel. Tenacious Enchantment. Description: this shield is especially durable. Burning Heart Enchantment. Description: this shield can store a portion of fire damage it receives to augment another weapon of its wielder, or unleash a devastating shockwave. Cold Steel Enchantment. Description: this shield can store a portion of impact damage it receives to augment another weapon of its wielder, or unleash an immolating wave of fire. Huh? Sunny thought for a bit. So this shield was basically able to convert heat to kinetic energy, and vice versa. The stored energy could be used to enhance another weapon or released all at once to deliver a powerful attack, which meant that the more hits the shield received, the more devastating the resulting retaliation would be. Saint was long overdue for a good shield memory, and this one would suit her very well. A weak smile appeared on Sunny's face. And finally, the main prize. He sighed, then concentrated on the bow he had received from Ascended Morgan of Clan Valor. He also summoned it. A composite bow made out of black horn and dark polished wood manifested itself from a storm of crimson sparks. It was entirely black, however. Its string was of a vibrant scarlet color. There was also a brand carved into one of its limbs near the grip, its contour of the same color as the string. It depicted the crest of the Valor family, a straight sword thrust through an iron anvil. The bow was quite beautiful, but more importantly, it radiated a feeling of immense power. Sunny admired the weapon for a few moments, and then turned back to the runes. Memory Morgan's Warbow. Memory rank ascended. Memory tier IV. Memory type weapon. Memory description: death is worth living for. Love is worth waiting for. How romantic and how morbid. Sunny didn't know who created this description, the spell itself or the person who had forged the bow. If it was the latter, then maybe this was a message to Morgan, or a lesson the spellsmith wanted to impart to her. But what kind of a lesson was that? Curious, Sunny looked beneath the surface of the black bow, wishing to see if the spellweave of a memory created by a human was different from that created by the spell. However, it seemed pretty much the same, vast, inconceivably complex, and eerily beautiful. In any case, he was excited to see that this memory was of the 4th tier. It was powerful, indeed, no less powerful than the cruel sight. Encouraged, he continued to read the runes. Memory enchantment: soul arrows, unbending, burden of peace, death dealer. 4 enchantments, first 2 are passive, the other 2 are active, not bad. He concentrated on the first enchantment. Soul arrows enchantment description: this bow attunes to the soul of its wielder, and is capable of creating arrows that share its affinity. Unbending enchantment's description: this adamantine bow demands a giant's might to be bent. Because of that, arrows shot from it travel as far as the eye can see and strike with terrible strength, piercing both armor and flesh. The passive enchantments were not bad, to say the least. Sunny wasn't sure what arrows that shared the affinity of his soul could do, but the fact that the bow itself could produce an unlimited amount of arrows was already a great boon. It basically made the full quiver, his previous arrow-type memory, pale in comparison and completely redundant. Each of the soul arrows would also share the tier and rank of the warbow that created them, which was simply incredible. To test it, Sunny grabbed the sting and tried to draw the warbow. Even with all his strength, Sunny was only able to do it after augmenting himself with 2 shadows. As soon as the string moved, a black arrow that looked as if it was made out of solidified shadows suddenly appeared on it. Sunny released the string, and in the next moment, one of the armored plates on the opposite wall exploded. Crap! He stared at the broken plate dejectedly, then sighed and looked back to the runes. Burden of peace enchantment description: after soul arrows pierce the flesh of an enemy, their weight can be drastically increased. Interesting. Sunny could already think of several useful applications for this enchantment, be it to make wounds dealt by the arrows more severe or simply to slow the enemy down. There was one last string of runes left. Death Dealer enchantment description: this bow is able to consume a large amount of essence to deliver an obliterating strike. That sounded ominous. Sunny was curious to know how obliterating exactly that strike was supposed to be, but he was not going to test it in his dojo. It already suffered enough. Morgan's warbow was indeed a weapon worthy of an ascended knight from a great clan. It was a truly formidable and versatile weapon. In any other circumstance, Sunny would have been mad from joy after receiving it. And he was sort of. But there was one more memory he had to deal with. It was time, he couldn't postpone it anymore. Sunny glanced at the beautiful bow for the last time, then sighed and dismissed it. As soon as the flood of scarlet sparks disappeared, he summoned the drop of ichor. Chapter 551, Slave's Inheritance. The underground dojo was submerged in darkness, and as soon as Sunny willed the drop of ichor to manifest itself into reality, that darkness suddenly came to life. Countless shadows moved and danced around him, forming an invisible whirlpool. Their movements were strange and erratic, fraught with anticipation, excitement, and longing. Slowly, golden sparks of light appeared in the air in front of him, and then shot toward a single point in space, coalescing into a small radiant dot. However, the memory did not appear yet. Instead, more and more sparks flew into it, thousands upon thousands of them, until at last, it seemed as though wide streams of brilliant golden light were constantly flowing into the slowly growing sphere of radiance. This continued for almost an entire minute, and when the sparks finally disappeared, a brilliant drop of golden liquid was floating in the air in front of Sunny. It was suffused with a beautiful light that didn't seem blinding, but was somehow able to illuminate the entire expanse of the dojo. However, there was also something dark about the shining drop of divine blood. Contrasted against its golden radiance, the shadows around him were now suddenly much deeper, darker, and starkly pronounced. All their movement ceased, as though they were frozen still by awe and reverence. That is Shadow God's blood, all right. Sunny forced himself to look away from the drop of ichor and summoned the runes describing it. He had to make sure that his guess was right. Tense with anticipation, he read, Memory drop of ichor. Memory rank unknown. Memory tier unknown. Memory type unknown. Just like the last time. Not surprised, he lowered his gaze and studied the string of runes that were his real goal. Memory description before there was only boundless, eternal void. From that dark abyss the unknown were born. Just like chaos itself, they were endless and everlasting, vast and forever changing. But then came desire, and with it came direction. From it the gods were born. When gods appeared, the void was not eternal anymore. When gods appeared, the darkness was not endless anymore. When gods appeared, the chaos was not orderless anymore. The gods appeared and brought with them war. This drop of divine blood was spilled by Shadow on one of the battlefields of that war, before the void was bound. Sunny stared at the runes, flabbergasted. That was a lot to take in. So, unlike the unknown were indeed a type of creatures, primordial beings that existed before me, space, and even death itself in a boundless dark void, and the gods were different from them, but also their kin. At least it was clear now what terrible enemy the gods had faced long before the demons and their rebellion, and why Shadow God had been compelled to create death. How else would they be able to defeat eternal creatures? Were time, space, and other concepts Sunny had always thought to be absolute also created as weapons in the war of the gods against the unknown? At least it was easy to tell which side had emerged victorious. However, the most frightening detail was that the description never said that the primordial void had been destroyed, only that it had been bound. Was it still bound, now that the gods were dead? Sunny shivered and shook his head. The short description contained a vast amount of information, which had an even vaster amount of implications. He couldn't encompass all that in a small span of time. Maybe after I consume the drop, I'll learn more. He hesitated, then glanced at the radiant drop of golden liquid once again. Immediately the spell spoke. This time, however, its voice did not sound subtly excited. Weird. You have acquired a drop of ichor. Do you wish to consume it? Sunny sighed, remembering the agony of the previous 2 times he had decided to snack on a piece of divinity. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Yes, so be it. What is that supposed to? The golden drop suddenly separated into 3 equal parts, which then shot toward his chest, abdomen, and head. The radiant droplets entered his 3 shadow cores and disappeared, dissolving into the darkness of his soul. Sunny flinched. Already? The shadows surrounding him exploded with motion, and at the same time the darkness inside of him seethed. He felt something entering his bloodstream, a cold and unfamiliar energy that brought with it both pain and euphoria. This is it, it's starting. He lowered himself to the floor, preparing for the torturous process of transformation. The cold energy spread through his entire body, reaching every corner of it. It surged, on the cusp of assimilating into the very essence of his being. And then something strange happened. Sunny opened his eyes wide in shock and horror. As the lineage of Shadow God flowed through his veins, blood weave suddenly surged too. But its behavior was not at all normal or caused by Sunny himself. It was acting of its own volition and felt full of ominous, dark intent. And hunger. What? He was prepared for indescribable pain, but the pain never came. Instead, he could feel the cold energy being hungrily and ruthlessly devoured by the blood weave, like it had been starving for thousands of years. What the hell is happening? A sudden spasm ran through his body, and Sunny fell down with a short yelp. Inside of him, 2 forces were fighting for control over his very being. One was the lineage of Shadow God, and the other was blood weave. And despite the fact that one was complete and came from an actual divinity, while the other was fragmented and incomplete. The forbidden inheritance of Weaver was winning. It was like a savage beast that sunk its teeth into the soft flesh of its prey and refused to let go. "Stop, what are you?" And before he knew it, it was all over. The cold energy of Shadow God's lineage was gone, and Blood Weave was back to its usual self, peaceful once again, as if nothing had happened. Peaceful but yet stronger. As Sunny stared into the darkness in absolute shock, there was no announcement of him acquiring a new attribute. Instead, the spell said with a hint of dark satisfaction in its voice, "Blood Weave has evolved. Bone Weave has evolved. Ember of Divinity has evolved. Your memory has been destroyed." Sunny remained silent for a long time, and then let out a furious, outraged scream. "Weaver, you bastard!" Chapter 552, September. The autumn was in full swing. Out in the waking world, the skies were gray and the winds were turning cold. The trees were showering the wet ground with a fragrant carpet of dead leaves. But under the boundless, lethal expanse of the sky above, the world was still warm and bright. On an especially large island, one covered with emerald grass and moss-covered ruins, a frightening nightmare creature was stalking its prey. It had 4 mighty paws, a lean body covered in black fur, and a wide maw full of sharp fangs. Above it, 2 furious red eyes burned with hatred and madness. The abomination noiselessly moved through the tall grass, approaching the source of loud noise. A human's voice was screaming, full of indignation. "I'm right here, come and get me, damned bastards, curse you all." The creature snarled and prepared to jump. Before it could, however, a slender arrow fell from the sky and hit the abomination right in the eye, instantly killing it. "You have slain a fallen beast, Black Ravager. Your shadow grows stronger." Several hundred meters away, safely hidden in the shadows, cast by a fragment of an ancient wall, Sunny lowered his bow and frowned. The happy shadow jumped up and down several times, then turned to him and applauded. Sunny looked at it, his frown turning into a scowl. "What do you mean, great shot? I was aiming for its leg, you idiot." Dejectedly shaking his head, he threw the bow on the ground and growled. It had been almost 2 months since the day he had gained, and promptly lost, the lineage of Shadow God, but Sunny's mood was still in shambles. He had spent most of this time training Rain and learning how to use a bow. By now, his aim wasn't terrible, but it was also not nearly as impressive as what he had seen Kai do. The fact that his archery was improving so slowly only added to Sunny's frustration. He wasn't using Morgan's warbow, of course, reluctant to be seen with a memory awarded to Mongrel. Even if no one except for the terrifying master knew what exactly that memory was, people could recognize the brand of clan valor on its surface, which would lead to a lot of question. Instead, Sunny was training with the Blackhorn bow, which Saint had used to wield back when he had been too weak to handle nightmare creatures populating the chained isles without her support. Sunny stared at the bow in question and suppressed the desire to give it a good kick. Dismissing it with a sigh, he retrieved the cruel sight from where it had been thrust into the ground and headed in the direction of the slain abomination. Compared to when he had just arrived on the chained isles, Sunny was much stronger now. He had a vastly better arsenal of memories at his disposal, an additional shadow core and a 3rd shadow, and his combat mastery was polished by hundreds upon hundreds of bloody battles. Additionally, after the damned and forbidden, rightfully so, lineage of Weaver had swallowed the drop of Shadow God's blood, 3 of his attributes evolved. The Ember of Divinity was now Flame of Divinity, rising his divine affinity even more, which also increased the durability of the undying chain. Blood Weave and Bone Weave had not changed in name, but became much more potent. Sunny was now much harder to break and kill. He probably couldn't bleed to death even if he wanted to, and it would take a saint or someone like Master Morgan to shatter his bones again. That was something, at least. Commanding the ordinary rock to shut up, he picked it up from the ground, hid it on his belt, and walked over to the carcass of the Black Ravager. The creepy shadow slowly turned its head and stared at the carcass with disturbing fascination. "This guy." Sunny rolled his eyes. "Don't just stand there, pervert, come here and help." The shadow eagerly wrapped itself around the blade of the prowling thorn, which was then used to cut the tough hide of the dead nightmare creature. Sunny swiftly fished out the soul shard and threw it to the covetous coffer, which hopped into the air and swallowed it with a metallic click. Usually that would be it, but today Sunny needed to retrieve something else as well. Grimacing from time to time, he cut several large slabs of meat off the carcass, wrapped them, and threw the bundle over his shoulder. Should be enough, right? Finally done with the gruesome task, he stood up, picked up the cruel sight, and headed toward the southern edge of the large island. This island was a bit special, and for a good reason. Once Sunny reached its end, he saw a breathtaking sight. Far away and below him, the scattering of floating isles was no more. Instead, solid ground stretched as far as the eye could see, covered by a patchwork of forests, meadows, marshes, rolling hills, and glistening ribbons of rushing rivers. A dark, bottomless abyss stretched between the edge of the island and the rest of the dream realm, and those rivers fell into it, creating grandiose waterfalls. Near to where he stood, a ruined fortress rose from the ground, and from its gates, a colossal iron chain, many times thicker than the giant chains connecting the isles together, extended into the abyss, connecting to the soil on the other side of the dark chasm. This was one of the anchors of the chained isles, and the road by which Awakened traveled here from the lands to the south, which belonged to the great clan Valor, as much as anything could belong to humans in this realm of nightmares. Sunny glanced at the sun, then got busy making a fire. By the time strips of meat were roasting over the coals, two figures finally appeared on the colossal chain. A small smile appeared on Sunny's first, one of the few sincere ones he had shown in the past 2 months. Effie and Kai had finally reached the chained isles. Now all of them were here. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 553, Gracious Host. Effie and Kai climbed over the rubble of the shattered gateway and entered the crumbled fortress. Both were tired and covered in layers of RT, their armors dented and their weapons nicked. The travel to the very edge of the explored lands had not been easy. Even though they had made stops and rested at human citadels along the way, it took a lot of strength, endurance, resolve, and a bit of luck to reach the chained isles alive. However, both raised by wolves and Nightingale were calm and vigilant, their eyes sharp, their hands steady. They were ready to face any danger. Luckily, there were no enemies inside the ruin. Instead, several nightmare creatures lay dead on the ground, some of them cut to pieces, some strangely lacking any wounds, but utterly broken, as though something terrifyingly powerful had crushed their bodies with inhuman strength. The shadows suddenly moved, and a split second later, Kai already had his bow drawn. However, Effie gestured for him to lower it. Out of the shadows, a tall and graceful figure in elaborate black armor stepped out, two ruby flames shining behind the visor of her helmet. In one hand, she wielded a steadfast kite shield forged out of dull steel, and in the other an austere sword, its blade still dripping with rancid blood of the slaughtered abominations. Kai cautiously studied the menacing creature. Is that Sunny's echo? She looks different. Effie grinned. Yeah, she does that sometimes. Hey there, beautiful. Where's your sneaky master? The taciturn demon tilted her head a little, stared at Effie for a few moments, then silently turned around and walked away. I guess we should follow. The three of them left the crumbling fortress and walked along the edge of the island. Soon, the heavenly smell of roasting meat reached their nostrils. A few seconds later, both Effie and Kai froze, their mouths hanging open. A fire pit was built in the shadow of an ancient wall, strips of juicy, generously seasoned meat roasting over the coals. But that was not all. There were also fresh vegetables and succulent fruits, a copper says producing the unmistakable smell of freshly brewed coffee, and a few more things that people very rarely saw in the dream realm. The person responsible for all this revelry was sitting in a comfortable folding chair, lazily enjoying a slice of melon. When he saw them, an impish smile appeared on his face. Oh, hi guys, you finally made it. With that, the young man jumped out of the chair, reached into a pot full of ice, and then placed 2 frosty bottles of cold, expensive beer into their hands. Sunny grinned. Welcome to the Chained Isles. Some time later, Effie and Kai had satiated their hunger and were resting with dreamy expressions on their faces. Sunny had given up his folding chair and was now sitting on the ground. He was inwardly lamenting the fact that covetous coffer was not large enough on the inside to fit several, at least not yet. Maybe after he becomes a master, things would be different. Kai took a sip of his beer and glanced at the branded bottle in his hand with a funny expression. "Sonny, how do you even have all this stuff? Are you on such good terms with the White Feather clan?" Sonny laughed. "Nope, I delivered all these things here myself. What, you have forgotten about my brilliant emporium already? It seems that Aiko had not hounded you for an endorsement hard enough, or maybe too hard, and you're suffering from trauma-induced amnesia. I mean, you are basically a co-founder. The first deal I ever made was with your help, remember?" Kai smiled. "Those terrible memories you asked me to buy on your behalf in the castle. Yeah, I do." Sonny nodded with enthusiasm. "My operation might seem small compared to what you two have seen in Bastion, but here on the Chained Island, I am the most successful entrepreneur. I guess it's true what they say about business, you know. You have to find the right people in the right wells, or something like that." The charming archer blinked a couple of times, but didn't comment. Effie, on the other hand, did. Finishing her beer, she glanced at the empty bottle with regret and sighed. "Sonny, I have a serious question. Think about it before answering. Take your time, too. Will you marry me? No, seriously, I am reformed. I swear I won't tease you anymore. I won't even mind you having a girlfriend. Just continue supplying me with all this stuff." He sneered. "No, denied, you shameless gold digger." Effie made a disappointed face, then threw her head back and laughed out loud. "Oh well, all right then." Then she grew a little bit more serious and asked, "So what's the plan? How do we proceed from here?" Sonny sighed, then took out his map of the Chained Isles and placed it on the grass. Effie and Kai got closer and studied it attentively. He pointed to the southernmost point on the map and said, "We are here. First things first, we need to get you to the sanctuary of Noctis, which is about 3 days of traveling away, and get you anchored there. White Feather Clan patrols this route routinely, so we shouldn't run into anything too troublesome. Then," he pointed at a particular island marked with an image of a burned tree. "After you are settled, we'll go check up on the firekeepers and their progress on the ship. They won't be finished repairing that thing for at least a month more, from what I've heard, so you'll have to spend that time well. Hunt, saturate your cores as much as you can, search for better equipment." Effie nodded. "What about you and Cassie? Are you well prepared?" Sonny hesitated, then nodded. "I am reasonably prepared. Cassie, I don't know, but the two of us have another task to accomplish before the ship is ready to set sail." He pointed to the very north of the Chained Isles, to a dark island that was almost touching the foreboding slopes of the Hollow Mountains. "There is something we need to retrieve from the Night Temple. If all goes well, we'll travel north and come back within a month. If it takes longer, we will rendezvous here." His finger landed on the shipwreck island. "And challenge the seed. That's the gist of it. Don't worry, though, we'll talk everything through in detail before Cassie and I leave." Effie and Kai glanced at each other. "Sounds like a plan." Sonny nodded, then glanced at the setting sun. "Good, rest well tonight then. We'll set off in the morning." Winter was drawing closer and closer. And the closer it got, the more nervous he became. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 554, Coming Clean. On the way back to the sanctuary, Sonny tried to impart as much knowledge about the Chained Isles as he could to Kai and Effie. The archer, in particular, needed to go through a tough adjustment. His main combat tool was his ability to fly, which was obviously restricted in this strange land. Looking at the clear blue sky with a bit of trepidation, Kai asked, "So that crushing, how deadly is it?" Sonny grimaced. "Deadly enough to kill a saint, but it is also situational. After a bit, you'll develop a sense of how high or low the island you're standing on is. When it is at its lowest point, like right now, you will probably be able to rise several hundred meters into the air before feeling any pressure. The exact margin depends on how long the chains of the island are." He paused, then continued. "However, when it is ascending or descending, you'd better either stay on the ground or not fly more than a dozen meters up. And if it has already reached the peak, well, you really should have already escaped to another island. But if you failed to do that in time, lay on the ground and pray. If the chains are short enough, you will survive." Kai studied the sky above some more, then looked down. What about below the islands? Can I fly freely there? Sunny nodded. Theoretically, yes. The sky below is generally safe, there's just nothing there. But that is only true for its depths. The underside of the islands is actually much more dangerous than their surface. The creatures that dwell there are the true horrors of this place. Some of them stay put, some move through the darkness as they hunt and migrate between islands. So flying under the islands is lethal in its own way. Effie was less concerned with the crushing, since her mighty constitution allowed her to withstand it on par with someone like Master Roan or Sunny himself. She was, however, very interested in all the kinds of nightmare creatures that populated the region. The huntress was determined to finish saturating her core in the month left before their departure. Sunny shared all the knowledge he had about the inhabitants of the Chained Isles. He had spent many months fighting local abominations, so he knew a lot, which creatures frequented which island, how they attacked their prey, what their weaknesses were, and so on. He also knew which islands had to be avoided at all costs. By the end of their journey, even Effie seemed impressed by the amount of knowledge he had accumulated. I guess the Academy doesn't pay you for nothing. You really did do a lot of research. Sunny grinned. When I hunt nightmare creatures, I get to sell their shards and also get paid by the research faculty. So much money, ain't it a dream? She giggled. The wonderful thing about you, Sunny, is that you are very easy to please. Oh, what is that supposed to mean? Effie, meanwhile, looked east and asked with a bit of tension. What about the saint who rules this region? What's your opinion of her? Sunny thought for a bit, then said with uncertainty, Sky Tide, she is a bit of a recluse. I don't really know. But her husband is a really decent guy, so that earned her some points in my book. Effie smiled lightly and didn't continue the conversation. On the third day, they finally reached the sanctuary. Due to how high-profile both Raised by Wolves and Nightingale were, the trio was invited to have a meal with Saint Tyrus before visiting the gateway. The dinner was pleasant enough, but when the plates turned empty, the real conversation began. And Saint Tyrus looked at Effie and Kai with her usual expressionless severity and asked, I was surprised to hear that 2 more of the most brilliant awakened of the new generation had decided to visit my remote and unremarkable citadel. If you forgive my bluntness, to what do I owe the pleasure? The 3 of them glanced at each other. They had discussed what to say in advance at this point. There was no reasonable way to keep their intention secret, so it was easier to just let the cat out of the bag. Kai smiled politely before answering. That smile of his was charming enough to make a crowd of women faint on the spot, but Sky Tide did not even blink. We came here with the intention of challenging a nightmare seed. Sunny, awakened sunless, discovered one not too long ago. Since the seed is years away from blooming and doesn't pose a threat to the waking world at the moment, he didn't inform you. Please forgive him that transgression. Master Roan frowned. There is a seed on the Chained Isles. Where? Effie pointed down. To reach it, we'll have to descend into the depths of the sky below. Song of the Fallen will also be joining us. We plan to use that ancient ship the Fire Keepers are repairing. Roan blinked a couple of times. Well, how extravagant. At least that explains a few things, I guess. Saint Tyrus lingered for a few moments, then asked evenly, Are you sure that you want to enter a second nightmare? It has been less than a year since the 4 of you awakened. Most people take much more time to prepare for the rigors of the spell's trial, and even then, many don't survive. A wild smile appeared on Effie's face. Sure, yes, I guess we are sure as much as anyone can be. The decision to challenge the seed was not made rashly, nor was it based on blind ambition. You are right, of course, but the circumstance of our awakening was not ordinary. Even though it only happened recently between the 4 of us, we already share a decade of battle experience, and the battles we fought were not soft. Sky Tide did not answer immediately, turning her face away to look at the vista of the Chained Isles. Kai cleared his throat. Are you going to try and dissuade us, my lady? Tyrus remained silent for a few moments, then slowly shook her head. No, if 4 awakened with the SSA designation want to challenge a nightmare seed, they must know what they're doing. Your timing is actually good as well. Sunny frowned slightly. Good timing, what does she mean? But Sky Tide wasn't going to elaborate. Instead, she looked at Effie and asked, When do you leave? The huntress shrugged. Cassie and Sunny have an errand to run in the night temple, so we'll depart as soon as they return. Tyrus shifted her gaze to Sunny. Was he imagining things, or did her expression become darker? You are going to the night temple sunless. He nodded. Yes, it is a part of our preparations. Why? The beautiful saint remained silent for a few moments, then said simply, be careful to strictly follow the rules while you're there. Sunny politely agreed. Inwardly, though, he was a bit disturbed. Well, that did not sound ominous at all. Cassie, too, had seemed a bit apprehensive about the night temple. Just what kind of a place was it? The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 555, Dinner with Friends. A few days later, a delicious aroma was slowly spreading through Sunny's home. He was currently in the kitchen area of the first floor, whistling an upbeat tune as his hands juggled several cooking utensils. There were several pans and pots simmering on the stove, and a scattering of fresh ingredients on the countertops around him. Ah, this smells so good. Taking a step to the side, he produced a strange knife out of nowhere and started slicing and dicing the vegetables, the triangular blade moving so fast that it turned into a blur. Rain, who was tasked with peeling the potatoes, gave him a long and dark look. Sunny, not to doubt your honesty and professional integrity, but how exactly is this a part of my training? Are you sure you're not just using me as cheap labor? No, wait. It's not even cheap, I am actually paying you. Without stopping what he was doing, Sunny looked at her and frowned. Why, of course, I am very sure. Also, is this how you handle a blade? By gods, you just sliced half of that poor potato off and threw it into the sink. It's called peeling, not destroying, you know. Where's your finesse? Where's your precision? Control that knife better. These things are very expensive. Rain stared at him with burning resentment for a few moments, then sighed heavily and continued peeling the potatoes. Sunny grinned. Effie, who was watching him cook with a wolfish expression, gulped. So, it's not ready yet. His eyes twitched. 40 seconds, damn it. That's how long ago you asked the same question, for 100th time. What do you think changed since then? Effie opened her mouth to retort. But at that moment, the doorbell rang. A sadistic light suddenly gleamed in Sunny's eyes. Oh, I wonder who can it be? He glanced at Rain and said nonchalantly, Rain, go see who it is. The teenage girl blew a strand of hair out of her eyes, wiped her hands on her apron, and glared at him. What, I'm your doorman now, too. Grumbling, she put the knife down and went to the door, then opened it. Sunny observed her with keen interest. Rain looked up, revealing that the unexpected visitor was quite tall, and then suddenly froze. Her face paled so much that it turned almost entirely white, and her pupils became as wide as saucers. Her mouth hung open. It was as though the girl was paralyzed by horror. Sunny weighted the heavy kunai in his hand and walked over. As he walked, a strange sound escaped Rain's mouth. N. A tall and ridiculously attractive young man was standing on the porch, looking at her with a polite and friendly smile. His hair was auburn and absolutely gorgeous, and his electric green eyes were nothing short of stunning. He was dressed in simple but exquisitely stylish clothes, holding fashionable sunglasses and a face mask in one of his hands. Oh, I am so sorry. I must have come to the wrong house. Even his voice was charming and velvety, causing one's ears to tingle. Rain was finally able to force out a word, her voice a panic squeal. Night. Sunny gave her a short look, shook his head, then smiled at Kai. Hyung, you're here. Sorry, the dinner isn't even ready yet. Come on in, come on in. Kai returned his smile and came inside. Sunny raised a hand and poked Rain in the back, then narrowed his eyes and said with exasperation, Rain, why are you just standing there? Get my Hyung some slippers, quick. Then he turned to Kai and sighed. So sorry, that's Rain, a girl I tutor. She's a bit slow sometimes. Kai glanced at her, two lethally cute dimples appearing on his cheeks. I am sure that is not true. It is very nice to meet you, Rain. She opened her mouth, trying to say something, but no words came out of her mouth. Sunny waited for a couple of moments, then shook his head again and bent down to push a pair of house shoes to Kai. Make yourself at home. This is the living room. I'll be over there in the kitchen area for a bit, but please, for the love of gods, can you distract Effie? She's driving me crazy." Kai laughed, patted him on the shoulder, and went in to greet the hungry huntress. Sunny and Rain were momentarily left alone. The teenage girl breathed heavily for a few moments, then slowly looked down at her dirty apron and hands with pieces of potato peel stuck to them. An expression of utter horror appeared on her face. Then she looked at him with wide eyes and whispered, "Sonny, why is why is night in your house?" He blinked a couple of times, pretending to not understand the question. "What do you mean? Kai is a dear friend of mine. We're practically brothers, one might say. What's wrong with you today?" Sonny shook his head in derision. Rain stared at him in shock, then opened her mouth to say something. However, before she could, the doorbell rang again. Sonny calmly opened the door, revealing a petite, exquisitely beautiful young woman standing on the porch. She had delicate features, pale blonde hair, and stunning blue eyes. Despite the fact that the young woman was dressed humbly, there was an aura about her that made it almost impossible to look away. It was as though she was a pristine heavenly creature that had somehow found her way to the dirty, imperfect, mundane world. In her hand, she was holding a long white cane. Cassie hesitated for a moment, then turned her head a little, facing Sonny. "I hope I am not late." Rain stared at her with a ghostly expression. "SS Song of the..." Then she turned to Sonny as well, her eyes even wider than before. Poor thing looked as if she was about to faint. Sonny smiled brightly. "Ah, finally, vengeance." Chapter 556, about those potatoes. Kai, Effie, and Cassie settled in the living room and chatted while Sonny returned to the kitchen. The two areas were basically a single space, separated only by distance and a tall counter, so he could see them clearly. Watching his friends at ease and happy to be reunited with the blind girl turned his expression dark for a short moment, but Sonny quickly put on a carefree mask. Rain was by his side and staring at them, too. Her gaze lingered on Kai for a while, then on Cassie. Finally, she looked at Effie and studied her face with a complicated expression. "Here it comes." A few moments later, her eyes widened. Sonny didn't think that it was possible for the teenage girl to become paler than she already was, but he was proven wrong. Looking like a ghost, Rain slowly turned to him and whispered, "Effie, she's." Sonny offered her a polite smile. "Huh, what are you mumbling about?" Then he glanced into the living room and raised his eyebrows. "Oh, do you want me to call her over? No problem, hey, F." "What?" Rain waved her hands and pressed one against his mouth. "No, don't." Sonny stared at her with a silent question in his eyes. The girl looked at him, then at her hand, then awkwardly stepped back. "What I wanted to say was, Effie is she." Sonny grimaced. "Awakened Athena, also known as raised by wolves. What, you didn't know?" Rain suddenly swayed and grabbed the counter to balance herself. A comically mortified expression appeared on her face. Really, he couldn't blame her for not recognizing Effie. The girl wasn't that interested in the awakened to begin with, and the government mostly used the heroic visage of raised by wolves as she looked in the dream realm, mighty, tall, and brimming with vitality in their propaganda. It wasn't easy to match that image with the weak, gaunt, and sickly young woman who was bound to a wheelchair. Not to mention that a normal person would never expect to meet a famed hero in their backyard still. Looking at Rain now was incredibly funny. But she and I, oh gods, I even said, oh no, oh no. She lowered her head, then suddenly looked up and pierced Sonny with an unexpectedly furious gaze. "Damn it, Sonny, why are you friends with Raised by Wolves, Nightingale, and Song of the Fallen? They are famous people." He frowned in confusion, then shrugged. "So what? We used to be members of the same cohort." Rain blinked a couple of times. Her voice became even quieter. But Song of the Fallen, Raised by Wolves, and Nightingale were members of Lady Changing Star's cohort." Sonny smiled innocently. "Oh, yup, that's the one." The girl lifelessly sat down, almost missing the chair. She remained silent for a long time, then asked slowly, "Sonny, you know Lady Nephis, the Lady Nephis, Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan. You're from her cohort." He grinned. "Who, Neph? Yeah, sure, I guess." Rain closed her eyes. Sonny did not say anything for a bit, then cleared his throat. He waited for a few more moments, then said gently, "So about those potatoes." She flinched, looked down at her apron again, then answered weakly, "Oh, sorry, actually I have to go home. I have forgot to do homework, sorry." With that, Rain stood up and rushed to the door. Sunny yelled at her back, "Hey, what homework? It's Saturday." Without turning around, the teenage girl squealed sorry one more time and fled the house in a panic. Sunny watched as the door closed behind her and laughed. He felt avenged, he felt wonderful. Ah, priceless. That was priceless. I do wish she would finish peeling the potatoes first, though. After the dinner, the four of them settled around the table and moved on to the real reason for today's gathering, the discussion of their plan to challenge the Nightmare Seed. This conversation could have taken place in the sanctuary, but despite having a somewhat good relationship with the White Feather clan, Sunny didn't want to say some things aloud in their territory. Their territory was also a sovereign's territory, after all. So the cohort had made plans to meet in the waking world. There was a lot to discuss. The second nightmare was a deadly challenge, and they had to be as prepared to face it as possible. There were also a lot of preparations to be made for the journey to the seed itself, venturing into the sky below and locating the rift in the ocean of flames that hid in its depths was not an easy task in and of itself. So they spent many hours going over every little detail, sharing knowledge, and finding solutions to potential problems they could encounter. The nightmare itself was a mystery, of course, so no matter how much they tried to account for every possibility, they still had no way of knowing what awaited them inside. All they knew was that it would be dangerous, deadly, and terrifying. Still, there were things they could do to improve their chances, grow stronger, improve their arsenals, but most importantly, aim for maximum flexibility in the collection of tools at their disposal. After all, it was not the strongest who survived, it was the most adaptable. It was already deep night when the conversation stopped. It seemed as though they had discussed everything they could, at least for now. Sunny made a pot of coffee for everyone, poured it into the cups, and sat down opposite Cassie. "Now that everything else is settled, let's talk about the Night Temple. The more I hear about it, the stranger I feel. Isn't it supposed to be just a private citadel of clan valor? What's the deal with it?" Cassie remained silent for a bit, then took a sip of coffee and sighed. "Night Temple, how do I describe it? It is an eerie place. The first thing you need to know, I guess, is that it's actually situated on the underside of the northern island and not on its surface. In the eternal shadow that makes it harder to access, but also more defendable. I doubt that even an army of nightmare creatures, or awakened, for that matter, would be able to take it by force." She paused and then continued. "Ed, at first glance, it's a frontier outpost for the Knights of Valor, a transfer base that was supposed to serve as a staging ground for their push further north during the active expansion of the previous decades. But, as you know, after humans encountered the Hollow Mountains, our progress in that direction stopped. Night Temple remains, though." Sunny frowned. "So it's basically empty." Cassie lowered her head. When she spoke, her voice sounded tense. "Logically, it is supposed to be, but it's not." Chapter 557, Night Temple. Cassie chose her next words carefully. Despite the fact that the Hollow Mountains were designated as a death zone, it seems that Clan Valor still has ambitions of exploring them. Perhaps that is why Night Temple exists, and why a saint is stationed there. Sunny frowned. Even Kai and Effie seemed to be perplexed. "I thought Sky Tide was the only saint on the Chained Isles." The blind girl shook her head. "No, there is another, Saint Cormac. He oversees the citadel and ventures into the mist of the Hollow Mountains from time to time as though searching for something. In fact, that was how I was able to receive permission to anchor myself and my cohort in the Night Temple. In exchange, I was meant to use my aspect to aid him in the exploration, but nothing much came of it." Sunny thought for a bit, then said, "So far, everything sounds reasonable." Cassie nodded, then shifted uncomfortably. "Yeah, but there are just too many strange things about that citadel, ones that have nothing to do with the saint and his mission. For one, there are just too many awakened there, around 100, I think. That is much more than is needed to support one saint. However, the most eerie part is not their number, but who those awakened are." She hesitated, then said somberly, "With the exception of 2 masters who serve as Saint Cormac's lieutenants, All of them are lost. Sunny perked up. What Cassie had told them was, indeed, strange, and more than a little bit disturbing. There weren't that many lost among the awakened, so why would 100 of them be gathered together in a remote and isolated citadel? But that wasn't the reason why Sunny was suddenly excited. Leaning forward a bit, he asked, "Oh yeah, is there one called Mordred?" Cassie thought for a few moments, then shook her head. "I don't know, we weren't really allowed to interact with the lost while living in the Night Temple. You see, the whole citadel is separated into 3 areas. The outward ring is where we were given a space to establish a base. We were forbidden from entering the temple itself, unless escorted by one of the masters. That is where the lost live and the gateway is situated." She suddenly fell silent, and then added in a darker tone, "But there is another area inside the temple, too. One that even the lost aren't allowed to enter. The inner sanctum. One time, while we were entering the gateway, I felt the doors of the sanctum open and accidentally glimpsed the people guarding it." The blind girl shivered. Or at least they seemed like people, but they weren't. They were all echoes, human echoes. Sunny scowled. What the hell? One human echo was creepy enough, but many. What exactly were they guarding that actual humans couldn't? No, that wasn't important. Clan Valor could keep its secrets. He just needed to get the knife from the altar. So what about an altar? Have you perceived an ivory knife lying on it? Cassie lingered for a few moments, then shrugged. The gateway in the Night Temple is different from the one in the sanctuary. You don't need to touch the altar to activate it. So I've only felt the altar from afar. It is indeed cut from a slab of black stone, from what others told me. There is a statue of a veiled woman holding a star and a bolt of lightning behind it. Other than that, I can't say. Sunny sighed, a bit disappointed. Well, doesn't matter. I'm sure it's there. The problem is to convince the representatives of Clan Valor to let me approach the altar, or even sneak to it when no one is looking. Do you think you'll be able to convince them to let me inside? The blind girl nodded, but there was a bit of uncertainty on her face. I think there won't be a problem. Although I wasn't able to help St. Cormac a lot, we parted on good terms. However, that whole place is very mysterious. I am reasonably sure that they will at least allow us to anchor ourselves to the gateway, but... Sunny didn't like the sound of that. But what? Cassie sighed. Performing a ritual over the altar is another matter entirely. They can also simply refuse to let us in. I doubt that this will happen, but just in case, we should be prepared. The day we leave the sanctuary might be the last time we'll have access to a gateway before the second nightmare is over. Sunny grimaced. Although he hated to admit it, she was right. It was best to prepare for the worst. He had a few things to do in the next few days then. All right, then we will leave in 2 days. Make preparations, and I will make mine. Cassie nodded and fell quiet. In that silence, a strange sound could be heard. Sunny turned around and saw Effie noisily devouring the leftovers of their recent dinner. Noticing that he was staring at her, the huntress froze. What, you guys were busy, and I was hungry. He covered his eyes for a moment, then shook his head. This woman... Speaking of preparations, he had to do something right now. Hey, Kai, come here and give me your hand. Kai looked at him with a silent question, but didn't ask anything. He stood up and walked over, then stretched one hand over with a smile. Sunny put one finger on it and sent 2 memories away with a regretful sigh, the blackhorn bow and the full quiver. Effie was well-equipped with powerful memories from her time on the Forgotten Shore, and from the months she had spent hunting as an awakened, but the charming archer lacked good armaments. Even though it pained Sunny to let go of 2 ascended memories, he knew that this was for the best. It was going to give Kai an opportunity to grow stronger in the next month and be better prepared for the nightmare. Plus, he still had Morgan's warbow and the strike of thunder. Kai frowned in confusion, then stared into emptiness, clearly reading the runes. Then an excited light ignited in his eyes. Oh, thank you, Sunny. Sunny scowled. Now don't get me wrong, this is not a gift. I am lending them to you, you understand. Brilliant Emporium is a respectable business, not a charity. I'll be expecting a full repayment or an exchange of equal value. In the future, got it? Kai beamed and looked at him with a wide smile. Oh, that's so sweet. Sunny's scowl deepened. Sweet, what does he mean, sweat? What's wrong with this idiot? I just told him that he's now in debt. The sun was already rising, and that meant that they had to part ways. Each had a lot of things to do. When everyone left, Sonny stared at the table full of empty plates for a while, and then sighed. Somehow, he felt that they won't be able to have a nice dinner like this for a while. Chapter 558, One Last Lesson. It was already morning, so he didn't bother going to sleep and just brewed himself more coffee, poured it into a cup, and went to sit on the porch. The mental fatigue of the long planning session made his thoughts a bit slow, but Sonny knew that he would be able to remain awake and lucid for a couple more days without any problem. He wasn't going to return to the dream realm until all his business in the waking world was taken care of. So Sonny just rested for a bit, watching the dawn and unhurriedly thinking through all the things that had to be done. Say goodbye to teacher Julius, talk to Aiko about the Emporium. The second nightmare could take a lot of time to conquer, so there was a question of how long the supply of soul shards he had given her would last. Sonny didn't want to return and discover that his store had closed doors and lost all its clients. He took a sip of coffee and looked down. Of course, there was a very real possibility that he would not return at all. Sonny did not delude himself. No matter how powerful he was and how swift his progress had been, this nightmare was going to be nothing except for absolutely deadly, like all nightmares were. Better people than him had ventured inside and never returned. The possibility of death was very real. Was there even a point in planning for the future? As he thought about it, suddenly, a sound of light steps could be heard on the path leading to the porch. Sonny smiled a little and then looked up. Rain was standing a few steps away, looking at him with a bit of awkwardness. Are your guests still here? He shook his head. Good, I mean bad. I just wanted to talk to you alone, that's all. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Oh, what about? Despite the fact that Rain was obviously trying to be apologetic and respectful, a familiar angry light ignited in her eyes. You know what about, sorry. She stumbled, remained silent for a few moments, and then asked in a more polite tone. Why didn't you tell me that you are a big deal? Sonny stared at Rain for a bit, then smiled. Have I not told you that I am probably the strongest awakened in the world, the best of best, and all that? I think it happened right here on this spot. Rain scowled. I'm being serious. Sonny took a sip of coffee and looked at her for a few moments. Slowly, the smile disappeared from his face. Finally, he sighed and looked away. Because I'm not, as far as awakened go, I am not a big deal at all. In fact, I am very small and easily squashed. So I don't like to advertise my prowess. It's best that everyone thinks of me as weak and stupid. That way, I'll be much harder to kill. Rains looked at him in confusion. I don't understand. How would nightmare creatures know that you are considered strong? Why would that put your life in danger? A dark, sad smile appeared on Sonny's face. He glanced at Ain and then asked, Who said anything about the nightmare creatures? Sonny put his cup on the floor, then said, After you left, you must have searched the network for all the information about the forgotten shore you could find, right? Rain blushed and then nodded. He nodded too. Then you must know that around 400 sleepers died during the siege of the Crimson Spire. So many. But do you know how many were killed in the months before? Almost twice that. Her eyes widened slightly. Sonny looked at the young girl, no levity in his voice anymore. And they weren't killed by the nightmare creatures. They were killed by people. So ironically, more humans were killed by other humans while I was out there in that hell than they were by monsters. Well, other monsters, to be precise. And that is a lesson you are going to have to learn if you want to become strong. He sighed. I can teach you how to hold a sword or a spear, how to traverse the dream realm and not starve, and how to kill your enemies. But I can't teach you how to be strong, Rain. That is something that you can only learn yourself. This world, it is a cruel and ruthless place. Some people are lucky enough to never learn its truth, but some do. And out of those, soft ones never survive. You are very, very soft, but are you lucky? I don't know, it's up to you. She listened to him attentively, an expression that was a bit too serious and somber for a girl her age appearing on her face. After a while, she said, I think I understand. Sonny smiled. I hope that you do, but also a part of me hopes that you don't. He hesitated, then took out his communicator. Oh, and by the way, our lessons are going to have to stop for a while. My friends and I are going on a big expedition, you see, and I am not sure how long it is going to take. Don't worry, though, I have already taught you enough for you to continue practicing on your own. Do it diligently and don't get lazy. If you feel that you mastered everything before I return, call the number I just sent you. It belongs to a friend of mine. Her name is Aiko, and she'll find you a new tutor. Rain stared at her communicator for a long time, then looked at him and asked quietly, "You are going on a big expedition." Sunny showed her a carefree smile and shrugged. "Sure, why?" She hesitated for a few moments, and then asked, her voice suddenly uncharacteristically timid. Will it be dangerous?" He picked up his coffee, took a sip, and then shrugged again. "Dangerous? Yeah, of course. Really dangerous, I guess. But anything having to do with spell is." Rain looked at him with sudden intensity, her previous timidness gone. When she spoke, her voice rang with tension. "Then why are you going?" Sunny looked at her in bewilderment, and then suddenly threw his head back and laughed. When he was done laughing, he glanced at her and said with an amused smile, "Why, the same reason you wanted to train, to become strong, really strong." Chapter 559, No One Path. Some time later, Sunny waiting in a cafe, looking out of the window at a lively street outside. People were rushing past, in a hurry to get inside before the heavy clouds covering the bleak sky erupted with rain. The subtle smell in the air told him that this was going to be a bad one, maybe not toxic enough to burn through clothes, but still unpleasantly hazardous. The acid rain didn't bother Sunny too much, since it was something everyone was accustomed to. Even in the outskirts, people knew how to avoid getting caught in one. Here in a prosperous part of the city, citizens had much more protections. What he was thinking about was the street itself. This was the same cafe he used to visit when observing rain, and the same street that had become a scene of panicked evacuation during the gate incident several months ago. Armored vehicles of the government had torn apart the road, and several violent skirmishes had spilled into the peaceful surroundings. And yet there were no signs of the furious battle left. The road was long repaired and the battle damage mended. The cafe was open again, and people went on about their business as though nothing had happened. They had endured the disaster and moved on, showing the astonishing resilience the human race possessed. Not even the nightmare spell could overcome it. At least it had not managed yet. Sunny sighed and glanced at the pastry in front of him. At that moment, the door of the cafe opened, and the familiar sensation of phantom cold enveloped him. Master Jet looked even more disheveled than usual, her uniform jacket actually sporting several small holes, their edges charred. However, she looked just as relaxed and strong as ever, her icy blue eyes radiating fierce energy. She seemed dead tired, but also somehow brimming with life. Jet looked around, noticed Sunny, and offered him a smile. Then she flicked a few flakes of soot off her epaulette, walked over and crashed on the chair. "I hope that this pastry is F. Or meat." He smiled and pushed the plate and a cup of fresh coffee toward her. "Of course." Master Jet took a bite out of the pastry, closed her eyes in delight for a few moments, and then cradled the cup of coffee in her hands. After a while, she looked at him and sighed. "So, second nightmare, huh?" Sunny simply nodded. Soul Reaper Jet was the only ascended he knew well enough to trust. A little. So he had asked her to meet him, hoping to receive some advice. Nothing he could read on the network, or even in the staff library of the academy, could be as valuable as talking to a person who had actually conquered a seed once. She took a sip of coffee and shook her head. "Crazy kid, eh?" A slight smile appeared on his face. "Kid, I am not that much younger than you. Well, I think." Jet glanced at him with a dangerous grin. "Are you asking me about my age? Damn, I guess I haven't slapped you in a while." The two of them stared at each other for a few moments, and then laughed. In truth, Sunny knew that Master Jet was in her late 20s, so the age gap between them was not insignificant. Considering how much had happened to him in the past 2 years, 10 seemed like a lifetime. But at the same time, he wasn't a kid anymore, not by a long shot. He looked down, thought for a few moments, and then said, "Now is as good a time as any. I thought things through before deciding to challenge a seed. This is for the best." She studied him for some time, then nodded. "I see. Well, there are a lot of benefits to being an ascended. There are certain drawbacks, too. But you don't need to worry about that for now. Right now, you need to concentrate on surviving the nightmare. Sunny smiled. My thought exactly. So, is there any wisdom a venerated elder like you can share with this ignorant junior? Master Jet glared at him, then took another bite of the pastry. Elder, maybe I really should slap you. She lingered for a few moments, then sighed. The second nightmare, it is a lot like the first, but at the same time very different. The spell will send you and your cohort into an illusion of the past, one centered around a central conflict. To conquer the nightmare, you will have to resolve that conflict one way or another. There is no right or wrong way to do so. You just have to end it somehow. Jet fell silent, as if remembering her own trial. Her icy blue eyes stared into the distance. That won't be easy, of course. Your friends might die. You might die, too. But you know this already. Let's talk about the differences, then. The first one is rather obvious. The nightmare will be larger, longer, and harder than your first one. The nightmare creatures populating it will be of higher ranks and classes, usually either awakened or fallen. But if you're unlucky, you might meet a corrupted one, too. Sunny grimaced. His first nightmare had pitted him against an awakened tyrant. What were the chances that he would get lucky this time and only encounter abominations within his ability to handle? Slim. Master Jet, meanwhile, continued. The other difference is less talked about, but very important. Unlike the first nightmare, this one won't be tailor-made for you personally. You're smart enough to think through the implications of that fact on your own, but I'll mention one thing that very few people consider. The spell will try to find you a body that closely resembles your own, but due to what I have just mentioned, it might not be as similar as what one might expect. Sunny tilted his head and frowned. How different are we talking? She shrugged. You will be of the same rank, that is certain. Your build will be more or less the same. But that's the thing, if you are unprepared in a fight, more or less might cost you your life. A specialist has to rely on his or her body. It is our first and most important tool. Imagine that you are suddenly slightly higher or shorter. Your limbs are of a bit different length. Your center of gravity has shifted a little. Many people died because they weren't quick enough or couldn't adapt to that sudden change. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. For a fighter, their body was like a well-oiled machine that they knew in and out. They knew every detail about it, how it moved, how it performed in any given situation, what it could accomplish, and what was beyond its ability. All battle techniques were finely tuned for that precise machine. Changing its parameters was like throwing a wrench into the mechanism, potentially causing its collapse. He had not known that detail. Luckily, now that he was informed, he would be able to prepare and shorten the adjustment period as much as possible. Thank you, that is a very valuable piece of information. Master Jet shook her head. It's not like it's a secret. People just don't think about this stuff. She hesitated, then said in a darker tone. The last large difference, hopefully you won't have use for that knowledge. But if worse comes to worst, it is better to be prepared. Sunny looked at her and raised an eyebrow. What? She glanced at her cup, took a sip, and then carefully put it on the table. The thing is, I said that there is no one way to conquer the nightmare. That means that some solutions can contradict each other, and people participating in the trial are not forced to aim for the same result. He scowled. What exactly are trying to say? Master Jet looked him in the eye and said, her voice cold and grim. I am saying that not all challengers have to be on the same side. That rarely happens, but you should keep that in mind anyway. Sunny stared at her for a few moments, then turned away. He wondered what she wanted him to realize. Was Master Jet warning him that his allies could betray him and turn into another obstacle he would have to overcome to escape the nightmare? Or saying that he could betray them if needed? They talked for a while, discussing various matters having to do with the nightmare seed and the trial itself. Sunny acquired a lot of useful information, as well as several pieces of valuable advice. But throughout the whole discussion, he continued thinking about that one statement. Rarely happens, but you should keep that in mind anyway. Chapter 560 Pawns of Fate. Sunny left the cafe and caught a train to go visit Aiko. After that, he traveled to the academy and said his goodbyes to teacher Julius. The old man was a bit emotional to let him go, but did not try to dissuade his unruly pupil. Instead, he tried to offer encouragement. The second nightmare, Tui. No student of mine can be killed by a mere second nightmare. Don't you dare put a stain on my reputation, Sonny, my boy, you hear me? Finally, Sonny left the sleeper compound and stood outside for a while, watching the setting sun. Then, he turned around and headed deeper into the academy complex. The room where Nephis slept did not change much. He replaced the flowers on one of the tables and sat down, looking at her pale and motionless face. No matter how many times Sonny came here, seeing her like this, brought a dull pain to his chest. The cauldron of emotions burning in his heart was too deep and seethed too furiously for him to understand it. Sonny was never good with emotions, after all. There was resentment, longing, guilt, affection, fear, and hope. Looking at the transparent lid of the sleeping pod, he sighed. "Hey, Neph." Just like before, this was the only thing he said out loud. He lingered for a bit and then thought. "You are still alive out there somewhere. That is good. That makes me happy. It really does. You know, right after everything happened, I wasn't sure if I wanted you to live. I thought that maybe it would be better for you to die. Sometimes I did." Sonny lowered his head and closed his eyes tiredly. "But after a while, as time passed, I started to miss you more than I wanted to be free of you. Maybe what Master Jet said is true. Maybe no one is really ever free in this world. Maybe the only freedom there is the freedom to choose your own chains." A dark smile appeared on his lips. "But that is the thing, isn't it? Even that choice was taken away from me. By you, by Cassie, by fate. I never had anything, and then I had even less than that. Wouldn't you be angry to be dealt a hand like that? Because I am so angry, and that is why I am never going to stop trying to break free. Screw truth and screw fate, who said that its chains can't be broken." Sonny shifted slightly and stared at the sleeping young woman with burning intensity. "I just have to get strong enough to rip them apart. You want to destroy the spell? Well, I want to destroy fate itself. Which one of us do you think is more crazy?" He suddenly laughed, his voice full of both mirth and bitterness. "If Weaver did it, why can't I? And if Weaver created it, why can't you break it? If that is our will, who dares to stop us?" Sonny smiled widely and then grew quiet again, his eyes full of darkness. After a while, he rubbed his face. "Anyway, Cassie and I are going to challenge the second nightmare soon. We might not be able to visit you again for a long time. So you take care of yourself, Neph. Don't disappoint me. I am counting on you to stay alive to keep me striving to surpass you." With that, he sighed heavily, stood up, and left without looking back. It was finally time for him to sleep, too. Before climbing into his luxurious sleeping pod, Sonny had a conversation with Effie. He moved her pod into the underground dojo and installed it near his own. The two of them were most likely going to spend a long time in the nightmare, so the house had to be put on lockdown for the duration. Hopefully, Sonny would be able to do it himself after coming back through the gateway in Night Temple. But if things went wrong with the representatives of Valor, Effie was in charge of making the final preparations. He gave her the passwords from the security system and explained the procedure. Then Sonny ran. The diagnostic on the pod made sure that it was functioning perfectly and could sustain his body for months, if not years, and sighed. It didn't matter, really. After entering the seed, he would either die or become a master. If the former happened, the well-being of his physical body was a moot point. If the latter happened, paradoxically, the same statement applied. Ascension merged the physical body with the spirit body. However, even if the physical body was completely destroyed, the process would create a new one. So maybe it was more appropriate to say that ascension allowed the spirit body to become corporeal. In any case, the result was the same. That was why Effie wanted to become a master so badly, knowing that it would make her as strong and healthy as she was in the dream realm. Why many of the lost dreamed of challenging the second nightmare as well. And that was why it didn't matter even if the sleeping pod malfunctioned and thoroughly roasted Sonny's physical body instead of preserving it. If the nightmare didn't kill him, he would be as good as new. Still, Sonny was very attached to his mortal shell. He didn't want any harm to come to it, if only out for sentiment reasons. With a sigh, he undressed, took one last glance at his spacious dojo, and climbed into the pod. Effie, who was watching him silently from her wheelchair, strained to raise a hand and waved him goodbye. "Sweet dreams." Sonny wanted to snarl at her and remind the gluttonous huntress to not leave dirty dishes all over the house, but he was just too tired. As soon as the lid of the metal sarcophagus started to move, his eyes closed, and he fell into the deep, dark embrace of sleep. When Sonny opened his eyes again, he was already in the sanctuary of Noctis. Sonny was standing on the edge of the island, looking at the heavenly chain that stretched far into the distance. His body was clad in a slender armor forged out of bleak steel, and in his hand was a somber black spear with a polished silver blade. Cassie was standing by his side, wearing her midnight blue coat beneath a polished cuirass. Her hand rested on the hilt of the quiet dancer, and an elegant half-mask rested on her face. A few strands of her long, golden hair were blowing in the wind. They were ready to depart. Sonny glanced at the two of them, then at the dull steel of the undying chain. He wasn't foolish enough to fail to recognize that this was exactly how her vision of their death happened, with the two of them alone, and him wearing metal armor. The only thing missing was the snow. But Sonny didn't care. He had been deceived by the knowledge of the future once, and all his desperate attempts to avoid it had only helped the vision happen. This time, he was not going to allow himself to be a pawn of fate. He was going to do what needed to be done, in a way he wanted to do it, and face the consequences without regret. Sonny sighed, glanced at Cassie, and said, "Let's go." With that, he took a step forward and plunged off the edge of the island. Chapter 561, Journey to the North. When they started their expedition, the last vestiges of summer warmth were leaving the Chained Isles. Not every region of the Dream Realm had seasons that were the same as those of the waking world, but this one was somewhat similar. By the time they were supposed to reach Night Temple, autumn would be in full swing. If everything went well, the journey was going to take 2 or 3 weeks. Sonny wanted to reach the mysterious citadel and retrieve the ivory knife by the middle of October, then rendezvous with Effie, Kai, and the Fire Keepers at the Shipwreck Island in the first days of November. That would give them almost a full month to reach the Ebony Tower and enter the Seed before winter. Of course, in the Dream Realm, one could never put too much faith in any plan. Sonny felt reasonably confident in his ability to travel across Chained Isles, but he knew not to get arrogant. This was a wild and deadly land, one full of fearsome creatures and insidious threats. He had explored many islands and hunted down many abominations here, but even after 9 months of fighting and traveling across the region, Sonny was only well acquainted with the southeastern part of it, where the sanctuary of Noctis was located. He had never ventured west or north of the tier. The situation was only made worse by the fact that the closer one got to the vast emptiness at the heart of the Chained Isles, the more dire dangers they would face. To reach Night Temple quickly, Sonny and Cassie had to reach the tier and skirt around its edge, which meant that they would be moving through the most perilous area of the entire region. Not all was bad, though. Cassie had some of the knowledge that Sonny lacked, since the Fire Keepers had spent a lot of time in the northern reaches of the Chained Isles. He also had all the information copied from Mordred's map, which contained a detailed description of many places they were going to have to travel through. He was strong enough to face the dangers that awaited them there, and Cassie wasn't defenseless anymore. The two of them were enough most likely. These were the reasons why Sonny had decided to attempt the expedition without a full cohort. The following days proved that he had been right in his decision. Their journey was surprisingly smooth. The traversal itself provided no problems. Cassie was more than capable of moving from island to island without his help, which was a relief. Due to her second aspect ability and the quiet dancer, the blind girl was able to move through space with an adequate measure of accuracy. As it turned out, she also had an ascended charm that provided a powerful augmentation to a single echo, which she used on her rapier. With its help, the dancer could carry her weight for a short distance, which allowed Cassie to get to and off the chains with ease. The only drawback of the charm was that it ate through her soul essence rapidly, and she couldn't use it often or for too long. Of course, traversal was the least of their problems. As they traveled further into the heart of the Chained Isles, more and more nightmare creatures picked up their scent. That was where Sonny came in. With the help of Saint, and when needed the Soul Serpent, he was able to deal with anything that dared to attack them. Cassie helped too, but there was rarely anything for her to do. Sonny and his shadows were just too swift, cunning, and deadly. Their combined power was almost terrifying. That was not to say that the blind girl was useless. On the contrary, her presence was perhaps the single most important factor of why they were able to move toward their goal with such ease. Her great affinity to revelations, keen senses, and supernatural intuition complemented Sunny's battle prowess perfectly. It was almost disturbing how well they worked together, him scouting ahead and obliterating monsters, her guiding them through the maze of shifting aisles in a way that took them past the true horrors, the hidden hazards, and the crushing. The strangest part about all of this was that they didn't even talk to each that much, yet were able to achieve such a deep level of understanding. Most of the journey was spent in silence, with both of them preferring not to speak to another unless absolutely necessary. There was no small talk, no irrelevant conversations, and no friendly banter. Sunny didn't even talk to his shadows and Saint like he was already used to, which made the silence almost suffocating. It was indeed a bit awkward in the beginning, but then he got used to it. He actually started to enjoy the peace and quiet, as well as the company of another human being, even if it was Cassie. Their cooperation was efficient, seamless, and not burdened with emotions and other troublesome complications. An alliance of pure convenience. What was there to complain about? They traveled across islands that were barren and stark, and across islands that were lush with beautiful verdure, across islands that teemed with vile abominations, and islands that were full of nothing but bones and ash, across islands that were open and vast, and islands that were small and hid unseen dangers behind a veil of deception. It wasn't long before a day arrived when a dark line became visible far away, over the northern horizon. When Sunny first saw it, he stood motionlessly for a while, looking north with a dark expression. The hollow mountains. After so long, he finally saw them again. Every day after that, the black line grew bigger and closer. Soon, he was already able to discern individual peaks and the jagged shape of the mountain chain that pierced the sky like the fangs of a colossal dragon. And on the day that the dark peaks towered above, shrouded in flowing mist, they finally reached Night Temple. Chapter 562, LNTO the Night. The chain swayed lightly as Sunny and Cassie walked across it, rattling loudly from time to time. Since the island that they had just left was currently ascending, the one in front of them was below and fully visible. The northern island was not too large, maybe 2 kilometers in diameter. Its surface was one vast level plain and covered entirely by a beautiful field of violet flowers, as if wrapped in a silken mantle. Despite the fact that the sun was high in the sky, the buds of the delicate flowers closed. From what Cassie had told him, Sunny knew that they would open only at night, emanating an eerie and beautiful light. He would have liked to witness that strange and magical sight himself, but right now, there were far more important things for them to do. Not to mention that, at the moment, Sunny's attention wasn't even on the island itself. Instead, he was looking past it, at the draconian peaks of the hollow mountains that towered above the island, submerging it into their vast and deep shadow. They were shrouded in white mist that flowed slowly down the dark slopes and fell into the black abyss of the sky below like an endless wall of white, swirling clouds. The image of it was both magnificent and frightening. It was as though the sky itself was slowly being devoured by the lightless void, or maybe invading it. Looking at the dreadful mountains, Sunny couldn't help but wonder if Nephis was currently lost somewhere out there, in the white mist. Or had she not dared to enter it and instead chose one of the other directions? There was no way to know. With a sigh, he looked down and concentrated on putting one foot in front of the other. Soon, they reached the northern island and flew up, Sunny with the help of the prowling thorn and the dark wing, Cassie by unsheathing the quiet dancer, jumping, and holding tightly to the hilt as the flying rapier pulled her into the air. The two of them landed softly amidst the delicate flowers and looked around. Without the need to say anything, Sunny allowed the blind girl to take the lead and followed her as they walked toward the only landmark on the island, the ruins of the ancient fortress that perched precariously on its northern edge. It was very similar to the crumbled stronghold where he had met Effie and Kai. Trying not to disturb the flowers, they crossed the island and entered the fortress. Nothing attacked them on the way, and there were no sounds except for the whistling of the wind and that of their footsteps. The northern island was beautiful, silent, and strangely peaceful. Looking through the broken gateway of the ancient stronghold, Sunny studied the colossal chain that anchored the isles to the hollow mountains. The swirling mist flowed down on both sides of it, obscuring the point where the chain sunk into the dark stone. He remained motionless for a few moments, then shivered and looked away. At the very corner of the platform that lay beyond the gate, almost unnoticeable, a narrow set of stairs led down, cut from weathered rock. The path snaked around the overhanging slope, clinging to the stone's surface as it led to the dark side of the island. Cassie put one hand on the stones and, tracing her fingers across them, cautiously stepped onto the stairs. Sunny followed, looking down with a dark expression. The path leading to the night temple was long and narrow. There was barely enough space for two people to walk side by side. To his right was the stone wall of the island, and to his left was the bottomless, dark abyss of the sky below. One careless step could spell a person's doom. The placement of the stairs was not accidental, as well. If an attacking force tried to lead an assault down the path, they would have had to fight the defenders one at a time, with the movements of the fighter's right hand being restricted by the slope. Range attacks wouldn't help much due to the curvature of the wall, too. In a place like that, one warrior could stop an entire army. They descended lower and lower, finally reaching the dark side after a long time. At the point where the slope turned almost completely horizontal, the stairs transformed into a strange hanging bridge that was attached to the stone surface above by rusty chains. It swayed precariously above the dark chasm of the sky below, leading all the way to the center of the aisle to the night temple. Sunny froze, startled by a mournful sound of a loud bell that suddenly rolled through the darkness. In front of him, at some distance, a magnificent structure protruded from the underbelly of the floating island. Made out of black stone, it resembled a tall, somber cathedral that was somehow built upside down and hovered above the abyss of impenetrable darkness. The foundation was its highest point, and its 7 belfries descended into the depths of the black void, each ending with a short chain that held a massive bell cast of tarnished green copper. Since Night Temple was located under the island, the light of the sun never reached it. Instead, the cathedral was shrouded in eternal shadow, with only the pale shining of the distant divine flames caressing its black walls. In a strange reversal, the velvet darkness of the abyss and the scattering of false stars in its depths seemed like a vast night sky hanging above it. As Sunny watched, a second bell rang. He shifted a little and turned his attention to the narrow path, tracing its treacherous steps all the way to the massive iron gates of the cathedral. Cassie turned to him, lingered for a moment, and said, "Let's go, they've seen us." Sunny nodded and took a step forward. Night Temple waited ahead, its gates opened like a hungry mouth. Chapter 563, Lost Sentinels. As they walked toward the gates, Sunny asked quietly, "So what happens now exactly?" Cassie thought for a few moments before answering. "I am not sure. That depends on whether Saint Cormac is inside the citadel or out exploring the Hollow Mountains. In any case, my standing should be good enough to at least get an audience with one of the masters, overseeing the temple in his absence." She hesitated, then added, "If we are allowed inside, there are several rules you must follow. Outsiders aren't allowed to summon any memories or echoes inside the citadel. We can only go into the allowed areas unless a master is escorting us. We may not speak with the inhabitants of the temple unless they address us first. Additionally, all items we bring inside have to be inspected." Sunny frowned. The rules were not only strange, but also strict and would put him at a disadvantage should anything happen. However, he remembered Sky Tide's warning. She told him not to break any rules inside Night Temple. "All right, I won't do anything risky unless absolutely necessary. Let's see how this plays out first." As they approached the ornate gates, 2 figures became visible standing on both sides of it. One was a man, and the other was a woman. Both sentinels were in their 30s and had calm, cold, dangerous eyes. So these are the lost. It was Sunny's first time meeting their kind. In truth, there was not much difference between them and those awakened who had not lost their physical bodies. That was not to say that the sentinels were ordinary. Both radiated an imposing, overbearing aura. Just from how the lost held themselves, Sunny could tell that they were extremely experienced and fearsome warriors. Their armors were perfectly crafted, and their weapons had a dangerous luster, all clearly of a high rank. The pressure these sentinels exerted reminded him of the oldest and most deadly hunters of the Dark City, those who had survived long years of bloody battles in the hell of the Forgotten Shore. If he was honest, he had to admit that most awakened anchored at the sanctuary of Noctis seemed like children when compared to the 2 lost. These people were no joke, and there were 100 more inside the cathedral if what Cassie had told him was true, if all of them were the same as the sentinels. Sonny suppressed a shiver. He might have vastly underestimated the scale of the force that Clan Valor had stationed at the precipice of the Hollow Mountains. The somber cathedral hid an entire army. But why only keep the lost here? What purpose could it serve? The mystery had been tormenting him ever since he learned of it. At some point, one of the sentinels raised a hand, commanding them to stop. He studied both Sonny and Cassie for a while, and then said in a cold voice, "Lady Song of the Fallen, what a nice surprise to see you again. I hope that the other members of your cohort are well." His tone did not match the friendly words at all. The blind girl simply nodded. "They are well and in good health, anchored at the sanctuary of Noctis." The second sentinel raised an eyebrow and spoke. "Oh, what prompted you to make the long journey and return to our modest citadel, then? In a company of a stranger, and without your loyal comrades, no less." Cassie glanced at Sonny and smiled. "This is Awakened Sunless, and he is not a stranger. In fact, he is a dear friend of mine and one of the few people in this world I would trust with my life. Both of us used to be Lady Changing Star's companions." Sonny almost choked. Such smooth lies, admirable. The blind girl, meanwhile, lingered for a moment, and then said, "We hope to have an audience with Lord Cormac." The sentinels remained silent for a while, making Sonny feel a bit nervous. Finally, one of them answered, "Lord Cormac is carrying out one of his missions. He won't be back for several weeks at least." Cassie's smile didn't waver. Without skipping a bit, she said, her voice as polite and pleasant as before, "Sir Pierce or Lady Wealth, then." The sentinels looked at each other. After a while, one of them sighed. "Wait here." With that, he disappeared, leaving Sonny and Cassie under the heavy gaze of the remaining lost. Sonny stared back, shamelessly studying the sentinel. No matter how he tried, he couldn't tell the difference. She looked just like a normal awakened would in the dream realm. Well, it made sense. Her spirit body was the same, after all. It was also shaped very nicely. "What are you staring at, boy?" Sonny looked up and smiled. For a moment, he was very tempted to answer honestly, but then his common sense won other. "Your armor, ma'am. It seems like a fine memory." The sentinel snarled and didn't say anything. After some time, the second one returned and beckoned them to follow. They were led into a small, chilly room at the side of the gate and handed 2 sets of simple garments made out of crude cloth, then locked inside. Sonny stared at the bundle in his hands with a perplexed expression. What is that for?" Cassie sighed and unbuckled her belt, then dismissed the quiet dancer and placed its empty scabbard on a bench. "No memories or echoes allowed, remember." Sonny frowned, then glanced at his armor. If he dismissed it, he would be more or less naked. "They are expecting us to change here." The blind girl silently turned her back to him. Sonny hesitated for a moment, then did the same. His shadow looked away, too. Cursing inwardly, he dismissed the undying chain and felt the shadows in the tiny room shift as Cassie's cuirass and coat crumbled into a rain of sparks. They were close enough for him to hear the steady beating of her heart and sense the heat emanating from her body. Trying not to let his imagination wander, Sonny put on a pair of simple trousers and heard the fabric rustle as it slid across her smooth skin. "Bastards, they couldn't give us 2 rooms to chain." Suppressing his anger, Sonny put on a tunic and frowned. Its sleeves were too short to hide the coils of the soul serpent. More than that, they revealed the 2 shadows that were wrapped around his body, shrouding it in a thin layer of darkness. Not to mention that both the tunic and the trousers were several sizes too big for him. With a sigh, Sonny commanded the shadows to crawl up his arms, hiding them from sight. Then he dismissed the serpent and bent down to roll up the pant legs and put on a pair of leather sandals and cleared his throat. "Are you done?" Cassie answered after a short pause. "Yes." The clothes provided to her consisted of similar sandals and a long tunic that left her shoulders bare and her legs exposed below the knee. The silver half-mask was gone, too, revealing Cassie's beautiful blue eyes. Sonny stared at her for a few moments, realizing that he had almost forgotten how they looked. Then he scowled and banged on the door. Soon, the same sentinel let the out and led them through into the depths of the night temple. As soon as they left the gateway behind, Sonny tensed, as if expecting something terrible to happen. But nothing did. The sentinel glanced at him and frowned. "What are you waiting for? Come, Sir Pierce will be with us shortly." Chapter 564, Inspection. The interior of the somber cathedral was as bizarre as its exterior. Sonny expected the actual floors to be constructed properly, and some of the corridors they walked through were. But other parts of Night Temple were upside down as well, the flat floors serving as ceilings and the arching ceiling serving as uneven floors. And that was just the outward ring. He didn't even want to imagine how the temple itself and the inner sanctum looked. As they walked, he saw several lost silently going about the mundane business of maintaining the citadel. They were dressed in the same crude clothes he was now wearing and wielded no weapons. However, every one of them, from a person calmly changing the oil in the wall lamps to a man sweeping the floors, radiated the same aura of strength and lethality as the two sentinels that had met them at the gate. They were all battle-hardened, veteran elites. Just what is this place? After descending a few sets of twisting stairs, Sonny and Cassie were led to another, slightly bigger room. That one had a large table in its center. The sentinel gestured at it and said, his voice not betraying any emotions, "Sir Pierce is on his way. Please, present the items you brought from the outside for inspection." Cassie took a step forward and placed her belt and scabbard on the table. The Lost shifted his gaze to Sonny and waited. All my things are stored inside a memory." He considered hiding the existence of the covetous coffer, but thought better of it. There was nothing inside of it worth hiding, anyway, or rather, almost nothing. The sentinel frowned, then said in a dark tone, "Summon it." Soon the small box was sitting on the table. Sonny opened it and started producing item after item, slowly building a large pile. They were spices, cooking utensils, hygienic products, several packs of underwear, both male and female, which earned him a strange look, a piece of a broken mirror, a couple of soul shards, a folding chair, various snacks, packs of tea and coffee, and many more. As the pile slowly became larger and larger, the sentinel's face grew more and more incredulous. Finally, his eye twitched. "How much trash do you have in that box?" Sonny smiled. "Almost finished." He fished out a tube of sunscreen and several sticks of lip balm, threw them into the pile, then thrust his arm into the maw of the covetous coffer up to the shoulder, swept its bottom a few times, ignoring weaver's needle and diamond string, then finally took a step back. "That is all." The Lost shook his head and started picking up the items one after another, inspecting them carefully. What he was expecting to discover, Sonny did not know. At that moment, the door of the room opened, and a tall man with sharp features and steely eyes came in. His dark hair was cut short, and there was stubble on his cheeks. The man wore a scale armor forged out of lusterless blue steel and held himself with the relaxed confidence of an experienced killer. Sonny didn't need an introduction to realize that he was standing in front of a master, and a powerful one at that. Sir Pierce seemed to be less frightening Han Morgan of valor, but Morgan was barely older than Effie, while this man had a decade or two to sharpen his skill and accumulate battle experience. He was a knight of valor still. Sonny harbored no illusions in front of this monster, neither Cassie nor he stood a chance. Especially not while surrounded by an army of 100 awakened elites. "Why am I thinking about this? We are here to talk, not fight." And they really needed this conversation to go well. Depending on how convincing they could be and how receptive Sir Pierce was, Sonny would either have to do things the easy way, the hard way, or abandon his plans to retrieve the second knife altogether. The sentinel greeted the master respectfully, and then continued to inspect the mountain of items Sonny had produced from the covetous coffer. Sir Pierce glanced at it for a moment, then turned to Cassie. "Awakened Cassia, welcome back to the Night Temple." Cassie bowed slightly. "Sir Pierce." Sonny suppressed the desire to roll his eyes. "It's like I am invisible." Both the sentinels and the formidable master had ignored his existence entirely, preferring to address the blind girl. Part of the reason must have been that they already knew her, but mostly it had to do with her status as a bearer of a true name. Well, it suited Sonny perfectly. He liked to remain as unnoticeable as possible. Sir Pierce and Cassie exchanged several pleasantries, slowly approaching the discussion of the real issue. Sonny listened attentively, knowing how much rode on this conversation. At some point, however, he got distracted. What was that? For a moment he thought that he heard someone sigh deeply behind him. No, he definitely did. But there was no one there. Sonny frowned. Am I hallucinating, or? It was then that a familiar voice suddenly resounded in his ears. Sunless, I am so glad that you made it. Sonny's eyes widened slightly. He looked at the Sentinel, Cassie, and Master Pierce. None of them showed any sign that they had heard anything. Turning away, as if to stare at the wall, he hid his face and said in a barely audible whisper, Mordred, where have you been, bastard? His words sounded harsh, but his tone was actually elated. The voice chuckled, making Sonny feel a bit tense, for some reason. Was it just him, or did the mysterious prince sound a bit different? Me, oh, actually, I was with you this whole time, watching as you traveled across the dream realm. I just chose not to speak. Sonny blinked a couple of times. A heavy, cold feeling settled in his chest. Something was wrong, very, very wrong. You chose not to speak. Why? Mordred remained silent for a few moments, then said in his usual pleasant tone, With how cautious you are, I was afraid that you wouldn't come if I said too much. What does he mean? Sonny felt his heart beating wildly in his chest. His intuition was sounding the alarms, filling him a sudden feeling of dread. Fooled was I fooled. Come where? Here to the Night Temple. At that moment, the sentinel picked up the piece of the broken mirror from the pile. Mordred spoke again, his voice still friendly, but suddenly much colder and deeper beneath the surface, like a dark and restless ocean hiding under a thin veil of mist. Indeed, thank you for bringing this piece of mirror to me, Sunless. I am very grateful. Sir Pierce casually glanced at the sentinel while responding to Cassie. His gaze stopped at the mirror. In the next moment, his pupils widened. And very sorry for what is about to happen next. The formidable master was suddenly near the table, the lost throne aside. The piece of the mirror was in his hand. Throwing a wild look at Sonny, he screamed, Where did you find it, boy? Answer me. Sonny took a stoop back, stunned. Aye. He remembered St. Tyrus telling him not to mention Reckoning Island. However, at the moment, it seemed like Pierce would rip him apart if Sonny dared to twist the truth even a little. So, he answered honestly. Reckoning, I picked it up after slaying a strange creature. Sir Pierce stared at him for a moment, and then his face suddenly changed. It became deathly pale and motionless as if aged by 10 years. His eyes grew wide and glassy. The fearsome master was terrified. But before any of them could do anything, a thin crack appeared on the shard in his hand. And in the next moment, all Sonny could hear was the sound of breaking mirrors. Chapter 565 Unleashed. Sonny flinched as the sound of shattering mirrors filled his ears. No one else seemed to react to it, though, and a moment later, as the cracked piece of glass in Master Pierce's hand exploded into a rain of shards, the sound abruptly disappeared. The fearsome man shuddered. No. What is happening? Sonny took a step back. Things were happening too fast, and he couldn't comprehend the situation yet. All he knew was that his heart was cold, and his mind was overwhelmed by a premonition of something ominous, dreadful, and disastrous happening. He had been fooled. He had made a mistake. Cassie shifted slightly, tilting her head with a tense and confused expression. In the next moment, Pierce swiftly turned to the sentinel, his face still pale and terrified, but now also full of grim resolve. His voice, which had been so confident just a few moments ago, now sounded panicked. Seal the temple, destroy the gateway. Go now, we can't let that thing escape. Sonny's eyes widened. Destroy the gateway? What the hell does he mean? And what thing he was talking about? The sentinel didn't seem to have these questions. Pierce's terror had spread to him like an infection, but the man simply nodded and darted out of the room without letting fear slow him down. Cassie took a step back to let him pass, then asked tensely, Sir Pierce, what is going on? As though reminded of their presence, the master turned around and threw a dark, menacing look at Sonny. You? His voice shook with barely suppressed fury. Crap. Sonny thought about summoning the cruel sight, But before he could even move, the tall man was already beside him, grabbing him by the shoulder. If it wasn't for the bone weave, Sonny's clavicle might have cracked from the terrible pressure. With his other hand, Pierce grabbed Cassie, causing her to yelp in pain. "I'll deal with two of you later. There's no time." Next thing Sonny knew, they were being dragged out of the room. He threw a regretful glance at the pile of his belongings that was left laying on the table, stared at the covetous coffer for a moment, and then turned away. What to do, what to do? The situation was clearly out of his control now. Mordred has done something, had manipulated him to do something, and now the whole citadel was on high alarm and furious with Sonny. Whatever it was that the mysterious prince had used Sonny to achieve, it was bad enough to terrify a master and justify the irrevocable destruction of a precious gateway. So there were two questions. Should I try to fight my way out? And should I also be terrified of the thing that Mordred unleashed? Suddenly, another thought occurred to Sonny. Or is Mordred himself that thing? His heart grew even colder. There was not enough information to answer the second question, but the first one was rather easy. Sonny was strong, but not nearly strong enough to fight 2 masters and 100 deadly elites, especially not on their home ground. Plus, both he and Cassie had status. Even a great clan wouldn't dare to make them disappear without proper cause. I need more information first. Let's see how this plays out and make a move if the circumstances demand it. So he didn't struggle as Master Pierce dragged them into the corridor. Outside the small room, the citadel that had been peaceful and somber before was not in a state of pandemonium. Several lost darted past them, their shadows dancing on the black walls in the orange glow of the ornate oil lamps. Sonny could see motion and sense hurried, but orderly movement in every direction. Unlike before, each inhabitant of the temple was now clad in armor and wielded deadly weapons. They were swift and disciplined, like professional soldiers that were preparing for war. And there was an army of them. But despite all that, was it nervousness he felt behind the facade of calmness the Lost showed? Master Pierce shouted at one of the sentinels, ordering him to stop, then pushed Sonny and Cassie toward the man. "Lock these two up in the lesser cell." Sonny wanted to express his outrage, but before he could, the whole temple suddenly shuddered. A few moments later, a deafening sound wave rolled through the corridor. "The gates, they have closed them." But it wasn't as simple as that. Since they were still in the outward ring of the citadel, his shadow sense had been somewhat able to reach into the emptiness beyond its outer wall. But as soon as the gates closed, that changed, as though the temple was now completely cut off from the outside world. It was now sealed, with them inside. The sentinel silently grabbed the two of them and dragged them away. Staggering and trying not to fall, Sonny threw a glance behind his shoulder. The last thing he saw was a woman with beautiful red hair appearing before the fearsome master. She wore a simple black tunic and leather vambraces, her shins protected by a pair of greaves. The woman's face was grim and full of tension. "Pierce, what the spell happened?" A moment later, the two disappeared behind a turn of the corridor. "This must be Master Wealth." The Lost swiftly dragged them through the disorienting maze of corridors and stairs. They were descending lower and lower, most likely heading toward one of the cathedral's belfries. His expression was dark and severe, and for a good reason. Everywhere they passed through, the inhabitants of the Night Temple were busy preparing for battle. It was as though they were expecting to face a terrifying siege. The threat, however, didn't seem to be coming from the outside. Instead, most of the Lost were rushing deeper into the temple, toward its inner sanctum. It wasn't long before they heard screams. The sound traveled through the confusing interior of the cathedral in a strange manner, so it was hard to say from which direction the screams came. They seemed distant, and yet, Sonny couldn't help but feel his blood run cold. These chilling wails were full of indescribable agony and terror. He knew the type too well. These were the screams that humans let out when they were not only horribly hurt, but also maimed, knowing that their lives were either over or would never be the same. The sentinel in charge of them stopped for a moment. His face grew ashen, and without saying a word, he continued to drag them toward a heavy metal door at the end of a long corridor. The Lost used an elaborate key to open the door, and then pushed them inside. Sonny and Cassie found themselves in a circular chamber that had a tall ceiling, or rather, a tall floor since it was built in reverse. The domed ceiling of the chamber was actually beneath their feet, sloping down like a deep crater. In the center of the cell, a large iron cage stood, each bar of it as thick as a man's arm. Strange runes were inscribed all around the cage, circling it entirely. What the... A moment later, the sentinel unceremoniously pushed them both in the backs, causing Sonny and Cassie to roll down the slope of the dome and through the door of the cage, which he then promptly closed. It locked with a loud click, cutting their way to freedom. No way. Sonny rose to his feet, turned around, and watched as the Lost left the room and shut the door behind him. For a few moments they were left in absolute silence. The room was dark, with only a single oil lamp burning on the wall near the exit. Its orange flame trembled and danced, barely managing to keep the shadows at bay. Sonny gritted his teeth, then kicked the iron bars with all his might and screamed in anger and frustration. Damn it all. Behind him, Cassie slowly stood up, then swayed a little. Sonny. He turned to her and snarled. What? The blind girl grimaced. Something is wrong, I feel. Sonny stared at her for a few moments, then blinked and looked outside the cage. The runes surrounding it were slowly starting to emanate an eerie, dangerous blue glow. Chapter 566, Imprisoned. Sonny looked at the runes. Their eerie glow was swiftly growing brighter and brighter, drowning the chamber in a ghostly light. Slowly, a deep frown appeared on his face. Then suddenly, his eyes widened. Crap. But it was already too late. The runes shimmered, and in the next moment, he felt his reserve of shadow essence plunging. It was as though something was draining the essence out of his soul with terrifying speed. At the same time, the range of shadow essence diminished even further, becoming limited by the size of the cage. The gloomy shadow recoiled, trying to get away from the shining runes. Sonny hurriedly tried to summon the cruel sight, but he was a second too slow. Before the spear could form itself from the sparks of light, his essence ran dry, and it disintegrated before assuming a physical form. Damnation! He looked helplessly at the bars of the cage and clenched his fists. This was indeed a jail cell built to contain Awakened. Without shadow essence, he wouldn't be able to use Shadow Step to escape. More than that, he couldn't summon memories anymore, manifesting them into reality-demanded essence, as well, even if it was a tiny amount. The same went for echoes and even shadows. He also felt weak, and was only going to grow weaker in the coming hours without essence circulating through his body. Sonny's strength was vastly diminished. Whoever created this damned cage really knew what they were doing. With a resentful snarl, Sonny turned around and allowed himself to slide down to the center of the dome, where Cassie stood with a lost expression on her pale, delicate face. Raising one hand awkwardly, she tentatively moved it through the air around her and whispered, I am blind again. Sonny frowned, stared at her for a moment, and then turned away. You were always blind. Of course, he knew what Cassie meant, without soul essence. The aspect ability that allowed her to perceive the world from several seconds in the future was gone, too. It wasn't exactly sight, but something that had replaced being able to see to her. His words might have been cruel, but Sonny was not in the mood for pleasantries. Being locked in a cage, powerless to escape, that was his worst nightmare. And he had no one but himself to blame for ending up that way. Turning away from the blind girl, Sonny sat down, lowered his head and grabbed it with both hands. Curse him! Suddenly, the cathedral shook again. Cassie remained silent for a while, then said quietly, This must have been the gateway. They really destroyed it. Sonny closed his eyes. Eigs. You are right. He heard her sitting down opposite him and wondered about the black altar that was now laying somewhere in the depths of the citadel in pieces. Was the ivory knife destroyed as well? Had there even been a second knife to begin with? Or was it just a lie Mordred had invented to lure him into the Night Temple? What else had he lied about? Sonny gritted his teeth, suppressing a groan. He felt scared, furious, and utterly humiliated. He had been so careful not to trust the mysterious voice after hearing it for the first time. But Mordred had been so helpful and had provided him with so much valuable information that proved to be true. Sunny was, most likely, only alive because of the lost prince's aid. Even so, he had never lowered his guard. If there had been the smallest hint that Mordred wanted something from him, he would have suspected the worst. But the bastard was just too devious and cunning, terrifyingly so. Mordred had played him like a fiddle. He had understood perfectly just how untrusting Sunny was, and went with the lightest of approaches. Knowing that any pressure would scare his paranoid mark off, Mordred had simply mentioned the ivory knife in passing and never spoke about it again. In fact, after the hook was in, he had never spoken to Sunny again. Observing silently, and waiting for his prey to come to him of its own volition. Sunny shuddered. Oh gods, how much has he seen? He was willing to bet that there had never even been a need for Mordred to wait days between their conversations. All of it was just a part of an intricate web of lies and manipulation. Fool, I am such a fool. How had he allowed himself to be fooled so completely? A crazy smile suddenly appeared on Sunny's face, and he let out a stifled laugh. Wasn't the answer obvious? Truth. His downfall was the truth. Like a masterful liar, Mordred had mixed just enough of it into his lies to make them believable. Oh, the irony. Cassie shifted slightly and asked, her voice soft and cautious. Sunny, what exactly happened back there? He let out a bitter chuckle and answered in a dark tone. Why, don't you know everything? The blind girl didn't answer, and after some more time passed, he sighed. Sorry, it was me. I got us into this mess. Sunny straightened and forced himself to calm down. Dwelling on the past was not going to do them any good. The situation was bad but not hopeless. The future was uncertain, and there would surely be a chance to turn everything around. He just needed to remain in control of himself and be ready to act when an opportunity presented itself. Who said that Mordred was going to have the last laugh? Do you remember the mysterious lost I told you about? The one who had taught me about the seed and the knives? Cassie nodded slowly. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then shook his head. Well, as it turns out, he lured me into the night temple on purpose. He needed the piece of mirror I found a while back for some reason. When Master Pierce saw it, all hell broke loose. She remained silent for some time, and then asked, Do you think that this lost is here in the night temple? Sunny looked away. When he finally spoke, his voice sounded grim. I do, actually. I think that this whole citadel is a prison that was meant to contain a single creature, him. Cassie shivered and hugged her shoulders. A heavy silence settled between them. After a while, she said, Maybe you are right, but Sunny. Her voice trembled. What kind of a being would require 100 awakened fighters, 2 ascended knights, and a saint to guard it? Sunny stared at her, not knowing what to say. He had no idea. Chapter 567, No Escape. Sunny felt that there was a hint about what manner of a creature Mordred was in the fact that only the lost and human echoes had been allowed to guard him. But that was too little information to make a guess. What else did he know about the man who called himself the Prince of Nothing? He was reasonably sure that Mordred was a human, or at least had been once, at some point. A nightmare creature could fake a human voice, but not the knowledge of the waking world that Mordred had shown. Sunny also felt that the mysterious prince had told the truth about conquering the first nightmare at 12 years of age. Other than that, all Sunny had was the description of the cruel edge, which told of a prince that had been given away to a monstrous dream spawn, and later returned only to find out that he wasn't welcome in his father's home anymore. That, and the fact that the mirror beast had been created by Mordred, much like Saint had been created by him. That was not much to go off of. With a sigh, Sunny looked around the cage. Due to the concave nature of its floor, he and Cassie were forced to stay close to each other. The only surface flat enough to sit comfortably was at the very center of the dome, and not too large in diameter. The cage was utterly empty, with the exception of a rusty bucket that was covered by a wooden lid. Sunny stared at a bucket for a while, then grimaced. How long do you think they'll keep us here? Cassie remained silent for a while, then answered evenly. That depends on whether they can contain the prisoner. A deep scowl appeared on his face. Would 100 elite awakened warriors and 2 masters, all in service to a great clan, be able to handle Mordred? Before today, he would have said yes without a moment of hesitation. No matter how powerful the mysterious prince was, how could he contend against an entire army? But after seeing the terror on Sir Pierce's face and how nervous the Lost were, Sonny wasn't so sure anymore. And what would happen if Mordred somehow prevailed? Would they be safe? Or would they learn that terror themselves? Crap! Sonny threw a dark glance at the door of the chamber and closed his eyes. For now, there was nothing they could do but wait. Minutes passed, slowly converging into hours. With no windows, it was hard to measure the passage of time. Sonny and Cassie mostly remained silent, partially because each was preoccupied with their own thoughts, and partially because there was nothing useful they could say. The Night Temple shuddered several more times, but these tremors weren't as strong as the first two. Sonny silently meditated, feeling the shadow essence dissipate from his muscles and his strength slowly diminishing. After a while, he stood up, climbed to the walls of the cage, and studied the runes, then explored every centimeter of the cell. He even tried to bend and dislodge the iron bars, but it was useless. The cage seemed to be built to imprison masters, or perhaps even saints. Even at his full power, Sonny wouldn't have been able to break free with brute force. After a while, he had no choice but to slide back to the center of the dome and resume doing nothing. He hadn't had an opportunity like that in a long while. Actually, doing nothing was sort of relaxing, if he ignored the fact that their lives were hanging by a thread, of course. The blue glow of the runes and the orange light of the oil lamp were soft and dim, leaving the chamber dark and full of shadows. Somewhere outside, a gruesome massacre was perhaps taking place. But here, everything was calm and silent. Sonny was on the verge of dozing off when Cassie suddenly turned to face the door. "Someone is coming." He opened his eyes and stood up, then glanced at the oil lamp with a dark expression. Its dancing flame trembled, and then disappeared for a moment when the door opened with a bang and a gust of wind entered the cell. 5 people came inside. 4 of them were lost warriors, their faces grim and their armor bloodied. One was the same sentinel who had locked them inside, his face ashen and pale, a piece of white cloth wrapped around his head like a makeshift bandage. The 5th was a woman with beautiful red hair, wearing a black tunic master-wealth. There was a strange amulet in the shape of an anvil hanging on a thin chain around her neck, and murder in her eyes. The aura she emanated was truly frightening. So Mordred did not manage to escape, after all. The master threw a cold glance at Cassie, then turned to Sonny. You brought that piece of mirror into the citadel, correct?" Sonny shifted slightly. "I did." The corner of Weld's mouth twitched. "Who instructed you to do so?" He blinked a couple of times. "What? No one instructed me. I had no idea what that shard was. I just thought that it was curious and picked it up." The beautiful woman glanced at one of the lost, who nodded. "He is telling the truth, or at least believes in what he says." Sonny studied the lost, who was a man in his 30s with a gaunt face and clear gray eyes. "Great, another walking lie detector." Weld frowned, then pierced Sonny with a heavy gaze. "What was your purpose in coming to Night Temple?" Sonny hesitated for a few moments. When he spoke, his voice sounded frightened and a little shaky. "I've been told that there is a special knife here on the altar. I am interested in that knife because it has to do with the past of the Chained Isles. I am a researcher at the Awakened Academy. You see, maybe you've read my previous exploration report? It's quite famous." The master stared at him for some time, then glanced at the lost with clear eyes and shook her head dejectedly. "All this because of one clueless fool. Yes, I am a pathetic, useless fool, believe it." Sonny cleared his throat. "Master Weld, I am very sorry for the trouble I've caused, but, what is going on, and when are you going to release us?" She suddenly let out a stifled laugh, then looked at him with a dark, furious expression. "Release you? If you knew what your actions have caused, you would have begged me to keep you in this cell. At least that fiend can't get to you here. No, the 2 of you will remain locked up until we deal with the mess you've made. And we will deal with it, believe me." That was odd exactly the answer Sonny wanted to hear, but at least it gave him some information. Mordred wasn't contained, yet rather, he and the Valor forces seemed to be in some sort of a stalemate. Master Weld gritted her teeth, then turned away. However, before leaving, she stopped for a moment and then said, her voice grim. "Now that the temple is sealed, no one but Lord Cormac can unseal it anyway. With the gateway destroyed, there's no escape. Where would you even go?" With that, she clenched her fists and left the chamber. The four lost followed, closing the door behind them. Sonny stared at it for a while, a bleak expression on his face. "No one but Lord Cormac can unseal it." Crap. The saint was not supposed to return until a month from now. He looked at Cassie, then at their cage, and lastly at the glowing runes. This was going to be a long and terrible month. Chapter 568, Full Circle. He sat back down, waited for a while, and then turned to Cassie. "Did you take a look at her attributes?" She sat down too and sighed. "Yes, her the four lost with her. Sir Pierce too. I also saw the name and rank of their aspects." Sonny frowned. "What, since when can you read aspects too?" The blind girl shrugged. "Since my awakening." He stared at her for a bit. What a useful ability. In worse news, if she had not known some of his secrets before, she surely knew them now. How infuriating. Sonny grimaced, lingered for a bit, and then said, "Good, chances are, we'll need that information before all of this is over." He didn't press her for answers yet, since there was a lot he had to think about. Some more time passed with both of them remaining silent. After a while, the door of the chamber opened once more, and the familiar four lost entered. The one with a bandaged head was carrying a tray of food and a water skin. He studied them for a few moments, a cold expression on his handsome face, and then threw the food and the water skin through the iron bars without approaching the cage. Sonny suppressed his anger and opened his mouth, assuming the persona of a cowardly researcher. "Hey, sir, us are awakened. Can you tell us what is going on? Please, we don't even know what is wrong." The sentinel glanced at him darkly and spat in a commanding tone. "Silence." His voice was clear and strong, full of arrogant confidence and deep animosity toward the two of them. Without saying another word, the lost left, once again locking the door behind them. Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, then slowly lowered his gaze and glanced at the food that rolled down the slope of the dome to his feet. Then suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed loudly. Oh gods, never thought I'll be eating this crap again." Right in front of him, reflecting the blue glow of the runes, two colorless tubes of synth paste were lying on the floor. He knew their shape all too well. They had a late supper, which consisted of a synthetic paste that had the consistency of mud and tasted about the same. Still, this vile invention was cheap to produce and supposed to contain all the nutrients one needed to barely survive. Sonny had not missed the damned sludge at all. In the outskirts, the easiest food to get was called a universal ration pack, or simply a rat pack. It contained a tube of synth paste, a cheap water filter, and several dry, tasteless crackers. This was what he mostly ate before becoming an awakened, so now Sonny felt as though his life had come full circle. Such irony. After a while, tired and weak without the essence sustaining their bodies, they decided to sleep. The flat space in the center of the cage was so small that Sonny and Cassie had to settle with their backs against each other. With nothing but 2 layers of thin fabric separating their skin, Sonny could feel the heartbeat reverberating through her lithe body. The cage was cold and chilly, but at least his back was warm. They lay in silence for a while, trying to fall asleep. Before they did, however, Cassie suddenly spoke. "Sonny." Her voice was quiet and hesitant. How is she doing, do you know?" He kept his eyes closed and remained silent for a few moments, then said with no particular emotion, "She is doing great. She is a devil already. Now stop bothering me." Cassie sighed and didn't say anything else. In the middle of the night, if it was night outside, he suddenly woke up, disturbed by a sudden change in her breathing. Through the thin fabric of their clothes, he could feel the blind girl's body tense up, her breathing rugged and uneven. Sonny hesitated, then turned around and looked at Cassie. In the pale glow of the runes, her delicate face seemed white and bloodless. It was contorted in a tortured grimace, with beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. Her eyes were moving hectically behind the eyelids. He lingered, not knowing what to do. It was obvious that Cassie was having a vision, and that, like most of her visions, this one was painful and terrifying. Was he supposed? to wake her up, or would it do more harm than good? Before he could decide, she suddenly sat up with a stifled yelp. Her chest was rising and falling wildly, and there was a panicked expression on her face. The blind girl raised her hands and tried to feel her surroundings, clearly not quite remembering where she was. Sonny caught one of them, making Cassie flinch, and said darkly, "Take a hold of yourself, damn it. You're in a cage in Night Temple. Stop thrashing around." She froze, surrendering to his iron grip. After a while, Cassie took a deep breath and said weakly, "I'm all right." He let her go, picked up the mostly empty water skin, and put it onto her hand. The blind girl drank the last of their water and closed her eyes, her breathing slowly returning to normal. Sonny waited for a minute and then asked in a gloomy tone, "Another vision?" She silently nodded. A dark grin appeared on his face. "What, did we die again?" Cassie shook her head, then opened her eyes and frowned. No, this time I saw someone else." She put the water skin on the floor, hugged her knees, and spoke again, her voice still tense but now much calmer. It was one of the lost, the man with gray eyes who advised Lady Weld. He was in front of a large crucible throwing shards of broken mirrors into the fire. There were thousands of them, all reflecting his image. Only, at some point, one of the reflections stopped. She shivered. The lost stopped too and stared at the motionless reflection, his eyes full of utter terror. It was as though he was paralyzed by fear. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out of his mouth. After that, he didn't move anymore, but the reflection finally did. It raised its head and smiled. Cassie grew silent, and then added, her voice trembling, "That smile filled me with so much dread that all I could think about was to run away. But I couldn't. That was when I woke up." Sonny looked at her for a while, thinking. His face was cold and grim. It wasn't hard to understand what the vision was about. Mordred's aspect was somehow tied to mirrors, after all, but what did it all mean? What were his powers, exactly? He sighed and turned away. "It's fine, you did well. Go back to sleep if you can." She listened to him and slowly lay down. However, Sonny could tell by her breathing that the blind girl was wide awake. He couldn't sleep, too. In the morning, the door of their cell opened, and the same group of lost brought them more food. Only this time, there were only 3 of them. The man with gray eyes was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 569, on the 7th day. The 3 lost seemed to be in a better shape than they had been the day before. Their armor was cleaned, and their wounds were properly tended to. However, somehow, they looked worse to wear. Their faces were paler, their movements were full of tension, and there was a strange darkness hiding in their eyes. Only the sentinel who had spoken to Sonny before was the same. If anything, his cold resolve seemed to have grown stronger, as did his silent hostility. Without saying a word, he threw the tubes of scent paste into the cage, then pointed at the water skin laying on the floor near Cassie. Sonny tossed the empty water skin out and received a new one in return. "Sir, can you please tell us what is going on? Where is your 4th friend? Did something happen?" The sentinel stared at him with a heavy, grim expression. When he answered, his voice was steady and even. "Don't speak unless spoken to." With that, the lost left. The door of the cell locked with a loud click, the flame of the oil lamp trembled, and everything became silent once again. Sonny sighed. What an unfriendly fellow. Just like that, their imprisonment started. There were no windows in the stone chamber, so it was almost impossible to track the passage of time. Their only hint was the appearance of the 3 lost, who brought them food and water once every day, and sometimes changed the oil in the lantern. Sonny and Cassie spent the first few days in silence and tense, grim anticipation. They slept back to back, sharing the heat of their bodies to overcome the chilling cold of the prison cell, and suffered through the daytime without speaking to each other unless absolutely necessary. Both were waiting for something disastrous to happen. However, nothing did. The Night Temple had not shaken again, and nothing came through the heavy door to either set them free or destroy them. Neither Master Weld nor Master Pierce had visited the enchanted chamber, as well as if Sonny and Cassie were completely forgotten. The stone cell was silent and unchanging. However, they could still tell that something sinister and dire was going on outside. The evidence was in how the 3 lost that brought them food their only connection to the rest of the world, looked and behaved. With each day, two of them seemed more and more frightened, while the third grew increasingly cold and grim. No matter how much Sonny tried to get the sentinel to speak, the arrogant warrior refused to tell him anything, and only glared at the prisoners through the iron bars of the cage, his eyes full of ire. Their actions changed, too. If before all three used to look at Sonny and Cassie while delivering the food, now only the sentinel did. The other two stood facing the door, their weapons drawn. Sometimes their hands were trembling. Realizing that nothing was going to change anytime soon, Sonny had to reluctantly change his behavior. He shared everything he knew about Mordred with Cassie, and learned everything she remembered about the Night Temple in return. With nothing else to do but teach each other, they went over every little detail many times over, only to end up with nothing. No new clues, no deeper understanding, not even a good guess or two. It was simply a dead end. For now, on the seventh day, the three lost arrived as usual. The sentinel walked forward and threw the tubes of synth paste into the cage, while the other two assumed defensive positions behind his back. Their eyes seemed dark and hollow. However, before Sonny could toss the empty water skin outside, a chilling scream suddenly resounded in the corridor outside the door. A long, drowning shriek echoed from the cold stones, full of torment and indescribable agony. How could a human throat produce such a sound? The lost tensed and gripped their weapons, one of them taking an involuntary step back. The sentinel snarled and pushed the man in the back. "Get a hold of yourself, cowards. Remember your duty." With that, he threw the water skin to Sonny and rushed outside, a slender sword appearing in his hand from a whirlpool of dancing sparks of light. The others gritted their teeth and followed, shutting the door behind them. The flame of the oil lamp trembled. On the next day, when the door opened again, only two lost walked through it. One of the surviving lost looked like a walking corpse. There were no wounds on his body, but his eyes were dull and glassy. He glanced at Sonny and Cassie lifelessly, then turned around and raised his weapon, staring at the open door with tired dread. Even the arrogant sentinel seemed a bit diminished. His handsome face was still cold and resolute, but there was a slight weakness to how his shoulders were set and a slight uncertainty to his movements. He tossed the tubes of synth paste and the water inside the cage, not even waiting for Sonny to return the other two water skins. Sonny wanted to try to get the lost to speak to him again, as usual, but then thought better of it. There was a sharp edge in the man's eyes that made the idea of pushing him even a little seem too dangerous. The two lost left, leaving the prisoners alone again. Sonny stared at the door and the orange flame of the oil lamp dancing beside it for a few minutes, then shivered and turned away. Their jailers returned several more times. With each day, they looked more disheveled and exhausted, the darkness in their eyes growing deeper and deeper. A few times, Sonny could hear strange, disturbing sounds coming from the corridor, but the two lost did not seem to react to them at all. A week later, the food did not arrive for an especially long time. Sonny glared gloomily at the door, feeling pangs of hunger torment his empty stomach. One tube of synth paste a day was not nearly enough to satiate him, so he was always hungry, just like he had been in the past, living on the streets in the outskirts. Hours passed, but the two lost were nowhere to be seen. Where the hell are they? Then something suddenly crashed into the door from the outside with a loud bang. A bit of dust fell from the ceiling, and then everything became silent once more. Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, then slowly looked down. Something was flowing from beneath the door, streaming down the slope of the dome toward the cage. In the dim orange glow of the oil lantern, the liquid seemed almost black. But he knew it smelled too well. Blood, it was human blood. After that day, no one came to feed them anymore. Chapter 570 Thirst. Sonny looked at the stream of blood that was getting closer and closer to the cage, then glanced back at the door and waited, wondering if someone or something would burst through it and enter the cell. But nothing did. After that first loud bang, everything stayed eerily quiet. Seconds passed, then minutes. Finally, he slowly turned away from the door and looked at Cassie. "Do you smell it?" She lingered for a moment, then nodded. "Blood." Sonny remained motionless for a bit, then walked back to his usual place and sat down. His face was grim. After a while, he said in a dark tone, We are going to need to start rationing water. Humans could survive for a long time without food, but water was much more precious. Without it, a healthy human could die in a matter of days. And there were very few more agonizing ways to go. Cassie turned her head, then asked, Ed somberly, "Why do you think that they are going to just leave us here?" Sonny opened his mouth to retorn that she was the one who could see the future, but in the end, he held his tongue. Just in case. They had one full water skin left. As awakened, they would also be able to last longer without water than mundane humans, especially Sonny, whose body was strengthened by 3 cores, blood weave, and his shadows. But would that be long enough? There was no way to know. He closed his eyes and exhaled slowly, then tried to meditate. Time crawled slowly. Their hunger grew, but no one came to bring them food. With their last connection to the outside world gone, it was impossible to tell what day it was. Sonny and Cassie remained in the barely illuminated darkness alone, waiting for something to happen, or slept while shivering from the cold. It wasn't long before their water ran out. The water skin wasn't that large to begin with. Then came the thirst. Sonny thought that he knew what madness felt like, but after spending several days, at least he thought that a few had passed, without drinking anything, he learned that there was a completely different realm of crazed delirium. The feeling of thirst was absolutely maddening, torturous, and suffocating. His throat hurt as if it was being cut, his lips had dried and cracked, and so did his tongue. His head was full of pulsating pain, and his muscles were experiencing excruciating cramps. All he could think about was water, water, water. The worst part of it all, however, was the fear. Fear that he was going to die in this cursed cage like a dog, forgotten and discarded. Maybe one day someone would open the heavy door and find his desiccated corpse reaching hopelessly and pathetically toward it through the iron bars. Sonny had tried everything he could think of to get out of the cage, but nothing he had done helped. The only result was that his condition worsened even further. By then, his throat and mouth felt as though they were on fire, and his entire body ached terribly. He felt weak and lethargic, and his vision was starting to blur. Sonny spent most of his time staring at the orange flame of the oil lamp, because it was more or less the only thing he could see clearly. Then it disappeared, too. The stone cell became even darker, with only the ghostly, dim glow of the runes illuminating the iron bars of the cage. The oil ran out. Sonny closed his eyes. Was it really hopeless? No, he couldn't give up. He refused to. In all this suffering and despair, the only thing that kept him somewhat sane was the fact that Cassie was right there with him, going through the same hell. At least he wasn't alone. Despite all the complicated emotions and the heavy burden of past sins, sharing his pain with someone had made, if not bearable, then at least a little easier. Neither of them would have been able to endure the agony and the terror of not knowing whether they were going to live or die, the fear of the unknown, alone. But together, the two of them managed to persevere somehow. Maybe just to not let the other see them break first. Sonny didn't know how many days had passed since the flame of the oil lantern died out. Time lost its meaning a while ago. All he knew was the thirst, the pain, and the stubborn, spiteful will to hold on just a little bit longer. At some point, he opened his eyes in the darkness and stared at the blurry blue glow of the sorceress runes. Then, he turned his head and looked at Cassie, who was sleeping in his arms. There was a sound coming from behind the door. Sonny wanted to tell Cassie to wake up, but his throat was so dry that no sound came out of it. All it did was bring him more pain. He gritted his teeth, then shook her gently, waited for her to open her eyes, and carefully placed a finger on her lips. He wanted her to remain quiet. The blind girl hesitated for a few moments, then nodded. They let go of each other and shakily rose to their feet. By that point, the faint sound became more clear. It was as though something sharp was scraping against stones, as it was being dragged across them slowly. Escrararish, 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 escrararish. The haunting, grating sound was drawing closer and closer. Finally, it reached to just beyond the cell and stopped abruptly. Then they heard another scrape, this one much smaller, and the click of the door's lock. It opened, and Sonny saw a blurry silhouette standing at the threshold of the stone chamber. Half-blinded by the thirst, he could tell who or what it was. But the smell of blood was back. Only now it was much, much stronger. Chapter 571, Don't Make a Sound. Sonny stood motionlessly, gathering whatever strength he had left, which was far too little. Cassie was silent, too, a tense expression on her pale face. With his vision compromised and his shadow sense limited to the circle of runes glowing around the cage, all Sonny could see was a blurry silhouette. He was almost sure that it was a human, however. Something about the dark figure was wrong. Utterly, terribly wrong. A strong smell of blood assaulted his nostrils. The silhouette swayed and then took a step forward. The scraping sound resounded once again, coming from it. Sonny strained his eyes and thought that he had noticed a slender sword being dragged behind the person. A hint of recognition appeared in his clouded mind, but in the next moment, a sudden burst of creaky, gurgling laughter threw his thoughts into a spin. Sonny shivered. That voice. The silhouette took another step forward, coming to the point where the flat surface of the floor gave place to the downward slope of the dome. Coincidentally, that was the moment when the dim glow of the runes finally reached it. Sonny flinched. "See curses." A familiar face was looming in the darkness above him. Even through the haze clouding his sight, Sonny managed to recognize the arrogant sentinel who had locked them in this cage a long, long time ago. Only now, that cold and handsome man was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he looked broken and gaunt, his face contorted in a demented grin. But much worse than that. In the place where the sentinel's eyes used to be, two bloody pits were gaping, crimson streams flowing down his cheeks like tears. His fingers were marred with blood, too. As Sonny recoiled, the Lost laughed again, and then suddenly clawed at his face, his laughter turning into a stifled groan, and then into a whisper. "Can't get me any more, can't get me, I tricked him." Then the lunatic abruptly froze. Slowly, his head turned, and the bloody pits of his eyes stared directly at the cage. A moment later, a grimace of hatred appeared on his face. You, it is all your fault, yours. You let him free." Sonny felt weak and barely able to stand, and he was suffering too much to have any energy for fear. So, although it was obvious that the sentinel had returned to exact revenge and kill them, he didn't mind. Instead, he welcomed it. "Good, good. Come here then. Just come here and open the door. You can't try to kill me all you want. Just open the damn door, you wretch." As long as the door was open, they could escape. The Lost swayed again, then made a move to step forward and stopped. His sword fell to the floor with a clang. "Damn you!" Instead, a whirlpool of sparks swirled around his hands, and a curved bow appeared in them. Sonny's heart grew cold. "No, no, no." The sentinel whispered, "Die, vermin." With that, he drew the string of the bow. As soon as he did, a ghostly arrow appeared on it, its tip long and sharp as a razor. Sonny held his breath and stared at the tip of the arrow, then slowly turned his head and looked at Cassie, who stood motionlessly beside him. His face grew solemn. "Don't make a sound, please, don't make a sound." A moment later, he heard the sound of the string, and saw the arrow streak above the blind girl's shoulder, the wind throwing a few strands of her hair into the air and shatter against the stones. Cassie flinched but remained absolutely silent. The sentinel frowned. "Alive, I know that you are still alive, but not for long now." He drew the bow again and sent another ghostly arrow flying. This time it flew mere centimeters above Sonny's head. For the first time in his life, he felt actually thankful for his short stature. But the crazed Lost wasn't done. Sonny turned his head and stared directly at him. A ghastly smile suddenly appeared on the sentinel's face. "Got you now." He drew the bow again and then lowered it, aiming directly at Sonny's heart. Sonny did not move a muscle. A moment before the Lost released the string, something small and swift suddenly dashed toward him from behind and bit his leg ferociously. It was the covetous coffer. Back when everything started, Sonny had left it in the interrogation room on purpose. He couldn't control a memory like he would an echo, but the coffer was still able to follow simple commands. The command it had received from Sonny in those moments was to hide, and then find him. And then wait. The poor thing had loitered near the locked door of the cell for several weeks, hiding every time anyone approached. And now, it was finally able to receive a new command. "Attack." The box scurried from its hiding place, reached the cell, and ran through the door on its 8 short iron legs, just in time to sink its sharp triangular teeth into the sentinel's heel. They easily pierced the steel of his armored boot. Blood spurted into the air, and with a surprised shriek, the man stumbled forward, fell, and rolled down the slope of the dome, crashing into the bars of the cage. The arrow flashed past Sonny, missing him by a hair's breadth. But he did not care, already moving. As soon as the damage was done, Sonny dismissed the covetous coffer, and before the runes could devour the tiny amount of shadow essence returned to him by that act, sent all of it into his hurting muscle. Ease. And now he was dashing up the slope toward where the Lost was trying to get back to his feet. Before he could, however, Sonny was already upon him. He thrust his hands through the bars, wrapped one arm around the man's neck, pressed him against the cage, and used the other hand to lock him into a stranglehold. Sonny was weakened by the runes, the hunger, and the thirst, but he still had 3 cores and 3 shadows wrapped around his body. His strength was fueled by fury, desperation, and cold, murderous will. All of it was barely enough to hold the struggling sentinel in place. The 2 men struggled furiously, one trying to break free, the other trying to squeeze the very life out of his enemy. Sonny used everything he had, and then a bit more, strangling the Lost with all the strength he had left in his gaunt, starved body. He knew that there was not going to be another chance. He had to kill this man in order to survive. And even more important than that, he simply wanted to. So he bit his lip, feeling drops of blood flowing into his dry mouth, and pulled. After what felt like an eternity, when his vision had gone almost entirely black, and his muscles were on the verge of collapsing, he felt something snap under his grip, and then the body of his enemy suddenly grew limp. The sentinel was dead. Probably. Sonny let out a shaky breath, let go of the man's corpse, and fell back, sliding down to the center of the dome. He couldn't stand up anymore. In truth, he couldn't even open his eyes, not that he would be able to see anything. The fight had taken the last of his strength. His chest rose and fell, every breath sending a wave of agony through his body. He didn't think that he could move. "I'm done." Through the haze, Sonny heard someone walk unsteadily past him, and some time later, a loud click. Then 2 small, weak hands grabbed him by the shoulders, and Sonny felt himself being dragged across the cold stones. He didn't quite understand what was happening. However, soon his whole body shuddered, and a dark grin slowly appeared on his face. A raging, revitalizing flood of shadow essence was flowing into his 3 cores. He was free. Chapter 572, Sweeter Than Heaven. Sonny remained motionless for a while, then took a look into his soul sea. It didn't seem lifeless and drained anymore. The 3 black suns of his cores loomed above in a perfect triangle, burning with furious dark flames, and the tranquil sea was in turmoil, replete the raging energy. He glanced at the shadow of the sentinel that had joined the silent ranks of his brethren, made a grimace, and closed his eyes. His body was still weak and on the verge of shutting down, but now, satiated with essence, it was not completely useless anymore. He concentrated, then summoned the soul serpent and circulated the essence through its coils, feeling strength return to his aching muscles. His lethargy receded a little. Finally, Sonny opened his eyes and turned his head to look at Cassie. The blind girl was laying on the floor beside him, just outside the circle of runes, completely spent. She must have retrieved the keys from the sentinel's corpse, unlocked the door, then dragged him out of the cage. Sonny didn't know how she had managed to carry him all the way in her terrible condition, but she had. Now Cassie was barely breathing. However, the color was slowly returning to her face. She was regenerating her soul essence, too. Just the effort of turning his head made Sonny feel dizzy. He rested for a few moments, breathing heavily, then summoned Saint. The taciturn knight appeared out of his shadow, her ruby eyes burning in the darkness. He stared at her from below for a second, then gave a silent command. "Close the door, guard us." The demon silently turned and walked away, her steps echoing in the silence of the stone cell. Sonny rested some more, then gritted his teeth and tried to sit up. He succeeded on the 3rd try. Water. He needed water. All of his being lusted for a single drop of the precious liquid. A swirl of sparks danced around his hand, and then the most glorious thing he had ever seen appeared in it. It was a dazzling, beautiful, sublime bottle made out of patterned blue glass. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then crawled closer to Cassie, held up her head, and brought the endless spring to her cracked lips. As soon as the first drops of water fell into her mouth, the blind girl opened her eyes, flinched, and then drank greedily. At some point, she raised one hand and grabbed his own, as if afraid that he would take the bottle away. Sunny observed her, his own throat spasming in pain. Finally, he wrestled his hand free and drank his own share. The cold water was, without a shadow of a doubt, the sweetest and most magnificent thing he had ever tasted. Drinking it was more euphoric than being reborn during the awakening, and much more rewarding by far. With each sip, he could feel life returning int. Oh, his tortured body, as if he was rising from the dead. In these moments, he was probably the happiest he had ever been. After both of them satiated their thirst, they fell to the floor, dead tired. Sunny and Cassie were revitalized by the water, but mentally exhausted and utterly drained. It wasn't long before they fell asleep. When Sunny woke up, he felt much better. He was still in a rather bad shape and weak from hunger, his stomach pulsing with pain, but at least not dying anymore. He sat up, drank more water, and looked around the cell. Cassie was still sound asleep, laying on the cold stone floor. She looked to be in a worse condition than him, but there was color to her face, and her breathing was calm and steady. Even though the blind girl did not possess the miraculous blood weave, she was still a powerful awakened. Her body was much more resilient and quicker to heal than that of a mundane human. Sunny suspected that in a couple of days, both of them would be mostly back to normal. Provided that nothing else happens. What were the chances of that? He glanced at Saint, who was guarding the heavy door, then at the cage and the corpse of the sentinel laying near it. His face became contorted by a grimace of disgust. Sunny sighed, then closed his eyes and sent one of his shadows to take a look outside the door. The long corridor was empty and submerged in darkness. Nothing moved there, and nothing seemed to pose any threat. The only thing he saw was another corpse, this one belonging to the partner of the dead sentinel, sprawled near the cell, terribly mangled and in the early stages of decomposition. Sunny stared at it for a while, then commanded the shadow to return. The silence outside was almost eerie. At that moment, Cassie stirred and opened her eyes. She sat down and groaned quietly, then slowly turned her head in his direction. Her second aspect ability must have returned. Or maybe she just located him by the smell after weeks spent in the iron cage. Both of them reeked terribly enough to scare away a pack of hungry wolves. Sunny handed her the endless spring, stared at the bottle in the delicate hand of the blind girl for a few moments, then turned away. Cassie drank the water, coughed, then returned the memory and asked, her voice raspy. "What are we going to do now?" Sunny hesitated for a bit, then shrugged. "First, we need to find some food. Once we are full and strong enough to fight, we'll see. Gather information, assess the situation, then act." She nodded, then slowly rose to her feet. The quiet dancer appeared in her hand in the glow of white sparks. Sunny stood up too and headed toward the door. Saint moved aside, allowing him to open it. Standing at the threshold, he hesitated for a few seconds and then took a step forward. A dark expression appeared on his face. Sunny knew that he had to be careful, but he also felt entitled to some vengeance of his own. Chapter 573, Hunger. Stepping over the corpse laying at the doorstep of their cell, Sunny and Cassie entered the dark, empty corridor and stopped for a few short moments. They listened tensely to the echoing silence that reigned over it, and then cautiously moved forward. Most humans would have felt lost in the impenetrable darkness, but neither of them found it uncomfortable. Stepping softly, they walked toward the entrance to the closest stairwell, the shadows gliding ahead of them to scout for potential dangers. Sunny didn't let the shadows go too far, though, knowing that he might need their help at a moment's notice. In the past weeks, he had learned everything that Cassie knew about the Night Temple, so there was a clear mental picture of its interior in his head. The parts of the great cathedral that the blind girl was familiar with, at least. Currently, they were at the lowest levels of one of its 7 belfries, deep below the outward ring of the main structure. There were 2 other belfries in the outward ring, and both the ring itself and the 3 towers descending from it remained uninhabited. They were mostly empty or occupied by storage rooms, workshops, and other facilities the Lost used to maintain the citadel. Still, there was no way of knowing what might have changed inside the temple since their imprisonment, and what danger lay ahead in the darkness. They moved from one level to another, not meeting a single living soul. Here and there, signs of battle could be seen. The furniture was smashed to pieces, the walls scraped by sharp blades or cracked, a few of them completely shattered. The floor was stained with blood, but there were no more corpses around. All they found were a clump of torn, bloodied clothes and several overturned tables, as though someone had desperately tried to build a barricade. Whoever it had been, it didn't seem as though they succeeded. The makeshift barricade was broken, and there was a lot of blood on the floor, the walls, and even the ceiling behind it. Sonny and Cassie walked past, their expressions turning somber. After a while, Sonny finally discovered a storage room full of wooden crates behind one of the locked doors, each containing hundreds of tubes of synth paste. His mouth instantly watered. Food. No matter how much he hated the muddy sludge right now, he was ready to kill for a single mouthful. Sonny and Cassie opened the storage room with one of the keys attached to the keyring they had picked up from the body of the sentinel, entered it, and then locked the door behind them. Both of them were starving, but before Cassie had a chance to grab a tube, Sonny stopped her. Don't eat more than one, and eat it slowly. She hesitated, then turned to him with a frown. Why, I'm so hungry. He shook his head and sat down on one of the crates. If you eat too much, too quickly after going without food for a long time, you might die. The blind girl tilted her head. What, why, how do you know? Sonny opened a tube and shrugged. Seen it happen. That was just general knowledge among the street kids in the outskirts. However, Cassie had probably never faced real hunger. Even in the dark city, the inhabitants of the outer settlement had been fed generously by Changing Star and her hunting party during her time there. Sonny was surprised, actually, that normal children didn't learn about such stuff in school. The blind girl lingered for a few moments, but listened to his advice in the end. Each of them slowly ate one tube of synth paste, and then rested for a while. After that, Sonny summoned the covetous coffer, patted it on the lid, and loaded a couple of crates into the small box. What a good little box you are. Good job, coffer. Then, feeling refreshed and energized, the strength slowly returning to their starved bodies, they moved the crates around and took turns washing themselves with the help of the endless spring. Sonny went first. Taking off the reeking clothes and scrubbing his skin with cold water felt heavenly. When he was done, he summoned the undying chain and finally felt like himself again. After that, he sat by the door quietly and, using one of the shadows, kept watch on the corridor outside. In the dead silence on the stone belfry, Sonny couldn't help but hear every sound around him. The rustle of the crude tunic against Cassie's skin as she took it off and dropped it on the ground. The murmur of the water as it flowed down her petite, supple body, and the small sighs of relief she made as the weight of several weeks of imprisonment was washed away by it. After a while, she joined him, clad once again in her blue coat and polished armor. Sonny hesitated for a bit, then said, "Come closer." Cassie tilted her head a little, then did as he told. Sonny reached toward one of the extinguished oil lamps, and then proceeded to rub her cuirass, pauldron, and other steel elements of the armor with soot. The blind girl frowned but didn't stop him. Are you trying to make it non-reflective? He nodded. Yeah, just in case. They still didn't know what powers Mordred possessed, but whatever they were, mirrors and reflections obviously had something to do with it. The undying chain was forged out of bleak steel, but Cassie's armor was too lustrous for him to feel at ease. That was also the reason why he had not summoned the cruel sight yet. The silver blade of the enchanted spear was like a clear mirror, and he wasn't sure what might happen if he did. After Sonny was done covering up the polished steel of Cassie's armor with soot, they rested for a while, ate a little more, and left the storage room behind. It was time to ascend the belfry and return to the outward ring of the Night Temple. As soon as they stepped out of the stairwell and found themselves between the black walls of the main structure of the Night Temple again, a terrible smell assaulted their nostrils. Sonny grimaced and then covered his nose with a hand. This was the familiar, vile smell of death. Just like the belfry, the outward ring was submerged in darkness. No one had bothered to change the oil in the lamps, and there were no windows to let in the light. The corridors here were wider and their adornments richer. However, just like before, everything was silent and there was nobody around. Sunny shivered. Just where is everyone? The night temple seemed completely deserted. At first, when they had been hungry and weak, he was glad for it. But now, the absence of people was starting to make him nervous. What the hell had happened here while they were locked up? Moving slowly, the two of them cautiously headed in the direction of the gates leading to the outside. It wasn't long before Sunny noticed a trail of dried blood on the stones beneath his feet, as though someone dead or dying had been dragged across them. Coincidentally, the trail led in the same direction. Soon, the smell of death grew stronger, making it hard to breathe. Sunny and Cassie entered the hall separating them from the gates, and froze. His face darkened. That is not good. Chapter 574, Black Altar. Before the gates of the temple, a large hall stood, submerged in darkness. The air was permeated with the smell of rot, and at least a dozen of eviscerated bodies lay on the cold stones, staring into nothingness with their empty eyes. Sunny had long become accustomed to such sights, so he wasn't too bothered by it. The implication, however, left him feeling cold. Damnation! He entered the hall, both Saint and the serpent emerging silently from his shadows. Cassie followed, gripping the hilt of the quiet dancer so hard that her fingers turned white. Sunny walked over to the nearest corpse, held his breath, and knelt beside it, studying its wounds. Then, with a grim expression, he moved over to the next one and did the same. It took him some time to check on each of the slain lost, and by the end, his eyes were full of darkness. The blind girl remained silent for a few moments, then asked, her voice tense and trembling, "How did they die?" He lingered for a second, then shook his head. "Sword wounds." Each of the fallen sentinels was killed with one precise, fatal strike. However, most of them were terribly mutilated and covered in multiple wounds, none of them lethal, but all aimed at inflicting the maximum amount of pain. The killer, whoever it was, wanted his victims to suffer before they died. Well, Sunny was pretty sure that he knew who the killer was. Mordred, the man or thing that he had set free. It seemed that the Prince of Nothing had a sadistic streak about him. But that wasn't the problem. From everything that Sunny had learned before, he assumed that Mordred possessed a bizarre and powerful aspect that allowed him to deal either mind or soul damage to other living beings. That made him extremely dangerous. The prerequisite for this ability seemed to be looking the prisoner of the Night Temple in the eyes, which was good, since both Sunny and Cassie could naturally counter it. Sunny by fighting with his eyes closed, Cassie by simply being blind. However, these lost had clearly died in a ferocious and bloody melee. That meant that, on top of everything else, Mordred was a fighter of incredible skilled, and powerful enough to not only kill a dozen experiences awakened with a sword, but also to play with his victims before he did. Just how was Sunny supposed to win against someone like that? He sighed, then walked past the corpses and approached the gate. Master Weld had told them that the citadel was sealed, and no one except for Saint Cormac would be able to open it. However, Sunny had to check for himself. He wrapped all three shadows around his body and tried to push open the gates, but to no avail. The heavy doors didn't budge even when Saint joined him. None of the keys their jailers had carried were of any use. Two, there wasn't even a keyhole to insert them. Sunny looked beneath the surface of the gates, hoping to see the same type of primitive weave he had seen in the door of the ebony tower. But there was none. Cursed! He gave the gates a good kick, then turned around and walked back to Cassie in frustration. I guess we aren't getting out of here until the Saint arrives. Which would happen in a week at the earliest. Would they even be able to survive that long? The blind girl frowned, then asked with uncertainty, "Where to then?" Sunny thought for a few seconds. Since they were already stuck in this damned place, why not try and accomplish the task they had come here to complete in the first place? Let's go check on the gateway. Perhaps the ivory knife was still there, somewhere. Leaving the scene of the cruel massacre behind, the two of them headed deeper into the stone bowels of the Night Temple. It took them a long time to cross the outward ring and enter the central temple. The distance itself was not that considerable, but the bizarre interior of the cathedral was disorienting and sprawling, resembling a vast, convoluted maze of black stone. They also had to remain cautious and move slowly so as to not walk into an ambush. The darkness, silence, and eerie emptiness of the deserted citadel were slowly stretching their already tense nerves. Both Sunny and Cassie had not recovered from their ordeal completely, so they had to stop and rest a couple of times, drinking water and eating small amounts of synth paste. They also encountered more morbid remnants of the struggle that had been going on inside the Night Temple, while they were slowly dying inside the cage, rotting corpses of the lost, signs of bloodshed and destruction, as well as things that were too strange and vile to be explained by any kind of sane logic. It was as though they were traveling through the workshop of a mad butcher. With each minute that passed, Sunny grew more and more grim. For the first time since this whole disaster started, he actually began to question the moral implications of what his actions had led to, even if he had been an unwilling accomplice. Mordred only managed to escape because of him. Had Sunny accidentally released an unspeakable evil upon the world? He wasn't sure how to feel about that. On one hand, he didn't really care about the world, but on the other hand, Sunny didn't like to leave behind a mess without cleaning it up. It was just basic decency. A bit conflicted, he sent the shadow ahead, made sure that everything was fine, and finally led Cassie into the grand hall of the Night Temple. This place was both magnificent and uncanny. It was vast and full of darkness, reminding him of his home in the Dark City. The only difference was that this tenebrous cathedral was built upside down. Far above them, the ceiling was flat and stretched into the distance. The floor, on the contrary, arched downward like a giant bowl, with load-bearing stone seams protruding from it like bridges and roads. The hall was silent and somber, and absolutely empty. In its center, there was a wide stone platform. It was covered in rubble, large pieces of black obsidian laying in piles where the black altar had once stood. They really destroyed it. Sunny stared at the shattered altar, still not quite believing that the gateway was really obliterated. What madness was this? They lingered for a few moments, and then descended toward the platform. There, Sunny spent some time sifting through the rubble, hoping to find the ivory knife. But it was nowhere to be found. All he found was broken obsidian and pieces of Storm God's shattered statue. Either the knife had never been there, to begin with, or Mordred had gotten to it first. Curse it! Sunny turned the head of the statue, looked beneath it, and then stood up, staring into the empty eyes of the dead goddess with dark fury. Damned liar, a prince of lies, that's who he is. As he was boiling with rage, Cassie suddenly took a step forward and touched him on the shoulder. Then she pointed toward the other end of the grand hall and whispered, "I hear footsteps. Someone is coming." Sunny stared into the darkness, his hand itching to summon a weapon. His eyes gleamed dangerously. Let them come. Chapter 575, Confrontation. Sunny was tired of the silence, the emptiness, and the quiet dread. The fear of the unknown had been pressing heavily onto his heart, and for a short moment, he wanted for this burdensome uncertainty to end, no matter how violent and dangerous the resulting confrontation would be. But then he had to grit his teeth and remind himself that giving in to anger and frustration was a sure way to die. Without knowing the scale of the threat, he had to remain calm and keep a cool head. His hand, already outstretched to summon a weapon, hovered in the air for a couple of moments, and then relaxed. Sunny sent one of his shadows forward, and soon saw human figures emerging from one of the passages, some of them limping, the others carrying stretchers with those of their brethren who were too heavily wounded to walk. The lost, they were the remaining guardians of the Night Temple. In front of them, a woman in a black tunic was walking, her red hair dirty and damp with sweat. There was a grim, dark expression on her face. So there are survivors, after all. There were a dozen or so warriors who could still fight, although they didn't seem to be in the best shape. Several were carrying lanterns and torches, the orange flames pushing the darkness reigning in the great hall back. They were still too far away to notice Sunny and Cassie, but he had no doubt that they would be discovered soon. What to do, wait or hide? A moment later, the decision was made for him. As Sunny watched, one of the lost suddenly approached Master Weld and whispered something to her, then pointed directly at the shadow that was observing them from the darkness. Crap. Sunny was more or less certain in his ability to contend with one of the ascended knights, provided of course that Saint and the Serpent were on his side. With the dozen lost supporting the opponent, though, It was a fight he would have preferred to avoid, especially considering that what he needed the most right now was information, which the survivors possessed. Soon, a lone figure separated from the group of battered sentinels and headed their way with measured, steady steps. As soon as Sonny saw who it was, his face darkened. Master Pierce, the man was as rugged and severe as he had been when they first met, his steely eyes cold and hard. The stubble on his cheeks had turned into a short beard, and his lusterless scale mail was damaged in several places, but other than that, he looked exactly the same. It was as though the weeks of bloody horror had no effect on him at all. Now, the odds were really not in Sonny's favor. He was still sure of his ability to at least escape, though, if need be. Master Pierce approached the central platform and stopped, studying Sonny and Cassie with a heavy gaze. Sonny cleared his throat and faked a shaky smile. Sir Pierce, thank the gods, we weren't sure that anyone was left alive." To his left, Cassie suddenly tensed. Knowing that she must have sensed something happening in the next few seconds, Sonny prepared for the worst. However, noting that the blind girl remained motionless, he didn't do anything rash as well. Master Pierce spoke, his voice dark and heavy. Well, what do we have here?" In the next moment, a vast whirlwind of white sparks surrounded the platform. Sonny cursed inwardly and watched as 10 human figures appeared from the sparks, surrounding them. In an instant, the number of their potential enemies almost doubled. These humans, though, he had to suppress a shiver. Their empty eyes, their empty shadows, no, they weren't humans at all. Instead, 10 echoes were staring at him with lifeless expressions, each radiating an eerie, deeply disturbing and threatening aura. Pierce stared at them coldly. "I see that the two of you are still alive." Sonny looked around, feverishly thinking about how to turn the situation around. "Oh, about that." Before he could say anything, he noticed that Cassie turned her head slightly and glanced somewhere behind him, a small frown appearing on her face. Just like that, he knew that someone was there. Which was strange, considering that Sonny was always aware of what was behind his back thanks to the shadows, and couldn't see or sense anything right now. The blind girl was proven right, though, in the next moment, when something cold touched his neck, and a vaguely familiar, raspy voice spoke into his ear. "Don't move." Sonny froze. That voice, the female sentinel that was guarding the gates on the day we arrived. Why can't I see her or sense her shadow? The answer was rather obvious. The woman must have been able to don some form of invisibility thanks to her aspect. That was one nasty ability. He pretended to tremble. Yes, I'm not moving." For a couple of moments, no one spoke. Then, Cassie turned her face toward the fearsome master and said, "Sir Pierce, I would appreciate it if you could give us shelter and explain what is happening. We barely escaped the cage you put us in alive, and being met with such hostility is not how we imagined finding fellow humans again." He stared at her for a bit, then grinned. "Give you shelter? That is a good joke. Give me one reason to not kill you both instead." Cassie frowned but did not show any fear. Instead, she remained silent for a few seconds, and then said in a calm and even voice, "You can try, you will certainly succeed, but not without paying a cost. Awakened sunless and I might not be ascended, but we did not receive our designations for nothing. How many of your men and echoes will we take to hell with us?" She paused for a moment, and then added, "How many can you spare?" Master Pierce opened his mouth, wishing to say something, but was cut off by Weld, who had approached from behind. The second ascended spoke in a tired voice. "Enough, we can't spare anyone or anything. I know this and you do too, Pierce. These two are strong, they will be of use. We will take them with us." He grimaced, then spat. "What if that thing is hiding in one of them?" Lady Weld glanced at Sonny and Cassie and shook her head. "They have been locked in the lesser cell for weeks. Between all of us, these two are the least likely to have been taken. Besides, we have just destroyed his previous vessel. There are no mirrors in the Great Hall, so—" She sighed heavily, then addressed Cassie. "Come, it is not safe here. We must return to the inner sanctum as fast as possible." Pierce gritted his teeth, then snarled and dismissed the echoes. At the same time, Sonny felt the cold blade move away from his neck. In the next moment, the familiar sentinel appeared from the thin air beside him, holding a sharp dagger in her hand. She smiled and winked at him. Lucky you, well, maybe next time. With that, the woman headed toward the group of the lost and beckoned for them to follow. Sonny briefly glanced at Cassie, sighed, and started walking. He wasn't too happy about how things had turned out and knew that their conflict with the forces of valor was not over. But for now, at least, there seemed to be a shaky truce between them, which gave him an opportunity to get some answers. Chapter 576, Elennur Sanctum. The lost entered the inner sanctum of the Night Temple, its very heart, and bolted the heavy doors behind them. As soon as they did, a field of glowing runes flashed for a moment on the dark wooden surface and then disappeared without a trace. Sonny glanced at the door with a frown, but didn't say anything. Cassie had never been to this part of the citadel, so neither of them had any information about what was inside. The area was not too large, but right below them was the main bell tower of the cathedral, which was taller and wider than the other 6 belfries. The 2 masters led their people through somber corridors to a spacious hall that meant to serve as their current stronghold. There were guards keeping watch in front of the entrance, crates with food and water, a fireplace keeping the cold at bay, and makeshift bedding for people to sleep on. Just from looking at the number of cots, Sonny understood that not everyone had returned from their latest hunt, or whatever it was that the sentinels had tried to accomplish. All in all, 23 lost remained, some of them heavily wounded. With Pierce, Weld, and the 2 of them, there were less than 30 humans left to oppose the Mad Prince. That meant that in several weeks, Mordred had eviscerated more than 2/3 of the temple's defenders. Remembering how confident Master Weld had been in their ability to contain the prisoner at the start of all this, Sonny couldn't help but shake his head. Mordred turned out to be more lethal and terrifying than even his jailers had expected. The wounded were quickly tended to, and the lost fell on their cots, dead tired. A few went through the familiar motions of maintaining the camp, cooking food, distributing water, and doing other miscellaneous tasks. Everything was performed swiftly and with trained precision, proving once more how experienced and professional these people were. They were obviously fatigued, both mentally and physically, but not nearly as beaten and unsteady as Sonny had thought. Their spirits were not broken, perhaps, because only those with the strongest wills had survived. He also couldn't help but notice that there was not a single reflective surface in the whole of the inner sanctum. The lost wore either armor made out of leather or dull steel that didn't give off reflections, and even made sure to store and drink water from opaque containers, not letting a single drop fall to the floor. After a while, the familiar female sentinel approached them and said, "Sir and lady wish to see you." Sonny and Cassie were led to a separate room, where Pierce and Weld were waiting for them behind a wide, round table. Both of their expressions were grim. Weld gestured to a couple of chairs, and after waiting for a few moments said, "The 2 of you will follow simple rules. From now on, you are under our command. You will follow any order either Sir Pierce or I give you. You will not use any memory or item that can be used as a mirror inside the inner sanctum or outside of it if you wish to live. You will not conspire against your fellow soldiers or tell a single soul about what you have seen here in the Night Temple. If you disagree, leave right now." Sonny and Cassie glanced at each other, but remained seated. Weld nodded, then looked at Sonny. "Awakened Sunless, please describe how you came in possession of that piece of a broken mirror, this time in detail." Pierce suddenly leaned forward and growled, "And don't even think about lying to us, boy. You won't like the result." Sonny pretended to look at him with a bit of fear. "I couldn't lie even if I wanted to, you fool." He told the tale of how he had encountered the mirror beast on the Reckoning Island and almost lost his life to the strange creature. Knowing that he had to give up at least some valuable information, as well as explain how he had managed to defeat such a dangerous abomination, he shared the detail about using the flaw of his own aspect against the reflection, while not mentioning what that flaw was exactly, of course. After both masters were silent for a while, finally Weld spoke, her voice solemn. So one of his reflections managed to escape, after all. To think that it had been so close all this time. Sonny hesitated, then cautiously asked, "I am sorry, but what was this piece of mirror exactly? If it was so dangerous, why was I even allowed to bring it inside?" Pierce clenched his fists and stared at him with fury. Then he uttered through gritted teeth, The inspection was meant to prevent mundane mirrors from being brought into the citadel. No one could have expected that there was one more fragment out there somewhere. If we knew, you would have been killed as soon as you set foot on the chained aisles. As for what that fragment was, it's not for you to know. Sonny shivered slightly, realizing how big of a target he had drawn on himself by picking up the inconspicuous piece of mirror. No wonder St. Tyrus had warned him to never speak of visiting the Reckoning Island to anyone. While he was thinking that, Cassie finally spoke. "With all due respect, Sir Pierce, we have the right to know. Or rather, we need to. How are we supposed to fight against the threat if we don't know what it is? What exactly have we unleashed? What kind of a creature is capable of causing so much death and destruction?" The master opened his mouth to spat a cold response, but Weld spoke first, her voice calm. "She is right, Pierce. They need to know if they are to be useful." She sighed, then looked away and remained silent for a while. Then, Weld grimaced, rubbed her face, and said, her voice somber and grave, "The creature that you have unleashed, that monster is Mordred of Valor, the Prince of War." Chapter 577, Only You. After that statement, the room was silent for a while. Sonny frowned, thinking about what he had just heard. He wasn't really surprised to learn that Mordred was a scion of the great clan Valor. He had already known that there was some connection there. He had also considered that one possible explanation for Mordred's strange insistence on calling himself a prince was a blood relation to one of the sovereign. Now it was more or less clear that Anvil of Valor was the mysterious prince's father. What made Sonny frown, however, was that Weld called Mordred the Prince of War. Was that an indication that Clan Valor had inherited the lineage of War God, just like the immortal Flame clan inherited that of Sun God? If so, what lineages did the other two great clans possess? And where did it leave him, who was supposed to become the inheritor of Shadow God, but ended up stuck with a forbidden lineage of an elusive demon instead? Meanwhile, Cassie spoke, her voice slightly surprised. "Of Valor." Master Weld sighed again, then nodded. "Yes, Prince Mordred is the eldest son of Saint Anvil, one of the patriarchs of our great clan. As a young child, he was given as a hostage to a powerful ally, to keep peace and ensure prosperity for all. No harm was meant to come to him, and it didn't, or so we thought. Years later, the prince was returned to us as a valiant awakened, to our joy and relief." Pierce's face darkened, and he looked away. Weld lingered for a few moments and then continued. "But our joy was short-lived. Soon it became apparent that the boy had grown up to be disturbed. He was cruel, uncaring, and had certain impulses that couldn't be controlled. The more powerful he became, the less human he seemed. And he was powerful, incredibly so, more powerful than any awakened was supposed to be." She looked down, then grimaced. "In the end, Prince Mordred left the clan and, breaking the command of the elders, sought out a seed of nightmare to become a master. Knowing that he was too dangerous to be allowed to ascend, or even to walk freely in the waking world, it was with a heavy heart that a decision was made to eliminate him. Monster or not, he was our responsibility after all." Sonny rubbed his temples. There was a lot of new information in what they were told, provided it was true, of course, which he wasn't sure that it was. Had Mordred really been given away as a hostage? Was he really disturbed and dangerous? Maybe he was, and maybe he wasn't, or had not been at least. Whatever the case, Sonny had no doubt that it had no bearing on Anvil's decision to get rid of his firstborn son. The key phrases in all the noble-sounding words Weld had spoken were too powerful and couldn't be controlled. Mordred had probably been forbidden from challenging the second nightmare for that very reason. That was why he had come to the chained aisles alone, seeking a seed that had not been discovered, and thus couldn't be guarded by the forces of the sovereigns. Which eventually led to his downfall. One thing, however, didn't make a lot of sense. Sonny glanced at the masters and then asked doubtfully, "If that Mordred was so dangerous, why didn't you just kill him? Why go to all this trouble and imprison him instead?" After a short pause, it was Pierce who answered, his voice grim. "Do you think we haven't tried? His physical body was destroyed, his spirit body too, but that still didn't kill him. No matter what we attempted, that thing simply refused to die. Many of my comrades did in the process, however. In the end, we could only bind him, and even that was only possible with the help of the saints." Sonny stared at the fearsome master, dumbfounded. Both his physical and spirit body destroyed, and yet he still exists. How is that even possible? He opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. What is his aspect exactly? Pierce and Weld glanced at each other. In the end, the woman spoke. It has to do with mirrors, reflections, and souls. Prince Mordred is able to travel through mirrors and control the reflections. His second ability, though, is much more terrifying. If one looks at him through any form of a mirror, their soul will be devoured and their body will become his. By taking a vessel, the prince inherits their memories, echoes, and even their aspect. But also their flaw, similar to the being you have encountered on the Reckoning Island, which was one of his creations. She fell silent for a few moments, and absent-mindedly touched the amulet in the shape of an anvil hanging around her neck. Pierce and I are immune to his powers. The rest of our soldiers, though, are not so fortunate. He had been taking one after another, using their bodies to kill the rest. The latest vessel of his was especially dangerous, since it possessed an aspect TH. It allowed him to create puppets out of the dead bodies of our brothers and sisters. We managed to destroy the vessel, but the prince himself got away, just like before. We weren't able to use the binding and imprison him again. Sonny tilted his head a little. Now, finally, a lot of things had become clear. Why Mordred had been imprisoned, why the Night Temple was closed off to strangers, and why only the Echoes and the Lost were allowed to guard the prisoner. The former did not possess souls and couldn't be taken, while the latter could not return to the waking world even if the prince somehow escaped and took them as a vessel. Back in the waking world, catching him would be all but impossible, so. Suddenly, Sonny shivered. Noticing his expression, Pierce grinned darkly. I see you finally understand. Yes, don't think that you can reason with that beast or make use of the fact that his hatred is aimed at Clan Valor and not you. Currently, there are only 4 people in this citadel whose bodies can allow him to eventually return to the waking world. Well, then I cannot be taken, and neither can Lady Cassia due to her blindness. Which leaves. Master Pierce stared at him with his cold, dangerous eyes. Sonny cursed. Only you. Chapter 578, Perfect Vessel. Well, that's just damn great. The corner of Sonny's mouth twitched. The worst part was that he couldn't even disagree with Pierce's reasoning, because his own conclusion was more or less the same. Of course, Mordred was perfectly capable of making one of the Lost his vessel in hopes of traveling to the sanctuary, or a more remote human citadel, if need be, and stealing another body there. But why would he settle for a vastly inferior option when a perfect candidate was right there, his for the taking? Maybe that was the reason why he had not tried to seek out Sonny in the previous weeks. Mordred might have wanted to leave him for last. Thanks to Cassie, Sonny had a general idea about the aspects of both Weld and Pierce. The fearsome master seemed to possess powers that made him highly resistant, if not outright immune, to various forms of attacks, while his more friendly counterpart specialized in enhancing her combat prowess and debilitating the enemy. Noting that only Weld was wearing the strange anvil amulet, he made a guess that she was protected from Mordred's ability by its enchantment, while Pierce was capable of countering the possession simply through the might of his aspect. Cassie could not be taken, too, due to her blindness. One had to look at the reflection to be possessed, which she was incapable of. That left only Sonny. But more than that, Mordred had secretly watched him for months, and knew perfectly well how powerful Sonny actually was, as well as how he spoke, behaved, and carried himself. Who were his friends and who were his enemies? Mordred knew everything he needed to know to impersonate him perfectly, as well as how much would be gained by stealing his aspect, shadows, and memories. Truly, Sonny was an ideal vessel. It was almost as though this role had been predetermined for him from the very start. Damnation! He hesitated for a bit, then glanced at Pierce and Weld, this time not even having to fake worry. So, what is the plan, then? The masters lingered for a bit. Then Weld spoke, her voice dark and bitter. We won't try to venture outside and try to bind that monster again. At this point, we don't have enough numbers to trap him anymore. However, he also has no way of infiltrating the inner sanctum, and the vessel that made time his best ally is destroyed. So we will just wait. In about a week, maybe even less, St. Cormac will return. Then Prince Mordred will have to face a transcendence wrath. She clearly was not happy about having to take a passive approach, since, in a sense, this was as good as admitting defeat. But this plan of action did indeed seem like the best way to go, at least on the surface. All they had to do was barricade themselves inside the impregnable inner sanctum and wait for the cavalry to arrive. Surely, this much was within their ability. Sonny forced out a smile. That is a good plan. Master Weld nodded, then turned to Cassie. Lady Cassia, if your aspect brings you a helpful vision, don't hesitate to inform me immediately. Now please go and rest, you two. Eat your fill, we all need to keep up our strength. Just like that, the conversation was over. Sonny and Cassie stood up, bowed to the masters, then returned to the main hall. There, they endured the unfriendly gazes of the lost, filled 2 bowls with tasty-looking porridge, took a couple of opaque jars of water, and found a pair of empty straw mattresses in a remote corner. Sitting down, the two concentrated on the food, happy to finally eat something that was not synth paste. The meat porridge wasn't much, but to them, it tasted heavenly. After a while, Cassie said quietly while pretending to chew, "What do you think?" Sonny swallowed a spoonful of porridge, took a sip of water, and answered as he continued to stare at the floor. "They are lying, of course. There is no way that Mordred won't get into the inner sanctum somehow. He is too damn devious for that. I know it, and they know it too." His shadow, meanwhile, watched the figure of the sentinel who could turn invisible, to make sure that she wasn't listening in on their conversation. He kept a neutral expression as he ate some more, then added without looking at the blind girl. "What is most likely to happen is that things are going to go south very soon. Weld and Pierce will wait and observe for a bit, and then probably try to use us as bait to lay a trap for him." Cassie remained silent for a few moments, then asked, "How do you know?" He smiled, "Because that's what I would have done." After that, both continued to eat, preoccupied with their own thoughts. A few moments passed before Cassie spoke again, her voice a bit uncertain. "So then what do we do?" Sonny enjoyed the taste of the porridge, chewed it slowly, and then answered calmly. "For now, nothing. Let's wait and observe, too. Rest and eat just like we were told to. Restore our strength. Then we'll see." They didn't speak after that, and after finishing their food, allowed the exhaustion to overwhelm them. Laying side by side on the thin straw mattresses, Cassie and Sonny fell asleep. Only his watchful shadows remain alert, guarding their master through the night. When the two of them woke up, the air smelled of blood. Only 21 of the 23 lost were still alive. The 2 sentinels who kept watch outside the hall had been brutally slaughtered, without anyone even noticing how and when. Their bodies were still warm, and their blood painted the floors, the walls, and even the ceiling crimson, turning the somber corridor into a ghastly painting. In the center of the pool of blood, a single shard of mirror lay, as if mocking the surviving soldiers of the great clan Valor. Weld growled and destroyed it before anyone could approach. It seemed that Mordred chose not to hide the fact that he had entered the inner sanctum. Instead, he wanted everyone to know, to see what he had done, and wait, wondering, whom would he take next? Chapter 579, First Victim. The lost crowded near the entrance, staring at the grisly scene with grim expressions. Weld was in the corridor. She was standing in the middle of the pool of blood, her fists clenched. Sonny wasn't clear on who had discovered the bodies, since he only woke up due to the noise of everyone rushing to the door and the shine of the sparks of light as they summoned their weapons. He remained at the back of the crowd, using one of the shadows to study the corpses and another to observe the surviving sentinels. There was a thoughtful expression on his face. "I wonder." Before he could finish the thought, Pierce appeared from behind the bend of the corridor, glanced at Weld, shook his head briefly, and then growled at the lost. "What are you standing around for? Clean up this mess and secure the perimeter. No one moves alone or in pairs, 3 people minimum. Be ready, the bastard might return at any minute." The soldiers glanced at each other, seeds of fear blooming in the depths of their eyes. Then they silently got to work, following the master's command. Sonny lingered for a few moments, then returned to Cassie and sat down on his mattress. The blind girl asked quietly, "Who died and how?" He rubbed his face tiredly. "The guards. One was the guy who had noticed my shadow back in the Great Hall. The other, I didn't know him. As to how, pretty much the same as everyone else. Butchered and cut to pieces." She thought for a bit, then frowned. "And no one heard a thing." Sonny sighed. "He must have done it really fast. or his new vessel possesses an aspect that can dampen sounds. He remained silent for a bit, then said somberly, "Anyway, you should prepare." Cassie tilted her head. "Prepare for what? Another attack?" Sonny didn't answer immediately, looking at the Lost. Everyone seemed busy and focused, moving with trained precision and purpose. However, there was a hint of uncertainty on their pale faces. The sentinels tried to hide it, but to no avail. He looked down. No, right now, everyone only thinks that Mordred somehow broke through the seals and got into the inner sanctum. However, once they have time to think, they'll realize that there's another possibility. The blind girl paled. Sonny smiled darkly and added, "That he has been with them this whole time, hiding in one of the two strangers who had miraculously escaped an enchanted cell and insisted on being taken to this shelter. You or me." Cassie gritted her teeth. "There's no reasonable way to pin these murders on us." He chuckled. "What does reason have to do with any of this? Reason is always the first victim when fear arrives." With that, he fell silent, and after a few seconds, rose to go and get some breakfast. As Sonny walked toward the part of the hall that had been converted into a makeshift kitchen, many gazes followed him. Just as he had expected, they were slowly turning dark and dangerous, full of hostility, fear, and suspicion. Pretending to be appropriately frightened, too, he put some porridge in the bowls. Interesting. Mordred might not have been as crazed as Sonny had thought before. From the start of it, something about how the Prince of Nothing behaved had not sat right with him. Mordred had shown himself to be extremely cunning and meticulous, crafting such a masterful trap that even Sonny, who was an ingenious deceiver as well, fell into it without suspecting a thing. The sadistic way in which dozens of the Lost had been killed, and the morbid displays of demented butchery that the prince had left in the halls of the Night Temple, however, were utterly impractical and did not fit into this image of a cold and calculating strategist at all. Now that Mordred had decided to reveal his presence in the inner sanctum and sacrifice the invaluable advantage of surprise in exchange for only 2 lives, Sonny became convinced that there was a method to this madness. And as the surviving Lost followed him with heavy gazes, dark expressions contorting their faces, he was pretty sure that he understood its purpose. Mordred wanted them to be suspicious of each other. He wanted them to be tense and scared. He wanted their spirits to break. Why? To make their souls weak and their willpower shaken, of course. Which suggested that his ability to devour souls was not absolute and required the victim to be, what? To be defeated, to surrender, or simply to be weaker than his. What a bastard. Sonny returned to Cassie and gave her a bowl of porridge, then frowned. Honestly, he wasn't sure who was scarier, an unhinged lunatic that enjoyed torturing his victims before murdering them in horrific ways, or a cold-blooded killer that uncaringly did the same simply because it suited his practical goals. Either way, the result would be the same. The Lost were shaken, but not nearly close to breaking down, which meant that Mordred was not going to stop. No, he was only getting started sowing terror into the souls. The question was, how was Sonny supposed to stop him? He ate his porridge, then glanced at Pierce and Weld, who were speaking quietly near the doors. And should he? Soon, Master Pierce summoned the 10 echoes. Even though maintaining them at all times cost a considerable amount of essence, it was decided that the disturbing things would remain among the Lost from now on. Several were sent to explore the inner sanctum and try to find signs of the attacker, or at least learn how he had managed to get inside. The rest assumed guarding positions outside the hall, making the remaining sentinels feel both relieved and tense. Not even these experienced warriors felt comfortable in the presence of human echoes. The security measures were enhanced as well. No one was allowed to remain alone, and if there was a need to leave the common area, only groups of 3 could do so. Sonny and Cassie had to recruit the help of the female sentinel, the one who had the ability to turn invisible, just to visit the bathroom. And yet, none of these measures helped protect the stronghold. Come the next morning, 2 more Lost were dead. This time, they were killed inside the hall itself, not even in the corridor outside. After that, things turned really ugly for Sonny. Chapter 580, Presumption of Guilt. 2 days had passed after the battle with Mordred's previous vessel and the army of corpse puppets he had created with its help. Those of the wounded who had received light injuries were already back on their feet, but 3 of the sentinels were still in bad shape. Their comrades were doing everything in their power to treat their wounds, but with every healer in the citadel already dead, there was little that could be done to hasten the recovery. One of the corners of the hall was converted into an infirmary, where the 3 heavily injured sentinels rested and received care. In the morning, a piercing scream suddenly echoed between the black stone walls. Those who were sleeping jumped up, grabbing the weapons that they had kept summoned to be ready for an attack. Those who remained awake were already moving, rushing toward the source of the scream, the makeshift infirmary. Sonny simply sat up on his mattress, a tense expression on his face. There were 3 cots for the wounded, standing in a row along the wall. It was the lost who occupied the middle one that was screaming, his face contorted by an expression of sheer terror. The other 2 were dead. Their throats were sliced open, blood streaming to the floor. Both were killed in their sleep without alerting anyone around, as far away from the entrance to the hall as it was possible, right in the middle of the sentinels' camp. The third one clearly could have been murdered as well and had been left alive on purpose, as if to mock the lost. It was as though Mordred was telling them that no one was safe, and that he was perfectly capable of taking each of them whenever he pleased. What? How did he get inside? He might still be here. The lost were on the verge of panicking, but in the end their training and skill prevailed. Instead of descending into chaos, the situation inside the hall immediately turned into a coordinated action. Even before Pearce and Weld arrived, the sentinels were already moving to stand in a defensive formation, weapons drawn and ready for battle. The 2 masters appeared mere seconds after the scream. They quickly assessed the situation and joined their soldiers, half of the echoes moving closer, half barring the doors. For a few moments, there was a tense silence in the stronghold of the Valor forces. The surviving sentinels waited tensely by the infirmary, while 5 emptied echoes blocked the exit. There was no one else in the hall except for Sonny and Cassie, who had not moved from the start of it all. Slowly, all of the lost focused on the 2 of them. Their gazes were dark, cold, and full of danger. Sonny's face twitched. Crap. Was Mordred aware of how these actions would affect the 2 of them? Was he trying to force them out into the open on purpose, making it impossible to stay with the sentinels? What was his damn plan, really? What was his endgame? How was he planning to deal with Saint Cormac in a few days, and what role was everyone else supposed to play before that? He opened his mouth, wishing to say something to defuse the situation, but one of the lost was faster. It's them, it must be one of them. As soon as this first accusation was made, the floodgates were open. A moment later, Sonny and Cassie were assaulted by a litany of cries, all blaming them for the deaths of the 2 wounded sentinels. Sonny stared at the crowd of lost, feeling his heart grow cold. A single person could be reasoned with, but what he saw right now was not a group of people, but a massive creature with many heads, many shouting mouths, and many eyes that burned with fury, fear, and dark, murderous intent. A frightened crowd did not know reason. It only knew fear and the desire to either escape or destroy its source. Ironically, there were very few things more frightening than a senseless crowd. The lost were much more resilient and prepared than most people, but even battle-hardened warriors like them had a limit. After weeks of being hunted, slaughtered, and brutalized by the elusive and terrifying fiend, they seemed to have finally reached it. Of course, there was no logic behind the accusations. Neither Sonny nor Cassie possessed the means to commit the murder unnoticed, simply for the fact that they had been watched this entire time, since no one really trusted them to begin with. But his attempt to explain this was drowned by the chorus of angry shouts. Sonny noticed Pearce and Weld exchanging a quick look, their faces calm but somber. At least these 2 had managed to keep a cool head, but would that change anything? His heartbeat slowed. Sonny mentally took in the entirety of the hall, the echoes standing guard near the doors, the 2 masters, the formation of the lost, the dead sentinels laying on the blood-soaked cots. Would he be able to fight his way out of this place? And what would happen next? The forces of Valor would surely pursue him and Cassie. It was at this moment that a sudden realization hit him. Sonny hesitated for a moment, then slowly rose to his feet. His hand hovered in the air as if ready to summon a weapon. That action was enough to cause a chain effect among the lost. One of them suddenly lunged forward, throwing a javelin at Sunny. Another drew his bow, an arrow already knocked on the string. Nothing came of it, however. Almost instantly, Pierce growled, his voice easily suppressing the shouts. "Stop, you wretched bastards! Who ordered you to attack? Anyone who moves, I'll kill myself." At the same time, Weld turned into a blur and appeared in front of Sunny, catching the javelin before it could get anywhere near him. She looked at the weapon with a scowl, then threw it on the floor. The echoes standing in front of the sentinel formation suddenly turned, facing the lost. Their empty eyes stared at the frightened warriors, no emotion in them. Just like that, the two masters tamed the wild beast of the human crowd. No matter how far gone the sentinels were, there were still remnants of discipline etched deep into their bones. More than that, the easiest way to defeat fear was with a different, much greater fear. Under the unnerving gaze of the echoes, the accusing shouts abruptly stopped. The lost hesitated, then hesitantly lowered their weapons. However, their burning gazes were still focused on Sunny and Cassie, their thirst for violence temporarily leashed, but not quenched. Weld lingered for a moment. NT then looked at them over her shoulder. "You better come with me. It is not safe for the two of you to remain with the others. Don't worry, though, we'll keep you safe." Sunny pretended to shiver, glanced at the crowd of the lost, and nodded. "Sure, yeah, no problem." Inwardly, though, he was grinning. "Keep us safe, what a bunch of crap." Sunny and Cassie were led deeper into the inner sanctum. They passed the room with the round table where the two masters had first interrogated them, then the personal quarters of the ascended knights, and were finally led to a small room with a single door. Weld let them inside and remained at the threshold. She was quiet for a few moments and then said, "Wait for a bit, I will bring you food and water later. This will be your lodgings from now on, so get comfortable." With that, she closed the door and left. Sunny smiled darkly. He didn't hear the click of the lock, but the implication was clear. The small room was much more comfortable than the iron cage, but it served the same purpose. Once again, they were in a prison cell. However, Sunny knew that this time, they won't be staying in it long. Chapter 580, One Bell Tower. Several days passed with nothing disastrous happening. Sunny and Cassie spent them inside the small room, eating the food Weld or one of the echoes brought them and restoring their strength. Even though they were constantly watched, both remained calm and somewhat relaxed. Outside, things weren't as peaceful. Of course, Mordred had not killed again. Doing so would have only compromised his efforts to frame Sunny for the murders. However, the air was so full of tension that one could almost cut it with a knife. With every day of nothing happening, the already frayed nerves of the lost drew tauter and tauter. Fear, unease, and anxious anticipation built and built, mixing under the pressure of uncertainty into dark, viscous, and volatile dread. Sometimes, doing nothing produced the best result. Mordred knew when to push and when to pull too well. With nothing to do but wait for an inevitable attack and nowhere to release the tension, the lost spent a lot of time staring at the closed doors that led to the quarters where Sunny and Cassie were kept, their face growing darker with each day. Something had to give at this point. Even Pierce and Weld didn't seem confident in their ability to keep these soldiers under control and battle-ready. The two masters spent the time making their own plans. Sunny didn't know what these plans were, since he didn't dare to send one of his shadows to spy on the formidable Knights of Valor. He had a pretty good guess, though. On one of these days, he noticed that the lost seemed especially restless. Pierce and Weld were behaving a bit strangely as well. Sunny frowned, then walked to the door, picked up a tray of food that had been delivered by an echo a few hours earlier, then brought it over and handed one of the bowls to Cassie. "Eat well today." The blind girl gave him a short nod. To an outsider, this exchange would not have looked like anything, but the two of them knew each other very well, no matter how complicated this relationship was. Sunny had let Cassie know everything he needed to convey, and she had signaled that his message was received. Not saying anything else, they concentrated on the food. Although the night temple was sealed and cut off from the outside world, it seemed as though the temperature inside had dropped by a lot in the last few days. The cathedral was chilly before, but now, the cold felt intrusive and ever-present. Beyond the black walls of the citadel, November was in full swing. It was at least 1 week past the date when Sunny and Cassie were supposed to rendezvous with the rest of the cohort on the shipwreck island, in case Valor denied them access to the gateway. Sunny wondered how Effie and Kai were doing right now. Were they worried or waiting patiently, not knowing that everything had gone horribly wrong? There was no way to know. He sighed and looked at Cassie. The blind girl was sitting silently, staring into nothingness. They were close enough for him to see the reflection of his pale face in her beautiful blue eyes. Sunny smirked. "Oh, not bad." He had looked terrible after crawling out of the iron cage, but by now his appearance was more or less back to normal. He felt much better, too. Whatever fate had in store for him, he was ready. A few hours later, the door of their small room opened, and Weld appeared outside. The master looked at them somberly and said in an even voice, "Lady Kasha awakened sunless. The situation has changed a bit. It is not safe for the two of you to remain here anymore. Come, we have to move you to a different location." Sunny stared at her for a few moments, then asked cautiously, Is everything all right?" She lingered, then answered succinctly, "It will be." Wow, not ominous at all. Without much choice, Sunny and Cassie stood up and followed T. He red-haired master. They were led into the main hall of the fortified encampment and through it, feeling the lost follow them with dark gazes. At some point, several echoes appeared to their right and left, as if to protect them should anything happen, or to prevent them from escaping, depending on how one was inclined to look at it. The small procession left the stronghold of the Valor forces and entered the corridors of the inner sanctum. They walked through the maze of them and entered a spiral staircase. Sunny looked around tentatively, then asked, "Where are we going?" Weld gestured down. "The bell tower." She didn't add anything else, as if her answer had explained everything. Sunny scowled but didn't press the issue. What was the point? The staircase was long and winding, circling the entire tower many times. With each revolution, the spiral became narrower. From time to time, they saw closed doors to their left, but never to their right. Finally, after a while, they reached the end of the stairs and waited as Weld opened a heavy gate blocking the path forward. Sunny and Cassie found themselves at the very bottom of the main bell tower of the Night Temple. Somewhere below them, a massive bell was swaying gently on an ancient iron chain. The tip of the seventh belfry was narrow, encompassing only a circular corridor and one central chamber. Currently, they were looking at its door. The door was slightly opened. Weld stopped, then looked at Sunny and gestured forward. "Come inside." Sunny threw a glance at her, then at the echoes surrounding him. He hesitated for a few moments, then sighed, swung the door open, and stepped into the chamber. He found himself in a room built of cold stone. It was dark and full of deafening silence, arranged in the shape of a heptagon. Its 7 corners were drowning in shadows, and at each of its 7 walls a large mirror frame stood. However, the frames were empty. The mirrors they had once housed were long shattered and gone. Sunny stared at them for a moment. Well, at least it's now clear where those thousands of mirror shards came from. That discrepancy had been tormenting him for a while. In a prison where no mirrors were allowed, where had Mordred found all those shards? Where had the piles of broken mirrors that Cassie saw in her vision appeared from? Now he had an answer. Satisfied, Sunny lowered his gaze and looked at the figures waiting for him inside the dark chamber. Pierce was standing in its center, surrounded by the rest of the echoes. His eyes were cold and heavy. The fearsome master grimaced, then said, his voice low and threatening, "Whatever you think of doing, I would advise against it." At the same time, the door of the chamber closed with a deafening bang. The echoes that had escorted them here were already inside, behind Sunny. Weld was there, too. She was holding a blade to Cassie's throat. Her expression was dark and calm. Sunny lingered for a couple of seconds, then slowly raised his hands with his palms open. Damn, how very unexpected, what a surprise. Chapter 582, For the Greater Good. Sunny froze, trying not to move a muscle. His face grew pale and solemn. What is going on, Master Weld?" The woman stared at his back, the blade of a slender saber pressed against Cassie's throat. She remained silent, as though unwilling to answer. However, Pierce spoke in her stead, a dark grin appearing on his lips. "Don't worry, we'll tell you shortly." With that, he commanded two echoes to step forward. One was holding a large wooden box, its surface engraved with a complicated weave of a beautiful but disorienting pattern. The other was holding a folded piece of black cloth. Pierce carefully took the box, then placed it on the floor in front of him and closed his eyes for a moment. A loud click resounded from inside, and its lid rose by a few millimeters. He didn't touch it, though. Instead, the fearsome master sighed and took the folded cloth. Sonny stared at the wooden box with a bit of apprehension. "What is that thing?" Weld finally spoke, her voice cold and even. "It is a mirror trap, a very special artifact created by the elders of our great clan. With its help, we can capture and bind the prince." He blinked a couple of times, then forced out a weak smile. "Well, that is good, right?" Pierce snarled. "Indeed, the problem is, the ritual requires some time to be performed, and that monster has proved to be too devious to be held back long enough for it to work. Every time we cornered him, he simply destroyed the vessel and slipped away, because we were always a step behind and he was the one in control of the battlefield." The master smiled. "Well, that is about to change." Sonny frowned. Behind him, Cassie suddenly spoke. You want to lure him into a trap by using us as bait." Weld shook her head. "Not you, Song of the Fallen, just your companion. He is the one Prince Mordred wants, after all." The other knight chuckled. "He is the one who caused all. Isn't it only fair that he would be the one to end it?" Pierce took a step forward and looked down at Sonny. "I don't know why the bastard chose you as the final vessel, but from his actions, it is obvious that he is fixated on taking your body above all others. Why else would he have gone to such lengths to frame and excommunicate you, going as far as to risk sneaking into our camp? The Mad Prince is ill and unhinged. If we present an opportunity to possess you, he won't be able to resist." The master scowled furiously. "And this time we will be the ones in control. He won't escape us again. So, you wouldn't mind making a sacrifice for the greater good, would you, awakened sunless?" Sonny shivered and took an involuntary step back. However, there was nowhere for him to go. Weld and 5 echoes were behind him, blocking the path of escape. What if I do mind?" Pierce smiled. "Then Lady Cassia will tragically lose her life at the hands of the escaped murderer, while heroically assisting the great clan valor and saving lives, of course. And you will do as I say anyway, only after a few additional and very, very unpleasant steps." Cassie gritted her teeth, then shouted, "Sonny, don't do it." In the next moment, Weld moved her saber, making the blind girl fall silent. A drop of blood rolled down her neck. "Quiet." Sonny froze as if not knowing what to do. His eyes darted around the chamber as if searching for something to save him. But there was nothing he could use, only the 2 masters and the 10 echoes, all ready to pounce at him if he were to try something. Aye. He trembled, hesitated, and then suddenly hung his head as if defeated. "I'll do it, just don't hurt her, please." That wasn't too much, right? Cassie struggled in Weld's grip. "Sonny, no." He looked back, a solemn expression on his face. When he spoke, his voice sounded stifled and frightened, but also certain and full of resolve. Almost heroic. It's all right. Don't be sad, Cassie. At least this way, one of us will survive." With that, Sonny faced Pierce and shivered. What do I need to do?" The fearsome master smirked, then handed him the folded piece of cloth. "Good choice. Get down on your knees first." Sonny took the cloth and kneeled in front of the wooden box. Slowly, Weld moved to stand side by side with Pierce, and the echoes dispersed, hovering near the walls as they surrounded him. He closed his eyes. "Now what?" Weld spoke, still holding Cassie with an iron grip. Pierce, meanwhile, bent down and put one hand on the lid of the box. "Open your eyes. Unfold the cloth to look at the item inside. Don't think of playing any tricks." She moved her saber, making Cassie whimper. Sonny flinched but remained on his knees. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at the blind girl, then lowered his head and slowly unfolded the cloth. Inside, laying on the black fabric, was a single piece of a broken mirror. Sonny stared at it and saw his pale reflection staring back. The masters tensed, and then nothing happened. Well, of course it didn't. If Sonny had thought otherwise, he would have never allowed himself to end up in this situation. In fact, he was pretty sure that he knew what Mordred was planning, and why. For that reason, he believed that staring into a mirror was perfectly safe for him, at least right now. That's why he and Cassie had acted out this little performance, pretending to be frightened and clueless, or at least resigned to their fate. Sonny was actually pretty proud of himself. It seemed that his acting ability had really improved. That last line, especially, such intensity. Cassie had done surprisingly well, too. Pierce and Weld stared at him, waiting for a sign that Mordred took the bait. However, after a few seconds of nothing happening, slight confusion appeared in their eyes, and then a hint of doubt. And then fear. Weld was the first one to understand. Her face paled, and she suddenly looked up, as if hoping to pierce countless layers of stone with her gaze, and see the fortified camp that they had left behind. Her lips trembled. No. Chapter 583, Web of Lies. It had taken Sonny a lot of time to understand what Mordred was doing, and why. But in the end, he had succeeded, and thus managed to predict what the elusive prince was going to do, or at least do it with a sufficient degree of certainty to stake his life on it in this desperate situation. Just like everybody else, Sonny had been fooled at first. The initial revelation he had received had to do with the brutal murder of the two guards. It was then that he realized that Mordred was not as insane and perverse as everyone seemed to think. Mordred's grotesque brutality was not the result of an irresistible, unhinged, and sadistic compulsion. Instead, it was a cold and calculated strategy that the prince had employed to diminish his enemies, break their spirit, and make their souls susceptible to his attacks. He had weaponized terror itself. And he made good use of it. After all, people were most scared of that which was unknown. And what was more unknowable than the mind of a deranged, murderous madman? After Sonny realized that there was such a possibility, the next step was both simple and hard to take. He had to take a good look at himself and admit that he himself had fallen victim to this tactic. Mordred had gotten under his skin. Sonny was more resilient to deceit and manipulation than most, but he was also more vulnerable to the schemes of the Prince of Nothing. Their enmity was personal and, as such, involved powerful and destructive emotions. Humiliation, resentment, the sense of betrayal. Such emotions were the enemy of clarity. Sonny had allowed his mind to be clouded by them, and through them by fear. So he had to separate his emotions from his perception of the situation, knowing that some of them were a dire obstacle, and some were engineered by Mordred in order to obfuscate the truth. Once he did, it was as though a veil had fallen from his eyes. Without it, several things became apparent. The first one was that Mordred was not as terrifying as he wanted everyone to think. Sure, he was astonishingly powerful for an awakened, and equally as lethal, enough so for Sonny to suspect that the prince possessed a divine aspect. If he and Nephis could, why not Mordred? He didn't know how many soul cores Mordred possessed, but if his aspect was indeed similar to theirs, there had been much more time for the former heir of valor to accumulate soul fragments and grow stronger. This could also explain why his power level was so anomalous. In any case, it didn't matter. Regardless of how powerful Mordred was, he was clearly not powerful enough to obliterate his jailers completely. Otherwise, they would have been already dead. In fact, Sonny suspected that the Prince of Nothing was in the exact same situation as he himself was. Sonny could take on one of the masters, maybe even both of them with Cassie's help and a lot of luck. He also stood a chance in the battle against the surviving Lost. But he couldn't fight them all together, and neither could Mordred. It was not an accident that the guards had been killed in the usual brutal and ghastly fashion, but the wounded sentinels simply had their throats cut. The murderous prince had not abandoned his barbarous ways on a whim. He simply wasn't capable enough to do more unnoticed. Mordred was not all-powerful. Just very, very good. The second realization came thanks to the first one, after the two wounded sentinels had been killed, and the crowd of their comrades was hungry for Sonny's blood. Back then, he briefly considered running away, despite the fact that Pierce and Weld would certainly pursue. And this was it. At that moment, he understood Mordred's true goal. It was not to single out Sunny, separate him from the lost, and possess his body, no. What the prince wanted was to separate the lost from each other with Sunny's unwilling help, so that he could kill them divided. Which didn't mean that he had no plans for Sunny's body, only that he wasn't aiming for it yet. After Sunny understood Mordred's immediate goal, one last thing became apparent. It was that the murderer was indeed already among them. Only he wasn't hiding inside Sunny, as the Lost suspected. Instead, he was hiding inside one of them. This mystery tormented Sunny for a while. How could this be? After all, Pierce and Weld weren't fools. They had a reason to be confident in their soldiers, and that reason was that none of the Sentinels had interacted with a mirror or any sort of a reflection after Mordred's last vessel had been destroyed. Everyone was careful and watchful of their comrades to keep them safe, too. How could he have possessed one of them then? The answer was both simple and frightening. Sunny understood it after thinking about the Sentinel who had brought food and water to their cage, then lost his mind and tore out his own eyes. The eyes were the mirror of the soul, after all. Locked in a small room with Cassie, Sunny couldn't help but notice his own reflection in her beautiful eyes. Seeing his own face staring back at him from their depths, he shuddered. Mordred didn't need a mirror to enter someone's soul. Every human in the Night Temple was a walking mirror. They just didn't know it. Not by chance, but by design. The banished prince had purposefully kept this facet of his power hidden, only using the mirrors and mundane reflections to take vessels, thus creating a false impression that this was the only way he could achieve it. He was a devious monster indeed. Sunny kept this dreadful guess to himself and tried to deduce who among the lost was the real murderer. He considered both Pierce and Weld, then the only wounded sentinel to survive. Using him as a vessel was just insidious enough for a fiend like Mordred. But then he entertained the idea that Mordred had not chosen his victims ran. He had the ability to kill people inside the stronghold to a much more terrifying effect, so why target the guards first? One of the murdered guards had been a familiar face, the lost who had an aspect that allowed him to see the unseen, like Sunny's shadow hiding in the darkness. Or peer through the veil of invisibility that the female sentinel who had almost cut Sunny's throat, invited him to see Weld and Pierce, and even escorted him and Cassie to the bathroom could create. Yes, Sunny was almost sure that Mordred was hiding in her body. This was how he had been able to kill the two guards, and later the two wounded, without being seen or heard. The answer was so obvious that the simplest solution was most often the correct one after all. And so, Sunny had predicted what was going to happen. Mordred had pushed Pierce and Weld into action. With their forces dwindling by the day and no definitive information on when Saint Cormac would arrive, the masters could not simply wait. He lured them into leaving the stronghold to take Sunny away, thinking that they were luring Mordred into a trap instead. And while they were gone, the surviving lost had no one to protect them from the monster hiding in their ranks. Weld suddenly looked up, her face growing pale, her lips trembled. No. Sunny lowered his head and suppressed a dark smile. At that moment, the masters finally understood what he had known for a while. But it was too late. Utterly and irrevocably late. Chapter 584, A Dark Ocean. Weld froze, but only for a moment. Then she threw Cassie aside and dashed toward the door, disappearing in a blur. Sunny was pushed away, rolling on the floor and almost crashing against one of the empty mirror frames. By the time he regained his balance, she was already gone. Pierce growled, then threw a murderous look at him and screamed, "Kill them!" With that, he dashed out of the chamber, too, dismissing most of the echoes to take them with him. The fools still hoped that they could save their men. Or avenge them, at least. Sunny also couldn't really be mad at Pierce for ordering their death. He would have done the same. Now that their plan to bind Mordred had failed, the next best option was to make sure that there were no more vessels for him to possess. The Sentinels were already as good as dead. That left only Sunny. However, Sunny was not one to let go of the grudge. "Curse you, you bastard!" There were only two echoes remaining in the mirror chamber. One was moving toward Cassie, already thrusting its sword forward. The other was towering over Sunny, its heavy battle axe raised. Sunny glared at the echo, not amused. In the next moment, a Stygian serpent appeared from the shadows behind the creature, wrapping its long and powerful body around the macabre effigy. Then, its head shot forward, the maw opening to a terrible width. Sharp fangs closed on both sides of the echo's face, easily piercing through the skull and crushing it with a grisly crunch. At the same time, Cassie rose to one knee and deflected her enemy's sword with a long dagger. A slender rapier flashed from behind her, piercing the creature's neck and emerging from its other side in a shower of blood. Both echoes fell to the floor, disintegrating into a rain of sparks. From start to finish, they had not made a sound. Sonny rushed to Cassie and bent down, trying to ascertain the severity of her wound. His voice sounded tense and worried. "Are you okay?" There was blood flowing down her delicate neck, but the cut seemed shallow and not at all dangerous. A sense of profound relief spread through his chest. The blind girl nodded. "I'm fine, go. There won't be another opportunity." He hesitated for a moment, then rose without saying a word and stepped into the shadows. Cassie was right. There would not be another chance. They were faced with two equal threats. One was the pair of ascended knights, and the other was the cursed hellspawn, Mordred himself. Sonny had to make sure that all three died today. Well, two of them. He didn't know how to destroy the mirror fiend, so leaving Mordred without a vessel was going to have to suffice. Previously, Sonny had left one of his shadows at the precipice of the stairway, and then commanded it to hide. Now he appeared out of it, turning into a shadow himself, just in time to see Weld and Pierce shoot past him. Fast. Most of the Night Temple was submerged in darkness now that no one was alive to keep the lanterns aflame. Rushing through it, he followed the masters, and reached the doors of the last stronghold of the Valor forces almost at the same instant as them. Weld simply crashed through the door, pulverizing it into a cloud of splinters. What met them inside was a bloodbath. The encampment of the Lost was unrecognizable. Before, it had been clean and orderly, somewhat somber, but looking like a well-inhabited space. Now all Sonny could see was blood. The floor was slick with blood, and so were the walls. Even the ceiling was painted red. All of the hall was one vast, morbid pool of the crimson liquid, with severed limbs and mangled bodies sprawled in it, some of them mutilated so thoroughly that it was almost impossible to recognize them as former humans. The sight of it was revolting and horrid. And in the center of this vile slaughterhouse, a lone figure was sitting cross-legged, a carefree smile on her lips. The beautiful female sentinel looked different too. Her appearance was the same, but everything else about her, her bearing, her gaze, her presence, had changed. It was relaxed and friendly, almost polite. She looked exactly how Mordred had sounded back when he and Sonny spoke in the lightless abyss of the sky below. The dissonance between her pleasant demeanor and the gruesome bloodbath surrounding her was ghastly, bizarre, and deeply disturbing. When the two masters appeared inside the hall, 8 echoes weaving themselves from sparks of light around them, Mordred's smile widened. He absent-mindedly threw a knife cut out of a single piece of a pristine white stone into the air, then caught it again, and somehow made it disappear without a trace. "Ah, Sir Pierce, Lady Weld, you have finally made it." Then he shifted his gaze and looked directly at Sonny, who was hiding in the shadows near the door. "And you, Sunless, it is such a pleasure to finally meet you face to face. Well, I guess we've already met a few days ago. Still, what an occasion. I've waited for it for a long, long time." He looked back to Weld and Pierce, his smile remaining the same, but his eyes growing cold and frightening, as though there was a dark ocean of unfathomable depth hiding beneath their surface, full of harrowing terrors. "But not as long as I've waited to meet the two of you." Pierce growled, taking a step forward. "You bastard." Mordred threw his head back and laughed. "What, don't you like my handiwork? I've tried so hard just to impress you." He grinned, then slowly rose to his feet, the friendly smile disappearing from his face. Instead, an expression of dark, cold, murderous wrath appeared on it. 6 years, 6 long years you have kept me in that empty mausoleum. You and the rest of the great, noble, illustrious clan Valor. The female sentinel outstretched her hand, summoning a simple sword from the thin air. "You destroyed my body, stole my birthright, you even destroyed my reflections. Ah, but no matter. I had plenty of time to think of ways to repay your generosity. The things I have in store for you, oh my. When I am done with Clan Valor, the word itself will gain a new meaning. Even the gods will look up from their graves and tremble." Mordred smiled, then said evenly, not moving his gaze away from Pierce and Weld. "What do you think, Sunless? You and I have no quarrel, well, unless you are still angry about that little deception of mine. I can't really blame you. These two, however, will never let you leave this place alive. Shall we join forces, deal with them, and then escape together? Ah, I could be lying, of course. Maybe I'll just use you again, then kill that little oracle of yours and take your body. Who knows?" Sunny lingered for a moment, then stepped out of the shadows, appearing between Mordred and the masters. Weld glanced at him with a hint of concern. Pierce grimaced, then uttered through gritted teeth, "Don't do anything stupid, boy. This thing isn't even a human. I don't know what was done to him, but he had not been a human for a long, long time. He will consume your soul and wear your body like a suit, and even then it won't be of any use. Once Lord Cormac returns, even that which remains of you will be obliterated. It's not too late. Join us, and together we can stop this demon." Sunny stared at him for a bit, then glanced at Mordred. Finally, he sighed, took a few steps, and stopped beside the female sentinel. Saint and the Soul Serpent appeared from the shadows to his left and his right. Together, the four of them, Sunny, Mordred, and the two shadows, faced the two knights of valor and the 8 human echoes. Sunny smirked. "I am somewhat of a demon myself, you know." Chapter 585 Clash. As the cruel edge started to manifest itself from swirling dark mist, and the helmet of the undying chain was being summoned into existence, Sunny had a moment to evaluate their chances. The result wasn't too good. He didn't know how powerful exactly Mordred was, but the chances that he was considerably stronger than their enemies seemed to be slim enough to be considered non-existent. Otherwise, the banished prince would not have had to rely on his cunning so much. From how they were positioned and the little details of everyone's gazes, Sunny knew that Weld was aiming for Mordred, and vice versa. That meant that he was going to have to face Pierce, while Saint and the Serpent would be tasked with holding back the echoes. He wasn't too worried for Saint, who was an ascended and excelled in defense and your ability. The Serpent, however, would have to be really careful. Sunny was most worried about himself, though. He was not going to underestimate Pierce. The man was not only a master, but also an elite, a knight of the great clan Valor. He was as formidable as he was deadly. His aspect made Pierce resistant to all sorts of attacks, as well. With this in mind, Sunny commanded 2 shadows to wrap themselves around his body, and reluctantly sent one to Saint. Ascended or not, fighting against 8 echoes was going to test the limits of her ability. That was all the time he had to prepare. Long before the cruel edge finished weaving itself from mist, the blood-soaked hall of the somber cathedral exploded with violence and motion. Weld's eyes suddenly shone with a hypnotic scarlet light, and Mordred staggered as he was dashing forward. A pained groan escaped from his lips, and his movements slowed down considerably. In the next moment, the body of the female sentinel shimmered and disappeared. Moving with terrifying speed, Weld lunged forward, then spun, her slender saber colliding against something midair. The clashing of blades echoed amid the black stones, and 2 fissures appeared on the layer of blood covering the floor, as if someone was sliding back, pushed away by the force of the impact. At the same time, the 8 echoes attacked. The creatures moved with the frightening precision of soulless machines, coordinating their assault with enough cohesion to make them a fearsome threat. Although their intelligence couldn't compare to actual humans, the morbid effigies retained enough of the skill of their originals to fight almost as human warriors would. Each of them possessed an aspect, too. Saint collided with their formation like a demon born out of darkness, her kite shield receiving a rain of blows as the midnight shard shot forward. The Soul Serpent submerged into the shadows and flowed through them, appearing behind the 6 advancing echoes to lunge at the 2 whose aspect abilities allowed them to perform ranged attacks. And lastly, there was Sunny. Pierce descended upon him like a siege ram, bringing down his longsword with enough force to make the whole hall tremble. Even augmented by 2 shadows, Sunny was still unable to compete with the master in terms of physical ability, but the gap between them wasn't large enough for him to be instantly overwhelmed. Sidestepping, he received the edge of the enemy's sword on the vambrace of the undying chain, angling it in a way that allowed for most of the force to be deflected instead of absorbed, and threw his other hand forward, the ghostly blade of the moonlight shard glinting dimly as it appeared out of nowhere, aimed at Pierce's throat. The master simply lowered his head, allowing the tip of the stiletto to slide off the cheek guard of his helmet, and pushed the hilt of his sword forward, trying to deliver a crushing blow to Sonny's chest. Sonny jumped back, not at all disappointed by the failure of his treacherous blow. It had not been meant to do any damage anyway. It just had to buy the cruel edge to finally manifest itself into a material form. And now it had. Sonny thrust the somber spear forward, forcing the enemy to dodge out of the way and give him a moment to breathe. Strong, the bastard is just too strong. Through the insight of Shadow Dance, Sonny could see and understand some of the Ascended Knight's battle techniques. Pierce possessed explosive strength and enough agility to channel it into almost inescapable attacks. His understanding of combat was tremendously deep, sharpened by years upon years of relentless training and countless battles. A warrior of such skill was not going to be led into an easy trap. His control of soul essence was also on a completely different level. From what Sonny could perceive, the master was using it with terrifying efficiency, achieving results that he himself couldn't even dream of, especially without the help of Soul Serpent. That was the core difference between them, and his main disadvantage. The only advantage he had, really, was the undying chain. The transcendent armor was durable enough to withstand a few blows from Pierce, and his high divine affinity only made it stronger. He just had to make sure that he doesn't receive the brutal blows directly. His body beneath the bleak steel was not as resilient. Neither he nor Pierce possessed aspect abilities capable of dealing direct damage, so this fight was going to be decided by skill, cunning, and the hidden aces they were saving for the right moment. Problem was, Sonny didn't really have any aces left, at least none that would work on the fearsome master. He was already going all out. Sonny had a split second to check on how the others were doing before resuming the deadly dance of death with Pierce. He quickly glanced to the side and saw the Soul Serpent entangled with the two echoes, dodging destructive attacks as it slithered around them. Saint was forced into a defensive stance, being barraged by constant strikes as she somehow managed to deflect all of them with the Patient Avenger and the Midnight Shard. Mordred and Wealth seemed to be at a temporary stalemate, too, or at least that was how it seemed. The second master was moving too fast, and their battle was too bizarre to really tell. Sonny gritted his teeth. Curses! He couldn't divide his attention anymore. If he wanted to win against Pierce, he had to focus all of it on him. And make sure that the bastard had no time to pay attention to anyone else, as well. Chapter 586, Cold Steel. Sonny used everything he had, moving with unimaginable speed, agility, and precision. Both shadow essence and the tenacious blood of Weaver flowed through his body, supplying his muscles with the strength and endurance necessary to perform with such an inhuman level of effort. His mind was aflame, devouring information about his surroundings and the enemy's movements, making lightning-fast decisions, trying to predict countless probable eventualities, and simultaneously studying the sophisticated battle style of the battle-hardened master. And despite all that, he was barely surviving Pierce's unrelenting assault. Every moment he was just a split second away from death. The Knight of Valor was just too powerful, skilled, and overbearing. His cold eyes were full of calculating ruthlessness and dark, iron-killing intent. They were calm and focused, like that of an experienced predator stalking helpless prey. That prey, unfortunately, was Sonny. Damnation! Nothing he had experienced could have prepared him for this. Sonny had fought many opponents that were stronger and faster than him, but he had never been this outmatched in terms of sheer power, at least not in a fight against a human who, unlike most nightmare creatures, also possessed a keen mind, devious cunning, and martial skill that were the greatest weapons of his kind. Maybe only Morgan of Valor, but she had held back, and theirs had not really been a battle to the death. Sonny and Pierce clashed on the bloodied stones, their weapons flashing through the air fast enough to leave afterimages behind. The clangor of metal filled the somber hall, mixing with the furious sounds of battle coming from their left. There, two different storms of metal raged violently, one centered around Mordred and Wealth, the other from where his shadows fought the echoes of the fearsome master. Sonny had no time to look that way, but he could hear the constant ringing of blades landing on Saint's shield. There were so many blows that their sounds almost merged into one dreadful, uninterrupted litany of steel. He had not heard the spell yet, so he knew that none of the echoes had been destroyed. The shadows were in one piece, as well, even if he didn't know whether or not they were whole, damaged, or dying. He deflected another strike of Pierce's swift longsword, then whipped the butt of the cruel sight forward, hoping to catch the enemy in the face. Helmet or not, such a strike was bound to deliver some damage. Pierce received the blow calmly and didn't even flinch. Instead, he lunged forward and rammed into Sonny with his shoulder, sending him flying back. Curse that bastard! Is he made of stone or what? Sonny twisted in the air and landed on his feet, tasting blood in his mouth. That shoulder bash was powerful enough to shatter a stone wall. His tempered bones had not shattered, though. Gritting his teeth, he immediately shifted, dodging a powerful thrust, and brought his spear down on the enemy. Fine, this is fine. The longer I survive, the better I understand his style. The better I understand his style, the longer I'll survive. The two of them fought ferociously, neither showing any sign of doubt, hesitation, or weakness. Yes, Sonny was younger and less powerful, but he was skilled and experienced, too. He was ruthless and cunning, too. He was a killer himself. Pierce had managed to land several debilitating blows, rattling his entire body. The undying chain held, but beneath it, Sonny was bruised and battered. However, he had been able to break through the knight's defense and deliver a few strikes of his own. The results were less than ideal, though. Even when he succeeded in thrusting the tip of the cruel sight through a crack in the enemy's armor, it was like trying to cut through a monster's hide. He only managed to burn the bastard a little and make a few drops of blood roll down. Why was divine flame not as destructive as it should have been? What was wrong with this monster? Pierce pushed him away, briefly glanced at the shallow wound, and grinned darkly, not showing any indication of being bothered by it. Is this all you can do? Not enough, not nearly enough, little rat. Sonny growled. Shut your mouth, you suddenly have time to waste breath. With that, he attacked again, this time switching the enchantment of the mirror blade from incandescent F. Lame to invisible, insidious soul damage. Pierce snarled and deflected the blow without too much effort. It was almost time, though. When the master decided to speak, without doubt aiming to distract and agitate the opponent, Sonny had a split second to steal a glance at how his shadows were doing. The serpent was on the verge of destroying one of the echoes and had already wounded another. Saint was doing worse. Faced with 6 opponents, she couldn't launch a successful attack. Some of the echoes surrounding her were severely wounded, but none seemed to be close to death. That was not her task, though. Actually, Sonny preferred that she didn't eliminate any of the echoes. He wanted them all in one piece, constantly attacking the taciturn knight, landing more and more blows on her shield. The patient avenger. By now its surface was glowing with an angry orange light, as if there were furious flames burning beneath the cold steel. And there were, in a sense. A string of runes surfaced in his memory. Cold steel enchantment description: this shield can store a portion of impact damage. It receives to augment another weapon of its wielder, or unleash an immolating wave of fire. Well, by now the patient avenger received more than enough impact damage to unleash an ocean of flame. A few more strikes, and it was going to overload, sending all that fire outward. Just as Sonny thought that, 2 more strikes landed on the shield, and the angry orange glow turned brighter, slowly turning incandescent white. Currently, Saint was wielding the Blood Blossom charm as well. With all the dismembered corpses lying around, its enchantment had long reached its limit, augmenting all the memories the shadow wielded with rampant strength. Sonny blocked Pierce's strike and slid back, his hands trembling from the force of it. At the same time, Saint spun and deflected 2 more swords with her shield. Its surface was almost entirely white now. Almost there, damn. Sonny gave a mental command, and the shadow that had been augmenting Saint flowed from the graceful demon's body onto the furiously shining shield. Another blow landed on the patient avenger. Saint braced, putting her shoulder behind it. Crap! And in the next moment, a terrifying explosion rattled the entirety of the inner sanctum. Chapter 587, The Explosion. Just a moment before the patient avenger detonated, Sonny fell backward and dove into the shadow cast by a wide stone pillar. He noticed a hint of surprise in Pierce's eyes, and in the next second, everything was suddenly drowned by blinding white light. The sound came next, a thunderous roar that would have probably destroyed his ears if he had not turned into a shadow. Then, the shockwave arrived, obliterating the pillar and turning it into a mass of flying rubble. Sonny's shelter was destroyed, and he was thrown back into the corporeal world, just in time to be engulfed by a terrifying, immolating flame. Luckily, he had summoned the memory of fire at the very start of the fight. Protected by its enchantment and by the undying chain, Sonny had withstood the terrifying heat. His eyes were tightly shut, and so only his eyelids were singed. The explosion had turned out to be much more powerful than he had expected. Damnation! The hall was completely decimated. The pillars supporting its ceiling had been destroyed, and its walls had cracked, some sections crumbling completely. The bodies of the murdered lost were practically erased from existence, and everything was obscured by a cloud of stone dust mixed with thin crimson mist, which had appeared after the pool of blood had evaporated. In all this mayhem, Sonny was able to sense a few familiar shapes. The serpent had merged with the shadows before the explosion had hit, so it was unharmed. Saint, however, was not as lucky. Her entire left arm had been torn off at the shoulder, the onyx armor mangled and revealing scorched alabaster skin. Fine ruby dust was flowing from the terrible wound, falling to the floor like a stream of a morbid hourglass, as if counting off how long she had left to live. That was the result of augmenting and overloading an ascended memory. Even the wielder was not safe from the consequences, as it turned out. Sonny's mouth twitched, and he immediately dismissed the taciturn knight, then called back his third shadow. In the short moment before it reached him and wrapped itself around his body, he managed to sense the rest of the devastated hall. The echoes seemed to be obliterated. Weld was kneeling at a distance, shaken and superficially wounded, but still alive. Mordred was sprawled on the floor, seemingly thrown out of his invisibility. Only Pierce was still on his feet, as if not affected by the explosion at all. His armor was battered and scorched, wisps of smoke rising from the cracks, but the master himself appeared unperturbed. In fact, his murderous intensity only grew more suffocating. He was like an impregnable stone cliff that could never be brought down by the raging winds. Not wishing to reveal himself, Sonny suppressed an infuriated growl and silently dashed forward. The silver blade of the cruel sight whistled quietly, shooting toward the bastard's heart. However, at the last moment, Pierce shifted and easily deflected the blow with his sword, throwing the spear off course. His armored fist flashed, flying toward Sonny's head. When the blow connected, Sonny was blinded for a moment. His eyes were still closed, but it was as if something exploded behind his eyelids, and at the same time his mind blanked. He only felt the world spinning. Disoriented, Sonny continued his lunge and collided with the fearsome master. The impact threw them both to the ground in a clatter of metal. They flew back, then collided against the stone floor. Pierce grabbed Sonny by the throat and drove a knee into his abdomen, causing another explosion of pain to spread through his body and sending him rolling over his head and away. But not before Sonny's free hand snaked toward one of the cracks in the ascended knight's armor and planted something deep into his flesh. A long, narrow needle forged out of black steel, with gold wire wrapped around one of its ends. Driven with all of Sonny's strength, the heavenly burden sunk into Pierce's flesh almost entirely, with only a few centimeters sticking out of his skin and barely visible in the narrow fissure marring the surface of the knight's armor. Of course, such a tiny needle was not going to wound a master seriously or even slow down his movements. But damage was not what Sonny used it for. Rolling on the ground, he twisted and landed on his knees, sliding a few steps back and almost instantly regaining his balance. A few meters away, Pierce was already rising to his feet, too. His eyes were brimming with killing intent, and his longsword was glistening as it reflected the flames burning around them. He was ready to finish this fight. But then something strange happened. The fearsome master suddenly swayed, a confused expression appearing on his face. A moment later, the soles of his armored boots separated from the stone floor and rose into the air. The heavenly burden was the memory Sonny had exchanged for contribution points after helping Masterjet put down the demented awakened Shadow Blade Kurt. Its single enchantment was simple and straightforward: living beings pierced by the needle would float up, and up, and up, until it was removed. Sunny had acquired it to combine the enchantment with the dark wing, and receive the ability to fly out of the sky below, if need be. Which did not mean that it had no other uses. Pierce was rising into the air, his feet already a full meter above the floor. His initial confusion was gone, and he swiftly looked down at the tip of the needle buried in his flesh. The master's hand shot toward it, but the fingers of his armored gauntlet were too thick and clumsy to dig the needle out on the first try. Sunny had no doubt that he would manage soon. He was also fairly certain that the Ascended Knight possessed at least one memory in his arsenal that would be able to help him either counteract or control the effect of the heavenly burden. However, both of these options were going to require some time, no matter how short. The time that Sunny wasn't going to give him. He thrust his hand forward, sending the moonlight shard flying toward Pierce's eye. Without anything to use as purchase, the knight was deprived of the very foundation of combat ability, the warrior's connection to the ground. He couldn't move to dodge, couldn't control the distribution of his weight to mount an effective defense, and couldn't even use most of his strength. However, Pierce still managed to deflect the ghostly stiletto with his sword, which left him open and defenseless to Sunny's true attack. As soon as the moonlight shard left his right hand, Sunny brought his left up and behind him, used all of the strength the three shadows gifted him, sent a flood of essence into his muscles, and cast the cruel sight forward. His throw was performed with perfect form, just like Effie had taught him. At the last moment, the three shadows flowed from his fingers and wrapped themselves around the somber spear's silver blade. Pierce's eyes widened. The cruel sight shot through the air like a black comet and sunk into the fearsome knight's chest. The force of the throw was so great that it went right through his damaged armor, his tough skin and bones, and then his heart. Still affected by the heavenly burden, the master's body was sent flying up with terrifying speed and impaled on the stones, hanging lifelessly from the tall ceiling of the devastated hall. A stream of blood fell down like crimson rain. Sunny staggered, then supported his weight with his hands and let out a shaky breath. Come on." A moment passed in silence, and then he finally heard the painfully familiar voice. "This tea." Me, the spell's whisper sounded like beautiful music to his ears. "You have slain an ascended human, Pierce. Your shadow grows stronger. Gods, I actually did it." Sunny smiled darkly, allowed himself a second of rest, and then rose to his feet, knowing that the battle was not other. Mordred and Weld were still there, both as deadly as the damned bastard he had just killed. He dismissed the cruel sight and immediately summoned it again, simultaneously checking on his reserve of shadow essence. Sunny had spent a lot, but not so much as to worry, yet. The soul serpent appeared from the shadows and slithered onto his skin, turning into an intricate tattoo. Still keeping his eyes closed, partially out of caution, and partially because his eyelids were burned and hurt like hell, Sunny extended his shadow sense forward and tried to understand what was happening to the other two participants of this hellish battle. Weld was standing some distance away from him, swaying. Her hands were pressed against her face. Meanwhile, Mordred. Sunny froze. The female sentinel was dead. He had not noticed it before, but she was laying lifeless on the floor, her neck twisted at an unnatural level. How can this be? Something was not adding up. How could Mordred lose his only vessel so easily? He had only fought one of the masters. Surely, he had the ability to defeat well, one-on-one. Otherwise, what had he been planning to do if Sunny allied with the Knights of Valor? How had he planned to resist both of them, let alone with a third enemy added into the mix? The Prince of Nothing could not have been that weak. Suddenly, a small detail attracted Sunny's attention. One of the sentinel's hands was clenched in a fist, something dangling from it. A piece of a torn chain. Didn't that chain feel awfully familiar? A cold, uneasy feeling appeared in Sunny's chest. He turned his head slightly and concentrated on the last survivor of the Valor forces, searching for. Well suddenly laughed. Her voice sounded strange and different. And her amulet, the anvil amulet, was gone. The master lowered her hands and smiled. "Ah, that is much better." Chapter 588, Trust LS Suze. Mordred, he has taken wealth. Sunny shifted, lowering the cruel sight and slightly turning its blade. His heart was full of unease, his mind in the throes of a dark premonition. The banished prince had already been monstrously powerful. How much more deadly would he become in a body of a master? A few things were now clear, at least. Out of the two ascended knights, Weld had been the more powerful one. Her aspect possessed abilities that could debilitate her enemies, all the while enhancing her own physique. That was why she had been the one to sap Mordred of a large portion of his strength and attack him. And yet it was strange to see that the Prince of Nothing had struggled to defeat her so much, and for so long. If he couldn't win against one of the masters, how had he ever planned to face both? However, if he had decided to take Weld's body, and thus couldn't harm it too much, that would explain his tardiness. Fighting an ascended elite while not being allowed to wound her was a dreadfully harsh task. Had Mordred been aiming for Weld's body from the start? Or had he changed his plans on the fly when the opportunity presented itself? Was his intention to take Sunny as his vessel just a ruse, a misdirection, or was Sunny still in danger? No way, he already has a body of a master. There is no reason to abandon it for the sake of mine. Right. Ah, that is much, much better. Mordred straightened, then stretched, looking at his own arms with curiosity. He clenched Weld's fists, then grimaced slightly and let his hands relax. Finally, the Prince of Nothing turned slightly and looked at Sunny with a smile. Wouldn't you say, Sunless? Sunny lingered for a moment, then nodded cautiously. I guess, how does this work exactly? Are you an ascended now? Mordred's smile widened a little. So curious. Your inquisitive nature is truly worthy of an academy researcher. Dodging the questions like always, huh? Sunny sensed the slender saber laying by the former master's feet, then concentrated on the corpse of the female sentinel for a moment. So what now? How are we going to escape this place before the saint arrives? The Prince of Nothing bent down, picked up the saber and sighed. Oh, don't worry, I do have a plan. It's just, I'm not sure that you are going to like it very much, Sunless. Sunny felt cold shivers running down his spine. Mordred's tone was still friendly, but the implication behind his words did not promise anything good. Bastard, he's going to double-cross me, isn't he? Well, it's not like Sunny had not been planning to do the same. He gritted his teeth, then said somberly, We don't have to do this, you know. It is just like you said, there's no quarrel between us. We can just go our separate ways, maybe even work together, for a bit. Let's be fry. Ends. Mordred chuckled. Oh, I would like that very much. But Sunless, if you really want to be my friend, why do you still have your eyes closed? He took a slightly awkward step forward, as if not yet entirely used to his new body. It's hard to trust someone who refuses to look you in the eye, you know. Why don't you look at me, Sunless? Sunny paled, then backed away a little. I'd rather not. My eyelids hurt. Mordred grinned. That is a pity. But oh well, to tell you the truth, we wouldn't have become real friends anyway. Sunny took another step back, then asked tensely, Oh yeah, why is that? The Prince of Nothing stopped smiling. When he spoke, Weld's voice sounded cold and insidious, full of endless darkness. Do you take me for a fool? Did you really think that I would not smell the stench of Dreamspawn on you? You better tell me, Sunless, why did Asterion send you to the Chained Isles? Why hunt down my beast? What is that abomination scheming now? Sunny scowled. What? He was genuinely confused. If his eyes weren't closed, he would be blinking in surprise right now. Did Mordred really lose his mind? I have no idea what the hell you are talking about. What stench? Why would I be sent by Asterion? I've never met anyone by that name, let alone knowing anything about their schemes. Are you hearing yourself, you lunatic? Wait a minute, the prince, the Dreamspawn, could it be? Mordred froze, then tilted his head a little. How curious. You can't lie, so this must be the truth. But if you never met Asterion, why do you reek of Dreamspawn? Sunny grimaced, not wishing to answer. However, he had no choice. Surrendering to his flaw, he uttered through gritted teeth. I may have met another Dreamspawn. The Prince of Nothing raised his eyebrows, surprised. Really, who? Goddammit. Sunny clenched his fists, then said darkly, Nephis. Mordred frowned. Nephis of the Immortal Flame clan. Wait, she is still alive. Sunny nodded, and the banished prince threw his head back, laughing. Oh, oh my, so there is another dream spawn walking the dream realm, and she is the daughter of Smile of Heaven and Broken Sword. This must be fate. Ah, I wonder if the old bastard knows. While Mordred was laughing, Sunny was feeling cold all over. Not because of this sudden outburst, but because of what the Prince of Nothing had said right before. You can't lie, so this must be the truth. How does he know that I can't lie? Since when had Mordred known about his flaw? Had he simply figured it out after watching Sunny for a few months? No, that wasn't possible. Sunny had not spent that much time in the dream realm after escaping the sky below, and especially not communicating with a lot of people outside of selling them real-world items. He had not done anything to compromise himself. What was going on? Chapter 589, Dark Mirror. For a moment, Sunny's heart grew heavy, his mind consumed by murderous darkness. He thought that he had been betrayed again. There were very few people in the two worlds who knew the secret of his flaw. Nephis was one, but she was far away. Kai and Effie probably had their guesses. However, they chose to remain silent out of respect for his unwillingness to speak about this matter. That left only Cassie. Cassie, who was right here in the Night Temple, and had already turned on him once. But after thinking about it, a little, Sunny realized that there had been another being who possessed the knowledge of his aspect. The problem was that it had been dead for a long, long time. The Mirror Beast. The ascended reflection had mirrored his aspect, so it had to have glimpsed it somehow, and it was connected to Mordred far more thoroughly than Cassie ever could be. The Prince of Nothing had not known everything about the shadow slave aspect before. Sunny was sure of it. Back in the abyss of the sky below, Mordred had expressed genuine curiosity and surprise about things that he would have already learned otherwise. Which meant that he had most likely only received that information after the mirror shard was brought into the Night Temple. It also meant that he was only informed about what the Mirror Beast had learned, and what had been true then. If this guess was correct, maybe Sunny would be able to use a gap in Mordred's knowledge to his advantage. Or he was wrong, and Cassie had really betrayed him again. A lot of things depended on whether or not he was ready to trust her again. His very life, most likely. Sunny frowned, then said, his voice even. You seem to be having fun. So, now that you know that I have nothing to do with Asterion, whoever that might be, are you going to rethink your previous plans and leave me be? Mordred chuckled. What do you think? Sunny sighed. Honestly, I don't know what to think anymore. Not when it comes to you, at least you really are a devious bastard, you know that, right? Oh, don't take it as an insult, by the way. Coming from me, it's actually a compliment. The Prince of Nothing shook his head, then took another step forward. Well, a mirror can only reflect what is in front of it, Sunless. Is it my fault that the things in front of me are cruel, vile, and deceitful? I think not. Then again, maybe it is. Either way, I don't really care. Blame your bad luck for being of use to me if you wish. His eyes ignited with a hypnotic scarlet light, and although Sunny's own were closed, he suddenly felt slow and sluggish, strength draining from his muscles. He swayed and used the cruel sight to support himself. Wait, before we start this, answer me one last question. Mordred smiled. Sure, why not? What do you want to know? Sunny strained as if trying to speak. His mouth opened. But instead of saying anything, he simply attacked. The Prince of Nothing laughed, amused by this little deception. His saber flashed forward to meet the blade of the cruel sight. A moment later, though, his laugh abruptly stopped. Sunny had no illusions about his chances in the fight against Mordred. Not when the bastard occupied the body of a powerful master, one whose aspect allowed him to weaken his enemies and strengthen himself, no less. But then again, when had Sunny ever fought fairly? From the start of it, he had been subtly manipulating the banished prince. Every step back he had taken was meant to bring them into the right positions. The angle at which he held the cruel sight had been calculated so that the mirror blade only reflected what Sunny wanted Mordred to see. Or rather, so that it didn't reflect what Mordred was not supposed to see. And at the moment of his attack, his efforts finally paid off. Because in the end, he had chosen to trust Cassie after all. The blind girl silently appeared at the entrance of the hall, behind the banished prince. Her eyes were hidden by the silver half-mask, but the polished steel armor and the midnight blue coat were gone. Instead, she was wearing the familiar light tunic and a cloak the color of sea waves. This was the memory gifted to her by Nephis, one that changing star had received after slaying an awakened terror in her first nightmare. The armor that possessed an enchantment which made enemies less likely to pay attention to its wearer. Unnoticed, Cassie knelt and placed something on the floor in front of her. It was a large wooden box, its surface engraved with a complicated weave of a beautiful but disorienting pattern. The lid was still slightly opened, rising above the lip by a few millimeters. Sunny suppressed a grin. Good thinking. The box had not been part of the plan, but Cassie seemed to have made a correction when a beneficial opportunity presented itself. The moment the blade of the cruel sight met Weld's saber, the blind girl grabbed the lid, threw it open, and then poured her soul essence into the box. Inside, the mirror trap was lined with plates of polished silver, each reflecting the one opposite it, thus creating an infinite labyrinth of reflections. The pattern on its surface shined with a pale glow. Mordred staggered, his laughter cutting short. His hands seemed to weaken. Sunny easily pushed the saber aside and thrust his spear forward, aiming to end the fight with one ruthless strike. However, the Prince of Nothing wasn't done yet. He recoiled, narrowly avoiding the killing blow. Even though the tip of the cruel sight pierced Weld's flesh, the wound wasn't fatal. In the next moment, Mordred disengaged, jumping back and staggering as he raised the saber into a defensive stance. His eyes darted toward the wooden box. That cursed thing! Blood was streaming down his side, but the banished prince didn't seem to care. Neither did Sunny. He dashed forward, feinting a downward slash, then turning it into a swift thrust. Who knew how long Mordred would be slowed down by the mirror trap? It hadn't helped the forces of valor. He had to finish this fast. Mordred barely deflected the attack, moving with visible strain. His mouth twitched. "Hey, Sunless, why don't you go and destroy that box?" Sunny pushed forward, closing the distance between them and simultaneously turning the cruel sight into a sword. It flashed through the air, but was deflected once again. Even with his powers reduced so direly, the prince was still a formidable fighter. Mordred bared his teeth. "No, but I must insist. Why don't you go and kill that little oracle of yours?" His eyes gleamed with vicious amusement. "Lost from light, that is your true name, is it not? Do it." Sunny froze, his sword trembled. Then, as his face became pale as a ghost and his pupils widened in horror, he slowly turned, facing Cassie. A strange sound escaped from his lips. Mordred smiled, slightly relaxing his guard. It was at that moment that the cruel sight shot toward his body, easily sliding past the slender saber. Sunny scoffed. "Why don't you go to hell? I already have a master." Chapter 590, The Host. Indeed, it was as Sunny had thought. Mordred had learned his secrets from the mirror shard left behind by his beast. He didn't really know of his aspect, he only knew of its reflection. And that reflection was incomplete. That was why the cunning prince had assumed that he would be able to enslave Sunny by using his true name. Of course, Mordred would have been careful, taking the possibility that Lost from Light already had a master into account, but Sunny was half a step ahead. He had doused that caution by being ready to pretend to be enslaved. And then attacked. The cruel sight shot forward, narrowly avoiding the mirror fiend's saber and sinking deep into his flesh. It cut through the enchanted black tunic, pierced Weld's body, and emerged from her back. Mordred's face contorted, his eyes full of shock and pain. Sunny, of course, couldn't see it, since he was still relying on shadow sense to navigate the world. All he felt was a tremble that went through his enemy's body. A moment later, the Prince of Nothing groaned, a stream of blood escaping from his mouth. Then he lashed out with the saber, forcing Sunny to stagger back. The cruel sight slid out of the terrible wound, wreaking more damage on its way back. Sunny was slightly disappointed that he had not been able to end the fight right there and then, but it hardly mattered. The wound he had delivered was not immediately fatal, but deadly nevertheless. Now, all he had to do was wait for the enemy to bleed out. Even a master's body was not resilient enough to stem the flood of blood he had caused. Mordred, it seemed, realized the same and dashed forward in a desperate attempt to kill Sunny before the blood loss made him too weak. Or so Sunny thought. What? Instead of attacking with the saber, the Prince of Nothing used it to push the cruel sight aside, and continued to move forward, eventually colliding with Sunny and grabbing him by the throat. Is he crazy? At such a close distance, Sunny had all the advantages. Mordred couldn't slash with the saber, but he could easily bring his short sword back for a killing thrust, long before anyone would have been able to strangle him. This attack made no sense. However, in the next moment, he felt that something was wrong. And then his chest was pierced by a blinding explosion of pain. Sunny screamed and staggered back, falling to the floor. Somehow, against all logic, the Prince of Nothing seemed unscathed again, the bloody gash on his torso gone. Instead, it was as though Sunny had run himself through with a sword. He could feel a deep wound in his chest, even though the surface of the undying chain remained unbroken. "See, curses!" Fighting through the pain, he rolled away, dodging the descending saber. Luckily for him, Mordred did not pursue, instead choosing to dash toward Cassie and the mirror trap. Damned Wells. Although Sunny was not entirely clear on what had happened and how he had ended up with a hole in his chest, he had an inkling. Weld's aspect seemed to be all about devoiding the enemy of their power while enhancing your own, almost as if transferring it. A master had 3 aspect abilities. Was her third ability capable of transferring wounds from her body to that of others? If so, was he going to die by his own sword? No, he wouldn't. Unlike Mordred, Sunny was not going to bleed to death. In fact, he was barely bleeding at all. His body was pierced and heavily damaged, but fortunately, blood loss was one of the 2 causes of death he was practically immune to. The other being broken bones. The evolved weaves of his body would not allow such a thing to happen. Arg! Growling from pain, Sunny stood up and swayed slightly. He didn't feel too well, in fact, he felt pretty terrible. Every breath was torture, and his heartbeat was strange and irregular. Every contraction sent a pulse of suffering rolling through his body. "It's all right, I've been through worse, I think." Sunny willed the midnight shard to manifest itself into existence, and tried to assess what was happening around him. Mordred was already upon Cassie, his saber flashing toward her neck. The blind girl met his attack with a skillful block, the quiet dancer ringing clearly as it deflected the enemy's blade. The blind girl survived. However, she was pushed back, away from the mirror trap. As soon as her hand left the surface of the wooden box and the flow of soul essence was interrupted, the glow of the engraved pattern shimmered, dimmed, and was then extinguished. Mordred sighed. "Not bad, guys, truly a valiant effort." He glanced at the mirror trap, and then brought the saber down on it, turning the box into a pile of splinters and mangled silver plates. Sunny shuddered. Crap. Released from the burden and back to the full might of his stolen body, the Prince of Nothing inhaled deeply, an expression of delight on his face. Then he turned to Sunny and smiled amicably. "Now who should I deal with first?" At that moment, the austere Takai finished manifesting itself int. O existence. The unbroken enchantment activated, filling him with newfound power. Its effect wasn't as incredible as when he had been a mere sleeper, but still quite pronounced. Holding the midnight shard in one hand and the cruel sight in another, Sunny willed the mirror blade to ignite with the incandescent light of the divine flame, and grimaced. "Come here, your royal highness. I can promise to kill you quickly." With Sunny in front of him and Cassie behind, Mordred laughed. "So fun, what a pity. I am really going to miss you, Sunless." With that, he blurred and was suddenly just a step away, the slender saber falling down with terrifying speed. The 2 of them clashed, with one attacking and the other desperately trying to defend. The ringing of steel merged into one deafening sound. Sunny cursed. Although it seemed like an eternity, in fact, just a second had passed. The quiet dancer had not even had time to reach them from the other end of the hall to help. And he really needed help. Perhaps if he had not been wounded, and under the debilitating effect of Weld's aspect, Sunny would have been able to hold his ground against the deadly prince. With 3 shadows wrapped around his body and the gift of the unbroken, his prowess would not have been much less than that of a master. But as things stood currently, fighting against Mordred was like trying to fend off a tornado. He barely managed to deflect the killing blows, but couldn't do anything against the rest of the rain of ruthless strikes. The Prince of Nothing fought with terrifying skill and purpose, not leaving Sunny any chances to retaliate. Well, what else did he expect from the heir of War God? The bastard truly lived up to his lineage. The undying chain held for now, but Sunny knew that it wouldn't be able to protect him much longer. Even when the quiet dancer joined the fray, things didn't change much. Sunny thought feverishly, trying to come up with some trick, some way for him to survive and prevail. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't think of anything he could do to win this fight. It all seemed hopeless. Slowly, a creeping fear settled in his heart. Ignoring it, ignoring the terrible pain nesting in his chest, Sunny gritted his teeth and continued to resist with all his might, all his cunning, and all his will. And it was then that Cassie's voice suddenly reached his ears. "Open your eyes." He shivered, suddenly experiencing a feeling of a terrifying déjà vu. What, has she lost her mind? "Open your eyes, open them, Sunny." Was Cassie hysterical or planning to kill him? Why else would she give him such stupid advice? Sunny couldn't come up with one logical reason to listen to her. In the end, it all came down to a question of blind trust. He sighed, then strained his singed eyelids and slowly opened his eyes. Mordred's figure came into focus, a surprised and joyful expression on his stolen face. Sunny saw his reflection in Weld's eyes, clad in the bleak steel of the undying chain. No, it wasn't him. There was another reflection hiding even deeper, almost lost in the darkness. And then it was gone. Something cold and alien entered him through the reflection, sinking deep into the dark depths of his soul. A moment later, the world disappeared. Chapter 590, One Sea of Soul. Sunny found himself in the tranquil darkness of his soul sea. It seemed as empty and silent as usual. The three black suns burned with dark flames above him, arranged in a perfect triangle. Small spheres of light, his memories, floated between them like dying stars. The silent waters were vast and motionless, and some distance away, just beyond the periphery of his vision, the rows of lifeless shadows stood unmoving. However, this time something was different. Sunny did not remember entering the soul sea, or even wishing to do so. More than that, he couldn't perceive the real world at all. Usually, visiting this place resulted in a strange split of his consciousness, with one part of it exploring the depths of his soul, while the other remained aware of his actual surroundings. It was akin to imagining a landscape. Doing so did not turn you blind and deaf. But now he was here and only here, as nothing existed outside of this dark and silent sea. Come to think of it, it was a lonely and frightening place. Untethered from the real world and surrounded by nothing except for deathly silence, Sunny did not feel as calm and comfortable as he usually would. And he wasn't really alone in the darkness. "What a strange soul you have." Hearing those words, Sunny flinched, then turned around. The voice that had spoken them did not belong to Weld. It was familiar and pleasant, just like it had been in the lightless abyss of the sky below. Mordred was speaking with high, real voice once again. The Prince of Nothing stood some distance away, looking up with a curious smile on his face. Now, for the first time, Sunny saw how he must have looked before his true body as destroyed. Mordred was tall and slender with pale skin and raven-black hair. He seemed to be in his 20s, older than Kai and Effie by a couple of years. His face was sharp and thin, not exactly handsome, but at the same time charming and strangely beautiful. His most striking feature, though, were his eyes, which didn't seem to possess a color of their own, and instead reflected the world back on itself like two pools of liquid silver. Currently, they were as dark and lightless as the endless abyss of the void. Mordred was dressed in a simple tunic, its fabric long devoid of any color. He wore no armor and didn't seem to bear any weapon. However, Sunny could feel immense pressure radiating from his slender figure and knew that he was in mortal danger. What surprised him, however, was that Mordred's face seemed familiar. In fact, he looked exactly like a slightly older male version of Morgan of Valor. The resemblance was too striking to be a coincidence. It could only be shared by siblings. And there was another thing that Sunny saw which made him tense and apprehensive. All around the Prince of Nothing, he could see a pale golden glow. The same kind of beautiful radiance that hid in his own blood and surrounded Nephis, the light of divinity. Curses! Mordred studied the three cores of Sunny's soul curiously, then looked at him with a friendly smile. "I have never seen anything like it. How kind it was of you to invite me inside, sunless. I really do wonder what your little friend was thinking, though. Does she, perhaps, think that you will be able to resist me?" Sunny stared at the invader somberly, then shrugged. "How would I know what she is thinking? Trying to understand an oracle is a fool's errand, you know." Mordred chuckled. "Ah, wiser words have never been said. Well, I guess we will find out soon." Sunny shifted slightly, then asked, his voice gloomy by nation for someone who wishes to escape a saint, don't you think? He took another step forward and continued. "I also have never met or heard of anyone else who possesses a divine aspect. Imagine my surprise when I found out that you were just like me. And that thing you have, I'm very curious to find out what it is that allowed you to make me blind back in the Ebony Tower. Such a powerful end divination artifact will make my life much, much easier, so, you see, although I am not too happy about it, taking you as a vessel is a regretful but inevitable choice I had to make." Sunny narrowed his eyes, trying to understand what Mordred was talking about. Making him blind, back in the Ebony Tower. Sunny had worn Weaver's mask to read the harrowing runes on the 5th level of the stronghold of the ruler of the underworld. Was that what the mirror fiend meant? So the mask had been able to hide Sunny from his spying, as well, and more than that, the mirror beast had not managed to glimpse its secrets. So Mordred did not know what it was, just that there was something in Sunny's possession that could prevent him from being tracked and seen by otherworldly means. When he narrowed his eyes, though, something else happened. Sunny didn't expect it, so he almost lost his composure. He had not known that he possessed such an ability, but it seemed that the evolution of the blood weave had enhanced his eyes as well. Suddenly, he was able to peer beneath the surface of Mordred's soul, just like he was able to peer beneath the surface of memories and echoes to study their weaves. And what he saw there made him tremble. Crap! As a living soul, the Prince of Nothing did not possess a spellweave, of course. However, what he did possess were soul cores, 6 of them. Mordred was a terror, and that terror was getting closer and closer to Sunny. "To tell you the truth, Sunless, your body fits me so perfectly that I even thought, for a second, that the old man had sent you to me as a gift. Gods know he has a lot to apologize for, to think that he had nothing to do with it, and all of this was just a coincidence. That funny attribute of yours is really something, isn't it?" Sunny gritted his teeth, and then said in a grim tone, "That is really wonderful. I am very glad for you, pal. However, what exactly happens now? You don't really expect me to just surrender my body to you, right?" Here in the Soul Sea, Sunny wasn't bound by his flaw, since his words were nothing more than thoughts. It was actually a bit of a relief. Mordred stopped, now just a few steps away from him, and smiled. "Now, why, what else? Now I am going to destroy your soul, of course." Chapter 592, Soul Slayer. Sunny looked down on himself, evaluating his own state. The wound in his chest was gone. However, it wasn't as though he was unscathed. His body, or at least this manifestation of it, seemed battered and beaten. However, it was also full of ferocious strength and vigor, as well as feeling light, as if a tremendous weight had been lifted off his shoulders just a few moments ago. He didn't know how CTLY this battle of the souls was supposed to work, but suspected that his current form was a representation of his spirit. He had endured a lot in these recent weeks, enough suffering and fear to crush someone with a lesser will. Sunny, however, had survived far worse, so his strength was not diminished by much. He was still clad in the bleak steel of the undying chain and holding his weapons. 3 shadows lay at his feet, and he could feel the presence of the soul serpent nearby. His enemy, meanwhile, was alone and unarmed. This was Sunny's soul, after all. Here he was bound to have the ultimate advantage. "Let's see who will destroy whom, you bastard." With a smirk, Sunny commanded the shadows to rise and wrap themselves around his body. Instantly, his strength, speed, and resilience were enhanced manifold. In the next moment, however, his expression froze. Mordred looked at him, then smiled. As he did, 6 shadows descended upon him like a dark mantle, making the pressure that the Prince of Nothing exerted feel almost suffocating. "You didn't think that it would be that easy, did you?" A split second later, he was beside Sunny, his fist crashing into the breastplate of the undying chain. As pain exploded through his body, Sunny flew back and fell onto the still water, sliding across it into the darkness. "What?" Before he could even rise, Mordred was already upon him. his foot slamming into Sunny's ribs. Sunny yelped as he was thrown into the air, then felt another blow landing on his chest, pushing all air out of his lungs and sending him plummeting back down. Knowing that he had to escape somehow, Sunny dove into the shadows and emerged from the darkness behind the Prince of Nothing, the blade of the cruel sight shooting forward. However, it pierced nothing but air. Mordred had turned into a shadow himself and disappeared without a trace, his laughter echoing across the surface of the silent sea. Weak, too weak. Something struck Sunny in the back, sending another explosion of pain rolling through the very core of his being. He groaned and tried to slash with the midnight shard, but the enemy was already gone. A moment later, he was kicked in the abdomen, then ruthlessly slammed across the face. Mordred's fist felt like a sledgehammer, no, like a mountain descending. Half-blinded and disoriented, Sunny fell to his knees, spitting blood. What the hell? This was not how he had imagined things going. The damned mirror fiend clearly had to weaken his prey before attacking, so his victory was not set in stone. There was a way to defeat him somehow, and since Sunny's spirit had not been broken, he had expected to be able to prevail. However, the bastard was just too powerful. How was he supposed to resist such terrifying force? Worse than that, Mordred seemed to be able to mirror all of his powers. Bastard, lost from light, stop. The Prince of Nothing laughed again, then struck Sunny in the side of his head, almost blinding him. Sorry to say this, but that trick is not going to work. This is an entirely different situation, you know. Hurting and hoping to escape the next blow, Sunny turned into a shadow again. This time, however, he wasn't in a hurry to attack and remained incorporeal, thinking. Before he could form a single thought, however, another shadow lunged at him from the darkness, and suddenly he was in the throes of indescribable agony, his very soul damaged and cracked. With a stifled shriek, Sunny escaped the shadows and assumed his human form again, only to be ruthlessly struck down a moment later. He fell on his back and desperately gulped for air, but his lungs seemed to be paralyzed. All he could do was try to block the next blow, only for it to fail, and another wave of pain spread through his body. Got him it. Sunny used Shadow Step to disengage, but his enemy simply followed. He deflected one strike, almost managing to cut Mordred's forearm open, but the mirror fiend was just too fast, strong, and skilled. No matter how hard Sunny fought, it was all useless. No matter what strategy he tried to implement, Mordred saw right through it. Fighting against the Prince of Nothing was like fighting against death itself. He was terrifying, inevitable, and final. There was no escape. But Sunny was not going to give up. At this point, he wasn't even sure that he knew how. He gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and fought. After what seemed like an eternity, beaten and bloodied, Sunny was thrown down again. The helmet of the undying chain was bent and deformed, pressing into his temple and obstructing his vision. He dismissed it and raised a hand to defend himself, but it was easily wrestled down. Mordred had a few bruises of his own, but looked infinitely better than Sunny. Grabbing him by the throat, the banished prince inhaled deeply, and then asked in a somber tone, "Haven't you had enough? Why don't you just surrender? I'm not enjoying this one bit, you know." Sunny looked at him, roughed the red haze and grinned, his teeth painted red by blood. Really? Too bad, 'cause I'm actually having the time of my life." With that, he lowered his head and tried to sink his teeth into Mordred's hand. The Prince of Nothing sighed, then hit Sunny in the face, sending him rolling away. Crap, that one really hurt. Sunny slid a few meters and came to a rest just beyond the rows of silent shadows. He tried to stand up, but the world suddenly spun around, making him fall back down. A quiet groan escaped from his lips. Mordred shook his head dejectedly, and then walked over to the cruel sight, which lay on the surface of the tranquil waters where Sunny had dropped it. He bent down to pick it up, but the somber spear simply turned to tenebrous mist, dismissed by its master. The mirror fiend remained unperturbed. He lowered his fingers into the water and caught the reflection of the fearsome memory before it fully dissipated, then brought it up, ending up with the exact same spear in his hand. To think that the spell would make it anew and return it to me, it's fitting, I guess. He studied the cruel sight for a moment, then turned to Sunny, a dark look in his eyes. "Let's end this now, no matter what you may think. I don't enjoy torturing people. Unless they deserve to be tortured, of course." Sunny finally managed to rise to his knees and glanced at the approaching prince with a grim expression. One of his hands reached toward the hilt of the midnight shard, which lay some distance away, while the other was pinned awkwardly behind him. In it, a ghostly stiletto silently appeared, its transparent blade hidden from sight by Sunny's body. "Whatever you say." Mordred willed the cruel sight to extend to its full length, then lunged forward, thrusting it toward Sunny's heart. Sunny tensed, preparing to dodge. But before he had a chance to, he was suddenly covered by a massive shadow, and a long, multi-jointed arm appeared from somewhere above, blocking the blade of the spear with its terrifying bone claws. Sunny blinked. Mordred froze too and then slowly looked up. As he did, Sunny mirrored the movement. Towering above him, the shadow of the Mountain King stood silently, one of its four arms extended forward. For a moment, nothing happened. And then another shadow moved slightly, clicking its chitinous claws. One of the carapace scavengers took a small step forward. Like a chain reaction, a wave of movement spread through the ranks of the silent shadows, bringing them to life. All of them shifted, their gazes focusing on Mordred. Members of the Carapace Legion, dwellers of the Crimson Labyrinth, horrors of the Dark City, inhabitants of the Chained Isles, there were monsters of all shapes and sizes, each more terrifying than the other. A horde of creatures that Sunny had slain. There was an abominable spire messenger, a nest of slithering vines, a tall knight in a heavy suit of intricate armor, a strange creature with a chest in place of a head, and many, many more. For the first time, confidence drained from Mordred's face, and he paled. Taking an involuntary step back, the Prince of Nothing hesitated, then said evenly, "Sunless, my dear friend, tell me, why is there an army of dead nightmare creatures hidden in your soul?" Sunny finally managed to grab the midnight shard and slowly rose to his feet, using the takai as support. His teeth flashed in a dark smile. "Oh, I have human souls here, too. So don't you worry, Mordred. When I kill you, you'll have good company, at least." The mirror fiend chuckled nervously, then slowly brandished the reflection of the cruel sight. In the next moment, the horde of shadows surged forward, descending upon him like an avalanche of darkness. And Mordred suddenly vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Chapter 593, One Step Forward. Sunny opened his eyes, disoriented. The orange glow of the fire and the dancing shadows on the shattered walls, the smell of blood, the tearing pain in his chest. He had escaped the Soul Sea and returned to the scorched heart of the Night Temple. He had prevailed, but what was going on? It felt as if he was falling. Why was he falling? Sunny crashed onto the cracked stone plates of the floor and heard Weld's body falling somewhere nearby. A tortured groan escaped from his lips, and then a stifled curse. What the hell? Although his battle with Mordred had lasted for a while, it seemed that just a single moment passed in the real world. That time had not even been enough for Sunny to properly fall down. The quiet dancer was still in the same position, and Cassie was still rushing over, dagger in hand. I survived. However, why did it feel like he was forgetting something? Sunny strained his wounded body, trying to sit up. He felt exhausted and weak, both from his physical injuries and the damage his soul had sustained in the harrowing battle against Prince of Nothing. What was it? Cassie was already by his side, reaching out to help him sit. Her rapier hovered in the air and then turned, the tip of its blade aiming at Weld's unmoving form. Oh, right, where did Mordred disappear to? Suddenly, his eyes widened. Sunny raised his head, pointing at Weld. Kay, kill her. The quiet dancer was already flashing through the air, reacting faster than its master. Cassie frowned. What, isn't he D? But it was too late. Weld suddenly moved, her hand shooting forward to catch the flying rapier by the blade. The sharp point stopped just a few centimeters away from her throat. No, Mordred wasn't dead. He had simply run away, retreating from a fight that he knew he wouldn't be able to win. Back to his previous vessel, Cassie stared at the Prince of Nothing in shock, and then shrieked when thin cracks appeared on the blade of the graceful rapier. She hurriedly dismissed the echo, saving it from the crushing grip, and pulled Sunny to his feet. What do we do now? Sunny saw the body of the ascended knight stirring, as if slowly coming back to life. Her hollow eyes suddenly glistened, becoming full of dark will and lethal intelligence once again. His heart skipped a beat. Now that Mordred had failed to both enslave and possess Sonny, there was only one use for him left: torture the Weaver's mask out of him, and then dispose of what was left. With that fiend wearing a master's body, what were they supposed to do indeed? Actually, Sonny had a perfect answer. He glanced at Cassie with a determined expression, and then screamed, "What else, run?" Mordred wasn't the only one who knew when to remove himself from a hopeless situation. Pushing the blind girl toward the large hole in the wall of the former stronghold of the Valor forces, Sonny turned his back on Weld, who was slowly rising to her feet, and sprinted away as fast as he could. His eyes were tightly shut, so that the bastard couldn't spy on them through the reflections. The Night Temple was a large place. With some luck, they would be able to play cat and mouse, or rather, mice and tiger, with the damned prince for a few days. Hopefully, St. Cormac would arrive soon. As he was diving through the breach in the wall, a mocking voice assaulted him from behind. "What, leaving so soon?" Feeling Mordred taking a step forward, Sonny dismissed the heavenly burden. Pierce's corpse, which was still pressed against the ceiling, suddenly plunged down and crashed right in front of the mirror fiend, forcing him to jump back and slow down a little. Without turning his head, Sonny threw the broken oath behind him, then sent the ordinary rock flying into the depths of a random corridor, and ran in the opposite direction with Cassie. As they rushed away, the rock ricocheted off the walls and screamed loudly in Sonny's voice. "Run, run, run!" Sonny didn't expect his tricks to slow down Mordred for long, but with enough of a head start, they were bound to be able to disappear into the confusing labyrinth of the great cathedral. They just had to get out of the inner sanctum in time. Once outside, catching them would be much harder. He might not have been a match for the Prince of Nothing in direct combat, for now, but when it came to stealth and traversal, Sonny had a decisive advantage. Not only could he use Shadow Step to jump across large distances, but he could also use his shadows and senses to scout, spy on the enemy, and navigate in the darkness. Mordred, meanwhile, was only able to see through reflections, which were few and far between in the Night Temple. Hiding from him was not an impossible task. Especially with the help of Cassie and her uncanny intuition. The blind girl was going to slow Sonny down somewhat, but at the same time, having her with him was a boon. Just as he thought that, Cassie suddenly pulled him into a barely visible mouth of a narrow corridor, which then led them to a small staircase. They ascended it and ran through a circular hall, sliding down the domed floor and then climbing back up. As they did, an echo of a deafening crash reached their ears, announcing that the Prince of Nothing was not too far behind. What was the bastard doing, breaking through stone walls instead of searching for a path? The interior of the citadel was bizarre and confusing, so Sonny quickly lost his sense of direction. All he knew was that they weren't moving toward the familiar exit out of the inner sanctum, nor were they approaching the central bell tower. His doubts were dispelled, however, when Cassie opened a narrow wooden door and cold wind hit him in the face. Somehow they had reached the grand hall of the cathedral, where the broken gateway stood in the center of the vast basin of the craterous dome. Instead of entering it through the tall gates of the inner sanctum, Sonny and Cassie appeared on a hidden gallery circling the hall's perimeter high above. Almost at the same time, a familiar figure emerged from the gates far below. Chapter 594 2 Steps Back. Mordred was right, B. Lo them, walking out into the great hall of the somber cathedral at a relaxed pace. Above his shoulders, a dozen blinding orbs of light hovered in the air, throwing white reflections of the dark stones. Sonny silently stepped back, pulling Cassie with him. Pressed against the back wall of the gallery and safely hidden in the deep shadows, they slowly moved away. Below, the spheres of light suddenly shot in different directions, illuminating a large portion of the dark nave. Luckily, their radiance did not reach the hidden gallery, be it just barely. What it did reach, though, were the hundreds of mirror shards scattered around the vast expanse of the inverse hall. Each of them shone, reflecting the white light. It was as though countless stars suddenly ignited in the darkness. Sonny silently cursed, knowing that those shards served Mordred as eyes. Who knew how many more were hidden throughout the cathedral? Without slowing down, he dismissed the memories he had left behind, and continued moving toward the distant end of the vast circular chamber. The Prince of Nothing, meanwhile, tilted his head a little. Where are they hiding, I wonder? Suddenly, he was surrounded by a whirlwind of white sparks. Sonny did not linger to see what memories Mordred was summoning, and instead concentrated on reaching another door. Before the sparks of light coalesced into tangible shapes, Cassie and he had already left the gallery, finding themselves in another corridor. They had successfully left the sanctum behind and were now in the main structure of the citadel. It was a large and convoluted space, so finding them here was not going to be easy. From where they stood now, just outside the nave, they could go anywhere in the temple proper, exit into the outward ring, or descend into any of the 6 belfries. They could even circle back and try to hide in the 7th, the main bell tower, hoping that the Mirror Fiend would not expect them to return. However, somehow, Sonny doubted that escaping Mordred would be that easy. The morbid remains of his butchered victims were all around them, after all. None of these people had escaped. He hesitated for a moment, then pulled Cassie in the direction of the outward ring. That was the part of the citadel they both knew the best, which was an important advantage. Of course, the banished prince understood that too, which meant that he would most likely be moving there too. This was a risk Sonny had to take. At the end of the day, their goal was to escape, and they could only do that by reaching the sealed gates of the Night Temple. A few hours passed, suffused with fear and tension. Sonny and Cassie had moved through the main structure of the cathedral, getting closer and closer to the outward ring. On the way, they took a short break, partially to eat and replenish their strength, but mostly because he simply couldn't walk anymore. The exhaustion and pain were taking their toll on Sonny. Finding a safe spot, he fell to the floor and remained motionless for a while, breathing hoarsely. Then he dismissed the breastplate of the undying chain, pulled the shirt hiding beneath up, and tentatively explored the dire wound dealt to him by Mordred. The result was not too good. Sonny wasn't going to die anytime soon, but neither was he going to heal quickly. For the time being, he was as good as crippled. Curses! At least he had not bled to death. That was something, at least. He summoned the breastplate back, then opened the covetous coffer and took out a couple of tubes of synth paste. The 2 of them hurriedly consumed the nutritious sludge, and then it was time to get back up again. Before that, however, Cassie handed him something. Here, you hold on to this. Sonny took the item and raised his eyebrows, recognizing the shape. It was a small piece of cold steel, shaped into a semblance of an anvil. His fingers, though, could feel that the thing was not at all simple. In fact, it seemed like one of the most potent artifacts he had ever held. Welth's amulet, when did you grab it? The blind girl sighed. After you opened your eyes, I should have tried to reach his body in time instead. If only I had more essence, I could have done something differently. Sonny hesitated for a moment, then threw the amulet into the maw of the covetous coffer. Why are you so down? Yeah, we might have failed to get rid of that bastard, but then again, we've done better than 100 lost and 2 Knights of Valor did. That's not too bad of an achievement, isn't it? Plus, Mordred's plans are also ruined. He might seem in control, but trust me, that guy is in as much trouble as we are. Things didn't exactly go his way, either. The blind girl remained silent for a few moments, then nodded and helped him stand up. Somewhat rested, but not at all free of exhaustion, they continued moving forward, soon crossing into the outward ring. When they did, however, Cassie suddenly froze, then trembled. Sonny tensed. What? Then he heard it too, the insidious sound of approaching footsteps, and a second later, Welth's familiar voice. There you are. Gritting his teeth, Sonny grabbed Cassie's hand and ran in the opposite direction. Damn it, damn it, damn it. His chest was burning, pulsating with excruciating pain. They moved with all the speed they could muster, but what was the point? A master was so much faster than an awakened. Even though Mordred didn't seem to be in a hurry, the sound of his footsteps was growing closer and closer. Before he could reach them, however, the whole Night Temple suddenly shook, throwing Sonny to the floor. An explosion of pain radiated through his body, and a moment later, his shadow sense was not constrained by the outer walls of the citadel anymore. It pierced the black stone and easily reached into the vast emptiness beyond. Sonny clenched his fists. The seal, it's lifted. The saint had arrived. Chapter 595, The Saints Are Coming. At that point, Sonny and Cassie weren't too far away from the gate chamber, where they had made a morbid discovery soon after escaping from the cage. Back then, the heavy gates had been closed and sealed. Now, however, it seemed that they were finally opened. St. Cormac had returned from his expedition to the Hollow Mountains a few days sooner than expected. For a moment, Sonny was overcome by fierce joy. Then, however, the cold and rational part of his mind took over. Yes, the arrival of the saint created a path of escape, and was bound to solve their Mordred problem, most likely. But who was to say that the transcendent warrior would not turn out to be an even deadlier threat? The first thing St. Cormac was going to see after entering the citadel was a pile of mutilated corpses. After that, he would most likely kill anyone who appears in his way. After all, any survivor would either be a potential vessel of the banished prince or a witness. Sonny gritted his teeth, then rose to his feet and pulled Cassie into a side corridor. There, they hid in the shadows, wrapped her cloak around themselves, and waited. He didn't dare to extend his shadow sense toward the gates or send his shadows forward to scout, fearful to draw the saint's attention, so neither of them knew what was going on. A few seconds passed in terrifying silence, and then Sonny heard something rustle through the corridor they had just left. A gust of wind blew past them, as if left behind by something moving at incredible speed. A moment later, they heard a distant impact, and the Night Temple trembled once again. It seemed that St. Cormac had already found Mordred. Sonny pushed Cassie to her feet and hissed, "Hurry to the gate." They ran toward the exit. Soon, the familiar chamber came into view, fresh air mixing with the terrible smell of the rotting corpses. The gates of the Night Temple stood wide open, the impenetrable darkness of the sky below stretching into eternity beyond them. The tall doorway seemed like a portal into the endless night. Now slowing down even for a moment, Sonny and Cassie dashed toward freedom, passed through the gates, and finally escaped the cursed cathedral. After a month of suffering, bloodshed, and harrowing dread they had experienced in this ghastly stone trap, the air of the lightless abyss seemed sweet like nectar. Just as they left, the Night Temple shuddered once again, dust falling from its ancient walls. Far below, the bells rang somberly, their usually melodious song sounding strangely staggered and frantic. The saint was battling the Prince of Nothing, the whole citadel suffering the burden of their furious clash. "Hurry, it's not over yet." The two of them dashed across the rickety bridge that swayed above the chasm of the sky below on rusty chains, and soon reached the treacherous stairs that skirted the slope of the northern island. Running up the narrow steps, both of them knew that one wrong step can potentially cost them their lives. But Sonny was unwilling to slow down. They had to reach the surface, cross the island, traverse the heavenly chain, all before St. Cormac was done dealing with the escaped prisoner. "Too long, this is taking too long." Sonny hesitated for a moment, then summoned the heavenly burden. "Climb onto my back." Cassie lingered, then did as she was told. He drove the black needle between the plates of the undying chain, cursed, and then threw his hand forward, the triangular blade of the prowling thorn shooting into the overhanging stone slope. With the blind girl's weight added to his own, the speed of their ascent wasn't too fast. However, with the help of the kunai and its invisible string, Sonny was able to increase it somewhat. It was an arduous and nerve-wracking journey. The two of them were like a spider scaling a mountain with the help of a single thread of silk. The difference was that the mountain was steeper than vertical, and there were furious winds threatening to either crush them against the stone or throw them away into the darkness of the sky below. However, after a dozen torturous minutes, or maybe an eternity, they still managed to reach the surface of the island alive. Sonny dismissed the needle and fell onto the soft ground, gripping his chest. There were disturbing, wheezing sounds coming out of his lungs with each breath. He lay motionless for a few moments, then allowed Cassie to pull him to his feet. I know, we need to move. It's not time to rest yet." They ran across the field of flowers, the hollow mountains towering behind them. White mist was flowing down their slopes, and there was something white dancing in the air in front of them, too. Sonny felt a pleasant cold spreading across his burning face. His heart contracted painfully. It's snowing. Was it December already, or did the first snowfall arrive ahead of time as well? There was no escaping fate. The northern island trembled beneath them. And just a few moments later, a dark figure appeared in their way. Sonny had never met Saint Cormac, but he recognized him almost instantly. Only a transcended could have such a deep, unfathomable shadow and a presence that seemed to affect the very world around him. The saint looked to be in his 30s, with a cold face and dark, ruthless eyes. His black armor was battered and worn, barely holding together after a month of exploring the death zone. Surprisingly, it wasn't too impressive, as far as armor-type memories went. Neither was he wielding a terrifying weapon. His fingers, however, were covered with fresh blood, crimson drops falling down, and painting the delicate violet flowers red. It seemed that Mordred had failed to gain freedom in the end. His last vessel was destroyed. St. Cormac frowned, looking at the two of them, then took a step forward. The snow swirled, surrounding him like a cold mantle. Sonny was suddenly overwhelmed by a feeling of suffocating killing intent. He shifted slightly, pushing Cassie behind him. His eyes darted around, hoping to find something, anything, that would save their lives. Then suddenly the world darkened, as though a transient shadow covered the sun. A second later, the shadow was gone in a rustle of wings, and a tall, slender woman was standing between them and the approaching saint, her posture straight like an arrow. Sky Tide shielded Sonny and Cassie with her body and glanced at the other transcended warrior, her beautiful face as cold and stark as always, her vertical pupils full of calm, grim resolve. "That is enough, Cormac, turn back." Chapter 596, and we were gone. Sonny staggered back, stunned by the sudden appearance of St. Tyrus. A tense, dangerous silence settled over the island after she spoke, with only the wailing of the wind breaking it. Snow danced in the air, slowly settling onto the cold ground. His heart was beating like a caged animal. Where did she come from? What is going on, damn it? Cormac scowled and looked at the slender woman with a dark expression on his stern, weathered face. The saint did not seem amused by the sudden appearance of the leader of the White Feather clan. "Sky Tide, stay out of this." St. Tyrus didn't move, still shielding Sonny and Cassie with her slender body. The wind picked up, and the clouds seemed to become heavier, as if expressing her suppressed emotions. Only, as Sonny realized, they weren't suppressed at all. Sky Tide just didn't show them on her face. Instead, the world itself did it for her. "I think not." Cormac winced, resentful sparks appearing in his eyes. "You don't know what you are interfering with, Tyrus. Get out of my way. This is not your business." She shifted slightly, the howling of wind growing louder. The violet flowers bent, pressed down to the ground. "This is my land. These awakened are of my citadel. Anything that happens here and to them is my business." The other saint sighed, then took a step forward. "The entire garrison of the Night Temple was wiped out. These two are the only witnesses. Are sure that you want to make their fate your burden." Sky Tide frowned, then spoke, her voice even. "If that is true, we can question them together, back in the sanctuary." Cormac smiled darkly, then shook his head. "I'm afraid that won't be convenient. You might not know my task here, Tyrus, but you know who gave it to me. Obstructing me in this matter is the same as obstructing the will of valor. You wouldn't want to do that, would you?" A corner of Sky Tide's mouth suddenly twisted upward. She stared at the fearsome saint and said, a hint of mocking in her voice, "What is he going to do? How is he going to punish me? Exile my clan to a remote frontier region, maybe? Oh, wait." She took a step forward as well, her tone changing, becoming darker and heavier. The clouds swallowed the sun, submerging the world into shadows. "You have forgotten, Cormac. I am Sky Tide of the White Feather clan, not Valor. I am a vassal of the king, not his servant. 6 years ago, I oaked the other way and allowed your odious scheme to happen. I have regretted it ever since. This is my land, my isles. You are only a guest here. I warn you, do not test the limits of my hospitality." As he spoke the last words, a deafening thunderclap resounded, rolling across the chained aisles like a herald of heavenly wrath. Cormac stared at her unimpressed. An expression of contempt appeared in the depths of his cold, dangerous eyes. The saint moved his shoulders as if stretching his muscles, and then said darkly, "Your arrogance is so tiresome, Tyrus. Warn me. What gives you the courage to warn me? You say that I have forgotten, but it is you who doesn't seem to remember who I am, and what I am capable of." He stepped forward, his killing intent growing thicker and more suffocating, almost palpable. What gave you the idea that this is a negotiation? You will stand down, or I will put you down. Either way, the result will be the same. St. Tyrus lingered for a moment, then looked over her shoulder at Sunny and Cassie. Her gaze was calm and somber. It's time for the two of you to go. Sunny took a step back, his mouth suddenly dry. He opened it, trying to force out a question. But what about? Sky Tide was already looking at Cormac, who was approaching with steady steps. Her hair danced in the wind like a stream of pale gold. Run, you won't survive the fury of this battle. Sunny hesitated for a split second, then grabbed Cassie and ran. They dashed away from the two saints, heading for the distant edge of the island. He didn't know what a fight between transcendents would look like, but had no doubt that mere mortals like the two of them had no place in the middle of it. Crazy, the world has gone completely crazy. A moment later, something collided with a thunderous roar behind them, and Sunny was thrown into the air. A violent shockwave passed through his body, causing a short scream to escape from his mouth. He hit the ground and felt it shifting, as if a powerful earthquake was happening mere meters away. Sunny struggled to rise back to his feet, then helped Cassie do the same and continued to run. Shards of stone flew past them like bullets, and the snowfall was already turning into a furious blizzard. Behind them, two vast shadows rose into the sky. One was a giant bird of prey, her feathers white, her sharp beak and devastating talons forged out of lustrous, polished steel. Her enormous wings were wreathed in thunderclouds, and bolts of lightning danced around her body like a radiant mantle. The other was a ferocious wyvern, his black scales as dark as the abyss, with mighty muscles rolling under them like iron chains. The head of the creature was crowned with twisting horns, and in his maw, countless sharp fangs glowed darkly, illuminated by immolating red flame burning in the depths of the beast's adamantine body. Tyrus and Cormac flew into the skies, soon disappearing in the veil of storm clouds. A terrifying roar rolled across the island, and then another shockwave hit, tearing a hole in the blizzard. Boiling blood suddenly streamed from above, falling on the snow like vermilion rain. Gods, oh gods! Sunny and Cassie could only run. From time to time, a violent tremor threw them to the ground. The hurricane wind threw snow and sharp bits of ice into their faces, and their ears were ringing from the thunderous cacophony of the titanic battle happening somewhere above them. They were almost to the edge of the island, ready to jump onto the chain, when there was a sudden lull in the terrifying havoc. And then two shadows fell down from the skies, so fast that Sunny couldn't even tell who was who. The saints collided against the center of the island with such force that its surface swayed like water. The shockwave of the impact was so fierce that it instantly obliterated the field of flowers, blew away the top layers of the soil, and made the stronghold on the northern edge crumble into dust. The ground itself split open, a wide crack spreading to both ends of the isle, cutting it in two. The northern island shuddered, and then crumbled, large pieces of stone breaking off and flying into the darkness as more and more cracks appeared, and the tension of the heavenly chains tore the island apart. Sunny, of course, could not appreciate the full scope of the disaster. All he could sense was that they were sent rolling down once again, this time even more violently than before. Only this time, instead of soil or stone, what they found beneath them was nothing. The ground disappeared, and Sunny found himself falling down, 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 down into the endless darkness of the sky below. All he could do was grab Cassie and hold her close, making sure that they weren't separated. Bloodied, mangled, and weak, they plummeted into the abyss as all around them devastation reigned. The night temple cracked, then disintegrated into a rain of black stones. The 7 bells rang mournfully as they disappeared into the void. The colossal chain that served as one of the anchors of the chained isles shot toward the hollow mountains, colliding with their slopes with enough force to make the ancient slope shatter and create a momentary hole in the veil of flowing mist. Luckily for Sunny, his eyes were still closed, so he didn't see what hid beneath. And somewhere in all this chaos, the two saints continued their harrowing battle. Sunny held Cassie tightly and fell, happy to be getting further and further away from that clash with each second. After a while, the sounds of the fighting disappeared far above. The signs of destruction disappeared, too, as well as the last remnants of the light. Now they were falling through absolute darkness in complete silence and solitude, with nothing threatening their lives. It was sort of peaceful. Sonny sighed, finally allowed himself to open his eyes, then glanced at Cassie and forced out a weak smile. "See, we're not dead. Your vision was a bust again." She trembled. How are you so calm? We are falling into the sky below, not dead yet." He tried to laugh, then winced and decided against it. "This place is actually not so bad. Just wait for a little, we'll fall for a bit more, and then I'll summon memories to either guide us back up or push us toward the rift. We have food and water, at least. You won't believe what I had to eat the last time." Remembering the dead mimic, Sonny shivered. "Yeah, this is definitely not bad. Believe me, it could have been so much worse." However, as soon as Sonny said that, something changed in the lightless void. A swift shadow shot toward them, surrounded by a circle of furious light. "What?" Before Sonny could even react, two hands extended toward them, one grabbing him, the other closing around the nape Cassie's cloak. With nothing to stand on, they were as defenseless as Pierce had been moments before Sonny killed him. "Damn. Oh, thank gods I found you." He blinked. That voice, why did it sound familiar? Sonny stared into the light, his eyes slowly adjusting to it. Soon, he was able to see the shape of a paper lantern that floated in the air, just above the shoulder of a tall, infuriatingly handsome young man in a needlessly fashionable armor. Sonny opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. "Kai, what the hell are you doing here?" The charming archer smiled, an expression of joy and profound relief appearing on his face. "What else? Rescuing you, of course." Chapter 597, Welcome Aboard. "Hold on for a bit more." The archer strained a little, bearing their weight as he darted through the abyss, his flight swift and effortless. Illuminated by the paper lantern, the three of them traveled through the darkness like a small comet, moving faster and faster. The wind whistled in Sonny's ears. He remained silent for a bit, dumbfounded, then asked, "Wait, was it you who brought St. Tyrus here?" Kai smiled, looking somewhere far away. "Of course, when you and Cassie didn't return to the real world, we knew that the negotiation with the representatives of Clan Valor must have failed. But when you didn't arrive at Shipwreck Island by November, as the plan had been, it was clear that something went wrong. So, Effie and I waited for a bit, then went to the White Feather Clan for help." He paused for a moment, and then added, "Eventually, we decided to come to the Night Temple ourselves. That was a week ago. We have just arrived yesterday." "But the Citadel was sealed." Sonny frowned, suddenly catching an inconsistency in Kai's words. "Wait, a week ago? How did you cross the chained isles so fast?" The archer smiled brightly. "Look ahead." "What does he?" Sonny glanced forward and froze. They were swiftly approaching another source of light, this one much larger. Or rather, it was moving in their direction, even faster than Kai was flying. A few moments later, a graceful shape of a resplendent wooden ship became visible, flowing through the darkness of the sky below as though on water. Its sails were pristine white, and around the main mast a young tree was growing, its branches brimming with vibrant green leaves. The fire keepers had succeeded in repairing the ancient vessel after all, it seemed. It looked elegant and swift, its hull devoid of the cracks and breaches that had marred its surface before. A patchwork of replacement boards still stood out on the polished wood, and here and there, the structure of the ship seemed rickety and slapdash, especially near the bow, which had been previously almost destroyed. However, overall, the vessel was a magnificent sight to behold. There was a battery of light memories illuminating the ship, an especially bright one burning at the tip of a long and sharp bowsprit. Human figures could be seen on the deck, moving around in a hurry. Sonny stared at the swiftly approaching ship, stunned by the sight of it. It was hard to believe that this had been the same abomination-invested wreck he knew. Now that the ancient vessel was repaired, it looked almost the same as on the golden coins he had sacrificed to the altar of Noctis. Kai accelerated even more, then slowed down and landed on the wooden deck smoothly. Feeling a solid surface under his feet, Sonny swayed a little and looked at the fire keepers that surrounded them. Then he sighed and fell down, instantly losing consciousness. After the terrible day, No, a terrible month he had, some rest was long overdue. A couple of hours later, Sonny came back to his senses. He was laying near the main mast of the ship, under the branches of the young tree, a soft pillow under his head and a warm blanket covering his body. He still felt terrible, but mostly due to the soul damage Mordred had dealt him. The physical wounds were not bothering him too much anymore. It seemed that while Sonny was out of it, the healer of the Fire Keepers, Shim, had treated him. "I am actually alive. What a miracle." He grimaced and sat up, then stared into the darkness for a bit. The ancient vessel was swiftly flying through the abyss, descending into its depths. Due to that, his body felt nice and weightless. Sonny dismissed the outer layer of the undying chain and studied his chest, where the terrible wound had already closed, be it just barely. Now that he was conscious, he would be able to stitch it up, or at least cover the gash with a bandage, as well as properly take care of the countless smaller injuries on his body. Satisfied with his state, Sonny looked around, noticing Cassie sleeping nearby. Her face was calm and peaceful. He remained still for a few moments, coming to terms with the fact that their harrowing adventure seemed to be over. Of course, in the future, he was going to have to deal with its consequences, and even before that, the second nightmare awaited, perhaps much more terrifying. But at least they were free of the damned Night Temple. What a fiasco! He didn't get to dwell on his frustration for long, however, because a delicious smell suddenly reached his nostrils, and a few moments later, Effie appeared nearby, carrying 2 plates of somewhat that seemed like real, freshly cooked food. Sonny's eyes glistened, and his mouth instantly watered. The huntress grinned and handed him a plate. "Here you go, doofus. Welcome aboard." He flashed her a smile, and then attacked the food like a ravenous beast. Effie sat down on the deck and placed the second plate near Cassie, who stirred awake soon after. A few minutes were spent in silence, disturbed only by the sound of energetic chewing. At some point, Kai landed nearby and joined them, an easygoing smile on his face. Finally, Sonny was done with his meal and pushed the plate away. "Hey, Effie, about that marriage proposal of yours, I might have changed my mind." She scoffed. "If you wish." He chuckled, then glanced into the darkness that surrounded them from all sides. "From the fact that we're descending, I get it that we are going toward the Ebony Tower." Kai nodded. "Yes, we are moving down and toward the tier as fast as we can. You will have to guide us to the rift in the flames once we reach them. Whatever had happened in the Night Temple, we thought that ascending should take priority. Not to mention that facing the fallout as masters might change everything." Sonny remained silent for a bit, then smiled crookedly. "Good thinking." As soon as he said it, though, his face darkened. Sonny suddenly looked up, and then paled a little. "Get ready, something is approaching." They hurriedly stood up and summoned their weapons. The Fire Keepers did the same, staring into the darkness with tense faces. A few moments later, something landed on the deck with a wet thud. Sharp fangs glistened, reflecting the light of the lanterns. It was the head of a giant black wyvern, torn viciously at the neck. Its eyes were glassy and empty, and its tongue hung lifelessly out of the terrifying maw, the red flames that had once burned within it gone. St. Cormac was dead. The realization sent a shiver through Sonny's body, and a split second later, Sky Tide was suddenly standing above the head of the slain transcendent, her face cold and expressionless. Tyrus looked battered, her graceful armor torn and bloodied. Her golden hair was disheveled, some strands of it painted red. Her presence, however, was unchanged. It was calm and steady. She looked at the 4 of them and frowned. Then her gaze slid lower and focused on the empty plates. "Do you have more food? Bring it, I am famished." Chapter 598, Broken Balance. As the saint ate, not at all perturbed by the head of the terrifying wyvern staring at her with dead eyes, the rest of them stood awkwardly and waited for her to satiate her hunger. Sonny observed Sky Tide with a somber expression, then glanced at what remained of the fearsome transcendent Cormac. His heart was heavy. Damnation! Being the cause of 100 lost and 2 masters dying, one of them by his own hand, Oles was already bad enough, not to mention that the whereabouts of the sole prisoner of the Night Temple, Prince Mordred, were currently unknown, also as the direct result of Sonny's actions. But causing the demise of a saint was nothing short of an utter disaster. Saints were irreplaceable. In all of humanity, there were just a few dozen. Cormac's death was not going to go unnoticed or unpunished. Would I even be able to return to the real world? Sky Tide finally finished her meal, then drank some water and glanced at Cassie and him. What exactly happened in the Night Temple? The two of them looked at each other. After a few moments, Sunny spoke, his voice somber. Everything went wrong from the very start. As soon as we arrived, one of the masters discovered a piece of mirror in my belongings. That shard, I picked it up on Reckoning Island. There was apparently a person imprisoned in the citadel, and he escaped his bindings with the help of the mirror I delivered somehow. He paused and studied the saint's face, trying to ascertain if she had known what would happen. Tyrus certainly knew of the mirror beast. However, she could not have known that Sunny used to carry the mirror shard the creature had left behind. His attempt to read anything on her face failed, so he was left without an answer. With a sigh, Sunny continued. The masters destroyed the gateway and sealed the temple. After that, the escaped prisoner slaughtered the lost and took possession of a master's body. He even stole the knife from the shattered altar. In the end, it was just the three of us left alive, and he would have probably killed us too, but Saint Cormac arrived just in time. You know the rest. Saint Tyrus stared at him for a few moments, then shook her head. So the prince still lives. How could this be? She frowned and looked straight at him. Where is he now? Sunny shrugged. That we don't know. Saint Cormac must have destroyed his body, but as to where his soul went, your guess is as good as mine. He is probably hiding in one of the mirror shards, falling into the sky below with the rest of the Night Temple as we speak. Sky Tide remained silent for a while, then sighed. I see, you did well to survive. Don't worry about the rest. There are no witnesses left, and even the citadel itself is gone. I will deal with the fallout as well as I can. However, it will be good for the two of you to disappear for a while. Proceed to the Seed of Nightmare as you have planned and challenge it. By the time you return, if you do, the worst part will be over. The situation will be different, too. She rose and glanced into the darkness of the sky below, a somber expression on her face. Now that the Hollow Mountain's anchor is no more, the chained isles will shift and change position. That will cause a mass migration of the nightmare creatures, both those from the surface and those from the dark side. Even some of the corrupted abominations might move to new hunting grounds. I will have my hands full for the foreseeable future, so we won't see each other again for a long time. Good luck to you. Sunny stared at the beautiful saint, then at the head of the wyvern. He cleared his throat. I am sorry, Lady Sky Tide, but won't you be in trouble? Killing a saint is not something that can be simply forgiven, no matter your status. Right. Tyrus lingered, then shook her head. I will be punished, sure, but not too severely. Do you understand why? Sunny glanced at his friends, who had the same confused expressions. Not really. She sighed. There were 12 saints who swore loyalty to the great clan Valor, one less than those who are sworn to the great clan Song. Now there are 11, while Song still has 13. With Song stationed back from the Forgotten Shore, that number will soon increase even further, while Lady Morgan is still too young and lacks the experience to challenge the third nightmare. The balance of power will be broken. Sunny listened to her words attentively. So the great clans are at odds with each other, two strongest are at least. Makes sense. Sky Tide frowned, remained silent for a few moments, and then said, with the gap widening so drastically, Valor can't allow to lose me, or any more of their saints, so I will be fine more or less. That is also the reason why you will be, too. He raised an eyebrow. Us, what do we have to do with any of this? Tyrus smiled slightly, looking at him, Cassie, Effie, and Kai. Right now, the four of you are just people who have raw potential. You are valuable, but not irreplaceable. However, should you survive the second nightmare and ascend, you will prove that you have the courage, skill, and determination to realize that potential. You will prove that you can be saints, and thus become precious. When you return, the great clans will not only be unwilling to eliminate you, they'll be fighting for the right to have you. Sunny scowled, connecting that statement with what Master Jet had told him. Before, his eyes grew bleak. What if we don't want to be had? Sky Tide looked at him for a while, then turned away. Her voice sounded even. Then you are out of luck. With that, she jumped up. A gust of cold wind suddenly enveloped the deck of the flying ship. and a moment later, a massive shadow separated from it and shot upward, soon disappearing into the distance. Sunny, Cassie, Effie, Kai, and the fire keepers we left standing in the darkness alone. After some time, the huntress shifted and sighed heavily. She ate all my food. What a disaster, what a tragedy. Chapter 599, The Flying Ship. The flying ship soared through the darkness, descending deeper and deeper into the empty void. After St. Tyrus had left, nothing much happened for a long time. They were surrounded by nothing, and nothing bothered them. This was the oppressive nothingness that Sunny was familiar with all too well. However, now things were different. The first time he had fallen into the sky below, he was alone and desperate, without any way to escape and no certainty of what awaited him below. This time, he was surrounded by people, knew where he was going, and that they would be able to turn back at any point if need be. Not to mention that Sunny had a whole ship to explore, as opposed to plummeting down atop the corpse of a dead devil. The ancient vessel was not giant, but large enough to make their journey rather comfortable. There was an upper deck, the main cargo hold, the lower deck stretching from the bow to the middle point of the ship, the auxiliary cargo holds beneath it, and various compartments near the stern, including living quarters for the crew, 2 separate mess decks, a spacious captain's cabin, several smaller cabins that seemed as though they were meant for either guests or officers, a large war room, and a few service compartments. Currently, there were less than 30 people on board, so there was more than enough space for everyone. In fact, the vessel seemed rather empty and rough around the edges. The members of Cassie's cohort and other fire keepers that joined them to assist in the repairs had done a splendid job of restoring the flying ship's overall integrity, but it had no time to work on its interior. A few essential facilities had been haphazardly outfitted with everything necessary to barely function, but most of the compartments still required a lot of work. There was no furniture of any kind except for some crude tables, chairs, and flimsy hammocks, and most of the vessel looked empty and barebones. It was a far cry from how luxurious it must have been furnished, outfitted, and decorated once in the ancient past. However, after the hellish month Sunny had spent in the Night Temple, this environment seemed almost like paradise. He had a whole cabin to himself, and the cargo hold was stocked with enough food and water to last them for a few months. The galley was also fully operational, so at least their meals were taken care of. More than that, the flying ship did not wobble constantly up and down like a seafaring one would, and instead swayed gently from time to time, which was sort of calming and even a bit cozy. It was a strange vessel that moved partially due to sorcery, the sapling of a sacred tree growing around its mast serving as the source of it, and partially due to the wind. The fire keepers seemed more or less capable of operating the sails, be it somewhat tentatively, and used either their aspects or memories akin to Cassie's wooden staff to produce gales that pushed the ship in the right direction. As the result, their descent into the abyss was swift, smooth, and almost relaxing. Sunny spent around a week slowly recuperating from his wounds, restoring his strength, and resting. He slept a lot and ate as much as he could, knowing that the second nightmare was going to test the limits of his endurance. He had to enter it in as good of a shape as he could. He also used that time to think about what had transpired in the Night Temple, analyze everything he had learned about Mordred, and go over each of his thoughts and decisions, trying to learn from his mistakes. The memory of being fooled and manipulated by the Prince of Nothing still haunted him. There was also a lot of new information Sunny had received in that month. Information about the awakened of higher ranks, Anvil of Valor, the great clans, the tension between them, and even about his own aspect. The silent shadows that dwelled in his soul's sea were not there just for decoration, after all. He had always suspected that there was a purpose to them, but never had any proof. Well, now there was proof. Sunny just had no idea what it all meant and what he was supposed to do with them. No matter what he tried after the battle with Mordred, the shadows refused to react. They just stood in their usual spots, silent and lifeless just like before, as if pretending that nothing had happened. It was almost like he had imagined the whole thing. In the end, Sunny had to accept the fact that the mystery of the shadows was going to remain unsolved, for now. He had learned that his soul had a fearsome defense system against those who would try to possess it. That was something, at least. After the first week, when his injuries healed enough, Sunny started training, slowly conditioning his body for the deadly trial ahead. This was somewhat of a useless process, really, since he would be inhabiting a different vessel entirely inside the nightmare. But training the body helped him put his mind in order as well. For that reason, Sonny practiced with the same ferocious determination as back in the Dark City. Kai, Effie, and Cassie joined him too, working on improving their own condition, as well as learning how to work together as a single unit again. It had been a long time since the four of them fought side by side. All of them had grown since then, both in terms of power and experience. They were awakened now, possessed new abilities, and had improved in their understanding of combat, technique, and skill. They needed to find new and better ways of enhancing each other's strengths and shielding each other's weaknesses, as well as cooperating seamlessly to achieve a common goal. Without the guiding hand of Changing Star, it was much harder than they had remembered. None of them was really a natural leader, let alone one as talented and gifted in the art of battle as Nephis had been, back on the Forgotten Shore. Only now, faced with her absence, did Sonny understand how hard it actually was to build a powerful, cohesive, and effective cohort. Still, they did their best. A few days before they reached the rift in the divine flames, with the air outside of the flying ship already growing sizzling hot, Sonny woke up and stared into the darkness for a bit, then sighed and went to the galley to find something to eat. The food was tasty, but not very luxurious. And once again, he failed to meet this day by drinking a cup of coffee, with a lot of sugar and maybe even real milk, as he had wished to do once, a long time ago, in the cafeteria of the Awakened Academy before venturing into the dream realm for the first time. Today was the day of the winter solstice. Sonny had turned 19. Last time, he celebrated his birthday in a blood-soaked castle standing in the middle of a cursed city. This time, he was going to celebrate it aboard an ancient ship that flew through a lightless abyss, descending toward an ocean of flames. It is somewhat of an improvement, I guess. Chapter 600, The Departure. Sonny was not going to do anything special on that day, more so because the whole crew was in a bit of a melancholic mood. This was all of theirs first winter solstice after escaping the Forgotten Shore, so the fire keepers huddled together, remembering their fallen friends and wishing the young sleepers who were going to enter the dream realm come night well. However, Effie and Kai had other plans. It seemed that Cassie had told him that this was his birthday, so the Huntress cooked up something special, and the four of them had a comparatively lavish dinner on the smaller mess deck, sharing the tales of what had happened to them in the past year and laughing about this and that. Laughter was much better than sorrow, especially considering that none of them knew when they would have an opportunity to laugh again. On the next day, the dark void around them was already hot enough to make moving on the upper deck hard. All of them dismissed most of their armor and worked the sails, their bodies glistening with sweat. Everyone worked together to keep the ship afloat and moving in the right direction, divided into two shifts. One would control the vessel, while the other retreated inside to cool off and drink water. Luckily, with the hot air blowing from below, they didn't need all of the sails to achieve their goal, which made things easier. It had taken Sonny almost a month to reach the divine flames before, but the flying ship made the journey faster. Using several aspect abilities and ingenious tools, they were also able to navigate the abyss with a sufficient level of precision, quickly reaching the tier and continuing to descend in a wide spiral. The memory of the golden string of fate was still burned into his mind. So, by knowing where the twisted rock had been located in relation to their position, Sonny was able to guide the ship toward the rift in the ocean of divine flames. By the evening, it was already visible, looking like a tiny black hole in the incinerating tapestry of furious light. However, the rift wasn't really that small. It just appeared so because of the distance. Sonny had almost missed it the first time, flying through the very edge of the rift and being burned by the divine flames. This time around, they were going to keep to the very middle of it, separated from the immolating orbs of white fire by many kilometers of empty space. Hopefully, that would be enough to keep them from dying of heat. The sails were hoisted, and the ship continued to plummet toward the flames, supported only by the sorcerous power of the sacred tree and the ancient enchantments permeating the hull. Sonny was left alone at the helm, the rest of the crew seeking shelter in the main cargo hold, where the air was coolest. He had summoned the undying chain and the memory of fire, augmenting the protective charm with all three of his shadows. As the flying vessel came closer and closer to the rift, the leaves of the young tree rustles above him, and ghostly runes suddenly appeared on the surface of the ancient ship. Slowly the heat retreated a little. Standing on the upper deck was still hard and uncomfortable, but at least tolerable, especially with the help of his charm. Sonny carefully guided the vessel into the rift, keeping to the very center of it, as far away from the walls of divine fire as he could. It was as though he was guiding the ship through a vertical tunnel that twisted slowly, moving left and right, forward and back. Luckily, descending didn't require a lot of skill from the helmsman. Sonny was barely acquainted with how to steer a boat, let alone a flying one the size of a frigate, so he wouldn't have been able to do much if things went wrong. But they did not. Some time later, the ancient vessel left the rift and submerged into the darkness once again, the skies above burning like a sea of flame. He sent the ship flying toward the island that loomed in the void, not too far away, and let out a relieved sigh. They had made it. They moored the ship to one of the horizontal stone masts protruding from the island and disembarked. Walking across the obsidian pillar, everyone reached the solid ground and stopped, staring at the somber landscape in front of them in stunned silence. The ebony island was just as the last time Sonny had visited it. It was cut out of dark stone and floated in the endless emptiness, surrounded by drifting slabs of shattered obsidian. A tall and magnificent pagoda stood in its center, built of a flawlessly black, lusterless material that seemed to devour any light that touched it. Here and there on the desolate surface of the island, remains of mysterious structures stood, long turned to ruins. Several obsidian pillars protruded horizontally from its edges, stretching into the empty void like strange wharves. The flying ship floated near one of them, fastened to it by strong chains. Effie stared at the ebony tower, then turned to Sonny, her face uncharacteristically pale. "I can't believe you made it all the way here alone. How did you even survive?" Sonny hesitated, then shrugged. "Barely, and with a bit of luck." With that, he sighed and headed toward the dark tower. Near its doors, it was time for the four of them to say goodbye to the fire keepers. Cassie's cohort and the rest were not going to follow them into the nightmare. Some would maybe challenge their own in the future, when they felt ready, but 1 year was really not enough to prepare most of Awakened for this harrowing trial. Instead, the fire keepers were going to remain on the Obsidian Island. Some were going to establish a temporary base there, while others would guide the flying ship back to the sanctuary of Noctis, and then return with more supplies and enough materials to continue working on the vessel itself. In that manner, they would travel between the sky below and the chained isles, awaiting the return of the challengers for as long as needed. The farewell was a bit emotional, at least on the part of the members of Cassie's cohort. She entrusted the command of it to Shim, the healer, and turned away, the silver half-mask obscuring her expression. No one knew if they were going to see each other again. For the survivors of the Forgotten Shore, parting with those who they cared about was nothing new. However, it never became easy. Sonny opened the gates of the ebony tower and guided the others into its dark halls, ascending one level after another. Effie and Kai were looking around, curiosity mixing with fear on their faces. Cassie paled terribly on the second level, where the harrowing rot had once grown from the severed arm of a deity, but did not say anything. The Hall of Runes affected her even worse. Kai and Effie were guided through it by Sonny, their eyes tightly shut, but the blind girl could not do the same. Her keen intuition and enhanced senses sometimes were akin to a curse. However, for that very same reason, her mental resilience was also unmatched. She gritted her teeth and persevered. Finally, they reached the last level and drowned the stone arch of the portal with divine flame, taking turns feeding their soul essence to the cruel sight. With their combined efforts, activating it did not take as long as when Sonny had tried to do it alone. Soon they were standing inside a graceful white gazebo, the portal disappearing behind Th. M. In front of them, though, was the tranquil haven of the Ivory Island. Slates of shattered marble floated around it. There was a beautiful meadow near the gazebo and a peaceful grove of trees, their branches rustling under the gentle wind. Some distance away, connected to the gazebo by a stone path, stood the magnificent pagoda built out of pristine white material that was neither stone nor wood. It was beautiful, graceful, and slightly surreal, as if too sublime to exist in the mortal realm. And around it, the bones of a dead dragon lay, reflecting the radiant light of the sun. They walked past the clear lake and through the jaws of the great beast, finally entering the solemn darkness of the ancient Hall of Chains, where Hope had once been bound. Once inside, the four of them froze, suddenly overwhelmed by fatigue. 7 chains lay on the pristine white floor in front of them, each ending in a broken shackle. The shackles were marred and torn, their mangled surface inscribed with a myriad of runes. A strange shimmering rose from their surface in ethereal wisps, coalescing into a chaotic, ever-changing mass of pure darkness that pulsated in the very center of the great hall. But it wasn't darkness, not really. Instead, it was a rift in the fabric of reality, one that could devour even light itself. Hypnotized by the visage of the seed, Sonny felt it deep in his soul. The magnetic, insidious call of the nightmare. This time, finally, he was going to answer it. Sonny sighed and then looked at his companions. They had already said everything that needed to be said, discussed everything that could be discussed. There was no reason to linger. "Are you ready?" Effie, Kai, and Cassie remained silent for a while, staring at the pulsating darkness. Their faces were pale and vulnerable, devoid of the usual masks of confidence. Finally, the blind girl whispered, "What are we waiting for? It is just the second nightmare." Sonny smiled, then suddenly laughed. "Indeed." With that, he gripped her shoulder for a moment and then stepped forward, heading toward the pulsating rift in reality. With each step, the world seemed to dim a little, turning darker and darker. Effie, Kai, and Cassie followed. A few moments later, they were gone. The Hall of Chains was gone, too. Sonny found himself standing alone in complete darkness, surrounded by utter nothingness. In this nothingness, he heard the voice of the spell. "Awakened, prepare for your second trial." He smiled darkly. "Just like the first one, well, let's see where I land this time. I doubt that it can be any worse than before." The voice of the spell thundered again, making him shiver. "5 brave ones, welcome to the nightmare." The darkness moved, turning into something else, something different. Sonny, however, was not paying attention. "Wait, 5, did it say 5? Who's the 5th one? What?" He didn't get to finish that thought, though. His vision cleared, revealing. End of Volume 3, Chained Isles.